Chapter 909. The Grand Princess Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at the women, a cold smile gracing her lips as she addressed Nangong Rou. Do you truly believe you possess the authority to claim the title of mistress? Do you think such a title grants you the liberty to strike others and act with impunity? In the Li Wangfu, the rules may not be excessively stringent, but even the servants here retain their dignity. Moreover, Feng'er was merely conveying my orders. She did not utter a single word of her own. How dare you command others to silence her? She is under my protection, and should any trouble arise, I shall bear the consequences myself. Do you presume to teach me a lesson, merely because you are a concubine? Where has your sense of hierarchy vanished to? I see you are emboldened by your condition, daring to confront me. The onlookers quickly comprehended the situation. It was evident that this minor concubine sought to reprimand the princess. Such audacity would be unthinkable in any household. A concubine, only slightly elevated above a maidservant, daring to strike a princess was a blatant act of rebellion, born of arrogance from favor. No wonder the princess was incensed. Furthermore, upon hearing the princess assert that even servants deserve dignity, the crowd felt a wave of admiration. Traditionally, masters treated their servants as mere tools. Rarely did one find a mistress who regarded her servants as human beings. This demonstrated the princess's benevolence, and those serving under her would undoubtedly fare better. The crowd looked on with eager anticipation, hoping to be chosen by her. Please, sister, do not take offense. That was not my intention. It is merely that Feng'er, as a maid, persistently bullies me, the secondary concubine. I wish for you to impose stricter discipline upon her. Lest it be rumored that the Li Wangfei condones wicked servants who dare to belittle us, mother and child, Nangong Rou implored, caressing her abdomen with a feigned look of grievance. You, as a secondary concubine, act recklessly and presume to disregard me simply because of your pregnancy, constantly overstepping your bounds. Feng'er was only offering you a timely reminder. Had she not intervened, would you have continued to ascend upon me with your arrogance? Yun Ruoyue's voice deepened, her gaze stern and commanding, leaving no room for underestimation. I would not dare, Nangong Rou hastily retorted, her eyes cast down in resentment, filled with indignation. She had believed that bearing Chu Xuancheng's child would elevate her status, yet she found herself overshadowed by Yun Ruoyue. It was all Chu Xuancheng's fault for not favoring her. Had he shown her the same affection as before, would Yun Ruoyue have dared to act so brazenly? Yun Ruoyue, in my absence, do you think you can bully Roer at will, disregarding her and her unborn child? At that moment, a powerful voice resonated from outside the door. The crowd looked up to see the Grand Princess, adorned in splendid attire, approaching with an air of authority, surrounded by a throng of attendants. She entered with a chilling demeanor, sweeping her robes aside as she seated herself upon the intricately carved chair prepared for Yun Ruoyue by Feng'er. Exuding an aura of regal aloofness, Yun Ruoyue shot a cold glance at the Grand Princess. What brings both you and Sister Rou here today? I am merely selecting a couple of maids. It hardly warrants external commentary, since the Grand Princess has chosen not to inquire into the matter. Do not expect me to extend you any courtesies as the mistress of this estate. As the eldest princess was about to speak, she was silenced by Nangong Rou. Sister, we cannot allow outsiders to mock us. For the sake of the estate's reputation, let it be. I am merely enduring a bit of distress. It is nothing significant. At this point, she added, by the way, I am also here to select some maids. Would you assist me in choosing 2 suitable ones? Additionally, you may select a few for yourself. Chapter 910. Selecting maids, is it? Indeed, I am in need of 2 more attendants. All of you, step forward. Let me have a look. The eldest princess commanded. With an air of authority, her voice prompted the 10 chosen maids to hastily approach, each feeling a sense of trepidation. After all, this was a princess of the palace. Even the mere mention of her name instilled fear, let alone seeing her in person. Greetings, Your Highness. The women chorused as they bowed in unison. Lift your heads. After surveying the group, the eldest princess suddenly expressed her disdain, declaring, the plump ones are too plump. The thin ones are too thin, the ugly ones are too ugly, and the short ones are too short. Yun Ruoyue, is this the standard of your selection? Look at them, each one more unrefined than the last. Do they even deserve a place in the Li Wang residence? I am merely here to select individuals. They are merely candidates for selection. I have yet to make my decision. Why should the princess assume I would choose them? Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Is this eldest princess lacking in discernment? I am well aware of your taste. With your judgment, it is unlikely you could select anyone worthy, the eldest princess retorted icily, seeking to defend Nangong Rou. Her animosity toward Yun Ruoyue was further fueled by a previous incident involving Su Qi mistakenly confessing to her, believing her to be Yun Ruoyue, which had caused her great embarrassment. At that time, she suspected that the xiaoyer Su Qi had called out was indeed Yun Ruoyue. Recently, upon hearing Nangong Rou mention Su Qi's entanglement with Yun Ruoyue, her dislike for Yun Ruoyue intensified. How could Yun Ruoyue, as the wife of her royal brother, engage in such disgraceful behavior? Such a person was unworthy of being the Li Wang Fei. Thus, she resolved to seize control over the household and ensure that Xuancheng divorced this unfaithful woman to prevent further disgrace. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. So, Your Highness implies that the prince is not a good man. Humph, sharp-tongued as ever, the eldest princess huffed, flicking her sleeves dismissively. I find this batch entirely unsatisfactory. Let us bring in another group. Your Highness, you are the princess. It is your right to choose the maidservants. Yet the eldest princess has taken command as if she were the true master of the estate. Feng whispered to Yun Ruoyue. It's fine, she is the prince's sister. So it is only natural for her to issue commands. Yun Ruoyue replied nonchalantly. At that moment, another group entered. Among them was a woman holding a silk handkerchief, partially concealing her face, swaying gracefully as she approached. She was remarkably tall, standing well over the other women, probably around 6 feet 3 inches, almost the same height as Xuancheng. Upon catching sight of her, everyone's mouths gaped in astonishment, as if they could fit an egg within. Sister, look at this woman. She is exceedingly tall and rather robust. Nangong Rou gazed at the woman before her, a look of disbelief etched across her face. In the Chu kingdom, she had never encountered a woman of such towering height. Furthermore, the woman's mountainous stature made her feel small and inadequate. Yun Ruoyue also wore an expression of astonishment. It was remarkable to behold a woman of such height in this era. Yet, despite her impressive stature and robust physique, she possessed a graceful elegance. The princess, taken aback, rose to her feet, lifting her gaze, eager to get a better look. The woman slowly raised her head, revealing her exquisite visage as she set aside the silk handkerchief she held. In that instant, the crowd was captivated by her stunning beauty. Her almond-shaped eyes and delicate features, complemented by skin as flawless as porcelain with a hint of rosy hue, and lips as vibrant as blooming roses, presented a visage of ethereal charm. Her oval face exuded freshness and grace, embodying an otherworldly aura, as if she had descended from the heavens. Upon her reveal, the guards standing nearby were entranced. Their expressions glazed over, some even succumbing to nosebleeds from the sheer beauty before them. This was an unparalleled beauty, a veritable celestial being. Yun Ruoyue, unable to restrain her gaze, found herself drawn to the woman's bashful, downcast demeanor, which only heightened her allure, evoking a sense of empathy. Among them, she was undeniably the most striking, with a figure that was both slender and graceful, her skin a pristine white. Save for her overly broad shoulders and towering height, she was the epitome of perfection. This visage struck Yun Ruoyue as vaguely familiar, though she could not pinpoint why. Her appearance is indeed remarkable. However, her height is excessive. She cannot remain here. Someone, please escort her out, declared the princess coldly. Wait, Your Highness, is it not rather impolite to dismiss her without even inquiring about her abilities? Yun Ruoyue interjected. First, as a woman, her extraordinary height is certainly peculiar. Second, such breathtaking beauty. What motivation would she have to serve as a maid in the royal residence? Would she not aspire for something greater? Are you not concerned she might bring trouble to the household or harbor designs on the princess bed? The princess retorted with an air of haughty disdain. Who says that beauty must be synonymous with trouble? Furthermore, is it I who am in search of servants? Or is it you, Your Highness? Should you wish to recruit staff, I kindly request you do so elsewhere. This is the Feiyue Pavilion. Yun Ruoyue replied, her tone frosty, implying that this was her domain, and the princess ought to refrain from encroaching upon it. As the elder sister of Xuancheng, I possess the right to oversee the inner quarters. Given the recent turmoil within the residence, it is imperative that I take charge. Otherwise, the household will be in peril. The princess asserted angrily. The prince entrusted me with the management of the household. As his wife, overseeing the inner quarters is my responsibility. However, my tenure has been brief, and the residence has long been mired in chaos, which is not easily rectified. No one is perfect. It is natural for there to be oversights. If Your Highness can discern these issues, it demonstrates your attentiveness. In the future, I would greatly appreciate your guidance as I manage the household. I shall not betray the trust placed in me by the prince and your highness. I will ensure the household is well managed, Yun Ruoyue stated coolly, bowing respectfully to the princess. The princess, left speechless, could only stare in silence. Yun Ruoyue's words were grandiose, elevating her status while artfully implying that she was the mistress of the royal residence, the princess, and that the elder princess should refrain from meddling. She yearned to counter her, yet the precision and intricacy of her statements left no room for rebuttal. With a cold huff, she brushed her sleeves and declared, I shall observe how you manage the royal estate. You have 3 months, should you falter in your duties. It would be prudent to relinquish your position to someone more capable. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Yun Ruoyue replied with a respectful gesture. Turning her gaze toward the tall woman, she inquired, What is your name, and what are your skills? My name is Chi, and I am skilled in martial arts. The woman responded, her voice piercing and peculiar, evoking an ambiguous quality. Your voice sounds rather odd, the elder princess remarked disdainfully. In my youth, I suffered from a cold that led to throat blisters and a prolonged cough, which damaged my voice, Chi said, her tone pitiful as she dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief. But fear not, though my voice is compromised, I possess formidable skills to protect my master. With that, she swayed her hips and delicately approached a large tree. Clad in thick-soled embroidered shoes, she appeared unsteady, walking cautiously. Once she steadied herself, she rubbed her hands together, a hint of charm sparkling in her eyes. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, she swung her hand with force, uprooting the tree and sending dust swirling. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Who would have thought this seemingly delicate woman possessed such strength? Yun Ruoyue was equally taken aback. What else can you do? I have many skills. Allow me to demonstrate one, wall running. Before the words left her lips, she leaped onto the wall, then ascended the tree with effortless grace. With a flick of her hand, a gust of wind surged toward the pear tree, causing blossoms to cascade like rain. She descended like a celestial being, her elegance captivating all who beheld her. Such beauty and martial prowess. As she landed, she adjusted her attire, ensuring her modesty was preserved. For she had bought 2 buns outside and wished to keep them secure. I want her, exclaimed Yun Ruoyue, the elder princess, and Nangong Rou in unison, their excitement propelling them toward Chi. Naturally, they all desired her exceptional skills. Nangong Rou spoke first. Sister, Chi is clever, charming, and skilled. I claim her. The elder princess coughed lightly, signaling her own interest. What a coincidence. I too have taken a liking to Chi. What shall we do with our shared affections? Yun Ruoyue replied with a calm demeanor. Why not let her choose for herself? Allow her to decide whom she favors, Nangong Rou gracefully suggested. After making her proposition, she began to promote herself, saying, Chi, although I am merely a concubine in the royal palace, I am now with child by the prince, who dotes on me. If you come to my side, your future will be boundless. With your formidable martial prowess to protect me, the prince will have peace of mind. I can also raise your monthly allowance to 20 taels. Would you be willing to join me? Nangong Rou, filled with pride, subtly adjusted her posture to accentuate her belly. In the royal palace, those who bore children held the greatest power, especially if it was the firstborn. If Chi possessed any wisdom, she would realize that aligning with her would be the most promising path. The grand princess, witnessing Nangong Rou's audacity and seizing the opportunity, quickly interjected, Chi, I am the grand princess. Should you follow me, I will surely value you and ensure you are well treated. Your future will flourish alongside me. I trust you will weigh the significance of your choices. After listening to their lengthy discourse, Yun Ruoyue simply stated, Feiyue Pavilion also welcomes you. Regardless of your choice, I shall respect your decision. Indeed, choose wisely for your future. I am confident you will make the right choice. Nangong Rou cast a meaningful glance at Chi. Chapter 913. The arrival of a beauty. Chi cast a cold glance at Nangong Rou. Disguised as a woman, he infiltrated the Li Wangfu solely for Yun Ruoyue. How could he possibly choose this woman? Only Yun Ruoyue was deserving of such sacrifice. Whether it was donning female attire or descending from the noble status of a young lord to that of a mere servant, it was all to see Xiao Yuer. Others simply did not merit his efforts. The onlookers observed Chi, while Nangong Rou appeared as if she were carrying a golden fetus. Surely, if Chi had any sense, he would choose her. Who didn't he know that Nangong Rou was the favored one in the palace? With her pregnancy, it seemed as though the entire household was elevated. Following her was the only way Chi could secure a future. However, to everyone's surprise, Chi pointed at Yun Ruoyue and blushingly declared, I choose the princess. Upon hearing this, both Nangong Rou and the Grand Princess turned ashen, disbelief etched on their faces. Chi, you truly have chosen, abandoning your future? You may come to regret this. Nangong Rou retorted coldly, her face filled with resentment as she caressed her belly. You have remarkable insight, Chi. Fear not. By following me, your future will shine even brighter, Yun Ruoyue smiled. At that moment, the expressions of Nangong Rou and the Grand Princess darkened even further. Having failed to secure the formidable Chi, they lost interest in selecting maids and casually chose a few before departing. The remaining maids were gathered by Yun Ruoyue, who instructed Fenger to select 3 diligent and honest girls to stay. After tearing down the recruitment notice outside the palace, this matter came to a close. Chi, from where do you hail? What is your surname and given name? Who else is in your family? Once the others had left, Yun Ruoyue settled down with a cup of tea, inquiring about Chi. Your Highness, I am a native of the capital, my surname is Chu, and my name is Chi. My mother passed away many years ago, and I have an elderly father at home, Chi replied. Su Chi's mother was a distant relative of the emperor, sharing the same family name, Chu. Thus, he now assumed the alias of Chu. Who taught you your martial arts? With your talents and circumstances, it must be a great indignity for you to come to the palace as a maid, Yun Ruoyue remarked. My skills were imparted to me by my father, who was originally a master at a martial arts school. He is well versed in combat arts and passed on his knowledge to me. My father has spent years teaching others and engaging in sparring, resulting in numerous injuries that require costly treatment. Upon hearing that the palace was seeking maids with generous salaries, I decided to come, replied Chi. Oh, such a pitiable soul, Yun Ruoyue sighed. Fenger, please provide Chi with her first month's wages so she may take them home to aid her father's recovery. Your kindness is greatly appreciated, my lady, Chi expressed, touched, as she bowed to Yun Ruoyue. It is nothing. Now that you are at Feiyue Pavilion, you are under my protection. How could I stand idly by? Yun Ruoyue assured. The others at Feiyue Pavilion sleep on communal beds. I shall have Fenger prepare your bedding shortly. Thank you, my lady, Su Chi responded. As a man, he was reluctant to share a room with so many maids. Yet he felt it unwise to voice any complaints. In the afternoon, upon returning to the palace, Lu Rian, Mo Li, and Mo Zhu were approached by Li San, who appeared quite animated. Mo Li, I have just seen several new maids in the princess's courtyard, each more enchanting than the last. Especially one named Chi, though she is a bit tall, she is undeniably stunning. I have never encountered such beauty among maids. Shall we go take a look? Upon hearing this, Mo Li became rather excited, rubbing his hands together. To him, any woman could captivate his attention, having spent over 20 years alone. Not even a sow could escape his gaze. Let us go, I lead the way, Mo Li declared, taking the lead and warning Lu Rian. I must caution you, should I find myself enamored with Chi, you are not to contest my interest. Lu Rian cast him a disdainful glance. I have Xiao Dai, who is well versed in propriety, possesses culinary skills, and embodies grace and virtue. I have no need to compete with you. Culinary skills? Mo Li recalled the dismal stinky tofu Lu Rian had brought previously, nearly causing him to retch. Soon, the 4 of them stealthily approached the entrance of Feiyue Pavilion. There, they beheld a tall woman sweeping, her back turned to them. Just from her silhouette, she exuded elegance and charm, leaving them curious about her full beauty. Suddenly, Mo Li picked up a stone and, with a swift motion, sent it flying towards the wall by Chi. Startled, she spun around, and upon raising her gaze, encountered the 4 men peering at her from outside the courtyard. A cold smile graced her lips as she playfully pouted her vibrant red lips. Casting a flirtatious glance at the 4, then shyly lowering her head, a rosy flush appearing on her cheeks. Wow! The 4 exclaimed in unison, utterly captivated by her beauty. However, it seemed a salty liquid was trickling from their noses. Upon noticing this, Su Chi looked over to see the 4 men, each transfixed and bleeding from their noses. What is wrong with you, staring at me like that? Su Chi chided, stampeding her foot in playful indignation before shyly turning away. Such beauty! They all gasped simultaneously, shivers of excitement racing down their spines. Chi, allow me to assist you with the sweeping, Mo Li exclaimed, dashing over like a gust of wind. He swiftly seized the broom from Su Chi's hands and began to sweep with earnest dedication. Chi, you have been sweeping for quite some time. You must be weary. Let me massage your back, Li San offered, promptly raising his small fists, ready to provide her relief. Step aside. It is inappropriate for you to do so. I should be the one to offer her a massage. Chi-Chi must be parched. Hurry, go fetch her some tea, Emily declared. Tossing the broom into Mo Zhu's hands and pushing Li San aside, positioning himself beside Chi-Chi with an eager expression. Standing at 182 meters, he was still shorter than Chi-Chi, creating a somewhat endearing contrast. Li San shot a fierce glare at Mo Li, retorting, "Is it not the case that you are not a woman? Enough with the chatter. Go fetch the tea," Mo Li commanded. Hastily retrieving a chair from nearby and gesturing to Chi-Chi, "Miss Chi-Chi, please take a seat." "Thank you. You are truly kind, and I find you quite likable," Chi-Chi replied, twisting her body as she settled into the chair, her voice as melodious as a nightingale emerging from the valley. Upon hearing her words, Mo Li's heart soared with joy, inadvertently glancing at Chi-Chi's figure, which was strikingly alluring. He found himself momentarily entranced. "Why are you stealing glances? How rude," Chi-Chi exclaimed, quickly covering her chest, turning in alarm to glare at Mo Li. "I apologize. I meant no offense. It was unintentional," Mo Li stammered, his expression one of distress. Nearly on the verge of tears, he felt misjudged, as if Chi-Chi perceived him as a lecher. Though he appreciated the fairer sex, he was hardly a cad. It was simply that Chi-Chi's figure was extraordinarily captivating, and he had merely glanced inadvertently. Chapter 9:15. A misstep in the lavatory. Lu Ruoyue and the others hastily turned away, refraining from looking at Chi-Chi, for they were men of virtue. "Given your acknowledgement of the error, if you assist in sweeping the entire area, pruning the garden, and cleaning the latrine, I shall forgive you," Chi-Chi said, playfully covering her face with a handkerchief. "Certainly, I am willing to do anything as long as you grant me your forgiveness," Mo Li eagerly agreed, nodding vigorously. After a brief respite, Chi-Chi sat languidly in the chair, crossing her legs like a seasoned gentleman, cracking sunflower seeds with an air of enjoyment as Mo Li peeled grapes for her. Behind her, Li San served tea. Lu Ruoyue massaged her shoulders, while Mo Zhu swept in the distance. Originally, these tasks were Mo Li's commitment to Chi-Chi, yet under his coaxing and persuasion, they found themselves attending to her whims. Once sated, Chi-Chi stretched and yawned, languidly declaring, "You may continue tidying the garden while I visit the lavatory." The way she articulated even a trip to the restroom sent shivers down Mo Li's spine. Truly, she was a beauty. Even her manner of going to the lavatory was enchanting. Chi-Chi ambled toward the restroom, discovering separate facilities for men and women, both of which appeared to be well maintained, imbued with a fragrant floral aroma. Evidently, the princess had an exquisite sense of detail, ensuring even the lavatory surpassed the cleanliness of others. Without a second thought, she strode directly into the men's restroom. Upon entering, he gathered his skirt with both hands to prevent it from trailing on the ground. Then, standing upright and adopting a horse stance, he began to unfasten his belt. "Ah, why are you in the men's restroom?" A startled male voice echoed from within. Startled, Chi-Chi hastily secured his belt and turned to see a young man standing in a similar pose, but he was currently relieving himself. The young man's expression could only be described as one of sheer astonishment. He gazed at Chi-Chi with wide eyes, hastily covering himself as if to shield his modesty from view. "What is all the fuss about? We're all the same. You have what I have," Chi-Chi thought, suddenly halting his words as he remembered he was now a woman and shouldn't be in the men's restroom. No wonder the young man was so anxious. Fortunately, he hadn't yet dropped his trousers, narrowly avoiding exposure. "My apologies, I must have taken a wrong turn," Chi-Chi awkwardly exclaimed before hastily exiting and making his way to the women's restroom. Fearing the presence of others inside, he called out a few times, and upon confirming it was empty, he stepped in to resolve his physiological needs. That evening, after a long day, the lovely Chi-Chi languidly climbed into bed. All the maidens of the Scarlet Moon Pavilion shared a large room with communal bedding, reminiscent of a student dormitory with everyone's beds closely arranged. "Chi-Chi, why are you sleeping in your clothes?" Feng'er suddenly remarked, eyeing Chi-Chi. "You haven't even removed your makeup," Feng'er added. "I simply prefer to sleep in my attire. Besides, I want to remove my makeup. It's too troublesome. I'll keep it on for as long as possible," Chi-Chi replied with impatience. He had painstakingly sought the services of a cosmetic shop owner to apply his makeup, and since he lacked the skills to do it himself, washing it off would only necessitate a reapplication, a daunting task. Ideally, he wished for the makeup to last 5 days, at which point he would sneak out again to find the owner for a fresh application. Chapter 9:16. The proud Chi-Chi the others cast her disdainful glances, surprised that someone as outwardly beautiful as Chi-Chi could be so unkempt. Your makeup is smudged. If you don't remove it, you'll wake up looking quite dreadful. Feng Er warned. If you can't apply it yourself, I can help you tomorrow morning. Really? Well, all right then. But I'm tired now and don't wish to wash my face. I'll do it in the morning, Chi-Chi replied lazily. Feng Er rolled her eyes. Chi-Chi had done nothing all day except direct others, yet claimed to be exhausted. How exhausted must those who had done so much be? Chi-Chi, you haven't even washed your feet. Do they stink? Feng Er wondered, bending down to sniff. How bizarre. Why are you smelling my lovely feet? My feet do not stink. Chi-Chi retorted angrily, casting a proud glare at Feng Er. Upon inspection, Feng Er found that Chi-Chi's feet were indeed not odorous, but rather fragrant. However, seeing Chi-Chi's fierce demeanor, she snapped back. Of course, your feet smell pleasant. You don't do any work and rely on your beauty to command the assistance of others, unlike us, who have no one to help. If only you were even a fraction as beautiful as I, you too could command assistance. Enough of your chatter. Cease your prattle, or beware of my wrath. Chi-Chi sat up, brandishing her fists at the crowd, her eyes wide with a fierce innocence. You have truly crossed the line, Feng Er exclaimed, bursting into tears. Unfazed, Chi-Chi rolled over and lay back on her bed, unmoved by her distress. Let it go, Feng Er. Do not stoop to her level. Let us rest, Feng Er interjected, anxious to prevent an altercation between the two. After comforting Feng Er, Feng Er intended to speak with Chi-Chi, but was distracted by the sight of 2 steamed buns resting on Chi-Chi's bedside. Chi-Chi, why do you have 2 buns here? Did you not eat enough for dinner? Indeed, I have a hearty appetite due to my height, and I tend to feel hungry at night. So I prepared 2 for myself, Chi-Chi replied, casting an embarrassed glance at the buns. Oh my, Chi-Chi, why has your figure changed so? Feng Er gasped, recalling how Chi-Chi had been quite ample earlier in the day. I was sleeping. Lying down causes it to flatten. Have you never seen such a thing? Chi-Chi retorted, irritably pulling the blanket over herself to shield her modesty. Chi-Chi, I had a meager dinner and am quite hungry now. May I have one of your buns? At that moment, Dinger rushed over, attempting to seize one of Chi-Chi's buns. With a firm grip, Chi-Chi held her hand back. No, there is only enough for me. If you wish for one, go fetch it from the kitchen. These are mine, and you cannot touch them. Losing even a single bun would mean a loss of her own figure, which was simply unacceptable. How stingy. Dinga huffed, storming out. That Chi-Chi is truly proud, arrogant, and miserly. In the Yuru Pavilion, Yumomo, tomorrow marks Jiang Heng's release from prison. Have you prepared the arrangements I instructed? Nangong Rou inquired while nibbling on a flaky pastry. Recently pregnant, her appetite had diminished, leaving her to consume only light fare like buns and pastries. All is in readiness. My lady, you need not worry. I have bribed several bandits to carry out Jiang Heng's assassination, Yumomo replied. Yet she questioned, my lady, Jiang Heng bears no grudge against you. Why must he die? Because he once bullied my dear friend Lin Lang and even attempted to intimidate my sister. Such a menace cannot be allowed to live, Nangong Rou thought to herself, concealing the truth of her own entanglement with Jiang Heng. This matter was known only to the heavens, herself, and Jiang Heng. She would never divulge it to a third party, not even her mother. He has not wronged you. My lady, why pursue his death? If anyone should seek vengeance, it ought to be Lin Lang and her companions. Why take such bloody matters upon yourself? Furthermore, he does not deserve death, and if the Lady of Wei were to find out, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. Yumomo expressed her concerns. I have entrusted you with this task. Can you keep it from others? This affair is known only to us. If it leaks, we shall face dire consequences. Nangong Rou warned. I understand. And I assure you, I will not disclose this to anyone. Having acknowledged the lady as my sovereign, I shall remain steadfastly loyal, willing to sacrifice everything for her without hesitation, remarked the old maid. With Nangong Rou in a position of power, she would naturally cling to her. However, once she falls from grace, she would be the first to flee. Were it not for the fact that Nangong Rou was with the prince's child and was willing to offer her monetary support, she would never have risked her life to hire an assassin on her behalf. Madam, allow me to tell you. There are certain matters that need not be made excessively clear. When I assign you a task, I expect it to be carried out properly. Rest assured, once the deed is done, I shall not neglect your reward. Furthermore, after we eliminate Jiang Heng, let us spread some rumors, claiming that Jiang Heng had previously offended Yun Ruoyue, and that it was she who hired the assassin to kill him, Nangong Rou said, her eyes narrowing with a sinister glint. Madam intends to frame this incident on the princess? The old maid inquired. Of course. It is a splendid strategy that serves two purposes, eliminating Jiang Hong while also implicating the princess. Do not let me down. Nangong Rou replied coldly. Your insight is commendable, madam. Please rest assured that I shall exercise utmost caution, diligence, and dedication. I will not falter, the old maid vowed with a malevolent tone. On the first night after his release, Jiang Hong meticulously cleaned himself and donned splendid garments, preparing to seek entertainment at the Yihong Lu. It had been 3 months since he last indulged with a woman, and he was eager for the experience. Although he had encountered Nangong Rou during the New Year festivities, thoughts of her rekindled his desire. The concubine of the Li Wang was truly exceptional, strikingly beautiful. With a graceful figure and fair skin, her tender demeanor lingered in his memory. While imprisoned, he had longed for the taste of that night, but infiltrating the Li Wang's residence was no easy feat thus. He opted to satiate his cravings at the Yihong Lu first, planning to seek out Nangong Rou when time permitted. At the stroke of midnight, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, Jiang Hong emerged from the Yihong Lu, satisfied and adjusting his trousers. He staggered down the street with a wine bottle in hand when suddenly, a fierce wind arose, stirring up dust and bringing with it a palpable aura of menace. In the dimly lit alley, heavy footsteps echoed ominously. Sensing danger, Jiang Hong stood upright, his gaze sharp as he scanned his surroundings, challenging any audacious thief who dared to follow him to reveal themselves. Ha ha ha, Jiang Hong, we come by the command of the Li Wang Fei to end your life. Prepare to meet your demise. As the words faded, four figures clad in black emerged from the shadows, brandishing swords and lunging towards him. Chapter 9:18. Breaching the Li Wang's residence Yun Ruoyue, Jiang Hong exclaimed, swiftly drawing his soft sword to defend himself, his eyes narrowing as he engaged in battle with the assailants. In an instant, the clash of blades filled the air, dust swirling as the fight escalated into chaos. Initially, Jiang Hong found himself struggling against 4 adversaries when suddenly, several more black-clad shadows appeared, declaring, to dare to assassinate the son of the world is to court death. With that, the dark guards engaged the 4 assailants in fierce combat. Jiang Hong smirked coldly, knowing these brigands had mistakenly believed they could ambush him unopposed. Little did they know, his mother had dispatched dark guards to protect him following his offense against the Li Wang Fei, fearing for his safety. Otherwise, what would possess him to wander the streets alone at such an hour? With the addition of his shadow guards, Jiang Hong grew increasingly emboldened, swiftly dispatching 3 assassins with deft strokes, ultimately pressing his sword against the throat of one remaining foe. So, it was Yun Ruoyue who sent you to assassinate me? The assassin, feeling the cold steel against his neck, trembled in fear, his eyes wide with terror. He nodded, stammering, spare my life. It was indeed an old maidservant beside the princess of Li who paid us 200 taels of silver to carry out this deed against you. Oh, how audacious of you, Yun Ruoyue, to dare send assassins for my life. Rest assured, I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed with a sinister glint. Your confession has been noted, but can you not spare me? I am merely a mountain bandit, driven to this desperate act by poverty. We harbor no enmity towards you. Had I not been left with no choice, I would never have attempted this. Moreover, my comrades are dead, and you have satisfied your vengeance. Will you not grant me mercy? The bandit, stripped of his earlier bravado, now resembled a frightened creature, trembling like a cornered beast. Very well, in light of your plea, I shall grant you your life. Jiang Hong smiled coldly, retracting his blade. Really? Thank you, my lord. For your mercy, your kindness shall be remembered forever. With that, the bandit turned and hastily fled. Yet, a flicker of murderous intent crossed Jiang Heng's eyes as a dagger materialized in his hand. He hurled it towards the back of the fleeing bandit with fierce precision. The sound of the blade embedding itself in flesh echoed ominously. Ah! The bandit let out a pained scream, turning in disbelief to meet Jiang Heng's chilling grin, realizing he had been deceived. With a resounding thud, the bandit collapsed, eyes wide open, blood spilling forth, lifeless and unblinking. Jiang Hong approached, wrenching the dagger from the corpse with a satisfied smirk. To dare to assassinate me and yet wish to live? Following this assassination attempt, Jiang Heng's intoxication had dissipated. Yun Ruoyue, that wretched woman, wishes to hire someone to kill me. Does she? This night, I shall bring her ruin, having failed to obliterate her previously. He resolved to defile her before he ended her life. Under the cloak of darkness, he donned a black outfit, concealing his face. and approached the vicinity of the Li Wangfu. Suddenly, he noticed the patrolling guards departing from the rear courtyard of the palace and took the opportunity to leap over the high wall and slip inside. This time, he was well acquainted with the layout of the Li Wangfu, making his way directly to the entrance of Feiyue Pavilion. Finding the courtyard deserted, he stealthily entered, eager to ascertain the location of Yun Ruoyue's chambers. How audacious of you to intrude upon the Li Wangfu. Who gave you the audacity? At that moment, a delicate voice pierced the silence, startling Jiang Hong. He spun around to find a tall woman before him, holding only a silk handkerchief, devoid of any weaponry. Her demeanor seemingly gentle and unthreatening. Jiang Hong's expression darkened as he hissed, "Be wise and keep silent. Should you dare to utter a sound, I shall take your life." With that, he brandished the dagger in his hand, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Had it not been for the exquisite beauty of the maid, with her enchanting features and captivating gaze, he would have already taken her life. "Oh dear, I am so frightened. Please do not point that dagger at me." "Put it down." The maid trembled in fear, her voice quivering. Just moments ago, she had displayed such audacity, yet now she was reduced to this state of terror. "My lovely maiden, what is your name? It must be quite a burden for you to serve as a maid in the royal manor of Li. If you were to accompany me, I would ensure you live a life of luxury and delight." Jiang Hong spoke, his eyes gleaming with desire as he approached the maid. "My name is Chi. Please don't kill me. I am so scared." Upon uttering these words, Chi hugged her arms tightly, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Hong. "Fear not, my dear. As long as you refrain from screaming and do not disrupt my intentions, I may spare your life. I am a man who cherishes beauty. If you grant me a moment of pleasure now, I shall let you live." Jiang Hong leaned closer to Chi, teasingly caressing her face. "Very well, if you wish. I shall remove my garments, and I promise to serve you well, ensuring your utmost satisfaction," Chi replied coyly. "Excellent. You are wise to comply. I shall disrobe at once. And you too should hasten to do the same," Jiang Hong exclaimed, eagerly loosening his belt. "Indeed, I shall undress, but not for you." Chi-Chi's demeanor suddenly shifted. Her delicate form transformed as she unleashed a powerful fist upon Jiang Hong's face, sending him sprawling. Stunned by the blow, Jiang Hong realized he had been deceived. It turned out Chi-Chi possessed martial prowess. Ignoring the blood trickling from his nose, he sprang to his feet, brandishing his dagger and lunging at Chi-Chi, cursing, "You little vixen. I did not foresee your strength. You dare to defy me? With such pitiful skills, you wish to end my life?" Chi-Chi shouted in anger, swiftly picking up a firewood stick from the ground and charging at Jiang Hong. He had no weapon on him, fearing exposure of his identity, and had only just lured this scoundrel here. Nevertheless, a firewood stick was sufficient to deal with this rogue. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. Yun Ruoyue and the others, having heard the commotion, hurriedly donned their clothing and rushed out. Upon their arrival, they beheld Chi-Chi engaged in a fierce struggle with a man in black, who wielded a dagger and a soft sword, while Chi-Chi brandished only a firewood stick. Yet, she held the advantage. With agile grace, she struck swiftly and accurately, darting along walls like a phantom and moving with the force of a dragon emerging from the sea. Wielding the firewood stick with thunderous might, in a brief moment, she had forced the brigand into retreat, leaving him defenseless. "How dare you invade the royal manor of Li?" With a final fierce cry, Chi-Chi swung the firewood stick at the thief. "Ah!" The thief cried out in pain as the stick connected, and despite his agony, he leapt onto the wall and swiftly vanished into the night. "Thief, do not flee." Chi-Chi attempted to pursue, but Yun Ruoyue quickly called out to her, "Chi-Chi, do not chase the desperate foe. Return at once. It would be perilous for you, a young woman, to venture out in case the thief has accomplices waiting in ambush." "Wow, Chi-Chi, you were amazing. Your martial skills are truly impressive. Chi-Chi, your bravery in the recent scuffle was truly admirable. Thankfully, you were there to protect the princess. Otherwise, that scoundrel might have succeeded. Thank you for safeguarding her. Where did that rogue come from? And what was his intention in infiltrating the Li Wangfu?" The maidens, witnessing Chi-Chi effortlessly repelling the intruder, gazed at her with admiration, perceiving her as both beautiful and formidable, rather than haughty or petty. "Earlier, when I stepped out for a moment, I noticed the thief lurking suspiciously at the entrance of the Feiyue Pavilion and immediately confronted him. However, before I could question him, he fled, leaving me in the dark about his motives. Judging by his lewd tone, he was likely a debauched scoundrel." Chi-Chi exclaimed in indignation, adjusting her ample bosom, anxious lest it shift or fall. Yun Ruoyue found Chi-Chi's gesture rather unrefined. She acknowledged Chi-Chi's endowments, but felt such displays, especially in the presence of others, were rather inappropriate. The audacity of the thief's intrusion was alarming. At that moment, from the adjacent Xuancheng pavilion, a chilling yet urgent voice pierced the air. Xuancheng, leading a group, strode over, scanning the crowd with palpable tension. Upon spotting Yun Ruoyue unharmed among them, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Report, my lord. It seems a thief has breached the palace," Feng quickly relayed. Xuancheng approached Yun Ruoyue, assessing her from head to toe, and upon confirming her safety, declared, "The palace has faced repeated intrusions. It appears I must fortify our defenses. Li, from this day forth, enhance the security of the palace, particularly around Feiyue Pavilion. I shall not allow such incidents to recur." "Yes, my lord," Li acquiesced. "It seems I must also arrange for a couple of skilled maidservants to protect you. Otherwise, I cannot find peace of mind." Xuancheng gazed tenderly at Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue recalled the night he had kissed away her tears, a pang of heartache striking her fiercely. She quickly shook her head. "No need. I have already found capable maidservants. That rogue was driven away by Chi-Chi, who is quite proficient in martial arts. Her protection is more than sufficient." "Chi-Chi? Is this her?" Xuancheng asked, having heard of Chi-Chi from Li and the others. He was intrigued, knowing Yun Ruoyue had engaged a tall, skilled maidservant, and turned his gaze towards Chi-Chi. Sensing his scrutiny, Chi-Chi hastily covered her face with a handkerchief. Altering her voice to a sweet, delicate tone, "This humble servant, Chi-Chi, pays her respects to the Lord." The sound sent shivers down Xuancheng's spine. He approached Chi-Chi with a cold demeanor, feeling an uncanny familiarity in her gaze, as if he had encountered her before. He had never seen a woman so tall, which struck him as peculiar. As Chi-Chi noted his suspicious approach, she stood tall and unperturbed, striding toward him with an exaggeratedly sweet tone. "My lord, you are so handsome. Just like Chi-Chi's dream lover." With that, she tilted her head, partially obscuring her face with the handkerchief, revealing only her sparkling eyes as she flirtatiously blinked at Xuancheng. Unable to withstand her antics, he turned away, feeling a wave of nausea. He quickly stepped back, no longer wishing to gaze upon Chi-Chi. "Very well, keep your distance from me." He had never encountered such a pretentious woman. Chapter 921. She must depart. He turned to Li and coldly commanded, "Li, swiftly lead a pursuit. We must capture that flower thief. He dared to trespass into the Li Wang residence. I shall not let him escape." "Yes, my lord. I will ensure we apprehend him and dismantle him piece by piece," Li replied. Xuancheng grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand, his eyes filled with remorse and concern. "It is all my fault. If I had fortified our defenses, that thief would not have entered. Were you frightened just now?" "I am fine. Thankfully, Chi-Chi was here. With her around, you need not worry," Yun Ruoyue reassured him. "Come, let me escort you inside," Xuancheng said, gently guiding her in. Yun Ruoyue did not resist his assistance. Once the prince and princess had entered the room, Li and the others hurried to Chi-Chi's side, gazing at her with pitiful expressions, especially Li, whose eyes were red and brimming with tears. "Chi-Chi, do tell me, who is your dream lover? Indeed, you must have a dream lover. Who is he? Is he as handsome as us, as cool as us, as skilled as us, and as wealthy as us?" Li San queried anxiously. Chi-Chi cast them a sidelong glance, tilting her head to gaze at the bright moon above. "My dream lover is wise and beautiful, captivating the world with her presence. One day, she will don a crimson wedding gown amidst firecrackers, walking the red carpet to marry me." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the two figures within the room, a wave of melancholy washing over her, causing her heart to ache profoundly. Li and Li San exchanged bewildered glances. Was there something amiss with Chi-Chi's inclinations? After escorting Yun Ruoyue inside, Xuancheng gazed at her with deep concern. "You have lost weight these past few days. Is it because of Nangong Rou's pregnancy? Are you so troubled that you cannot eat?" Seeing her gaunt face, his heart twisted painfully. "I am fine. I merely have a poor appetite. You should be more concerned about concubine Rou, especially now that she is with child. You ought not to visit me anymore," Yun Ruoyue replied coolly. Each word felt like a burn in her throat, as if speaking were a struggle. "I will not leave. I wish only to remain by your side." Xuancheng grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand tightly, his palm caressing hers. He fervently wished that Nangong Rou's child had no connection to him. "Can your presence here alter the truth? I have told you, I do not wish to share a husband with anyone," especially since she is now carrying your child. Yun Ruoyue rose, coldly shaking off his hand. Seeing her such indifferently, Xuancheng felt as if his heart were pierced by needles. I have mentioned that I can provide her with financial support and send her away. I will ensure that she and her child live without worry, without disturbing our lives. How can that be? She carries your child. The bond between father and son cannot be severed. Please, let me go. Allow me to leave without causing you trouble, so that you may live your lives peacefully. Yun Ruoyue said, her eyes turning red with unshed tears. Xuancheng never anticipated that she would actually leave. He embraced her tightly, his voice filled with anguish and gravitas. Fool, you cannot depart. What will become of me if you go? If you leave, it feels as though my heart has been ruthlessly wrenched from my chest. Without my heart, what hope remains? No, I must go. I cannot stay here, Yun Ruoyue replied, her gaze fixed blankly out the window. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, yet she found herself devoid of the will to appreciate such beauty. Her heart ached as well. She was with child, the origins of which were shrouded in mystery, and how could she remain in the Li Wangfu? In a month's time, when her belly began to swell, she could no longer conceal it. Chapter 922. A home, a pair of children. Thus, even if it were not for Nangong Rou's affair, she had to leave, otherwise, it would lead to endless troubles. No, I absolutely cannot permit you to leave. If anyone should depart, it should be her. Xuancheng gently lifted Yun Ruoyue's face, his eyes reddening. I have yet to hold a grand wedding for you. We have not yet had children together. I have not provided you a life free from the need to please others. I have not allowed you to live with ease and grace. Nor have I made you the most esteemed woman in the realm, the empress who embodies motherhood. How could I possibly let you go? I do not desire any of those things. I only wish for a simple, quiet life. Your surroundings are fraught with danger, and I am surrounded by foes. It is far too perilous for me to remain by your side. So please, let me go, Yun Ruoyue asserted firmly, though her teeth chattered with trepidation. It seemed that uttering such painful words drained her of all her strength. Impossible. You have already become my woman. Even if you leave, danger will still follow you. Only by staying near me, under my protection, can you ensure your safety. But I do not love you. I cannot live with you. I still have the opportunity to seek a divorce. I can tell the emperor that I have come to my senses and ask him to grant us a separation. To set you free, Yun Ruoyue declared. I do not seek freedom. I only desire you. Xuancheng's voice rose sharply upon hearing her declaration of indifference. His heart felt as though it were being mercilessly sliced. I know you do not love me. I have hurt you in the past. Yet I am willing to make amends. Do you understand? I have envisioned a future with you, a home, a pair of children, a plot of land. We would share the same meals, sleep under the same blanket, experience the same joys and sorrows, peaks and valleys, and nurture the same dreams. You have not helped me realize these aspirations. How could you then leave? In truth, upon hearing her profess her lack of love for him, his heart felt suffocated. Yet, as a man, he refrained from revealing his vulnerability before her. Regardless of the pain within him, his gaze remained icy. Yun Ruoyue stared intently at him. A pair of children. She wished for that too, but she was now carrying another's child, a truth he must never know. In the Jin Wangfu, the prince was enjoying a drink with Lan Wu when a spy reported, "My lord, a messenger has come with news. Tonight, at the hour of the dog, the Li Wang is to hold a clandestine meeting with enemy spies at his villa outside the city." What? The Jin Wang, taken aback, set down his teacup in disbelief. Xuancheng dares to conspire with foreign foes? Is this true? This matter is undeniably true. It is news that our scout has painstakingly uncovered. And that scout is my most trusted confidant. So rest assured, Your Highness. This is a significant issue. Should we not report to the emperor in the palace first? Li Ao inquired. No, it is too late. The palace gates are locked, and my father does not appreciate being disturbed in the middle of the night. Moreover, by the time you report, they may have already conspired together, and it would be too late then. The Jin Wang coldly waved his hand and said, Li Ao, you must escort that scout. I shall personally lead the charge to capture Xuancheng. If it is true that he has colluded with foreign enemies, he is finished this time. Indeed, conspiring with foreign enemies is a capital offense that warrants extermination of the entire family. Once we catch him red-handed, his death is assured. Li Ao replied. Once the Jin Wang gathered his men, he mounted his horse with palpable excitement and led his subordinates out of the city. They swiftly arrived at an abandoned villa, rumored to be the property of Xuancheng, though no one else was aware of this fact. Upon reaching the villa, The Jin Wang indeed saw an oil lamp lit inside. How could this long-abandoned villa suddenly have a flame? It was evident that someone was meeting inside. Fearing that Xuancheng might escape, he dismounted, drew his sword, and approached the door. With a loud kick, he forced the door open and charged in, exclaiming, "How dare you, Xuancheng, meet with a foreign spy here?" Just as he uttered these words, he suddenly halted, for he beheld a man clad in black seated within. But Xuancheng was nowhere to be found. The man startled upon seeing him. "You are the Jin Wang of the Chu kingdom, Chu Tianyu?" "Indeed I am. I ask you, was it not Xuancheng who summoned you? How dare he conspire with foreign enemies? Where is he? Has he fled?" The Jin Wang's face darkened as he bellowed. The spy let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed intently on the Jin Wang. "What Xuancheng? Are you referring to your esteemed Li Wang? How could I possibly know him? Did you not summon me here to discuss grand strategies? I summoned you. I do not even know you. How could I have called for you?" The Jin Wang's disbelief was evident. "You sent me a carrier pigeon, which is why I took the risk to come here. The letter bore your signature, and you dare deny it?" Even the spy began to doubt the situation. "Humph. When did I ever write you a letter? Do not slander me here. Where is that letter? If you have the ability, show it to me." The Jin Wang retorted angrily. Simultaneously, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. He felt that something was amiss. "I have already burned the letter. It is a common practice. Would I keep it for someone to use against me? Jin Wang, how dare you deny what you have done in matters of colluding with foreign enemies? Once we receive correspondence from one another, it is customary to burn it immediately. Who would keep it on their person to be caught? Furthermore, he is currently in the Chu kingdom, disguising himself as a vendor. He must burn the letter, lest it lead to his demise." The king declared, "I have not engaged in such dealings, so I cannot acknowledge it. Without any correspondence, how dare you accuse me of collusion?" At that moment, the Jin Wang realized he had been deceived. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. A contingent of torch-bearing soldiers rushed in. "Arrest them. Someone is clandestinely meeting with spies from the enemy nation," came the voice of Mo Li from outside. Urgently, the soldiers advanced, weapons drawn, aimed directly at the Jin Wang and the spy. "Zhang Fuyin, Lord Geng, Lord Tian, Grand Tutor Han, Master Li. I hope I am not mistaken," the Jin Wang asserted. "I have received intelligence indicating that an enemy spy is meeting here. Let us investigate who possesses such audacity to conspire with foreign adversaries." Outside, the chilling voice of Xuancheng resonated. Upon lifting his gaze, the Jin Wang beheld Xuancheng, clad in a black brocade robe, holding the hand of Yun Ruoyue, both entering with an air of cold vengeance. Behind them followed Grand Tutor Han Bing, Master Li Jin, Minister of Punishment Geng Tian, Deputy Minister of Punishment Tian Zhang, and the capital S Governor Zhang Fuyin, all entering with formidable presence. Chapter 924. The Trap Set. Xuancheng. "Yun Ruoyue, how did you come to be here?" the Jin Wang asked, suddenly enlightened. "I understand now. This entire scheme is your design to frame me. It is you who conspire with the enemy, not I?" Yun Ruoyue regarded the Jin Wang with a frigid gaze, realizing that Xuancheng had not spoken in vain. He had promised to avenge her, and he was indeed fulfilling that promise. Just moments ago, she had felt despondent, contemplating sending him away, yet he had assured her, "Did you not say that being by the king's side is fraught with peril? I will eliminate them one by one, ensuring your peace of mind. Come, I shall take you to a place for your vengeance." With a heart full of doubt, she had followed him here and had witnessed Mo Li and the others capturing several dignitaries. Xuancheng informed everyone that he had received intelligence indicating a clandestine meeting with spies from the Tiansheng kingdom that very night, which is why he had brought the dignitaries to apprehend them. However, he was unaware of the identity of the individual involved. He sought to have the dignitaries as witnesses as he exposed this treasonous plot. They had long been lurking on the other side of the villa, waiting for the sound of hooves, and the moment the Jin Wang entered, they acted. Thus, none had known who awaited them inside before crossing the threshold. Upon entering, the dignitaries beheld the Jin Wang standing alongside the dark-clad spy. The spy, upon realizing the situation, glared furiously at the Jin Wang. "What is your intention, Chu Tianyu? You summoned me here, yet brought them along. Are you deliberately setting me up? You speak falsely. I have never summoned you. Do you not see that we have both been ensnared in a plot? We have fallen victim to another's scheme." The Jin Wang's face was drenched in cold sweat at that moment. "Chu Tianyu, I never anticipated that the one colluding with the enemy would be you." Xuancheng advanced with an icy demeanor, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the Jin Wang. Chu Xinshin, cease your pointless prattle. He is merely a vendor, and I have come here solely to procure goods from him. Do not tarnish my reputation. Now, even if the Jin Wang accuses Chu Xianshun of orchestrating his downfall, it is of no avail, for he possesses no evidence. Fortunately, his keen eye caught sight of the burdens and baskets laid out by the spy on the ground, within which were scattered a few children's toys, such as rattles. Jin Wang, who would venture to this forsaken villa at such an unholy hour to make purchases? Moreover, the Jin Wang residence is devoid of offspring. What purpose would you have for children's toys? Director Zhang coldly remarked. Jin Wang, do not presume us to be fools. Though this spy masquerades as a vendor, his countenance and appearance unmistakably reveal him to be a subject of the Tianxin kingdom. How disappointing it is that the emperor has nurtured you with such care, only to discover that you have conspired with the enemy, betraying the throne. Grand Tutor Han, a man of integrity, could hardly abide such treachery and thus rebuked him fiercely. Master Li shook his head in disappointment. Jin Wang, how could you engage in such collusion with foreign adversaries and betray the state of Chu? Even if you are currently out of favor, such actions are inexcusable. I have done nothing of the sort. You two old fools, cease your baseless accusations. I shall never admit to deeds I have not committed. Jin Wang retorted angrily. It appears you have yet to recognize your transgressions. Seize Jin Wang and this spy, and escort them to the palace for the emperor to adjudicate personally. Chu Xianqin commanded coldly. Mo Li and others stepped forward to apprehend Jin Wang and the spy. Chapter 925. Denial of guilt, including Li Ao and others. They were all taken into custody. Enraged, Jin Wang hurled curses at Chu Xianshun. Chu Xianshun, you have framed me. May you perish a wretched death. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Even at death's doorstep, he remained obstinate, showing no remorse. Take them all to the palace. Chu Xianshun ordered coldly. Yes, my lord. Mo Li and others responded, then escorted Jin Wang and the spy away. In the depths of night, within the imperial palace, Emperor Han Yuan, nestled with concubine Xue in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by the anxious voice of eunuch Lu. Your Majesty, dire news. Jin Wang has been caught colluding with spies from the Tianxin kingdom, apprehended by Li Wang and the Grand Tutor. Upon hearing this, the emperor's mind erupted in chaos. Akin to a tempest, he hastily rose. Concubine Xue, assist me in donning my garments. Yes, your Majesty, do not fret. It shall be of no grave consequence. Concubine Xue hastily reassured him, though a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. How can it be of no consequence? This unworthy son dares to conspire with foreign foes. This time, I shall impose the death penalty upon him. Emperor Han Yuan declared in a fury. Soon, with concubine Xue's support, the two arrived at the imperial study, where they found Jin Wang, his attendants, and a black-clad spy bound and kneeling before them. We pay our respects to your Majesty. They all hastily bowed. Now, explain the circumstances. Why has Jin Wang engaged in treachery with the enemy's spies? The emperor thundered, his face marred by fury, veins bulging as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Jin Wang. Your Majesty, I received intelligence from a spy indicating that at the hour of the pig, Jin Wang would secretly meet with the spies of the Tianxin kingdom at an isolated villa in the outskirts. I took it upon myself to investigate, fearing that if there were indeed truth to the matter and Jin Wang denied it, he might instead turn the tables and accuse me. Thus, I brought several esteemed officials with me for corroboration. As the ministers awaited the appointed time, they indeed witnessed the Prince of Jin conspiring with the covert agent within a secluded villa. The prince was apprehended on the spot. However, he not only denied the charges, but also counter-accused the ministers of orchestrating a scheme against him. Treason is a grave offense warranting the annihilation of one's family. Thus, the ministers, apprehensive of taking matters into their own hands, escorted both the prince and the spy to the imperial palace for the emperor's direct intervention. Stepping forward, Chu Xuancheng clasped his hands in respect. Upon hearing the account, Emperor Hong Yuan's countenance darkened with indignation. How audacious, Prince of Jin! Is this indeed true? He demanded. Please, father, quell your fury. I am a victim of deception. I received intelligence that Chu Xuancheng intended to rendezvous with a foreign spy at the hour of the pig. Thus, I brought my men to apprehend him in the act. To my astonishment, upon our intrusion into the villa, we found only the spy. Just as I was pondering this anomaly, Chu Xuancheng and the ministers burst in. They accused me of colluding with foreign enemies, yet I acted solely to apprehend him. Alas, I fell prey to his machinations. I am truly innocent. exclaimed the prince in a state of agitation. You just claimed you were seeking this merchant to procure goods. How did this merchant suddenly transform into a spy? Zhang Fuyin interjected. I feared you would accuse me of treason and found it prudent to speak thus. However, upon realizing that such a statement played into your hands, I deemed it wiser to disclose the entire truth. Father, I am genuinely wronged. You must believe me. How could I conspire against my own nation? The prince implored fervently. The ministers responded, Your Majesty, we have not wronged him. Otherwise, why would he venture to the villa in the dead of night? He claims we collude with the spy, but where is the proof? In contrast, we caught him in the act of clandestine meetings with the spy, evidence that cannot be refuted. Moreover, the truth of whether he has conspired with foreign foes can be ascertained by interrogating this spy. Xuancheng advanced a step, his voice icy. Chapter 926. The grave crime of treason. Emperor Hongyuan's visage darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as he glared at the Prince of Jin. Disappointment and fury swirling in his eyes. Yet, without hearing the spy's confession, he remained skeptical. Summon the spy, let him be thoroughly interrogated. I shall not allow any malevolent individual to escape justice, nor shall I wrong an innocent. Despite the gravity of the charges, the prince remained his son, and the emperor was reluctant to believe in his betrayal. Zhang Fuyin approached, fixing a cold gaze upon the spy. Speak. Are you not a subject of the Tianxing kingdom? Have you not infiltrated the Chu kingdom? And do you not conspire with the Prince of Jin? Indeed, I am of the Tianxing kingdom, and it was my folly to be captured by you. I did receive correspondence from Prince Jin, Chu Tianyu, instructing me to meet here clandestinely, which is why I came. Otherwise, what purpose would I have for venturing there at such an hour? The spy replied coldly. He saw no merit in offering a defense. He understood that at this juncture, evasion would be futile, even if he were innocent. As a subject of the Tianxing kingdom, he faced a certain demise. Thus, he opted for confession, believing it might sow discord between the emperor of Chu and his son, thereby destabilizing the Chu kingdom and assisting in the downfall of the Prince of Jin, thus alleviating a significant threat to his master. Simultaneously, he could lend support to Chu Xuancheng. In the present day, the emperor of Chu holds a position of considerable strength, while Chu Xuancheng finds himself at a distinct disadvantage. To exacerbate the internal strife within the state of Chu, the master intends to elevate Chu Xuancheng, inciting him to engage in a power struggle with Emperor Honyuan, thereby causing mutual restraint and discord, which would ultimately benefit the kingdom of Tianxing. Upon hearing this, Prince Jin glared fiercely at the spy, filled with resentment. You speak nonsense. You are fully aware that we are merely pawns in this scheme. If you speak the truth, I believe my father would show you mercy. Quickly, tell them the truth. I did not meet with you in secret, and the letters you received were not penned by me. Your Highness, if you wish for no one to know, the only way is to refrain from wrongdoing. Cease your futile defense. It is you with whom I conspired. The spy retorted. At this moment, he suddenly bit down hard on a poison capsule hidden in his mouth, and in an instant, blood trickled from the corners of his lips, his eyes widened in horror, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Fuyin rushed forward to examine him, prying open the spy's mouth, and after a thorough inspection, he reported, Your Majesty, he concealed a poison capsule in his mouth. He has taken his own life. Chu Xuancheng observed. It appears he feared the torment of severe punishment and chose to end his own existence. Prince Jin, you are the offspring of the emperor. For your selfish desires, you dare to collude with external enemies, jeopardizing the emperor's empire. Are you not afraid of attracting the predatory ambitions of the people of Tianxing, threatening the emperor's realm? Indeed, Prince Jin, the emperor has treated you well. How could you commit such an act of treachery? Admonished Han Bing, the Grand Tutor. Hearing these words, Emperor Han Yuan closed his eyes in disappointment. He slammed his palm onto the table in anger, exclaiming, Brazen wretch, I am profoundly disappointed in you. How dare you conspire with foreign foes? Speak. How should we deal with this? Even if he is my son, one who covets my throne and betrays his country will face severe punishment. Collaborating with foreign enemies, by law, is a heinous crime of treason, warranting the execution of the entire family, Zhang Fuyin asserted. At these words, Prince Jin was instantly filled with terror, glaring at Zhang Fuyin in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? You are merely Chu Xuancheng's lackey. Of course, you would act on his behalf. I have not conspired with enemies. Do you think to condemn me based solely on the words of this spy? Where is the physical evidence? Do you possess any correspondence linking me to him? Prince Jin, please tread carefully with your words. I am loyal only to the emperor. When did I become the pawn of the Prince of Li? Only the emperor is my sovereign. I am merely acting in accordance with the law, Zhang Fuyin hastily declared, bowing to the emperor to express his loyalty. And what of the evidence? You dare to pass judgment on me based on a single spy's testimony? What if this spy was bribed by Xuancheng? Father, do not fall for their deceit. They are all in collusion. If you truly punish your son, you will live to regret it, Prince Jin implored earnestly. Indeed, Your Majesty, when we entered, we only witnessed Prince Jin conversing with the spy, and they appeared unfamiliar with one another. Furthermore, we found no correspondence between them. The laws of Chu are strict. It is a grave error to execute an innocent man. In my humble opinion, this matter requires further investigation, for we must have compelling evidence to convict of treason. If we rely solely on the words of this spy, without any written correspondence or other evidence, a conviction cannot be established, asserted Geng Tian, the Minister of Justice. Stepping forward, Zhang Fuyin exclaimed, Lord Geng, can it be that our multitude of eyes cannot serve as evidence? He has colluded with spies. Is that not conclusive proof? Must there be letters exchanged for it to be deemed valid? If the Prince of Jin dared to conspire with others, would he leave incriminating documents for us to find? Surely, he would destroy any such correspondence. You witnessed this firsthand. Why do you seek to absolve him? Geng Tian, under the piercing gaze of Zhang Fuyin, felt a twinge of guilt. As a disciple of Su Ming, he was naturally inclined to support the Prince of Jin. Observing Zhang Fuyin's assertions, the Prince of Jin glared back in fury, exclaiming, You old scoundrels wish for my demise, do you not? I shall not comply with your desires. I have committed no wrongdoing, and even unto death, I shall not confess to that which I did not do. Your Highness, it would be wise to confess. Perhaps the Emperor may show leniency. Why persist in this futile defense? Counseled Han Taifu. Your Highness, we have witnessed your collusion with spies. How can you possibly argue against it? Echoed Li Taisher in agreement. You old men have all been bribed by Xuancheng, have you not? Speak. How much did he offer you? What benefits have you gained? You dare to slander me on his behalf. The Prince of Jin, feeling wronged, grew increasingly agitated. Father, do not heed the words of these old men. They have conspired with Xuancheng to bring me harm. I shall not confess, even unto death. As the Prince of Jin grew more fervent in his protestations, he suddenly summoned his inner strength, breaking the bonds that restrained him. Guards, protect His Majesty. Xuancheng's icy voice rang out, positioning himself before Emperor Han Yuan. The emperor, taken aback by the prince's sudden defiance, stepped back in alarm, shouting, Unruly son, what do you intend? Do you dare to plot against me? Father, I am your own flesh and blood. How could I ever conspire against you? You would sooner believe these outsiders than trust your own son? The Prince of Jin, in a fit of rage, seized Zhang Fuyin by the collar, howling, It is you old fools who have conspired against me. And you, Xuancheng, you are the mastermind. I swear, even as a vengeful spirit, I shall not spare you. You are all in league, conspiring to bring about my ruin. The officials present, witnessing the prince's transformation, exchanged disheartened glances. The current Prince of Jin had become utterly unhinged. A far cry from the dignified figure he once was. Your Highness, you are a profound disappointment, sighed Han Taifu, shaking his head. Such an impulsive individual is ill-suited for any significant role, let alone that of the crown prince. Should the state of Chu fall into his hands, disaster is inevitable. Unruly son, release Zhang Fuyin at once. Do you wish for me to order your execution? Emperor Han Yuan thundered, his face dark with fury. The mere mention of execution instilled fear in the Prince of Jin. He hastily let go of Zhang Fuyin and fell to his knees, weeping, Father, my madness stems from being wronged. I refuse to accept this fate. They seek to condemn me without complete evidence. Do you wish to witness your own son perish unjustly? I am your kin. At that moment, the Empress, having received news of the tumult, rushed into the scene, declaring, Your Majesty, I too cannot believe that Tianyu is such a person. He must be a victim of deceit. Upon her entrance, she strode directly towards Xuancheng, casting him a furious glare. Li Wang, how can you be so certain that Jin Wang has colluded with external enemies? What if he has fallen prey to treachery? You merely heed the one-sided account of that spy and seek to condemn him to death. This is utterly frivolous. At that moment, besides myself, there were also Zhang Fuyin and the Grand Tutor present. We all witnessed with our own eyes that Jin Wang stood in close proximity to that spy, engaged in lively conversation. Pray tell, if they were unfamiliar with one another, Why would they stand so closely without any guard? Surely, they must have recognized each other. And that spy has already confessed. If the testimony of all present is to be deemed false, then it seems the world knows no truth at all. Xuancheng spoke coldly, dismissing the notion of their congenial discourse and lack of caution as mere fabrications. However, he trusted that the Grand Tutor and others would harbor no doubts, for he and Yun Ruoyue had entered first, and the Grand Tutor had not witnessed the encounter. The Empress found herself speechless in the face of Xuancheng's words. With a mixture of disdain and loathing, she shot him a glance before suddenly throwing herself beside Jin Wang, kneeling together and beseeching Emperor Hongyuan tearfully, "Your Majesty, I firmly believe Tianyu is not such a person. He has always been filial to you and loyal to the nation. He would never conspire with the enemy. Perhaps we have all fallen victim to the machinations of a foreign power. The spy's insinuations are clearly designed to sow discord between you and Tianyu, hoping to incite turmoil within our Chu state. Your Majesty, you must not heed the words of the enemy's spy. Otherwise, we would be manipulated by the people of Tianjin. The true mastermind behind this may very well be reveling in their success, laughing at our misfortune." With that, she cast a cold glance at Xuancheng. His demeanor remained composed, his gaze untroubled, and his expression devoid of any hint of guilt. Emperor Hongyuan shot a furious glare at Jin Wang, thinking, "This useless fool always leaves the mess for me to clean up." Unsure of the truth in this matter, he dared not reach a conclusion. Only through thorough investigation could clarity be achieved. Jin Wang was his son, and he could serve as a counterbalance to Xuancheng. He would not allow him to perish. He cast a deep look at Xuancheng and said, "The Empress makes a valid point. The word of a foreign spy alone is insufficient as evidence. However, it is a fact that Jin Wang met with him privately. Given the lack of evidence, we cannot ascertain guilt at this moment. Nonetheless, Jin Wang has disregarded the law and is suspected of meeting with the enemy's spy. I have decided to place Jin Wang under soft house arrest at the Jin Wang mansion, and I shall dispatch personnel to thoroughly investigate this matter. During his house arrest, he is forbidden to leave the premises without my command. Additionally, I shall strip him of his military authority and remove him from his position as the Left General of the Kingdom's Guard. The charge of collusion with the enemy will be addressed once the investigation is complete. Li Wang, do you believe my course of action is just?" In the final chapter, Emperor Hongyuan's voice turned icy, his gaze fixed coldly upon Xuancheng. Xuancheng offered a calm salute, affirming, "It is indeed just, Your Majesty." Though this time he could not execute a full-scale purge of the Jin Wang mansion, confining him and stripping him of military power was still a source of satisfaction. The ministers exchanged glances. Typically, such a grave offense as that committed by Jin Wang would warrant execution of his entire household. Yet the emperor only rescinded his military authority, indicating that he was indeed protecting him. However, with the military authority stripped away, it signifies that he has become a mere shadow of his former self, abandoned by the emperor, and has since fallen into irreparable decline, unable to stir any further turmoil. The Jin Wang Fu is destined for collapse. Your Majesty, with the Jin Wang's position revoked, I wonder who shall assume the role of the Protector General? Inquired Han Taifu. The position of the Left General shall be entrusted to Yu Biao, replied Emperor Honyuan coldly. Vice General Yu? Asked Zhang Fuyin. Indeed, Vice General Yu has demonstrated unwavering loyalty and outstanding achievements during his tenure, skillfully strategizing in numerous battles, returning victorious from over 20 encounters. I believe he is well suited for the role of Left General. Do any of you disagree? Emperor Honyuan stated. Zhang Fuyin glanced at Xuancheng. While he acknowledged Yu Biao's capabilities, he recognized him as a loyal servant of Emperor Honyuan. The emperor seizing military power and appointing him as Left General was a calculated move to consolidate his own strength. This development would undoubtedly complicate Xuancheng's circumstances further. Since Your Majesty deems Yu Biao appropriate, I hold no objections. Xuancheng stepped forward and clasped his hands in deference. Neither do we, the others echoed, bowing in approval of the emperor's wisdom. With the matter firmly resolved by Emperor Honyuan, any further words from Xuancheng would be futile. After all, possessing military power in the hands of Jin Wang or Yu Biao made little difference. Exiting the palace, Xuancheng quickly employed his lightness skill to reach the palace gates. Eager to reunite with Yun Ruoyue, upon exiting, he spotted Yun Ruoyue and Mo Li waiting for him, and he hastened over. Your Highness, have you resolved everything? How did the emperor deal with the Jin Wang? Mo Li inquired. Surely the empress did not shed a few tears, leading the emperor to release the Jin Wang once more? His transgressions this time are of a grave nature, Mo Zhu remarked. Xuancheng cast a fleeting glance at them, his gaze intensely fixed on Yun Ruoyue. The emperor has stripped the Jin Wang of his military power, dismissed him from his role as protector general, and placed him under house arrest in the Jin Wangfu. During this confinement, he is forbidden from leaving without the emperor's command. His military power is gone. He is under house arrest. This means the Jin Wang has lost his influence and is unlikely to cause further upheaval. This is the consequence of his assassination attempt against our prince. Although he has not been executed, it is still quite gratifying, Mo commented. Taking Yun Ruoyue's hand, Xuancheng declared, I have promised to eliminate all obstacles, granting you a life of tranquility. It is late. You must be weary. Let us return home. The mere mention of home stirred a deep sense of melancholy within Yun Ruoyue. If only that home were free of Nangong Rou. Tonight, she witnessed him cleverly employing spies from enemy nations to ensnare the Jin Wang, and upon learning of the Jin Wang's fate, she finally exhaled in relief, feeling a sense of vindication. With the Jin Wang confined to his residence, they could enjoy a semblance of peace for a while. She also needed to contemplate how to leave the Li Wangfu and safely give birth to this child. Chapter 930. The side consort Rose shows signs of labor as they approached the Wangfu gates. Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of nausea wash over her, prompting her to swiftly dismount the carriage and lean against a large tree to regurgitate. Having consumed little throughout the day, she could only expel bitter bile. What's wrong? Are you unwell? Xuancheng hurriedly approached her, patting her back while offering his handkerchief. I am fine. It might just be the jostling from the carriage ride. Yun Ruoyue replied, her gaze lowered in shame, unable to meet Xuancheng's eyes. It's all that wretched Mo Li's fault for urging the carriage on so swiftly. Xuancheng shot an angry glare at Mo Li. Mo Li, appearing utterly innocent, responded, Your Highness, this matter does not rest upon me. While I may have driven a bit too quickly, the condition of the road is deplorable. The official path has long fallen into disrepair, riddled with potholes and strewn with stones. It was the road that caused the disturbance to the princess. Then let it be the accursed road's fault. Issue a decree, starting tomorrow, dispatch 500 soldiers to repair this official road, so that the princess is not jostled again, Xuancheng commanded coldly. Mo Li and Mo Zhu sighed in unison. Wow, the prince truly dotes on his wife. Just because the princess was jostled, he intends to mend the road. They secretly wished that the princess would take a trip to their hometown, where the roads were in an abysmal state. While others might act out of rage for their beloved, their prince was incensed to repair the road for his cherished one. After wiping the corner of Yun Ruoyue's mouth clean, Xuancheng gazed tenderly at her. Allow me to escort you back to the Feiyue Pavilion. I shall keep you company tonight, if you will permit. No need. I am accustomed to sleeping alone. Your presence would prevent me from resting, Yun Ruoyue hastily replied. Lowering her head, her body trembling slightly, anxiety coursing through her as she feared that Xuancheng might discover her secret pregnancy. Why is that? I rarely snore. And I do not awaken at night. I would not disturb you. I would quietly accompany you, he implored. It is not for those reasons. I am simply used to sleeping alone and am not accustomed to having another person beside me. Yun Ruoyue bit her lip as she spoke. Is it possible that my handsome visage and well-built form render you shy and unable to sleep? Xuancheng asked with a serious expression, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Ruoyue, devoid of jest. What are you imagining? Yun Ruoyue retorted. Consort Rou is already with child. She spends her days in solitude. You ought to visit her out of compassion, lest she feel despondent. With that, she turned and walked inside. It was not out of generosity that she left. Rather, she sought an escape. After her departure, it would be better to unite Xuancheng and Nangong Rou, for she believed that Nangong Rou genuinely loved him and would not wish him harm. With Nangong Rou to occupy him, he would not pursue her and thus remain oblivious to the secret of their child. Upon hearing her words, a tempest brewed in Xuancheng's eyes as he grasped Yun Ruoyue's arm. I only wish to see you. Why must you go to her? He declared. Love is inherently selfish. Otherwise, how could it be called love? My prince, you have finally returned. Madame Rou is unwell and has experienced some bleeding. She wishes for you to visit her, came the anxious voice of Mama Yu from beyond the gate. See, what was foretold has come to pass. You should go. Do not worry about me. I am well cared for, Yun Ruoyue said coldly, shaking off Xuancheng's hand and rushing into the Feiyue Pavilion. Oh, my lady, you have finally returned. You must be weary. Let me help you with a back rub, said her maid eagerly. Chi-Chi emerged, supporting Yun Ruoyue, as he gently pounded her back with his fist, the size of a sandbag. Thank you, Chi-Chi. I'm fine, no need to continue. It's so late. Aren't you going to rest? Yun Ruoyue smiled at Chi-Chi with gratitude. If you haven't slept, how can I? I worry for your safety when you are away. Only when you return can I find peace and sleep soundly. Come, let me assist you inside, Chi-Chi tenderly replied. Please refrain from calling yourself a servant. There's no need for such formality. Let us go, Yun Ruoyue insisted. Very well, allow Chi-Chi to help you inside. Would you like me to keep you company as you sleep? Chi-Chi playfully inquired. No, you needn't concern yourself with me. Please, go rest, Yun Ruoyue quickly responded, as she was unaccustomed to sharing a bed with someone she barely knew. My lady, you're blushing. I was merely jesting, as a mere servant. How could I possibly be worthy of sharing your bed? Chi-Chi teased with a mischievous smile before happily departing. Nearby, Xuancheng's countenance was as dark as a pot's bottom. This newcomer, Chi-Chi, truly lacked decorum, failing to recognize the distinctions of rank. How could she even entertain the notion of sleeping alongside the princess? Such foolishness. Even he, the master, could not share a bed with the princess. How could she dare to dream of such things? Once Yun Ruoyue and Chi-Chi had left, Xuancheng turned his gaze to Mama Yu. His voice icy. What has happened to Madame Rou? Has a physician been summoned? Yes. The physician reported that Madame Rou is experiencing slight bleeding and is in a weak state, showing signs of a potential miscarriage. It seems difficult to sustain this pregnancy, Mama Yu said with a troubled expression. Upon hearing this, Madame Rou was so distressed that she could not eat. Thus, I boldly requested the prince to visit her. Perhaps with your comfort, she might regain her appetite, ensuring the safe arrival of the young master, she continued. Xuancheng regarded her coldly, his eyes shrouded in ambiguity. Very well, lead the way. I shall go see her. At times, he pondered whether it would be better if the child did not exist. Yet, it was still a life. He could not deny it the right to exist. Soon, Xuancheng arrived at the Yuru pavilion. Upon entering, he saw Nangong Rou sitting on the bed, a circular embroidery frame in her hands, working on her needlework beneath the lamp. My lord, what brings you here? I offer my respects, she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement upon seeing Xuancheng. She hurriedly set down her embroidery, supporting herself as she attempted to rise and greet him. No need for that. Given your condition, remain in bed to avoid further strain, Xuancheng gently urged, taking a moment to appraise her. Nangong Rou now appeared gaunt, her eyes sunken, significantly thinner than before, her complexion pale, yet it was a sickly pallor. He could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Must all expectant mothers endure such suffering? Would Yun Ruoyue also face this fate if she were to become pregnant? If she were to change in such a way, he truly wished to spare her from such anguish. My lord, I never anticipated your visit at such a late hour. I am truly taken aback, Nangong Rou expressed, her voice filled with surprise. Only Rower is in a frail state, having seen blood earlier. The physician has expressed grave concerns regarding the child's viability. As she spoke, tears streamed down her sorrowful face. Xuancheng turned to the physician beside him, inquiring if her words held any truth. Indeed, Your Highness, the doctor replied. Madame Rou's frailty has led to a deficiency in her vital energy. Her internal organs and meridians are compromised, resulting in the alarming symptom of spotting. Furthermore, she has a pre-existing condition of yang deficiency, causing her to be sensitive to cold, with icy extremities and a poor appetite. Presently, her complexion is pallid, her tongue swollen, and her pulse is weak and shallow. Without proper care, there is a risk of miscarriage. The physician bowed respectfully. Chapter 932. I cannot offer you love. Is there a remedy for her condition? Xuancheng asked. The physician explained that the lady's current plight stemmed from exposure to cold winds, consumption of raw and chilled foods, excessive labor, and lack of sleep. Most critically, her recent emotional distress has led to stagnant liver qi, resulting in persistent melancholy, which exacerbates her illness and poses a threat to the fetus's development. To restore her health, she must not only avoid cold foods and prioritize rest, but also cultivate a positive and optimistic mindset. A cheerful disposition is essential for her recovery. Additionally, I shall prescribe a warming tonic to dispel cold, invigorate her qi, and nourish her blood, employing a dual approach in hopes of preserving this pregnancy, the doctor concluded. Oh, I see, Xuancheng remarked, glancing at the embroidery frame. Now that you are with child, Why exert yourself so? What need is there to embroider such items? Your Highness, please refrain from anger, Rou replied. I am stitching this handkerchief for my sister. We have had many misunderstandings in the past, and I wish to mend our relationship and coexist peacefully. That is why I resolved to work through the night to create this handkerchief for her. As she spoke, she pointed to a pair of mandarin ducks on the fabric. I am aware of the deep bond between you and my sister, and I wish to gift her this embroidered handkerchief as a blessing for your enduring union and a harmonious life together. I wanted to finish it swiftly to clear our misunderstandings, and since I have been unable to sleep, I occupied myself with this embroidery. Xuancheng was taken aback by Rou's intention to gift a handkerchief to Yun Ruoyue. Was she truly so benevolent? Your Highness, I recognize my past mistakes. I feel remorse for my sister, which is why I decided to make amends. I have learned that since my pregnancy, she has been listless and has even considered leaving the palace. I do not wish for you to be saddened, so I aim to apologize to her, hoping that my humility might persuade her to remain. Your sorrow pains me deeply, for I have always cherished you. If I can keep my sister close, it will bring you joy, and your happiness is my own. Rou felt compelled to express her sentiments, fearing Xuancheng would doubt her sincerity. You need not go to such lengths. It is futile. Given your fragile state, it would be unwise to labor late into the night. The princess possesses a gracious and kind nature. As long as you treat her well, I believe she will forgive you, Xuancheng replied coldly. Upon hearing his praises for Yun Ruoyue, Rou lowered her head, her eyes filled with jealousy and disdain. Yes, I shall heed your Highness's counsel, she acquiesced. Your Highness, Rou has recently been feeling chilly and finds it quite cold to sleep alone. Might you keep me company tonight? With your presence, I am certain my body will warm, and my heart will feel even warmer. As Nangong Rou spoke, she nestled her head against Xuancheng's shoulder. He stepped back, feeling the cold, and she quickly steadied herself to avoid falling. Your health is not well. I shall not disturb you. I will take my leave, Xuancheng replied indifferently. Your Highness, the physician has said that the reason for my signs of miscarriage is due to a lack of companionship and love, which has led to my distress. For the sake of the child in my womb, could you not accompany me just this once? As Nangong Rou spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Xuancheng gazed at her deeply. I have previously mentioned that you may present me with 3 conditions. I can provide you with a life free of want, a peaceful environment, exquisite delicacies, silks, and jewels, but I cannot offer you love. I am sorry. Chapter 933. A heart already filled, Your Highness. Why must you treat Rou so harshly? Your cruelty is unbearable. Nangong Rou shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Do you not understand? Since becoming pregnant, I have envisioned our future together. You, me, and our child, a family of 3, thriving in harmony through all seasons. Without you, it would just be the child and me. And that would not constitute a family. You would not be a husband, nor a father. Can you bear to see such a lovely child born without a father's love? Seeing Nangong Rou weep inconsolably, Xuancheng stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder, solemnly stating, I will ensure he is well provided for. As for everything else, I apologize, for my heart is already full and cannot accommodate another. Your Highness, your heart is so vast. Can it truly not encompass even a small child? Nangong Rou inquired. Love has always been selfish. It cannot be shared. I do not wish to harm the princess, nor you, which is why I must be clear. You and the child may reside in the Li Wangfu. Or if you prefer, I can provide you with a substantial sum to relocate to another city or live elsewhere. My love will forever belong solely to the princess. And thus, I must express my apologies and urge you to relinquish such thoughts. I have said all I can. I hope you cherish the life you have now and take care of yourself. With that, Xuancheng turned coldly and departed. Were it not for the debt of gratitude he owed for saving his life, he would not have softened. He was a man, and even the hardest heart can soften in the face of a woman's tears. Yet, this was not love. No, I shall not leave Li Wangfu. I will not go anywhere. I will stay by your side with the child, Nangong Rou called after Xuancheng's retreating figure. My dear, he has already left. Do not cry any longer, lest it harm your health. Lu Shi, who had been hidden in the adjoining room, hurried out as soon as Xuancheng departed. Old madam, you quickly bestowed a red envelope upon the physician, ushering him out. Once assured that there were no outsiders in the room, Nangong Rou finally ceased her sobbing and wiped her tears clean with a handkerchief. She gazed coldly at the pot of peonies before the bed, and with a swift motion, she tore off a blossom, clenching the petals tightly in her right hand until they crumbled, releasing their fragrant essence. Mother, I have complied with your wishes. Embroidering a handkerchief for the prince to see, and even bribing Dr. Li to feign signs of a miscarriage. Yet why is the prince's heart still so unyielding? Why does he remain so callous? I carry his child, yet he shows me not a modicum of concern. I am on the verge of a miscarriage, and still, he does not utter a single word of care. What rank do I hold in this Li Wangfu? Nangong Rou's face contorted in rage as she shouted in desperation. My daughter, patience is essential. The child has yet to be born. You must endure. First, feign reconciliation with the princess, altering your image in the prince's eyes so that he no longer despises you. Take it step by step, gradually. Once you give birth to the heir, how could you not reclaim the prince's heart? This man, while professing love for this and that, ultimately values those who can bear him sons and daughters. With this child, you will hold the winning hand. As long as the princess remains barren, she will inevitably be cast aside. A little patience now will pave the way for greater schemes. Only by enduring can you secure ultimate victory, Lu Shi said ominously. But mother, the princess is still so young. What if one day she bears him a child? What shall I do then? Given her status, she would give birth to a legitimate heir, forcing my child to yield. Nangong Rou gritted her teeth. A flicker of malice crossed Lu Shi's eyes. Do you think I would allow her to bear a child? Even if she were to give birth? It would not survive long. In the Li Wangfu, only your child shall prevail. Mother, you will help me, won't you? Nangong Rou looked at Lu Shi with hopeful eyes. Lu Shi nodded. Of course, or else what purpose would I serve in the Li Wangfu? However, we must not act rashly. You are with child, and the princess is no match for you. Focus on nurturing your pregnancy and delivering the young heir, and you shall triumph over her. There is no need to take unnecessary risks against her. Yes, mother, I shall heed your words, Nangong Rou replied with a sinister undertone. After Lu Shi returned to rest, Mama Yu entered with a look of concern. It is dire, madam. The contact I sent word to has reported that the group of bandits failed to assassinate Jiang Heng and were instead slain by him. What? Truly a pack of fools. I entrusted them with such a sum, and they could not even dispatch a dandy. Nangong Rou slammed her palm on the table in anger. Mama Yu, where did you find such incompetence? Madam, I do not know these bandits personally and could only reach them through an intermediary. That intermediary is named Shunzi. When Shunzi found the bandits, I was to make contact with them. I presumed Jiang Heng would be an easy target, so I only engaged 4 bandits. Little did I know that Shunzi, upon discreetly following them, discovered that Jiang Heng was accompanied by hidden guards. The bandits, who initially planned to succeed, were suddenly ambushed by several elite guards, and thus, all perished at Jiang Heng's hands. Fortunately, my lady, you have not been exposed. Those bandits, before their demise, claimed that the Princess of Li dispatched them to assassinate Jiang Heng. If Jiang Heng harbors any resentment, it will surely be directed towards the princess, never towards you. As Lady Yu remarked, Nangong Rou narrowed her eyes in indignation, gritting her teeth as she replied, that is more like it. They deserve their fate for failing at such a simple task. I am weary and wish to retire. Please help me finish this silk handkerchief, as I shall require it tomorrow. But my lady, it is already quite late. Shall we not complete it tomorrow instead? Lady Yu, feeling fatigued herself, gazed pleadingly at Nangong Rou. Absolutely not. This handkerchief is needed for tomorrow, and it must be finished tonight. I initially intended to have Kai dye and the others embroider it, but their skills are inadequate. You are quite proficient in double-sided embroidery and the finest embroiderer in the entire palace. Thus, I must trouble you. Nangong Rou's eyes glinted with determination. Very well, my lady, Lady Yu acquiesced. It is rather ironic that while the lady seeks to curry favor with the princess, she commands her servant to undertake the embroidery, lacking sincerity in her intentions. And how could such endeavors bear fruit? My lady, the side consort Rou and her mother have come to pay their respects to you. Early in the morning, Yun Ruoyue, having just expelled the bitterness from her stomach, heard Feng'er's voice. In haste, Nangong Rou and Lu Shi lifted the curtain and entered, their expressions dark as they scrutinized Yun Ruoyue. Sister, I heard you retching earlier, and your complexion appears so pale. You have lost so much weight. What troubles you? Nangong Rou inquired with feigned concern, stepping forward to support Yun Ruoyue. I am fine, merely afflicted by a chill. Since the side consort is with child, it is best you do not come too close, lest my illness be transmitted to you and adversely affect your fetus, Yun Ruoyue replied, silently pushing Nangong Rou away. Why do you say such things, sister? If I were truly afraid, would I come to see you? By the way, my mother has some knowledge of medicine. Shall I have her check your pulse to determine what ails you? Indeed, my lady, let me assist you. Nangong Rou's words had scarcely left her lips when Lu Shi stepped forward, grasping Yun Ruoyue's hand to take her pulse. What are you doing? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed in shock, shaking off Lu Shi's grip and fixing her icy gaze upon her. How dare you lay hands on me without my consent? I did not mean any disrespect, my lady. I was merely concerned for your well-being and wished to assist in checking your pulse, Lu Shi hurriedly explained. Yes, sister, my mother means no harm. Why do you react so anxiously? Nangong Rou queried. I am not anxious. I merely dislike being touched without my permission. This time I shall overlook it. But I expect there will not be a next time. Otherwise, the side consort need not come to pay her respects again. Yun Ruoyue declared coldly. Understood, sister. I have been working day and night to create a gift for you. Behold, this silk handkerchief. I have embroidered mandarin ducks upon it, symbolizing my wish for you and the prince to enjoy a harmonious union, akin to these ducks, for a lifetime. Nangong Rou said, retrieving the handkerchief from a brocade box handed to her by Lady Yu. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at her and said, have you not experienced a miscarriage recently? Why are you exerting yourself so much, disregarding your health? Are you not afraid of a real miscarriage? Indeed, I am terrified. Yet I must heed the words of the prince. He expressed his hope for harmony and coexistence among us sisters. I recognize the many misdeeds of my past, which is why I embroidered this silk handkerchief, seeking reconciliation with you, dear sister. If you could forgive me, I long to be a sister who stands by you unwaveringly. As for my health, is it not less significant than our sisterly bond? Nangong Rou's eyes glistened with tears as she implored, Sister, can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Let us coexist peacefully and serve the prince together. Yun Ruoyue took the handkerchief, examining it closely. I have never heard of your embroidery skills, let alone such an exquisite double-sided stitch. I have heard that the finest double-sided embroidery in our household is attributed to Granny Yu. When did you acquire such expertise? Upon hearing this, Granny Yu could not help but give a thumbs up to the princess, acknowledging her keen insight. Nangong Rou replied, somewhat embarrassed. Since childhood, I have been trained in needlework. Embroidery poses no challenge for me. This double-sided piece is something I recently learned from Granny Yu. Without her guidance, I would not have achieved such proficiency. Indeed, a master begets exceptional students. With Granny Yu as your mentor, it is no surprise you excel, Lu Shi chimed in support of Nangong Rou. Did you not show signs of a miscarriage last night? Why are you not resting in Yuru Pavilion instead of coming here to pay your respects? Yun Ruoyue shot a cold glance at Nangong Rou and Lu Shi. There is no reason for an uninvited visit, she mused, contemplating whether these two harbored suspicions about her condition, especially after Lu Shi had taken her pulse. Did Lu Shi discern any signs of pregnancy? Chapter 936. Weeping and wailing. If they were to discover her pregnancy, it would be disastrous. Sister, although I did experience some bleeding last night, the doctor has prescribed medication to support the pregnancy, and the prince came to comfort me. This morning there was no further bleeding, which is why I dared to rise and visit you. Otherwise, I would not have risked the prince's offspring. Nangong Rou reassured her. The prince came to comfort you last night. Then I must truly congratulate you both on reconciling. Yun Ruoyue responded, her complexion paling, eyes glistening with an unshed sadness. Her tone tinged with melancholy. Yes, but please do not misinterpret, dear sister. The prince merely felt pity for me and visited on account of the child in my womb. His affections lie with you. I am no longer in his heart, Nangong Rou said with a self-deprecating smile. Very well, since you have completed your visit, it is imperative that you focus on your recovery. You may take your leave, Yun Ruoyue said softly. Sister, will you not accept this silk handkerchief? Nangong Rou inquired. Yun Ruoyue glanced at the handkerchief, knowing she could not accept it. To do so would signify her forgiveness, and she had no desire to forge a sisterly bond with Nangong Rou. I already possess a handkerchief, so please take it back, dear concubine Rou, Yun Ruoyue declined. Sister, are you still unwilling to forgive me? I poured my heart and soul into creating this handkerchief, tirelessly laboring for days and nights. It embodies my heartfelt wishes for you and the prince. Why do you refuse to accept it? Nangong Rou spoke, tears streaming down her face. You have the freedom to give gifts, and I have the freedom to refuse them. I possess many handkerchiefs, so there is no need for me to accept yours. I kindly ask you, concubine Rou, to refrain from further entanglements, lest it becomes difficult for me. Yun Ruoyue detested the sight of Nangong Rou's tearful demeanor. Is there no way to communicate without resorting to tears? Sister, will you truly not forgive me? I have recognized my mistakes. Must I kneel before you to earn your forgiveness? I am willing to do so, just as long as you do not hold it against me. With that, Nangong Rou fell to her knees before Yun Ruoyue with a thud. What are you doing? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, astonished by her actions. At that moment, Xuancheng entered, leading a group of people. Upon seeing Nangong Rou weeping on the ground, he coldly inquired, "What is happening here?" "My lord, I apologize. It is all my fault. I embroidered a handkerchief for my sister, but she refuses to accept it. I understand it is because she has yet to forgive me, and this saddens me greatly, prompting me to kneel and seek her forgiveness." Nangong Rou wept, her sorrow palpable. Initially, Xuancheng felt pity for her cries, but now they merely buzzed in his ears like an incessant swarm of bees. Gifts should be given in a manner that brings joy and comfort, not coercion. The princess has her reasons for declining. Please rise. Nangong Rou did not anticipate that even after lowering herself to such a degree, Xuancheng would not show her any compassion. "Rower, please rise. Take care of your health." The princess's refusal this time is likely due to your lack of preparation and the quality of your embroidery. She is kind and forgiving. I believe she will understand your intentions next time. Please get up. Do not harm yourself. Lu Shi smiled at Yun Ruoyue, but the warmth of her smile sent a chill down Yun Ruoyue's spine. Lu Shi's words implied that forgiveness was a foregone conclusion. What audacity! If she chose not to forgive in the future, would it not cast her as petty and vindictive? Nangong Rou had repeatedly schemed against her, and her contrition was far from genuine. She would not extend her forgiveness. "Madame Lu, it is not that I refuse to forgive concubine Rou. The handkerchief she presented was not crafted by her own hands. How can I accept it? If next time, she can create one with her own skill, I shall certainly forgive her." Yun Ruoyue expressed her dilemma. The implication here is that if the handkerchief was not made by concubine Rou, it must have been done by someone else, which indicates a lack of sincerity, Fenger remarked. Whether it was made by her own hands, she should know better than any of us. "Madame Lu, it is not a matter of my lack of magnanimity, but rather that concubine Rou deceived me first. As the saying goes, sincerity begets understanding. If the heart is not sincere, how can it resonate? This handkerchief bears the unmistakable mark of Mama Yu, the finest embroiderer in our household. Concubine Rou claimed to have recently learned the art of double-sided embroidery from Mama Yu. Yet I know such skill cannot be acquired in less than a year or more," Yun Ruoyue stated coldly. Upon being publicly exposed, Nangong Rou's complexion turned pale, and she burst into tears. "Sister, this truly is the result of my tireless embroidery. How can you doubt me and slander my name instead? If you cannot forgive me, that is one thing, but why must you seek this excuse to tarnish my reputation? I have dabbled in women's crafts before and have experience with double-sided embroidery. Creating this is not difficult. Last night, the prince visited me, and he saw me embroidering with his own eyes. Despite my discomfort, I endeavored to please you. Yet you have shown such cruelty towards me." Her tears evoked a semblance of sympathy among the onlookers, as if Yun Ruoyue's heart were made of stone. At that moment, Mama Yu stepped in as a timely savior. "Indeed, Your Highness, this is the handiwork of servant teaching concubine Rou, every stitch crafted with care. Moreover, regardless of whether she embroidered it herself, her willingness to apologize to you should be enough for you to accept her. Must you truly make things difficult for her in public? Last night, Rou told me that she only wishes to mend her relationship with you, to be good sisters serving the prince together. She is also expecting the prince's little heir, yet is so distressed. Witnessing her daughter's humble pleas and still not receiving the princess's forgiveness pained Mama Lu's heart deeply. Your Highness, as someone with a mother, can you not empathize and consider others' feelings?" Lu Shi also wore a sorrowful expression. "Indeed, I genuinely wish to treat my sister well. Why must she insist on making things difficult?" Nangong Rou implored, her tear-filled eyes glistening. Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at the group, realizing they had come to confront her. "Even if I choose not to forgive, what of it? Please make way. I shall carry the foot-washing water for the princess." Just then, from within the room, a delicate voice rang out. Hurriedly, Chi emerged, carrying a basin of foot-washing water, moving swiftly. As she rushed past Nangong Rou, her foot slipped, and the basin tipped, spilling the water all over Nangong Rou from head to toe. "Ah, so cold!" Nangong Rou shrieked in fright, springing up, now resembling a drenched chicken, utterly disheveled. "I apologize, concubine Rou. It It was my clumsiness that caused this, Chi said, standing at the side, head bowed and lips pouting, looking pitiful. Chapter 938. A struggle with conscience. How can you conduct yourself in such a manner? To throw foot-washing water at the concubine? Lu Shi quickly supported Nangong Rou, seeing her face drenched in the water, feeling both angered and pained. Achoo! Mother, I am so cold. Nangong Rou suddenly sneezed, pitifully leaning against Lu Shi. Lu Shi hurriedly said, My lord, Rou has been soaked. Please allow me to take her back to change, or she may catch a chill. Very well, hurry back. Xuancheng replied coldly. Someone, escort concubine Rou home. He had also been startled when Nangong Rou was splashed, and he cast a cold gaze at Chi, scrutinizing her closely. Chi quickly interjected, My lord, my lady, I apologize. It was my clumsiness that caused the water from the princess's foot wash last night to spill onto the lady. It is entirely my fault. Why is last night's foot washing water still in the room? How could you let this happen? Was it intentional? Your Highness, Rou is with child. Yet she has been treated in such a manner. I hope you will deal with this maid appropriately and provide Rou with an explanation, Lu Shi coldly stated. Chi, how could you be so clumsy? Although your actions were unintentional, you have still drenched the concubine Rou. As punishment, I decree that you shall go without dinner tonight and clean the courtyard thoroughly. Do you have any objections? Yun Ruoyue remarked symbolically. Chi had no objections and promptly ran out to sweep the ground. Lu Shi wished to further contest the matter, but the princess had already rendered her judgment. If she continued to argue, it would seem as though they were being unreasonable. The princess's punishment was so lenient that it appeared to be a cover-up for Chi. Such a transgression in the Nangong residence would warrant a severe beating. This wretched maid dared to harm her daughter. She would not let this go unpunished. Once Nangong Rou and Lu Shi departed, the Feiyue pavilion finally regained its tranquility. Xuancheng approached Yun Ruoyue, assisting her to sit down. I hope their commotion did not disturb you. If it did, I shall ensure they refrain from visiting you for greetings in the future. It is nothing. They did not disturb me. The one who was drenched was concubine Rou, and your concern should be directed towards her, just as you did last night. There is no need to linger here with me, Yun Ruoyue said indifferently. Are you blaming me for visiting her last night? Not at all. How could I? You are her husband, and it is your prerogative to see her. I have no right to interfere, Yun Ruoyue replied coolly. I did not go to see her. I merely wished to discover what scheme she was up to. Nevertheless, she is with child and once saved my life. If I were to neglect her, would that not make me a faithless man? Who would dare accompany me then? I do not wish to betray my own conscience. Xuancheng grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand and stated, Indeed, I never said you should not visit her. On the contrary, I hope you both can coexist harmoniously. Yun Ruoyue suppressed her heartache and responded. In order to conceal the existence of this uninvited child from him, she had to remain heartless and distant, inevitably pushing him away. Though her demeanor was cold, her heart ached deeply. Enough, I am weary and wish to rest for a while. Please feel free to attend to your own matters. Your Highness, Yun Ruoyue concluded, dragging her fatigued body into the inner chamber. Take good care of the princess. Xuancheng gazed intently at her retreating figure, his eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth, seemingly calm, yet concealing heartache and sorrow. He then rose and walked into the courtyard, where Chi was diligently sweeping the ground with a broom. Xuancheng approached her with a hint of suspicion. Chi, why did you only dispose of the princess's footbath water today? Because after preparing the water for the princess last night, she said she wanted to soak her feet for a while and instructed me to rest and not disturb her. Hence, I only came to dispose of it this morning. Chi respectfully replied. You certainly defend your princess well. Having only been here for a short time, you already sought to avenge her by deliberately splashing Nangong Rou with the footbath water. The princess treats Chi very well, so of course, I must protect her. Anyone who dares bully the princess would be opposing me, and I will certainly safeguard her, Chi declared loudly. I do not wish for such incidents to occur again. Xuancheng warned coldly. No matter the circumstances, Nangong Rou remains his concubine and savior, now with child, and cannot be subjected to Chi's bullying. Otherwise, where lies the dignity of the Prince of Li? Yes, Your Highness, I shall be more cautious next time and will not repeat such an error, Chi replied, bowing her head. When she lifted her gaze, the figure of Xuancheng had already departed coldly. In a fit of frustration, she grabbed a broom and gestured violently at his retreating back, wishing to strike down that despicable man. Once Xuancheng was gone, Mo Li and the others gathered around Chi in admiration. Wow, Chi-Chi, you are truly remarkable. You dared to splash foot-washing water on concubine Rou and stood up for the princess. You are simply wonderful, Emoli exclaimed, his face beaming with flattery. Alas, I only acted out of affection for the princess. However, after splashing concubine Rou, I have been punished with a missed dinner and must now clean this entire area. I truly feel so pitiful, Chi-Chi lamented, gazing skyward with a heart-wrenching expression. Her earrings swayed, her black hair flowed, and her eyes shimmered with tears, embodying a delicate fragility. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed softly, exuding an air of vulnerability that left Mo and his companion spellbound. Fear not, Chi-Chi. We will assist you in cleaning this place, they assured her. As for the princess's decree about dinner, don't be foolish. You can still eat vegetables, Emoli added, snatching the broom from Chi-Chi's hands and tossing it to Emoju. Quickly, help Chi-Chi clean up this mess. Why must it be me? Wasn't it you who promised? Emoju retorted, a pained expression on her face. Indeed, you just said we would help clean. You should honor your word and do it yourself, Lu Rian interjected, secretly picking her nose when no one was watching. As long as you are willing to lend me your assistance, I shall treat you all to supper and fine wine later, Emoli proposed with a hint of reluctance. Really? A promise made is a promise kept, Lu Rian exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the mention of wine and supper. She eagerly picked up another broom and began sweeping diligently. Meanwhile, Emoli, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, discreetly retrieved a delicate copper mirror from his pocket. Chi-Chi, I chose this exquisite copper mirror for you as a gift during my trip to the market. I hope you like it, he said shyly, presenting the mirror. Only such a noble mirror is worthy of your beauty and can fully reflect your charm. As Chi-Chi took the mirror and gazed at her reflection, she saw a man adorned in vibrant colors, resembling a courtesan. Suddenly, the sight of the affected woman posing in the mirror repulsed her. Overwhelmed by nausea, she could not restrain herself and, fixating on her own visage, opened her mouth and retched. Chi-Chi, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Emoli quickly patted her back, expressing concern. I am fine. I was simply disgusted by my own reflection. Chi-Chi, do you like this copper mirror? Emoli asked, his left hand nervously twisting the finger of his right hand, his demeanor shy and bashful. The copper mirror is truly exquisite. I am quite fond of it, Chi-Chi reluctantly stated in order to persuade Emoli to assist him. Really? How splendid. You are indeed my little beauty, my dear, Emoli exclaimed. And in a sudden burst of spontaneity, he rose onto his toes and swiftly pecked Chi-Chi's cheek before darting away. Chi-Chi instantly covered his face, glaring furiously at Emoli's retreating figure. Little dear? A wave of goosebumps crept over him. How could this rascal have dared to kiss him? Ah, how revolting. Enraged, Chi-Chi rushed to the kitchen and plunged his head into the water vat, scrubbing his face vigorously. It was utterly disgusting. He had been kissed by a man. His entire reputation was tarnished. His innocence was lost. In the rain-soft pavilion, mother, that wretched Chi-Chi dared to splash me with foot-washing water. It is simply appalling. She must have done it on purpose. I could just kill her. Nangong Rou fumed after bathing numerous times, yet still detecting the lingering scent of foot-washing water. That vile servant dares to bully you. Just wait. I shall not let her off easily, Lu Shi replied with venomous intent. She had finally comprehended her daughter's plight within the Li Wang manor. Although their material needs were met, her daughter's situation was deplorable, lacking the prince's favor. Constantly oppressed by the princess and subjected to her wrath. How could the daughter she had so meticulously nurtured endure such indignities? Mother, you taught me to embroider handkerchiefs to please the princess, yet she refuses to accept them. Her arrogance is unbearable. She seems to regard me with disdain. After all, I am carrying the prince's child. How could she treat me this way? Nangong Rou lamented, caressing her abdomen. Rower, do not fret. Your actions are justified. Allow her to continue her antics. The prince currently favors her and will tolerate her behavior. But once the novelty fades, he will realize that only heirs matter. When he reflects on her conduct, he will grow weary of her. Though she bullies you today, the prince may not openly reprimand her. Yet he will harbor resentment in his heart. In time, you must flatter the princess, submit to her whims, allowing her to continue her bullying. Eventually, the prince will naturally come to despise her, Lu Shi advised. Is that truly the case? Nangong Rou inquired uncertainly. Indeed, do not be deceived by the prince's silence today. He is already beginning to harbor doubts and disdain for her, Lu Shi replied ominously. Yet the prince truly possesses a heart of stone. Witnessing me doused with foot-washing water today, he uttered not a word in my defense. Had it been the princess who was wronged, he would have rushed to her aid. His heart has already changed, Nangong Rou stated coldly. Rower, do not be disheartened. Who instructed you to confront the princess so openly in the past? Your previous actions have caused the prince to harbor suspicion and distrust towards you, which is why he did not defend you. From this day forth, learn to be more cunning, as I have taught you. Lu Shi's eyes glimmered with a cold resolve. Yes, mother, I shall heed your guidance, Nangong Rou replied. By the way, I nearly forgot. Just now, I checked the princess's pulse. It flowed smoothly, like pearls rolling on a plate, indicative of a slippery pulse. It appears she may indeed be pregnant, Lu Shi hastily remarked. Because her daughter was splashed with foot-washing water, she remained infuriated over the incident, neglecting her more pressing matters. Chapter 941. Jiang Heng intrudes the boudoir. Really? Could it be true that she is indeed pregnant? Nangong Rou grasped Lu Shi's hand, her face alight with joy. If that is the case, it would be splendid. I have previously learned the art of pulse diagnosis from my master and can discern auspicious signs. Judging by her demeanor and the pulse's manifestation, it should indeed be a joyful sign. If she is truly pregnant, it poses a significant threat to you. Why are you so pleased? Lu Shi questioned, perplexed. Mother, I have mentioned before that I suspect the prince has not touched her in recent times. Thus, this child must be an illegitimate one of unknown parentage. Look, she is already with child, yet dares not let us know. The prince is oblivious as well. This is a clear indication of her guilt. How wonderful, we have finally seized her weakness. Once we find the opportunity, I shall certainly inform the prince. It is evident whether the child is his. He knows full well. Nangong Rou's face contorted with pride. Really? If what you say is true, then it is indeed divine assistance. However, when you inform the prince, do not directly accuse her. You must employ cunning strategy to subtly guide him to discover it himself. Lest, if the child turns out to be the prince's, he may harbor resentment towards you, Lu Shi cautioned. You are indeed wise, mother. I appreciate your guidance. Nangong Rou's lips curled into a cold smile, her mood lifting unexpectedly. Even if that child were the prince's, she would ensure it would not be so. After dinner, feeling somewhat unwell, Nangong Rou returned to her chamber, preparing for rest. Little did she know, upon entering, a dark figure suddenly emerged from behind the screen, startling her into an instinctive scream. Do not scream. It is I. The cloaked figure swiftly approached, covering her mouth to stifle her cry. Upon recognizing the intruder as Jiang Heng, her anger flared, for this wretch had tarnished her purity, causing her to bear a hidden burden. How dare he come seeking her? Seeing that she had not called out, Jiang Heng released his grip. Nangong Rou, filled with fury, demanded, What do you want? How did you get in here? What are your intentions? Her barrage of questions revealed her fear and anger. Jiang Heng gazed at her with a lascivious glint in his eyes. This heir has missed you, so I came to see you. Tell me, have you missed me? With that, he wrapped his arm around Nangong Rou's slender waist, closing his eyes as he inhaled the scent of the beauty in his embrace. Truly delightful. The woman of the Li Wang is indeed exquisite. How could he neglect such beauty, abandoning her to the cold night without a visit? It was a gross waste. Jiang Heng had learned of her lack of affection only on the night she was to consummate her marriage with Chu Xuancheng. He had not anticipated that after marrying Chu Xuancheng for so long, she had remained untouched, allowing him to reap an unexpected benefit. Release me. The incident of our consummation was due to your drunkenness, and I was under your influence. We acted foolishly that night. Let us consider it as if it never occurred, Nangong Rou stated, only to suddenly feel nauseous and began to retch. Jiang Heng, upon witnessing the scene, stared at Nangong Rou in disbelief. Could it be that you are with child? Whose child could it be? Is it Chu Xuancheng's or mine? Nangong Rou took a considerable time to regain her composure. She had not anticipated Jiang Heng's perceptiveness in discerning her pregnancy. However, this matter was already common knowledge among the people of the Li Wangfu. And if Jiang Heng truly sought the truth, she could not conceal it any longer. Yes, I am indeed pregnant, but the child is not yours. How could I possibly be carrying your child? As the concubine of the Li Wang, I can only bear his offspring. Do not let your imagination run wild with baseless speculations. Nangong Rou retorted coldly. Is it truly his child? Before your consummation, had he even laid a finger on you? On the very night of your union, he was inebriated, and it was I who fulfilled his marital duties with you. How then could you be pregnant with his child? Jiang Heng questioned skeptically. That was just that one time. Afterwards, he did have relations with me. So of course, the child is his, Nangong Rou replied. I have heard that the Li Wang currently favors only the Li Wangfei and shows no affection towards you. Would he still dally with you? Given the jealousy of the Li Wangfei, if he had been involved with you, how could he disregard her? How could he even think of annulling his marriage with her? Jiang Heng asserted. How amusing. Just because he does not love me does not mean he cannot touch me. It is quite normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. You have numerous maidens in your own household. Must you love them all to engage with them? Furthermore, how do you know that the Wang does not love me? If he did not harbor any feelings for me, he would not have taken me as his concubine in accordance with the ceremonial rites. He is merely momentarily enchanted by that vixen. Eventually, he will come to his senses and return to my side, Nangong Rou declared with bitterness. Jiang Heng pondered for a moment and found her reasoning valid. Although he did not love the concubines in his household, he still indulged them, merely to satiate his own desires. Alas, you have become pregnant with Chu Xuancheng's child. He does not care for you at all. If you were to carry my child, I would certainly cherish you and bring you home in grand style. Allowing you to be my esteemed concubine, Jiang Heng said, his gaze fixed intently upon Nangong Rou, his eyes glinting with ulterior motives. Do you think I would believe your empty words? There are countless women outside whom you have spoken to in similar fashion. Jiang Heng, I warn you. If you dare to trouble me again, I will not let you off lightly. Moreover, regarding our past encounters, you would do well to keep them confidential. Otherwise, I will not rest until I have my vengeance. Nangong Rou glared at Jiang Heng, her voice laced with menace. Jiang Heng was taken aback. He had not expected that this seemingly fragile woman would dare to threaten him. Unbeknownst to him, Nangong Rou possessed martial skills, which she had merely chosen to conceal. The last time, she had been incapacitated by a drug, allowing him to take advantage of her. Now, she would not permit him to gain any leverage. You, a defenseless woman, dare to threaten me? Nangong Rou, even with your pregnancy, I shall have you. If you defy me, I will make our scandal public for all to see, and we shall see how you continue to hold the title of concubine. Dare to cuckold Chu Xuancheng, and watch him take your life. Jiang Heng spoke, his eyes narrowing with a sinister glint. Threatened thus, Nangong Rou's gaze flickered momentarily. She could not allow Jiang Heng to spread rumors. Otherwise, the truth regarding her lack of consummation with Chu Xuancheng would be laid bare. Chu Xuancheng would soon discover that this child was not his, and her fate would be sealed. Jiang Heng must be eliminated. With this thought, 3 silver needles suddenly appeared in Nangong Rou's hand. She addressed Jiang Heng. Is it not true that if I yield to you, you will keep this matter confidential and not disclose it to others? Certainly, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Rower, once you become mine, how could I possibly make things difficult for you? Come now, let me satisfy you tonight. Since Chu Xuancheng does not touch you, I shall fulfill the duties of a husband in his stead. As Jiang Heng spoke, he began to remove Nangong Rou's garments. At that moment, taking advantage of his unguarded state, Nangong Rou suddenly raised her hand with malevolence, thrusting the silver needles towards his neck with great force. You dare to launch a surprise attack on me? Jiang Heng exclaimed, reacting swiftly to her movement. He seized her hand and crushed it, causing the 3 silver needles to clatter to the ground, their tips blackened, clearly coated in deadly poison. You wretched woman, you dare to poison me? Jiang Heng roared, striking Nangong Rou across the face, sending her staggering. She was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Heng's martial prowess surpassed her own. She could not kill him. If she could not kill him, she had to bide her time. Covering her face, she suddenly fell to her knees before Jiang Heng, pleading pitifully, My lord, it was not my intention. I feared for the safety of the child within me and acted out of desperation. Please forgive me. I promise to serve you well and bring you joy. You treacherous woman, should you dare to play tricks again, I shall not spare you. I will make known to the world that you and I have consummated our union, Jiang Heng declared, lifting Nangong Rou and casting her onto the bed. Serve me well, and if I am pleased, I may spare your life. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I shall not resort to deceit again, Nangong Rou replied, tears brimming in her eyes as she shamefully disrobed. Hatred filled her gaze. Jiang Heng's skills were too formidable, leaving her no choice but to submit. She vowed to take vengeance for this night when she devised a plan. After Jiang Heng had thoroughly ravaged Nangong Rou, he dressed and left, satisfied. Once he departed, she lay on the bed like a broken doll, overwhelmed with distress. "My lady, how are you?" At that moment, Yuelao, who had been listening outside, tiptoed in. She had been hiding by the window and had witnessed everything. Realizing that the one who had come to torment her mistress was none other than the very Jiang Heng her mistress wished to kill, it dawned on her why her lady sought Jiang Heng's demise. The man who had consummated the union with her was not the Prince of Li, but Jiang Heng. She understood all too well that her mistress had only been with the prince once, and now, if it was Jiang Heng, then what of this child? Heaven help us. She unexpectedly learned of such a terrifying secret. As soon as Granny Yu stepped inside, she was taken aback by the sight before her. There lay Nangong Rou, in tattered garments, her clothing torn apart, her body marred with signs of abuse. Her once pristine skin was now mottled with bruises, resembling a shattered doll. With hollow eyes and a vacant stare fixed upon the canopy above, she placed her hand on her abdomen and suddenly cried out in pain, "Granny Yu, my stomach hurts terribly. It seems I am bleeding again." "What? Quickly, let me take a look." Granny Yu rushed forward, lifting the bedding to reveal, indeed, a scattering of bloodstains. She gasped in shock, "Madam, hold on. I will summon Dr. Li at once." "What has happened, Rou? What transpired?" At that moment, Lu Shi, residing next door, heard the commotion and hurriedly donned her clothing to come over. Upon entering the room, she was met with the sight of Nangong Rou's pitiable condition, prompting her to gasp softly and rush to embrace her. "Rou, how could you have come to this? Who has wronged you? Speak to mother." "It is Jiang Heng." Nangong Rou gritted her teeth as she uttered the name. "That scoundrel from the Jiang family. What exactly happened between you two? How could he dare to bully you?" Upon hearing the name, Lu Shi's anger flared, her eyes ablaze with fury. "I lack the strength to speak. Ask Granny Yu. She knows much more," Nangong Rou grimaced, clutching her abdomen. This child was her bargaining chip for a comeback, and nothing must go awry. "Madam Lu, I am not entirely certain of the details, but I overheard something earlier. It all seems to trace back to the night you and the prince consummated your marriage," Granny Yu began. Soon, she relayed her knowledge and suspicions to Lu Shi, stating, "Madam Lu, I am unsure of the reasons, but it appears that on the night of your consummation, the prince did not actually touch you. It seems Jiang Heng intruded upon the prince's residence, taking his place to consummate with you. Therefore, the child you carry may very well belong to Jiang Heng." "What? Rou, is what she said true?" The revelation struck Lu Shi like a bolt from the blue, piercing her heart with anguish. Nangong Rou closed her eyes in despair, tacitly acknowledging Granny Yu's conjecture. Lu Shi's fury erupted. "That Jiang Heng. Not only has he sullied your innocence, but he has also left you with this hidden burden. Now, he has come to harm you further, leaving you in this state. He truly deserves death. I wish to kill him myself." Understanding her daughter's plight, Lu Shi gritted her teeth in rage, yearning for Jiang Heng's demise. However, she continued, "Everyone knows that the prince was believed to have consummated the marriage with you that night, including the prince himself. Rou, tell me, did he truly touch you that night?" "No, not just that night. Since I entered the prince's residence, he has never touched me. On the night of consummation, he was inebriated beyond measure. While Jiang Heng abducted me to the adjacent chamber, and after he tarnished my purity, he brought me back to the prince. At that moment, I contemplated awakening the prince to bear him a child. Alas, he was inebriated and slumbered deeply, impervious to my calls. Upon his awakening the next day, he mistakenly believed he had engaged with me and brusquely ordered me to leave. Fearing that my innocence would be tarnished by Jiang Heng, I chose to perpetuate the ruse, informing everyone that I had consummated my marriage with the prince. In truth, I had not even approached him. My purity was ruined by Jiang Heng, and this cursed offspring is also his doing." Tears glistened in Nangong Rou's eyes as she unleashed a fervent scream, startling Mama Yu, who trembled at the revelation of such a truth. Lu Shi could scarcely maintain her composure, her body quaking with shock and indignation. "How could Chu Xuancheng, your savior, bring you home yet refrain from touching you? Had he been willing, you would not have been defiled by Jiang Heng." Her voice dripped with venom as she continued, "It is that wretched Yun Ruoyue who stole Chu Xuancheng from you, leading to your plight." With a fierce determination, Lu Shi vowed, "I will not let those who harm my daughter go unpunished. Both Yun Ruoyue and Jiang Heng must perish. Rou, take care of yourself and the child within you. I shall eliminate Jiang Heng, and this secret shall remain buried. Mama Yu, heed my words. This child must belong to the prince. If you dare to utter a word of this, you shall know the consequences." Mama Yu's family was at Rou's mercy, causing her to tremble in fear. Rest assured, madam. I am devoted to Madame Rower in life and death. I shall never betray her. This child is undoubtedly the prince's legitimate heir. Consider yourself fortunate for your compliance. If you remain obedient, your rewards shall be ample. Furthermore, I desire this child to be a legitimate son, not a mere illegitimate one. Lu Shi's voice was laced with a chilling malice that was truly unsettling. Madam, Dr. Li has arrived, came a voice from outside. Quick, summon him in, Lu Shi commanded. Before long, Dr. Li entered, his eyes still heavy with sleep as he carried his medical bag. Upon seeing Nangong Rou's condition, he was instantly roused. What has transpired? Madame Rou? Dr. Li, refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Your sole duty is to ensure the safety of Madame Rou's pregnancy. Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Lu Shi replied coldly. At that moment, Mama Yu had draped a blanket over Nangong Rou's bruised form and displayed the bloodied sheets for Dr. Li's assessment. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly seated himself at the bedside to take her pulse. The more he examined, the graver his demeanor became. Dr. Li, what is the verdict? Is the young master unscathed? Can we ensure his safety? Lu Shi inquired anxiously. Dr. Li stroked his beard thoughtfully. For now, there seems to be no immediate danger, but should there be any further bleeding, complications may arise. Madame Rou, it is imperative you prioritize your pregnancy. In this period, it is best to avoid relations with the prince and refrain from getting out of bed. Rest for 2 days. Improvement will follow if bleeding ceases. Is the child still with us? That is splendid news. The young master is safe. Doctor, I implore you to prescribe some medication to ensure the safety of my child. This child is the heir of the prince, and it is imperative that we safeguard his existence. There can be no room for error. Should anything go awry, the prince will hold you accountable. Lady Lu spoke coldly. Rest assured, my lady, I shall do my utmost, Dr. Li replied, trembling with apprehension. After Dr. Li prepared the medicine, Lady Lu produced a pouch of silver, weighed it in her hand, and said, Dr. Li, I appreciate your efforts. This is your fee. Please accept it. This is far too generous, Dr. Li responded, overwhelmed with gratitude. It is not excessive, it is what you rightfully deserve. Once you leave the estate, remember what you should and should not say, lest you bring misfortune upon yourself. The tongues of the Li Wangfu are not to be trifled with, Lady Lu warned. Please rest assured, I am fully aware, Dr. Li said hurriedly, taking the silver and departing swiftly. He felt a chill down his spine from the ominous gazes of the mother and daughter, eager to escape the precarious situation. Once Dr. Li had left, Nangong Rou finally breathed a sigh of relief, her earlier tension having left her drenched in sweat. Mother, thank goodness my child is safe. I thought for a moment that I would lose him, all thanks to Jiang Heng, she exclaimed. Now that Jiang Heng has been released, with his nature, he will surely come seeking me again. What shall I do? Wait a moment, let me devise a plan to eliminate him. I want him to vanish from this world forever, Lady Lu declared with fury. Mother, he possesses formidable martial skills. Previously, I had Aunt Yu bribe some bandits to assassinate him, but they all failed. Just now, I attempted to use a silver needle to kill him, but he sensed it. He is not easy to deal with, Nangong Rou replied. No matter how skilled he is still vulnerable to poison. Do you not recall that I am adept at concocting toxins? Lady Lu said with a sinister smile, a trace of cold mirth dancing at the corners of her lips. Once your condition becomes apparent and the truth of the princess's pregnancy is revealed, we can set our plan into motion. Chapter 946. Discovery of the thief in the dead of night. Chi tossed and turned in his small bed, unable to find sleep. Glancing toward the southeast, he saw Hong Er soundly asleep, grinding her teeth. To the northwest, Deng Er was snoring dramatically. Turning to his side, he noticed Feng Er, eyes closed and mouth agape, murmuring, Mother, your dishes are truly delicious. I would like to have more. As she spoke, she began to smack her lips. What did your mother prepare for you? Chi inquired, furrowing his brow in curiosity. Braised pork ribs, Feng Er replied, turning over and continuing her slumber. At that moment, the new maid, Xuancheng, who was sleeping to his left, suddenly kicked him fiercely, causing him to wince in pain. After delivering the kick, she angrily shouted, Get lost. You fickle-hearted man. How dare you seek other women behind my back? Do you believe I won't beat you to death? In a flurry, she continued to kick him. Chi, having endured such unexpected blows, contemplated retaliating against Xuancheng, only to see her roll over and fall back into an unwilling sleep. It dawned on him that she was merely dreaming, likely battling with a scoundrel in her slumber, and her frustration had manifested in her kicking him. Chi shook his head in dismay. Suddenly, a resounding hiccup echoed, startling the newly arrived Xiaoyu from her slumber. She leaped up and dashed outside, exclaiming, "Oh no! There's an earthquake! Run!" Her cry jolted everyone awake. An earthquake? Where? Let us flee. Feng'er rubbed her eyes, her face etched with terror. Chi cast a sidelong glance at them, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, there's no earthquake. It was merely her hiccup that startled her." What? Feng'er's eyes widened. And upon seeing Xiaoyu return, she exhaled in relief. So there's no earthquake? My apologies, everyone. I thought I was about to perish. With that, she collapsed onto her bed, instantly drifting into slumber. Realizing all was well, the others quickly tucked themselves in and followed suit into sleep. Only Chi, listening to the cacophony of snores and grinding teeth, rose with a sense of disillusionment and stepped outside the chamber. Who had told her that every girl was as gentle as water, with smiles that never revealed their teeth, moving like celestial beings? Yet, why did they snore, grind their teeth, and even speak in their dreams? Heaven had finally opened its eyes to him. Since he could not sleep anyway, he decided to stroll outside into the courtyard. Unexpectedly, he spotted a dark figure darting from the direction of the rainy soft pavilion. Another thief? He swiftly employed his lightness skill, leaping onto the wall to pursue the shadow. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived, the figure had vanished. He cast a puzzled glance at the pavilion, wondering if this thief was the same as the last. Could it be that the people of the rainy soft pavilion were in collusion with this rogue? Henceforth, he must keep a vigilant watch over the pavilion to unearth the thief's identity. Your Highness, Lady Rou has arrived. 2 days later, as Xuancheng perused official documents in his study, he heard Xinfeng's report. As soon as the words fell, a figure clad in vibrant red gracefully entered, bowing. "This humble servant greets your Highness. What brings you here?" Xuancheng narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes, a hint of frost flashing within. "Your Highness, last time I gifted a silk handkerchief to my sister, she was unappreciative. Noticing she has been lethargic and often nauseous, much like myself, I specially prepared a walnut, red date, and fresh fish soup for her, hoping you might deliver it. I fear if I send it directly, she may refuse it due to our past estrangement. However, if it comes through your Highness, she might accept it. Her health has been poor, and I am merely concerned for her well-being," Nangong Rou explained, gesturing towards the steaming bowl of soup held by Mama Yu, the aroma wafting tantalizingly in the air. "You prepared this soup for her?" Xuancheng scrutinized the bowl with suspicion. "Indeed, I noticed her symptoms mirror my own. Dr. Li mentioned that for those who experience nausea, fresh fish soup can be invigorating, and the walnuts and red dates possess anti-nausea properties. After consuming this soup myself during my recent bouts, I found relief. Perhaps it will aid her as well," Nangong Rou expressed with genuine concern. "Are you implying that her symptoms are identical to yours?" Xuancheng suddenly discerned the crux of her words and inquired coldly, "Indeed. Has the prince not noticed? My sister has been vomiting daily, her complexion pale, even worse than my own recent bouts of nausea. Alas, it's truly pitiful. One can only wonder what ails her," Nangong Rou expressed her concern. "Madam, while I was in the kitchen yesterday, I overheard Feng'er mentioning that the princess's monthly cycle has been irregular for the past 2 months. She is yet to see her period. Feng'er is currently preparing herbal medicine to regulate her qi and blood. Could it be that the princess's recent vomiting is caused by this irregularity?" asked the old midwife. "I am uncertain. Perhaps it is so. Therefore, I hope the princess can consume some nourishing soup to restore her health. You can see how much weight she has lost recently," Nangong Rou replied. At that moment, Xuancheng's blood boiled, his face darkening. He clenched his fists and coldly commanded, "Leave. My lord, what troubles you? Why must we depart?" Nangong Rou feigned confusion. "Did you not hear me? I said to leave." Xuancheng's voice rose sharply, his eyes glinting with frost. "What of the soup?" Nangong Rou recoiled, resembling a wounded rabbit. "Take it away. Get out." Xuancheng bellowed once more, sending Nangong Rou and the old midwife scurrying out in fright. A cold smile flickered in the depths of Nangong Rou's eyes. Excellent. The show is about to begin. With his keen intellect, how could Xuancheng not realize that Nangong Rou was subtly hinting and warning him? As he recalled Yun Ruoyue's recent behavior, he tightened his fists, an aura of chilling cold radiating from him. He could scarcely bear to contemplate the implications of the truth, his heart struck with intense anguish. In the Feiyue Pavilion. "Your Highness, I have prepared the herbal medicine to regulate your monthly cycle. Please drink it while it is still warm. The doctor has assured that with consistent consumption over a month, your cycle will return to normal. Feng'er announced as she entered Yun Ruoyue's chamber with a steaming bowl of herbal concoction. Upon catching a whiff of the herbal aroma, Yun Ruoyue furrowed her brow, her stomach churning. She quickly raised her hand to halt Feng'er, exclaiming, "Take it away. I cannot bear this smell. I refuse to drink it. Just take it away." "But, Your Highness, this is the medicine prescribed by the esteemed doctor. His expertise in treating irregular cycles is renowned, and many queue for his prescriptions. If you take this for a month, your cycle is sure to return," Feng'er insisted with concern. "She does not require it. Remove the medicine." At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. "Your Highness," Feng'er and the others gasped as they saw Xuancheng stride in, accompanied by his entourage, quickly bowing in reverence. At that moment, Xuancheng's eyes blazed with fury. "Remove the medicine, and all of you, step back. Without my command, none shall enter. Those who dare intrude will face dire consequences." As his icy words rang out, a shiver ran through the hearts of those present. What had caused the prince to become so fierce? What transpired? Feng'er cast a worried glance at Yun Ruoyue. "Do not concern yourself with that. Hurry and leave." Xuancheng's patience was waning. After his furious shout, Feng'er and the others trembled in fear, their hearts racing as they reluctantly withdrew. All present were left to speculate about the cause of his anger. What could have transpired to provoke such wrath from the prince? Was it possible that the princess had once again incurred his displeasure? Regrettably, Chi was absent from the royal residence. Had he been there, he would surely have devised a means to rescue the princess. Once everyone had departed, Xuancheng, towering like a shadow, advanced step by step toward Yun Ruoyue. Upon seeing the expression on his face, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he already knew? As he approached, resembling a mountain, she hastily rose and retreated 2 steps, asking, "What do you want? Are you afraid to see me?" As Xuancheng spoke, he coldly shut the door behind him. "I have done nothing wrong. What is there to fear?" Yun Ruoyue feigned calmness. "Have you truly done nothing wrong?" Xuancheng approached her, each step exuding an icy demeanor, his gaze harboring an ominous intent. "Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution," Yun Ruoyue retorted, fixing him with a cold stare. "What has been troubling you lately? Why the incessant vomiting?" Xuancheng inquired, suddenly grasping her delicate wrist, his fingers chillingly exploring her pulse. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Yun Ruoyue, assuming he intended to diagnose her, angrily shook off his hand, panic flooding her eyes. "I am not here to diagnose you. Why do you seem so guilty?" Xuancheng pressed, cornering her against the wall, his penetrating gaze icy and unyielding. Yun Ruoyue quickly lowered her eyes, her hands instinctively cradling her abdomen. "I do not understand what you are saying. Yun Ruoyue, you truly do not comprehend?" Xuancheng suddenly seized her hand, lifting it to reveal her abdomen. At merely 2 months along, her belly remained flat, barely indicating her condition. Yet, his eyes blazed with fury as he thundered, "Yunri, do you take me for a fool? I have devoted myself entirely to you, yet you betray me, consorting with another man, resulting in an unplanned pregnancy. What do you take me for?" In response to his thunderous outburst, Yun Ruoyue's face registered disbelief. She gazed at him, disappointment evident in her eyes. "So you do not trust me? Do you think I am that kind of woman?" "Yes, I am pregnant, but I genuinely do not understand how this happened. I suddenly found myself with child. I have not consorted with anyone. I am innocent. If you have not betrayed me, then how could you be with child? Do you think that by vehemently denying it, I would believe you? Tell me, who is the man? I will have him killed." Xuancheng's voice cut through the air like a chilling wind. Chapter 949. The decision to terminate the pregnancy. I do not even know who he is. Perhaps he was merely a flower thief, or a bandit. In any case, I do not understand why I am pregnant. I have not betrayed you. Had I wished to, I would not have annulled our separation, Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Suddenly stepped forward, gripping Yun Ruoyue's chin with a frigid gaze. "Do not utter such nonsense to me. I refuse to believe your words. The palace is heavily guarded and surrounded by so many maidservants. I cannot fathom how a scoundrel could breach these defenses to harm you. Unless, of course, you willingly open the door to let him in." At this point, a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed in fury, "It must be that Su Qi. Am I right? He has visited your chamber time and again. This child belongs to him, does it not?" Upon uncovering this painful truth, his heart twisted with anguish. How could she betray him so deeply, aligning herself with the very person he despised the most? It is not him. I have not compromised myself with him. Our relationship is innocent. Yun Ruoyue implored. Xuancheng, why will you not believe me? As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, disappointment reflected in her eyes, each drop falling like pearls from a broken string. Seeing her tears, Xuancheng momentarily felt a pang of compassion. Yet the betrayal she shared with Su Qi ignited a fire of hatred within him, his heart wrenching in agony. You shall wait. I will immediately send people to hunt down Su Qi. How dare he lay a hand on the Princess of Li? Once I find him, I shall ensure his suffering is beyond imagination. With that, he coldly released his grip on her chin. Yun Ruoyue felt as if she had come back to life. Her chin throbbed painfully, bruised from his hold, yet the pain seemed distant. She suddenly turned to Xuancheng, anxiously stating, "This child is not Su Qi's. He is innocent. Do not harm the blameless. Whether he is his or not, I am well aware," Xuancheng replied. "He dares to tarnish my woman. Not only shall he perish, but this child within you shall also be lost. I will send someone to ensure it is done. If you wish to protect Su Qi, I will ensure his demise is even more torturous." His voice thundered like a raging storm, causing Yun Ruoyue to stagger back, tears glistening in her eyes. She clutched her belly tightly, tears brimming, shaking her head. "You want to terminate this child? He is innocent, a life in himself. How can you bring about his end?" In recent days, her feelings had shifted from disdain to sympathy for the child. Though she still resented this uninvited guest for the pain and turmoil he brought into her life, a bond of kinship had naturally formed within her, compelling her to protect him. It struck her as absurd to feel compassion for a child that ought not to exist. Yet she could not help but nurture a sense of attachment. "Are you feeling remorse now? Do you wish to bear Su Qi's child within my palace?" Xuancheng retorted, fury evident in his voice. Observing the sorrow in her eyes and her protective stance over her belly, his heart felt as if pierced by needles, suffocating him. "No, I will not bear him in your palace. I will petition the emperor for a divorce. For the sake of the life I once saved, I implore you to grant me this request. Allow me to leave and find a quiet place to bring this child into the world. He is innocent." Yun Ruoyue pleaded desperately. Chapter 950. Doubt of Su Qi Shao. You wish to abandon me and seek a blissful union with Su Qi Shao? Such a notion is utterly unacceptable. I shall never agree to a separation. Once you have crossed the threshold of the Li Wangfu, you are forever a part of it. Whether you live or perish, you shall remain within these walls, and there is no escape for you. He, a man of immense pride and formidable power, could never tolerate the thought of his beloved wandering away with another. The mere idea of watching her lead a joyous life with Su Qi Shao and their child was inconceivable. What he could not possess, no one else would have. Xuancheng, if you harbor such disdain for me, why do you insist on keeping me here? You would be better off ending my life with a single stroke of your sword. It would be far more merciful, Yun Ruoyue declared, lifting her chin defiantly. Her eyes closed, embodying a spirit as lifeless as ash, welcoming death. Xuancheng cast a cold glance in her direction. "I would never bring myself to slay you. I did not foresee that you would rather perish than admit your faults to me, that you would choose death to protect another's child." How could he bear to harm her? His heart ached for her. He had never contemplated her demise. With a voice tinged with anguish, he continued, "This child must not remain. As long as you comply and stay within the palace, forsaking any thoughts of Su Qi Shao, I shall overlook the past. I still regard you as the princess of the Li Wangfu, and will ensure your lifelong comfort and security." For her sake, this was the utmost concession he could make. Yet, for the sake of his dignity and the Chu lineage, this child could not endure. Heaven knew how terrified he felt upon realizing her pregnancy. From initial fury and shock to sorrow and heartache, he had come to terms with the situation. If she was willing to compromise and terminate the pregnancy, severing ties with Su Qi Shao, he could accept her without holding her past against her. At that moment, he gazed deeply into Yun Ruoyue's eyes before releasing her abruptly and striding out with heavy steps, his demeanor as cold as ice. "My lady, are you unscathed?" As Xuancheng exited, Chi-Chi, who had been waiting anxiously outside, swiftly darted into the room and closed the door behind her. Earlier that day, he had been displeased with the makeup Fenger had applied and had sought out the dressmaker's proprietress to redo it. Upon returning, he had overheard the quarrel within. He had considered barging in but restrained himself, fearing that hasty action might expose him, so he awaited Xuancheng's exit. After the prince departed, he cast a cold glance at Chi-Chi's back. This new maid seemed genuinely concerned for the princess. He did not prevent her from entering, for he too wished for someone to care for Yun Ruoyue. Yet, despite his deep affection for her, he could not accept her betrayal with another. Li San, issue a command to mobilize all the elite guards of the Li Wangfu to covertly monitor the Feiyu Pavilion. Ensure the princess is well protected. Should there be any lapse in security, it will be your head. Xuancheng commanded coldly. Yes, my lord, Li San replied with a bow. Not only must I safeguard the princess, but I must also lure that individual into a trap, capturing him effortlessly. Xuancheng grit his teeth, his resolve unwavering. He firmly believed that Su Qishao would surely come to see Yun Ruoyue. He intended to lay a comprehensive trap in the Feiyu Pavilion to capture him alive. Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and Lu Ruyan, upon hearing this, wore expressions of confusion. Mo Li approached and inquired, Your Highness, what on earth has transpired? Who do you intend to lure here, and whom do you wish to apprehend? It is none of your concern. Refrain from asking further. I shall handle it myself. Xuancheng replied coldly. How could he disclose the matter of Yun Ruoyue's pregnancy to anyone else? Chapter 951. The concern of Chi-Chi. Your Highness, what troubles you? Chi-Chi rushed inside and found Yun Ruoyue crouched on the ground, clutching her abdomen, trembling and weeping in distress. Her heart ached as if it were being pierced by a knife. Upon seeing Chi-Chi, Yun Ruoyue leaped into her arms, crying, Chi-Chi, I am so cold. I am in such pain, my heart aches terribly. Your Highness, what has happened? Chi-Chi asked with a perplexed look. I overheard His Highness say that you are pregnant. Is it true that you carry his child? Earlier, she had kept her distance, unable to hear the conversation clearly. If Yun Ruoyue were indeed carrying Xuancheng's child, it would be a blessing for him. Why then did he appear so enraged? The thought of his beloved woman bearing another man's child struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him both shocked and distressed. Yes, I am pregnant, but this child is not His Highness's. I do not know whose it is. I have inexplicably become pregnant, and I do not even know who the father of the child is, truly. He does not believe me. He actually doubts my word. Chi-Chi, do you believe me? Yun Ruoyue expressed her anguish. I believe you, of course I believe you. If you do not even know who the father is, how could you be pregnant? Chi-Chi looked at Yun Ruoyue with compassion, her own eyes reddening at the sight of her tears. I do not know. Perhaps a flower thief broke into the Wangfu and assaulted me, but I have no recollection. I only remember one morning 2 months ago when I awoke feeling sore all over, with red marks on my body. Moreover, I distinctly recall sitting here reading that night. Yet the next day, I found myself in bed. Do you think it is possible that I was violated that night? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her voice filled with agitation. Is that so? The Li Wangfu is heavily guarded. How could a flower thief dare to intrude and harm the princess? This is utterly audacious. Do not be disheartened. Your Highness, although His Highness does not believe you at present, I shall go and explain to him on your behalf. You are the victim, innocent in this matter. And I am confident that once he learns the truth, he will come to trust you. Chi-Chi said, her voice trembling as she considered Yun Ruoyue's plight. No, do not go. He is in a furious state, filled with murderous intent. You must not provoke him. He thinks I have betrayed him, that I have been unfaithful and brought shame upon him. Therefore, none of you should seek him out. I fear that in his rage, he may punish the servants of Feiyu Pavilion for their negligence and take your lives. Yun Ruoyue urgently grasped Chi-Chi, fearing she would act foolishly. Chi-Chi's eyes brimmed with tears, but now he blames you. What will you do? Even if the child is not his, you are still the victim. You have not betrayed anyone, nor have you strayed from the path of fidelity. We all trust you. He has set a web around, as if to ensnare someone. Truly? He intends to capture Su Qishao, believing that the child within me belongs to him, and that I have been unfaithful to him, thus laying a trap to apprehend Su Qishao. Chi-Chi, you possess martial skills and are quite astute. Could you possibly stealthily leave the estate to locate Su Qishao and urge him to flee swiftly? Otherwise, he may face a dire fate. This child is innocent and has no connection to Su Qishao. I do not wish to implicate the innocent. Yun Ruoyue clasped Chi-Chi's hand earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Chi-Chi felt a profound stirring in her heart. Chapter 952. He is willing to marry her. He suddenly grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand, parting his bangs to reveal his face, and altering his voice, said, Little Yue, do you see who I am? Look closely. You, who are you? Yun Ruoyue, upon hearing that magnetic voice and recognizing those familiar features, could hardly believe her ears. You are Su Qixiao. How did you come to be here? At that moment, she comprehended that Qi was indeed Su Qixiao. No wonder she was so tall and possessed such formidable skills. Yes, I am Su Qixiao, Su Xuancheng. Little you were. I disguised myself as a maid to see you because I missed you, never expecting to encounter such a situation. Our relationship is pure. I shall go find Chu Xuancheng and clarify everything. No, you cannot go. He trusts no one at this moment, and your explanations would be futile. If you go, it would be akin to courting death. Since he does not believe me, I see no need to explain myself. Yun Ruoyue urgently pulled Su Qixiao back. Su Qixiao narrowed his eyes coldly, stating, "Who wishes for death is still uncertain. Chu Xuancheng has repeatedly pursued me. Our enmity is profound. Now he has further harmed you. I desire to eliminate him even more. This is the Li Wangfu, his domain. There is no need to engage in conflict with him. Moreover, from his perspective, it is only natural for him not to trust me. Who could accept that their beloved harbors another's child? This is a humiliation and a wound for him. Given his past betrayal by Su Changxiao, it is entirely reasonable for him to be distrustful in light of this incident." Yun Ruoyue endeavored to speak in defense of Chu Xuancheng to dissuade Su Qixiao from acting impulsively. "What will you do now? With his temperament, he will never accept this child. If you remain in Li Wangfu, I fear for your safety," Su Qixiao said with heartfelt concern. "I have already contemplated this. I wish to pen a letter, seeking someone to deliver it to the palace. I intend to request a decree for divorce from the emperor. I still possess one opportunity for separation," Yun Ruoyue declared. "You wish to divorce Chu Xuancheng? Is this true?" Su Qixiao inquired. "Indeed, since he does not trust me. What purpose does my staying in Li Wangfu serve? He seeks to terminate this child, yet the child is innocent. If I can secure a divorce, I wish to leave this place and find a tranquil haven to give birth," Yun Ruoyue responded calmly. "Little you err, he will undoubtedly refuse your request for divorce. Moreover, do you truly wish to part with him?" Su Qixiao asked earnestly. Hearing those words, Yun Ruoyue felt a sharp pang in her heart, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. There was nothing to cling to. His profound distrust rendered any attachment unnecessary. The child was innocent, and I would never allow him to take the life of this unborn baby. I yearned to find a serene and picturesque place to bring the child into the world and nurture him lovingly. Yet, I am unaware of the child's biological father, leaving me at a loss for an explanation. Moreover, as a woman raising a child alone, devoid of a father's presence, how will society perceive me? How will they regard him? A child, lacking a father's affection, is so pitiable. It may be a luxury for him just to survive." Observing Yun Ruoyue's anguish, Su Qixiao's heart felt as though it were being crushed. "Little Yuer, do not weep. As long as you do not despise me, I am willing to care for both of you. I am ready to accept this child, to be your husband, to be his father. I vow to protect you and shoulder the responsibilities of a father. Write the letter, and I will find a way to present it to the emperor. Once the emperor consents to the divorce, I shall take you away. The moment you sever ties with Chu Xuancheng, I will marry you and become your husband, the father of your child. How does that sound?" Su Qixiao gazed at Yun Ruoyue with tenderness, awaiting her response. Chapter 953, Request for Divorce. His 6 affirmations represented Su Qixiao's genuine affection for Yun Ruoyue. She was taken aback by his declaration. His gaze was imbued with seriousness, sincerity, and deep emotion. She had never witnessed him so earnest. Yet, her heart had already been claimed by another, leaving no room for anyone else. "Thank you, Xuancheng," she replied. "This child should not have entered this world. I do not know who his father is, so how could I impose this upon you? You are yet unmarried, destined for a bright future. You should not bear a responsibility that is not yours. Do not concern yourself with me. Allow me to leave alone. You have a promising life ahead and need not ruin your future for my sake." "Ruin my future? I care not for the so-called future. I, Su Qixiao, have always lived recklessly, defying convention with a carefree spirit. I have never cared for the judgments of society or how others perceive me. My desire to take responsibility for you and the child comes from a place of genuine willingness. What may be honey to one could be poison to another. Perhaps others would deem this situation unacceptable, yet for me, it is a blessing bestowed by fate. Without this child, you would not sever ties with Chu Xuancheng, and I would have no opportunity to care for you. Your pregnancy is no burden. It is a gift, a 2-for-1 deal. How fortunate I am." As he spoke, Su Qixiao broke into laughter, his joy reminiscent of the gentle warmth of spring in March. "Qixiao, you truly are foolish," Yun Ruoyue said. her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at him in bewilderment. Who says I am foolish? I am wiser than most. While the world may perceive me as naive, they are the ones lacking insight. To have the chance to marry a woman as intelligent, skilled in medicine, and possessing a heart full of love as you is a fortune I must cherish. In my past, I was reckless and caused you pain. I promise. I am willing to dedicate the remainder of my life to making amends and caring for you. Would you consider marrying me, along with the child? Su Qixiao asked with hopeful anticipation. Yet, as Yun Ruoyue beheld Su Qixiao's earnest gaze, the image of Chu Xuancheng lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. I am truly at a loss on how to decline, for my heart still belongs to Chu Xuancheng. Agreeing to marry Su Qixiao would be unfair to him. But I cannot bear to reject him. It's all right. I understand your sentiments, Su Qixiao said, his eyes flickering with disappointment. I know you are hesitant to marry me. Marriage is not as simple as it seems. How about this? For the sake of the child's respectable identity, we could feign a marriage. You would pretend to be my wife, and I will take care of you both, fulfilling the roles of a father and a husband. However, our union would be merely a facade, a pretense of marriage. He felt grateful for this arrangement nonetheless. Thank you, Qixiao, Yun Ruoyue said, gazing at him with gratitude, her voice catching in her throat. Let us discuss this further when the time comes. She truly struggled to make such a decision while still harboring feelings for another. Very well, write the letter, and I will find someone to deliver it to the palace. Since Chu Xuancheng does not cherish you, we shall seek a divorce and cast him aside, Su Qixiao stated. All right, I will write the letter. Soon, Yun Ruoyue had composed a missive requesting the emperor's decree for divorce. She handed it to Su Qixiao, who swiftly transformed into Qi, taking the letter and making his way out of the royal residence under the pretense of an errand. Thankfully, he was there, otherwise this letter would never have reached its destination. Chapter 954, Nangong Rou's intrusion into the starry pavilion. The night had darkened. Chu Xuancheng stood alone by the window, gazing at the faint moonlight scattered across the sky, with only a few stars to accompany it. The night was thick, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, mirroring his heavy and melancholic heart. Your Grace, the wine you requested has arrived. Mo Li and Mo Zhu entered, carrying several jars of pear blossom spring wine. Set it down, and you may leave, Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Would you like us to join you for a drink? Company can lighten one's spirits, Mo Li suggested with concern. No, I prefer to drink alone, Chu Xuancheng retorted sharply. During times of sorrow, he wished only for solitude with his wine. It was only when in good spirits that he entertained company. Mo Li and Mo Zhu sighed and exited the room. They pondered the sudden discord between the prince and the princess. They had seemed fine, yet now everything had changed. Could it be due to concubine Rou? After all, the princess was quite sensitive about the child concubine Rou carried. Who do you think the prince is trying to ensnare with his elaborate traps? Mo Zhu asked as they stepped out of the starry pavilion. It must be Su Qixiao. The prince has issued secret orders to the Dark Guards and the Chu family army, instructing them to search for Su Qixiao discreetly. Once found, he must be captured, alive or dead, Mo Li responded. Why is the prince so intent on capturing Su Qixiao? Does it have anything to do with the princess? Are there misunderstandings regarding Su Qixiao and the princess? Mo Zhu's face clouded with concern at this realization. It should be noted that Su Qixiao had previously intruded into the Wangfu on 2 occasions, both for the sake of the Wangfei. However, I firmly believe that there is nothing untoward between the Wangfei and him. I have faith in her character. Despite Su Qixiao's somewhat jaded demeanor, he possesses a certain fastidiousness when it comes to matters of the heart. He frequents many places, yet he never sets foot in the Qin Luchu Guan. Observing his conduct, he resembles a paragon of virtue. Mo Li, she remarked. Indeed, I wholeheartedly trust the Wangfei. There must be a significant misunderstanding between the Wang and the Wangfei, though I remain uncertain as to the nature of the issue. When I inquire with the Wang, he remains reticent, sighed Mo Zhu, feeling despondent. Nangong Rou learned from the steward, Chen Feng, that the Wang and Wangfei had engaged in a fierce argument, after which he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol. Consequently, she summoned Mama Yu to prepare a bowl of sobering soup and made her way to the Xingchen pavilion. Lady Rou, the Wang is inside drinking. He has declared that no one is to disturb him without his express permission. Upon seeing Nangong Rou enter, Mo Zhu stepped forward to impede her progress. Nangong Rou caressed her belly and coldly retorted, Is the Wang's offspring also to be considered off limits? Mo Zhu, you are merely a servant. How dare you obstruct me? However, Zhu was no longer a mere servant of the Wangfu. He had become a captain in the military and served as the deputy commander of the Wangfu's guards. Enraged, Zhu replied, "You are mistaken if you think your status grants you the right to treat others with disdain." Nangong Rou sneered, "What significance does a captain hold? I am the Wang's concubine. Once you achieve the rank of general, perhaps you may dare to be haughty before me. If you do not step aside and provoke the air within me, I shall hold you accountable." Witnessing Nangong Rou's arrogance, Zhu felt a deep-seated resentment. However, considering the air she bore, he endured her humiliation and stepped aside. Humph, a mere servant daring to challenge a master, utterly oblivious to his own station. "Mama," you followed Nangong Rou, casting a disdainful glare at Zhu. The latter ground his teeth in frustration. Had it not been for the Wang, he would have dealt with these two women long ago. Chapter 955. Impersonating the Wang Fei upon entering the Grand Hall. Nangong Rou was met with a flickering candlelight that danced in the shadows. Xuancheng was slumped over a table, clutching a small wine flask, intoxicated and rambling nonsensically. "Yun Ruoyue, why do you treat me thus? Do you not know how deeply I love you? Why must you act in this manner?" he bellowed, suddenly hurling the flask to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces and splattering wine everywhere. "Wang, what has befallen you? How could you consume so much alcohol and become this inebriated?" As Nangong Rou observed Xuancheng's sorrow over Yun Ruoyue, she felt a tumult of jealousy and anger, yet approached him with concern. "Who are you?" Xuancheng rose, his eyes narrowing coldly, scrutinizing her with a haze of intoxication surrounding him. "Wang, I'm Yue, your Wang Fei." Nangong Rou had intended to introduce herself as Rower, but, realizing that Xuancheng was intoxicated, instinctively claimed to be Yun Ruoyue. Perhaps if he mistook her for Yun Ruoyue, she might receive a semblance of warmth and affection. Mama Yu, overhearing this exchange, felt her mouth twitch in disbelief. The Lady Rou truly possesses a lack of shame, daring to assume the identity of the Wang Fei. It is fortunate that the Wang is inebriated, otherwise, the embarrassment would be palpable. She may have lost her mind over the desire to become a princess. Noticing that Nangong Rou intended to converse with the prince, she quickly withdrew. In the Grand Hall, only Xuancheng and Nangong Rou remained. "You are Yue, the princess?" Xuancheng gazed at Nangong Rou, his expression somewhat dazed and flushed, still under the influence of intoxication. He stared at her, momentarily entranced. The woman before him, gentle and tender, truly resembled Yue. "Indeed, your highness. I heard that you were drunk, so I specially prepared a hangover soup to see you. Would you like to have some?" Nangong Rou offered, attempting to present the soup to Xuancheng. Suddenly, her hand slipped, and the soup spilled onto the floor. "I am sorry, your highness. It was an accident on my part." If he were to drink the hangover soup, what would remain for her? Naturally, she wished to spill it. "Are you all right?" Xuancheng rushed over. Concern etched on his face as he took hold of Nangong Rou's hand, examining it carefully. "Yue, did it burn you? Are you in pain?" "I am not in pain. With your highness's concern, I feel no discomfort," Nangong Rou replied, her heart aching from the long absence of Xuancheng's care. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "Why are you crying? Is it because I have upset you?" Xuancheng gently cupped her face, his fingers delicately wiping away her tears. "I am sorry. I should have trusted you. It is my lack of confidence that led to my anger. I feared that your affection lay with Su Qi Xiao, not with me. I apologize. Your highness, how could I ever blame you? I could never bring myself to do so." Nangong Rou gazed at Xuancheng with tearful eyes, her expression filled with deep affection, mingled with a hint of reproach. She realized that only by pretending to be Yun Ruoyue while he was intoxicated could she receive his affection. It dawned on her that the normally aloof and indifferent Xuancheng exhibited an unexpectedly tender side when it came to caring for a woman. She had never witnessed this gentle and nurturing aspect of him before. "Yue, I am truly sorry. I should have believed in you," Xuancheng said, pulling her tightly into his embrace, greedily inhaling her fragrant hair. Closing his eyes, he softly murmured, "Yue, shall we reconcile? I will accept you, regardless of whose child it is, as long as you are willing to forget that person. Your highness, Yue only loves you. You occupy my heart entirely. I wish to remember only you and bear your children," Nangong Rou said gently, tears glistening in her eyes. The strong scent of alcohol enveloped him, bringing her a sense of comfort. She could finally lean into his embrace once more. "Yue, you are so gentle tonight. You are truly obedient when you do not argue with me," Xuancheng remarked, his admiration evident as he dreamily lifted her chin, gazing at her rosy lips. No. Even when you argue with me, you are still lovely. Your Highness, does Yue hold such a significant place in your heart? Will you forgive me no matter what I do? Nangong Rou asked, her eyes filled with jealousy towards Yun Ruoyue, who had captured Xuancheng's affections. Of course. As long as your heart belongs to me, I shall forgive you for any transgression. However, should your affections lie with another, or if you dare to love someone else, I will never grant you my forgiveness, Xuancheng declared coldly. Rest assured, my lord, I shall remain steadfast as a rock, while I, like the supple reed, shall endure. Even if your heart should waver, mine shall remain unwavering, Nangong Rou professed with deep emotion. You err, Xuancheng softly called, gazing upon Nangong Rou's crimson lips, and gently pressed his own against hers. She quickly closed her eyes, awaiting the kiss to descend. My lord, no. She is not the princess. She is merely the secondary consort. At that moment, Zhu burst into the room, her voice rising in alarm. Instantly, Xuancheng pushed Nangong Rou away, his head throbbing with pain, feeling utterly distressed. Just as she awaited the kiss, Zhu had intruded. Fuming, Nangong Rou glared at Zhu, resentful that this wretched woman dared to thwart her moment of triumph. How dare you, Zhu? What is the meaning of this? I was sharing an intimate moment with my lord, and you barged in, she shouted furiously. I was outside and heard the prince calling for Yue, sensing something amiss. I listened further and discovered that you were impersonating the princess, Zhu retorted angrily. Secondary consort. How could you take advantage of the prince's inebriation to pose as the princess and approach him? You have no shame. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng was suddenly jolted from his stupor. He lifted his gaze and fixed a penetrating stare at Nangong Rou, shaking his head in disbelief. The figure before him, who had appeared to be Yun Ruoyue, was actually Nangong Rou. His eyes widened in realization, the effects of the alcohol dissipating rapidly. He glared at her coldly, aghast that he had almost kissed her, saved only by Zhu's timely intervention. How dare you impersonate the princess? You possess an audacity beyond measure, Xuancheng declared, his imposing figure advancing ominously toward Nangong Rou like a lion stalking its prey. My lord, have you regained your senses? Nangong Rou trembled at his fierce demeanor and instinctively stepped back. How dare you deceive me by posing as the princess? Guards, take her away and ensure she never steps foot in Xuancheng Pavilion again. Xuancheng commanded angrily. Please, my lord, what is the harm in my pretending to be the princess? If you had only come to see me, if you had shown me love, I would not have been driven to such humiliation. Do you think I wish to take her place? Do you have any idea how envious and heartbroken I felt listening to your sweet nothings directed at her? I am also your wife. Why can you not treat us both fairly? Nangong Rou cried out in anguish. Chapter 957. To kill her, the dream that had just unfolded was but a fleeting illusion, abruptly coming to an end. You are unworthy. You lack even the right to stand on equal footing with her. Leave, this instant. Xuancheng pointed toward the door, his voice laced with fury. My lord, I carry your child within me. How can you ask me to leave? What do I mean to you? Nangong Rou pleaded, shaking her head in despair. In my eyes, you are nothing. If you remain in the manor and bear this child peacefully, I may yet afford you a way out. But should you dare to impersonate the princess again or play tricks on me, I shall show you no mercy. Depart at once. Under the influence of alcohol, Xuancheng let out a furious roar. No, I refuse to leave. I carry your child within me. How could you be so heartless? Do you not care for our offspring? You treat his mother with such cruelty. Do you not fear that he will come to resent you in the future? Nangong Rou exclaimed with bitterness. The mere mention of the child sent Xuancheng's anger soaring to its zenith. Were it not for this child, he and Yun Ruoyue would not have found themselves estranged. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol that clouded his mind, rendering him uncontrollable. With a sudden bellow, he seized the treasured sword from the wall, pointing its blade menacingly at Nangong Rou. I detest deceit above all. You dare impersonate a consort? If you do not leave, you shall perish by my sword. Nangong Rou, unwilling to depart, provoked his ire to the point where he drew his sword. Please, my lord, temper your wrath. At that moment, Yumama, who had just taken a stroll and boasted to Feng air, entered to find the lord brandishing a sword at Madame Rou, leaving her utterly petrified. Madam, what are you waiting for? Hurry and leave. The lord has drunk too much and lost his senses. If you do not flee, what will happen to the child within you? Yumama urgently pulled Nangong Rou toward the exit. Startled by Xuancheng's fierce demeanor, Nangong Rou, upon hearing Yu Mama's words, hastily followed her out. However, her body trembled, and her legs felt weak, making her escape appear quite pitiable. Seeing that Nangong Rou finally consented to depart, Xuancheng coldly discarded his sword and slumped onto a chair, despondent. In the Crimson Moon Pavilion, Feng Er, after hearing Yu Mama's earlier boast, stormed in with an expression of anger. "My lady, I just heard that the Lord has invited concubine Rou into the Starry Pavilion to dine with him. Concubine Rou is his concubine. It is only natural for him to dine with her," Yun Ruoyue replied coolly. "I do not understand how the Lord's demeanor has changed so suddenly. Just yesterday, all was well, yet today he erupted in fury towards you, only to begin doting on concubine Rou afterward. Clearly, his offspring hold the utmost significance in his heart. He has made his choice. He has chosen concubine Rou," Feng Er said angrily. Yun Ruoyue, gazing absently at the medical tome in her hands, remained silent. "My lady, what has transpired between you and the Lord? Why has he changed so abruptly? You have barely enjoyed favor before losing it again." "Alas," Feng Er lamented, genuinely concerned for her mistress. Even in her current predicament, the queen remained unperturbed. "It is nothing. I have always been his adversary. His treatment of me is entirely expected. I never anticipated that he would summon Nangong Rou immediately after venting his fury upon me. He must now believe that she is the woman most suited for him, especially since she carries his child." Chapter 958. The young master requires a bath. The following day, Su Qishao had entrusted a letter to his confidant, who would find a way to deliver it to the palace. Only then did he return to the Li Wangfu. After briefing Yun Ruoyue, he retreated to his chamber, seeking a place to bathe. It was quite inconvenient to wash while masquerading as a woman in this location, so he opted to slip away to a nearby tavern for his bath. Today, while out attending to errands, he broke into a sweat and, upon catching a whiff of his own scent, felt a peculiar combination of discomfort and refreshment. Thus, he resolved to cleanse himself thoroughly. At that moment, he noticed Feng Er approaching and inquired, "Feng Er, do you know where I might wash? Would you care to join me? We can fill the tub together, saving both water and effort." Feng Er regarded Su Qishao with utmost seriousness. Su Qishao was taken aback, his expression marred by revulsion. "You wish for me to bathe with you? Why not? Is that so unacceptable?" "Sisters often share such intimacies," Feng Er replied. "The tub is spacious enough for several, and we frequently bathe together." "I refuse. I shall bathe alone," Su Qishao retorted. "Humph, if you do not wish to bathe with me, I assure you, I have no desire to share a bath with you either," Feng Er shot back, casting him a disdainful glance. Were it not for his past act of saving the princess, she would not have entertained him at all. As she turned to leave, Su Qishao called out, "Wait, Sister Feng, might I trouble you to fetch some hot water for me? I wish to bathe." "You expect me to fetch water for you? Am I your servant? I serve only the princess. You are unworthy." Feng Er shot him a cold glare before departing. Fuming, Su Qishao ground his teeth in frustration. He enjoyed a life of luxury in the Su residence, surrounded by numerous servants. Yet here he found himself in the role of a servant, enduring disrespect. Were it not for Xiao Yuer, he would not tolerate such indignities. At that moment, he noticed several heads peering sneakily from outside the door. Upon closer inspection, one of the heads, particularly the lecherous one, belonged to Mo Li. His heart stirred, and he shyly tugged at his own hair, sighing with a look of melancholy. "Alas, as a delicate maiden, I am incapable of fetching so much water. Who could assist me in preparing a lovely bath? Chi, do you require assistance with fetching water?" "We can help." Mo Li and his companions, who had been eavesdropping, leapt out enthusiastically. It seemed he had forgotten that Chi was a formidable woman, standing at nearly 6.5 feet tall, with martial prowess surpassing their own. "Ah, brother Mo, what brings you here?" Chi lamented. "I wish to bathe, but alas, I have no one to fetch water for me." "Do not fret. We shall assist you. Mo Zhu, Li San, Lu Ruyen. Hurry and summon someone to fetch water. Chi wishes to bathe, quickly." Mo Li commanded his brothers with urgency. "Why must it always be us? Did you not volunteer?" Mo Zhu retorted, his lips twitching. "Just go already, no need for idle chatter. Do you wish for my happiness or not? Would you prefer I remain single, or let our family line perish?" Mo Li glared at Mo Zhu. Mo Zhu rolled his eyes in response, gritting his teeth as he led his brothers to fetch water for the sake of the family lineage. Half an hour later, Su Qishao finally enjoyed a delightful bath, only to realize that he had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Chapter 959. Mo Li's doubt at that moment. He noticed Mo standing outside like a wooden post, holding a bucket of hot water, ready to replenish it at any moment. Such excellent service. He cleared his throat softly and said, "Brother Mo, it seems I forgot to bring in a change of clothes. Could you assist me in fetching it?" "Fetch your clothes in?" Mo thought of the scenario and was so excited that he almost had a nosebleed. "Indeed, it is inconvenient for you to come out, so I must ask for your assistance," Su Chi Xiao shyly replied, turning his face away, nearly unable to suppress a fit of retching. "All right, I will come in immediately," Mo said as he set down the bucket and, feeling somewhat anxious, walked in with the neatly folded clean clothes from the chair. "Brother Mo, please close your eyes and do not peek," Su Chi Xiao shyly instructed. "Rest assured, I shall not look nor listen to anything improper," Mo declared, closing his eyes like a paragon of virtue as he cautiously made his way inside. "Just place the clothes on that rack and exit," Su Chi Xiao directed. "Understood," Mo responded, fumbling around like a blind man until he found the rack and hung the clothes up. "Ah, there's a bug." Suddenly, Su Chi Xiao exclaimed. Mo opened his eyes wide. "Where's the bug?" "Where?" Upon opening his eyes, he saw Su Chi Xiao waving her hand at what she claimed was a bug, her body emerging from the water, inadvertently revealing her strong physique. He was momentarily stunned. "Su Chi, what has changed about you? Pervert!" Su Chi Xiao shrieked, quickly submerging herself back into the tub, crossing her arms defiantly, and shouted at Mo, "You lecher! How dare you peek at me? Get out this instant!" "I apologize. It was unintentional. I shall leave now." Mo hurriedly exited, feeling embarrassed. How has Su Chi's physique diminished? As he departed, he caught a glimpse of Mo's retreating figure, and for a fleeting moment, Su Chi Xiao felt a pang of panic. Could it be that Mo had discovered he was a man? Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, burying himself in the water. Now, he could only hope that Mo would not harbor suspicions, for he needed to escort the princess away. Once Mo stepped out, he was confronted by Feng Er, who was approaching. Upon seeing Mo emerge from the bathing chamber of Su Chi Xiao, she glared at him furiously. "Rogue, how dare you spy on a woman bathing? Shameless!" "Feng Er, I am not a rogue. Please do not misunderstand. I was merely delivering clothes to Su Chi," Mo explained, his face flushed. "Save your explanations. I have no desire to hear them. Go to your beloved Su Chi," Feng Er retorted with a scowl, turning on her heel and leaving. Mo stood in stunned silence, bewildered by Feng Er's disdain. He had done nothing wrong. After Su Chi Xiao finished bathing and changed into his clothes, he stepped out, feeling somewhat melancholic, worried about being exposed. Mo was rather naive. Surely he hadn't noticed he was a man, right? Thankfully, while bathing, he had refrained from washing his face and hair, thus preserving his makeup and hairstyle. "Su Chi, so you were here all along. I searched high and low for you. The princess's kite has gotten stuck in a tree, and since the prince is away, you are the best at lightness of foot in the manor. Please assist the princess in retrieving her kite." A maid named Qing Er hurriedly approached. "I shall not go." Su Chi Xiao coldly turned his face away. He harbored a profound disdain for the arrogant and haughty princess, and thus had no inclination to assist her. "What? The princess summoned you, and you dare to refuse? You possess quite the audacity to defy her command," Qing Er exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. "I am a servant of the princess consort. My loyalty lies solely with her." "The princess is but a stranger to me," Su Chi Xiao replied coldly. "You are truly beyond reason, showing such disregard for the princess. Just wait. I shall definitely inform the princess consort and ensure you are expelled," Qing Er retorted furiously. Suddenly, a young maid rushed in, her face etched with urgency. "Not good, Sister Qing. The princess has climbed a tree to retrieve a kite, but the branch she stepped on broke, and now she is hanging helplessly. Quickly, we must find someone to rescue her. I fear she may fall." "What?" Qing Er exclaimed in alarm, nearly fainting from panic. "Women are nothing but trouble." At that moment, Su Chi Xiao muttered a curse under his breath, then leapt forth, employing his lightness skill to elegantly glide toward the commotion. Meanwhile, the princess clung desperately to the branch above, her body suspended precariously several yards above the ground, instilling terror in the hearts of Aunt May and the maidservants below. "Quick, fetch blankets to catch the princess," Aunt May instructed anxiously. "Yes, Aunt May. Help. Who will save me? I cannot hold on much longer," the princess cried out, her voice filled with despair. Aunt May urged, "Princess, they have gone to summon help. You must hold on, please." "I cannot. I am losing my grip. My hands are about to break. Hurry and call the guards to rescue me. The princess shouted frantically, glancing down to see how far she was from the ground. Realizing the peril of a potentially fatal fall, I have already sent someone, but they have yet to arrive, Aunt May lamented, pacing in distress. If anything were to happen to the princess, her own life would be forfeit. I cannot hold on any longer. I must let go. The princess gasped, struggling to maintain her grip, her fingers slipping. In an instant, she plummeted like a discarded rag doll from the tree. Just when she believed her fate was sealed, a stunning figure appeared, skillfully soaring through the air. As Su Qishao approached, he saw the princess descending and quickly sprang into action, leaping to catch her midair, wrapping her securely in his embrace. With grace, he spun in the air a few times before gently descending to the ground. A spectacle of elegance that resembled a beautiful painting. The princess, who had resigned herself to death, opened her eyes to find herself safe in the warm and sturdy arms of Su Qishao. Oh my, I am not dead. Chi-Chi saved me. Her timing was impeccable. Wow. Chi-Chi's lightness skill is astounding. The moment she arrived, the princess was saved. Her martial prowess is remarkable. We are fortunate she came just in time. The princess gazed at Su Qishao with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Chi-Chi." "It's nothing, merely a trifling matter," Su Qishao replied, promptly releasing the princess from his grasp. As he raised his eyes, he spotted the kite still caught in the branches of a tree. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun around and ascended into the air, swiftly reaching the treetop. With a delicate motion of his hand, he retrieved the kite and gracefully descended, presenting it to the princess with a cool demeanor, stating, "Your kite." "Princess, thank you. Chi-Chi, you are truly wonderful." The princess expressed her appreciation, feeling even more grateful at his gesture. The others were likewise enchanted by Chi-Chi's impressive demeanor. Breaking into applause, the princess scrutinized Chi-Chi closely, sensing a familiarity about his appearance, as if she had encountered him before. "Chi-Chi, I feel as if I have seen you somewhere," she remarked, her curiosity piqued. In a world where many bore resemblance to one another, it was likely that the princess had mistaken him for someone else. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," Chi-Chi stated, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air. "Ah, there's a rat. A rat has come out," Qinger exclaimed. At her outcry, everyone turned to see a large rat scurrying across the ground, sending them into a frenzy of fear and screams. The princess, too, wore a face of terror, exclaiming, "Ah, a rat! Run, there's a rat!" Qishao, exasperated, glanced at the crowd and, without a second thought, lifted his skirt and lunged forward, bringing his foot down mercilessly upon the rat. Blood splattered as the creature met its swift demise. Goodness, how ruthless Chi-Chi is! Qinger gasped in disgust at the sight of the deceased rat, feeling nauseated. While the women around were paralyzed with fear, Chi-Chi displayed no trepidation, having vanquished the rat with ease. She was indeed a woman unlike any other. Qishao, ignoring the onlookers, turned and walked away. "Indeed, a martial woman is truly exceptional," the princess murmured, watching his retreating figure. In the afternoon, after her rest, the princess took Qinger for a stroll in the back garden of the palace. However, upon approaching the garden gate, they overheard a few servants whispering conspiratorially, "This Chi-Chi dares to splash dirty foot water on Concubine Rou. We must show her a thing or two and avenge Concubine Rou," one of them declared. Of course, Concubine Rou is not to be trifled with. She too holds power in the palace. That wretched servant Chi-Chi has the audacity to bully her. But with Chi-Chi's formidable skills, she will be difficult to confront. Therefore, we must resort to cunning. Let us go to the kitchen and lace her food with laxatives, causing her demise. But how can we ensure which dish belongs to her? What if someone else consumes it? Another questioned. "Fear not. All those from Feiyue Pavilion deserve punishment. Let us poison a multitude of dishes, so that all in Feiyue Pavilion suffer the consequences, and surely Chi-Chi will partake as well. When the time comes, her demise will serve as retribution for Concubine Rou. But what if they cook in their own small kitchen? What if they do not come to the main kitchen? That is unlikely. I have observed that for the past few days, Fenger and the others have been cooking in the main kitchen due to the news of the princess's ill health, avoiding the smell of cooking oil. Therefore, they will be here to prepare the meals. Very well, I shall go procure the laxatives. Let them suffer the consequences." If it were not for my own ears having heard it, I would never have imagined that the royal residence harbored such treacherous and insidious individuals. The crown princess, unable to contain her indignation, stormed out with Qing'er and bellowed at the three maidservants. "Ah, it is the crown princess. We pay our respects, your highness," the three maidens of the rainy soft pavilion exclaimed, instantly kneeling upon the sight of her. "You are indeed the maidservants of the rainy soft pavilion, are you not? I am astonished that you would dare to conspire against Rower behind her back, utterly undermining her. As long as I am here, you shall not harm anyone within the royal residence. Qing'er, summon someone to seize them. I shall personally administer justice," the crown princess declared furiously. Chapter 962. The princess's judgment. Royal sister, what has transpired? At that moment, Yun Ruoyue and Feng'er, having heard the commotion, hastened over. Yun Ruoyue, feeling unwell and seeking solace in the garden, had not anticipated encountering the crown princess. Upon seeing her, the crown princess disdainfully swept her sleeve. "You have arrived just in time. How do you manage the affairs of the royal residence? Just now, as I passed through, I overheard these maidservants plotting to poison your food with laxatives, intending to harm Chi and the others. Had I not apprehended them on the spot, Chi might have fallen victim to their scheme. As the head of the household, what do you propose we do with these three?" Yun Ruoyue stepped forward and recognized the three maidservants as those who had previously slandered her at the rainy soft pavilion. She had been searching for a reason to deal with them. "You audacious wretches! How dare you conspire against the people of the Feiyue pavilion? Bring them forth. Administer 20 severe lashes and expel them from the royal residence," she commanded coldly. "Please spare us, princess. We understand our mistakes. We were merely speaking without thinking. We would never dare to poison anyone." The maidservants knelt, trembling in fear as they pleaded for mercy. Yun Ruoyue cast a frosty glance at them. "Are you not the ones who thrive on gossiping behind others' backs? Today, you still dare to entertain malicious thoughts. My royal residence upholds strict rules that do not tolerate your kind of insolent servants. Seize them. Hold on." At that moment, Nangong Rou, clad in a resplendent crimson outfit, adorned like a blooming flower, approached coldly, flanked by Mama Yu and others. "Royal sister, dear sister, what has happened? Why do you seek to punish the maidservants of the rainy soft pavilion?" Nangong Rou asked, her gaze venomous as it fixed upon Yun Ruoyue. "Ask them yourself. These are the fine servants you have cultivated, bold enough to harm even me. Given time, they may dare to harm the prince as well." Yun Ruoyue replied icily. Upon hearing that they intended to harm Xuancheng, the crown princess's face turned a shade of iron. "Rower, these three maidservants are your subordinates. How do you manage them? Just now, I overheard them plotting to poison the maidens of the Feiyue pavilion, intending to harm Chi, who is my savior. How can such treachery be tolerated? You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Royal sister, could there be a misunderstanding? These three have always been quiet. Perhaps you misheard?" Nangong Rou replied softly. Now that she was with child by the prince, her status had changed, and she could not allow them to be disposed of at will, lest she lose face. Furthermore, these three individuals are devoted to her service. How could she possibly forsake them? Should they truly be convicted, it would undoubtedly lead others to believe she instigated their actions, leaving her with no defense. Did I mishear? Both I and Qing'er heard it distinctly. How could we be mistaken? They indeed conspired to poison Chi. The Grand Princess declared. Is what the Grand Princess said true? Nangong Rou coldly directed her gaze at the three kneeling figures. No, it is not true. We had no intention of harming Chi. It was merely a jest. Perhaps the Grand Princess misunderstood. Yes, my lady, we were only joking. You must save us, we are innocent. My lady, we only spoke out of concern for you after Chi splashed you with water. We meant no harm. Please forgive us, Grand Princess. Chapter 963. Artful evasion. Upon seeing Nangong Rou, the three knew they could plead their case and quickly began to defend themselves. With a sigh, Nangong Rou stepped forward and gently took the Grand Princess's hand. Sister, they likely lacked the audacity for such an act. Perhaps you misheard, or they were merely jesting. They would not dare to commit such an act. Why not, for my sake, impose a lighter punishment? Perhaps deny them dinner tonight and require them to clean the entire estate? With Nangong Rou's support, the Grand Princess hesitated. Their relationship had always been close, and she truly did not wish to lose face before her. The debt of human kindness is indeed difficult to refuse. Sister, they attempted to poison someone in the Li Wangfu. This is not a matter where leniency can be afforded. Such actions cannot be overlooked. They already harbor prejudice against their mistress. Do you truly believe that if you spare them today, they would feel gratitude? Instead, they would harbor resentment and continue to plot harm. What if they were to poison you? Or the prince? Yun Ruoyue, sensing the grand princess's uncertainty, coldly interjected. Sister, they are all in my service. How can you speak of them in such a manner? To question their character is to question mine. If you generously spare them today, they will be grateful for their lives, treating you with greater respect. They would not dare to harm anyone again. Besides, they were merely joking. They lacked the audacity to commit such a grave act. Yet you speak as if they have committed an unforgivable crime. Are you seeking to find fault and punish my people? Before the grand princess could respond, Nangong Rou had already brushed her sleeves aside, indignant. The grand princess glanced at her, realizing for the first time that the gentle Rou could exhibit such fierceness. Yun Ruoyue laughed coldly. A jest? Who would joke with another's life? Today they might employ a laxative, tomorrow they could use poison. Those who dare to harm me today will dare to harm me again tomorrow. Such malicious individuals must be eradicated entirely. They cannot remain in the royal residence lest they unleash endless calamity. Sister, they have served in the palace for many years. They are long-standing members of the household. They may not have notable accomplishments, but they have endured hardships. Must you seek to annihilate them simply because they are loyal to me? If they are punished and expelled from the palace, who would dare to take them in? Their fate would be nothing but a dead end. Am I, a mere concubine, not entitled to protect my servants? Sister, I am aware that you have harbored resentment towards me. The last time I gifted you a silk handkerchief, you refused it, perhaps suspecting I had poisoned it. Do you believe me to be so malevolent? I knelt before you, seeking your forgiveness. Yet that wretched Chi-Chi deliberately splashed me with foot-washing water. According to your rules, should not Chi-Chi also be punished, receiving 20 strikes and banished from the Li Wangfu? Upon recalling her sorrow, Nangong Rou was overwhelmed with tears. The grand princess was aware of the incident where Nangong Rou was splashed by Chi-Chi and had previously offered her comfort. Noticing her distress, she gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, "Rower, do not grieve. The nature of Chi-Chi's actions differs from those who poison. Hers was an accident, while theirs was intentional. The two should not be conflated. Nevertheless, I understand your feelings. Anyone who has been doused with foot-washing water would feel upset." Chapter 964. Preemptive Complaint, Your Highness. You previously stated that Chi-Chi possesses a wicked heart, claiming her actions were deliberate. Nangong Rou asked incredulously. The last time she reported to the grand princess, Chi-Chi was harshly reprimanded. So why the sudden shift? Moreover, when did Chi-Chi become the grand princess's savior? The grand princess cleared her throat awkwardly. I misunderstood Chi-Chi last time. Today, while retrieving a kite from a tree, I nearly fell, and fortunately, Chi-Chi saved me, allowing me to keep my life. Her bravery reveals her chivalrous nature. She is kind-hearted, not someone who would intentionally splash water on another. Thank you, Your Highness, for clearing Chi-Chi's name. She is intelligent and virtuous, with a heart of gold. And it is utterly impossible for her to have deliberately splashed concubine Rou. The prince was also present, and he, with his discerning eye, chose not to punish Chi-Chi, indicating his awareness of her unintentional act and his decision to forgive her. Concubine Rou, do you dare to question even the prince's judgment? Yun Ruoyue spoke coldly. Rower does not dare to question the prince. Nangong Rou gritted her teeth, her voice filled with indignation. What has transpired? At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance of the garden. Everyone turned to see Xuancheng approaching, surrounded by his entourage, exuding an aura of authority. His expression was cold, his gaze piercing, radiating an air that demanded distance. Clad in a black robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, adorned with a golden crown and a jade belt, his sharp features and deep-set eyes drew all eyes to him, as if he were enveloped in light. Greetings, Your Highness. Nangong Rou and the servants immediately bowed in respect. Rise. What is happening? What has befallen them? Xuancheng inquired coldly. His gaze then fell upon Yun Ruoyue, as she met his penetrating and somewhat pained eyes. She quickly looked down, unable to hold his gaze, cast a profound gaze upon her. The moment she met his eyes, her hand instinctively moved to her abdomen, as if to shield herself from an unseen threat. His heart grew heavier, constricted as though gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless. My lord, you have arrived at an opportune moment. The situation is thus: my 3 maidservants, in response to the incident where Chi-Chi splashed water on me, sought to defend my honor by jesting about her behind her back. Consequently, my sister intends to punish them and expel them from the palace. I implore you, my lord, to show mercy and spare them. Ending you stepped forward decisively, recounting the events to Xuancheng. Yet, in her narrative, the three maidservants transformed into innocent advocates, while the princess was depicted as a ruthless matron, intolerant of any slight. Yun Ruoyue interjected, "My lord, the princess can attest to this. She heard them conspire to administer a laxative in the meals of the esteemed members of Feiyue Pavilion, intending to harm Qiqi and, incidentally, those associated with Feiyue as well. I ask you, can we allow such audacity to go unpunished? Is this true, your highness?" Chu Xuancheng sought confirmation from the princess. "Indeed, I heard it with my own ears. However, they are our used servants. I believe they may have merely spoken in jest, seeking to vent their frustrations. They did not intend any real harm. Perhaps we should grant them a chance to atone for their actions. I trust you will guide them accordingly," the princess interceded. Swayed by past affections. "Yes, my lord, I beseech you to consider my plight. I am with child and in delicate health. They have aided in my care. I previously showed signs of miscarriage, and it was their attentive service that preserved the life of the young heir. In truth, they have served the palace well and have not caused any genuine harm, merely engaged in light-hearted jest. A minor reprimand suffices. Perhaps they could be tasked with additional duties instead." Nangong Rou asserted, emphasizing her condition and appealing to her sister's inherent compassion. Her strategy was clear. She wagered the life of her unborn child, believing that Chu Xuancheng would be swayed by the prospect of a royal heir and would grant clemency to the three maidservants. "Do you claim they sought to poison those at Feiyue Pavilion?" Chu Xuancheng's voice turned icy, his imposing figure advancing menacingly towards Nangong Rou, his gaze piercing her. "And no, my lord, they merely intended to teach Qiqi a lesson with a laxative, not poison." Nangong Rou stammered, retreating in trepidation. How audacious of these servants to dare poison within the palace. "Guards, seize them, administer 50 lashes, and expel them from the palace." Chu Xuancheng's sudden decree sent tremors through the onlookers. The three maidservants felt as though they had been doused in icy water, trembling in fear, their faces drained of color. They had hoped that the revelation of Nangong Rou's pregnancy would evoke mercy from the Lord, sparing them from dire repercussions. "My lord, please show mercy. I acknowledge my errors and promise it shall not happen again. My lady, please intercede for us with the prince. We did not intend any harm. Our words were but casual remarks. We implore the prince to spare our lives. My lady, we beseech you. If those 50 strikes are executed, they shall not survive." Just as the gentle Lady Nangong was about to plead for mercy, she was abruptly interrupted by the cold voice of Chu Xuancheng. "Was this action instigated by you?" "No. I had no knowledge of their plans. Please, prince, discern my innocence." Lady Nangong hastily shook her head, realizing that if she could not save them, she must not jeopardize herself in the process. "I believe in you. You would not resort to such folly," Chu Xuancheng remarked meaningfully as he fixed his gaze upon her. "If she were to poison someone, it would be lethal, not merely a laxative." "Thank you for your trust." The chill enveloped Lady Nangong's neck, and cold sweat broke out across her body. Yun Ruoyue cast a frigid glance at them. It was indeed ironic that Chu Xuancheng would choose to trust Lady Nangong over her. Without needing any command from Chu Xuancheng, Mo Li and his companions moved forward, dragging the three maidservants away. The air was filled solely with their cries and pleas for mercy. Had they known, they would not have begged for clemency, but rather allowed the princess to administer 20 strikes to cast them out, which would have been preferable to the prince's 50. Compared to the prince, the princess was relatively merciful. As their voices faded, Chu Xuancheng suddenly turned to Yun Ruoyue, seizing her wrist and forcefully leading her towards the Star Pavilion, displaying an extreme dominance that left both the princess and Lady Nangong momentarily stunned. At that moment, a figure clad in pale pink sat nearby beneath a large tree, swinging long legs and quietly observing the scene. He raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that the princess would speak on his behalf. It seemed she was not as devoid of conscience as her facade suggested. Though she lacked the discernment to distinguish between friend and foe, being led along by Lady Nangong without awareness. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu being unceremoniously pulled away by Chu Xuancheng, he felt a pang of anxiety and swiftly employed his lightness skills to pursue them. If Chu Xuancheng dared to harm Xiao Yu further, he would take her away without hesitation. Chapter 966. A bowl of saffron. Seeing Chu Xuancheng directly take Yun Ruoyue away, Lady Nangong was consumed with jealousy. Observing Chu Xuancheng's indifferent demeanor towards Yun Ruoyue, she realized that her previous insinuations had indeed borne fruit. Chu Xuancheng must be aware of Yun Ruoyue's pregnancy. especially after their last heated argument. Yet, the fact that no one else knew about it indicated that Xuancheng was protecting her secret. Let him conceal it for now. She would bide her time until Yun Ruoyue's belly grew, at which point she would personally expose her, leading to her disgrace and infamy. Xuancheng brought Yun Ruoyue into the Star Pavilion, grasping her hand and unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed. Though his strength appeared formidable, he had not exerted it fully. Otherwise, she might have fallen and harmed the child within her. Rising coldly, she fixed her steely gaze upon him and demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Xuancheng cast her a cold glance before suddenly calling out, "Bring in the medicine." Immediately, a young maidservant entered, carrying a bowl of dark, pungent herbal concoction. Yun Ruoyue immediately recognized the scent that wafted through the air. She gazed at Xuancheng in shock, clutching her abdomen and stepping back 2 paces. "This is saffron. What do you intend to do with this medicine?" Xuancheng offered no reply, instead nodding towards a maidservant who then placed the bowl of medicine down, bowed her head, and respectfully withdrew. "This is a trusted confidant of mine, known only to the 3 of us, not even to Mo Li and the others. This potion was prepared at my behest, and only we 3 know of your pregnancy. However, once she brews this concoction, she will take matters into her own hands. Thus, this secret is ours alone, forever shrouded from the world," Xuancheng stated with an air of calm. Yun Ruoyue's pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at Xuancheng. "You intend to force me to consume saffron, to terminate this child? By what right?" "By the right that I am your husband, and that you have committed such a scandalous betrayal with Su Qi. My leniency in allowing you to remain is already a concession. Drink this saffron, sever your ties with him, and I shall still regard you as the Princess of Li." Xuancheng's voice turned icy. "No, I refuse to drink. This child is mine, growing within me. You have no authority to take his life," Yun Ruoyue asserted vehemently, shaking her head. "If you wish to be the Princess of Li, he must perish. If you desire my clemency, he too must meet his end. It would be wise to consume the medicine and comply, and I shall treat you as I once did, showering you with honor. Otherwise," Xuancheng's tone grew grave, his eyes darkening further. Yun Ruoyue met his gaze, her eyes filled with despair and heartache, and she replied with a cold smile, "You need not concern yourself. I have no desire to be the Princess of Li. I have already sent someone to the palace to seek the emperor's decree for a divorce, and I have found a suitable father for the child. Do not worry." "What? You dare?" Xuancheng exclaimed in fury, astonished that she had sought a divorce from the emperor. "What do I have to fear? Do you think Yun Ruoyue is easy to bully?" With that, she seized the bowl of medicine and smashed it to the ground. The sound of shattering pottery echoed through the hall, the air thick with the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese herbs. Yun Ruoyue then retrieved a charged stun gun from her cloth bag, gripping it tightly with trembling hands as she aimed it at Xuancheng. "If you dare to harm my child, I will fight you to the end." Chapter 967. Committing an act of darkness, Xuancheng glanced at the stun gun in Yun Ruoyue's hands and slowly approached her. His towering figure loomed over her diminutive frame, and she retreated, gripping the weapon tightly. "Do not come any closer. If you approach, I will end us both. You have never witnessed the power of this weapon. I assure you it can kill." He chuckled softly, a hint of sorrow lacing his throat. "In your heart, what kind of person do you believe me to be?" Did she see him as a beast, a demon? She was prepared to face him in a final confrontation. He had never wished to harm her. With the thought of Xuancheng wanting to terminate her child, Yun Ruoyue's anger flared. "In my eyes, you are a demon, an unmitigated fiend. I have petitioned the emperor for a divorce. Once he consents, our ties will be severed. I implore you to release me. Do not confine me here. I wish to leave." Yun Ruoyue spoke as she attempted to step outside, yet before she could take more than 2 paces, her arm was seized by Xuanchen's powerful grip. Swiftly, she produced a stun gun, intent on shocking him. However, he deftly countered, tightening his hold on her wrist, causing her to wince in pain and relinquish her grip, the stun gun clattering to the ground. Xuanchen quickly delivered a kick, sending the device flying far from her reach, visible yet unattainable. Witnessing her defiance, a blaze of fury ignited in his eyes. Suddenly, he grasped her hand, forcefully tossing her onto the bed, his imposing frame looming over her. "Since you dare to label me a demon, then I must indulge in deeds befitting such a title. Yun Ruoyue, I have indulged you for far too long, pampering you excessively, and every time I wished to cherish you, you repelled me. This time, I shall assert my rights as your husband." With that declaration, he secured her hands with one of his, while the other began to tear at her garments. "What are you doing? Xuancheng, you beast. I am already with child. Release me." Yun Ruoyue gazed at him in terror. "Rest assured, with a child in your womb, I shall treat you with gentleness. I would never harm the life you carry." Xuancheng reassured her, his legs pinning down her feet, rendering her immobile. He had restrained himself for far too long, yearning for her. Having granted her freedom and a carefree existence, today he was determined to claim her, unwilling to continue as the virtuous gentleman who would never attain her. "You won't harm him in this manner. You'll resort to something far more ruthless." "Won't you? Like forcibly administering drugs?" she retorted, her rebellious spirit ignited by his dominance. "Xuancheng, you are cruel. Let me go?" Just then, a fierce commotion erupted outside, the clashing of swords echoing. "Emily, let me in. I must see the princess." It was the voice of Su Chi Xiao. He did not disguise his voice, but spoke in his natural tone, and both Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng heard him. Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback. Chi, so you are Su Chi Xiao. I had my suspicions, but never imagined it to be true." Emily replied, a pang of heartache evident in his tone. "Enough with the pleasantries. Everyone, clear the way for me. I must see the princess and take her away." Su Chi Xiao bellowed in anger. "The princess belongs to the Li Wangfu. You shall not take her." Emily retorted coldly. "Emily, if you do not step aside, do not blame me for being merciless." Su Chi Xiao's voice trembled. He feared that if he delayed, Xuancheng would harm Yun Ruoyue. "Everyone, surround Su Chi Xiao. Do not let him breach the Xingchen Pavilion." Emily commanded, and soon, Emo Zhu, Lu Ruyan, Li San, and others led the guards to encircle Su Chi Xiao. "How dare you obstruct me? Beware of my concealed weapons. They show no mercy and will leave you in despair," Su Chi Xiao declared, unleashing a barrage of poison darts. Emily, while parrying with his sword, remarked, "Young Master Su Chi, the prince has covertly issued an arrest warrant for you. It would be wise for you to surrender. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." After speaking, Emily cast a profound glance at Su Chi, subtly urging him to flee. The prince had already laid an intricate trap. If he did not escape swiftly, his days would be numbered. While he was aware of the innocence between the princess and Su Chi, the prince remained unconvinced. Should the prince capture Su Chi, his fate would be dire. Indeed, everyone, exert all efforts to apprehend Su Chi. The prince has decreed that the living must be seen and the dead must be accounted for. Li San bellowed, showing no mercy towards Su Chi. They had not anticipated that Su Chi would disguise himself as a maid and infiltrate the Li Wangfu, remaining hidden within the palace walls, leading them on a futile search for days. Had it not been for Su Chi's hasty arrival to meet the princess, revealing his voice and martial prowess, they would have remained oblivious. To attempt to kill this heir, let us see if you possess such capability. Come on, let us engage together and witness who prevails. Suddenly, the sounds of clashing swords and fierce combat erupted outside, striking terror into the hearts of those present. Yun Ruoyue was immediately alarmed. How had Su Chi arrived? Exposing his identity? With Chu Xuancheng's formidable forces, his situation appeared perilous. Seeing the worry etched on her face, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened further. "I did not anticipate that Chi is indeed Su Chi. For your sake, he would disguise himself as a maid to enter. I truly did not foresee the depth of your bond. He could have entered openly, but chose this method instead. Yun Ruoyue, do you all consider me a fool?" After his furious outburst, he forcefully tore away Yun Ruoyue's garment, revealing her fair, delicate shoulder. "He disguised himself as a maid merely to see me. Our relationship is innocent. Nothing has transpired between us," Yun Ruoyue stated defiantly. "Ah, so you were aware all along. You knew that the one I despise most approached you in disguise. And yet you did not distance yourself from him, even allowing him to remain in Feiyue Pavilion. What is your true intention, Yun Ruoyue? Do you harbor feelings for him, thus shielding him? Or is this your agreed-upon method of secrecy? Does he now seek entrance to protect you and your child?" Chu Xuancheng's eyes glowed crimson, filled with murderous rage stemming from betrayal. "I do not, nor does he. This child is not his. It has nothing to do with him. Please do not harm the innocent." Yun Ruoyue was about to defend herself when her words were swallowed by Chu Xuancheng's lips. Chu Xuancheng fervently devoured her lips, forcefully tearing at her clothing, his kiss urgent and fervent, akin to a tempest, insistent and domineering. Yun Ruoyue was utterly defenseless. She yearned to resist, Yet her limbs were bound by his strength, rendering her powerless. The weight of his mistrust brought tears cascading down her cheeks. Chapter 969. Love. Unattainable tears fell from her eyes, one by one, like pearls from a broken string. Suddenly, Xuancheng tasted the salty tears upon his lips, and upon lifting his gaze, he discovered she was crying. In that instant, his steely heart softened unexpectedly. She surprisingly ceased to resist, silently shedding tears, her eyes vacant as she fixed her gaze upon him. Rest assured, my dear Yu, I shall treat you with utmost tenderness. I will not harm you, declared Xuancheng, revealing a softer side only in the presence of Yun Ruoyue. Unable to bear her tears, he lowered his head, cradling her delicate face, gently kissing away her sorrow, his lips caressing her brow, eyelids, mouth, and neck with tenderness. Outside, the cacophony of intense combat raged on, swords clashing, weapons shattering, and the anguished cries of injured guards echoed, accompanied by the frantic footsteps of Su Qishao. Gently, Xuancheng closed his eyes, bestowing soft kisses upon her, his gaze intoxicated, their kisses lingering and delicate, each one filled with caution, as if fearing to inflict pain. Yun Ruoyue had anticipated a tempest from Xuancheng, yet he was unexpectedly gentle, as if treating a rare treasure. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld his eyes, a tempest of anger and restraint intertwined with profound heartache, which mirrored her own burgeoning sorrow. As he continued to kiss her, his voice was laden with anguish. Why do other men possess you, while I am forever denied? Why can you bear children with them, yet not with me? Why do they have you, while I cannot? He questioned her with the innocence of a child yearning for candy, heartbroken in his inquiries. Despite his deep affection for her, treating her as a precious gem, he felt unworthy and defeated, unable to win her love. Rage and heartbreak surged within him as he began to loosen her belt. Outside, Su Qishao battled valiantly against numerous skilled adversaries, his body a tapestry of wounds. Bloodied yet unwavering, brandishing a red-tasseled spear seized from a guard, standing resolute. The prolonged absence of Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng instilled a sense of foreboding in him. In a sudden burst of fervor, he swung his spear with relentless ferocity, charging towards Mo Li and his cohorts. Mo Li, witnessing Su Qishao's reckless advance, was reminded of the prince's earlier selfless courage in saving the princess. They were willing to risk their lives for her sake, and he couldn't help but admire Su Qishao. Despite his numerous injuries, he surged forth like a god of war. Regrettably, their numbers formed an impenetrable barrier. Su Qishao stood no chance alone. Su Qishao, we outnumber you, and we shall wear you down, Mo Li taunted. The princess is destined to be our prince's woman. Depart now and save your life. Observing Su Qishao soaked in blood yet undeterred, Mo Li felt a pang of compassion reminiscent of his own feelings for Qi, and decided to spare him. Resolving to bear any ensuing tempest himself, Su Qishao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, a wicked smile curling his lips. If I cannot see the princess safe, I will not depart. We are confidants, friends. I cannot leave her to face Xuancheng alone. If we must go, let us go together. If we must live, let us live together. Do you truly believe our Lord would harm the princess? He loves her more than anyone else. Trust me, he would never bring her harm. You may leave now, Mo Li insisted. Su Qishao's smile was cold and sorrowful, despite his battered condition and exhaustion. He refused to yield, holding steadfast. He would not leave. He must wait for Xiao Yuer to emerge. Even in death, he would remain here. Chapter 970. Reluctantly letting her go, Mo Li shook his head in resignation, compelled to summon more men to confront Su Qishao. Inside the grand hall, as Xuancheng reached to unfasten Yun Ruoyue's belt, he noticed her close her eyes, turning her face away, tears cascading down her cheeks. She appeared resigned to her fate, her head tilted in anguish. Witnessing her unbearable torment, he abruptly halted. In his youth, he had heard the palace maids speak of how the first 3 months of pregnancy posed the greatest risk for a woman. If a man and woman were to share a bed during this time, it could lead to miscarriage, endangering the woman's health. When his mother was pregnant, his father, who cherished her deeply, refrained from any intimacy, honoring her condition. Even when courtiers presented beautiful women to his father, he remained unmoved, his heart solely for his mother. Conversely, a notoriously hot-tempered minister, upon learning of his wife's early pregnancy, continued to mistreat her while intoxicated, resulting in severe bleeding and a miscarriage, leaving her with lasting ailments. The minister's wife's family held positions in the court, and her father brought the matter before the throne. The emperor swiftly dismissed the minister, declaring, "A man who cannot cherish his own wife, who inflicts such harm, is unworthy of holding a court position." Reflecting on this, Xuancheng felt an icy chill within him, halting his actions. If he were to force her at this moment, would he still be Xuancheng? Overwhelmed by her tears, he could not bear to continue. If he persisted, he might harm her unborn child, injuring her body, which would contradict his desire for her happiness. He feared her inability to forgive him. This child was precious to her, and despite his resentment and unwillingness, he felt an instinctual need to protect what she valued. His heart was in turmoil, grappling with fierce inner conflict. Just moments ago, in his frustration, he had convinced himself that even if he could not win her heart, he could possess her physically. Only by having her could he conquer her heart. Yet he paused. Yun Ruoyue braced herself for the impending storm, yet found Xuancheng had ceased his actions. His gaze fixed upon her. She saw the pain of unfulfilled love reflected in his eyes, stirring her deeply. He could have continued, yet he chose to let her go. She had never anticipated such mercy from him. A sense of guilt washed over her. This child had come unexpectedly, leaving her utterly unprepared to face Xuancheng. His wrath was palpable, and she understood. "This time, I shall spare you," Xuancheng declared. "Yet your betrayal cannot go unpunished. I shall leave my mark upon you." As he spoke, he continued to kiss her, believing that although he could not possess her entirely, leaving traces of his affection upon her would at least signify that he had claimed a part of her. Before long, numerous strawberry-like marks adorned Yun Ruoyue's neck. Deprived of sweet rewards, he thought a mere taste would suffice. Yun Ruoyue glared at him in fury, believing she had been set free. However, while he had indeed released her, he still left her skin flushed and marked. When Xuancheng finally deemed it time to let her go, she abruptly sat up, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "Xuancheng, I have never harbored such hatred for anyone. I despise you," she exclaimed, gritting her teeth as she hastily adjusted her attire. Though Xuancheng felt a pang of concern for her, her words caused his expression to harden. "You should be grateful that I restrained myself. Had I not, you would not have been able to keep the child. You may have held back, but what of your kisses? Look at my body, marked as if by a savage beast." Yun Ruoyue retorted angrily. Had he not halted in time, she would have confronted him fiercely. With that, she donned her clothing and shoes, rushing toward the exit. Witnessing her urgency, Xuancheng's heart twisted painfully. She cared so deeply for Su Qixiao. What of his own feelings? Upon exiting the grand hall, Yun Ruoyue beheld Su Qixiao engaged in a fierce battle against Mo Li and others, valiantly holding his own against many adversaries. Though he was battered and weary, she called out, "Su Qixiao, Xuancheng has laid a trap to capture you. Do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once." "Xiaoya, you've emerged. Tell me, did he mistreat you?" Su Qixiao asked, worry etched across his face. "No, rest assured, I am unharmed. Please, you must go. Do not worry about me," Yun Ruoyue urged. "No, we shall leave together. I have come to take you away, and you must accompany me," Su Qixiao insisted. Aware that Yun Ruoyue was carrying a child that was not Xuancheng's. Knowing Xuancheng's temperament, he feared for her safety and sought to protect her from harm. "Think you can escape? It shall not be so simple. Bring forth the crossbow." A chilling voice echoed, and Xuancheng's dark figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. As his words fell, 2 guards bore a colossal crossbow before him, supporting it on either side, while Xuancheng coldly positioned himself in the center, gripping an arrow aimed directly at Su Qixiao's heart. Seeing him wielding the crossbow, Yun Ruoyue rushed toward him. "What do you intend? Are you truly going to use that against Su Qixiao? Stop this at once. I will not allow you to harm him. Do you feel pity for him? Given what he has done, I could slay him 1,000 times and still not quench my wrath." Xuancheng replied, his tone icy. "He has done nothing to me. All this stems from your own distrust. He stands alone, exhausted, while you have an army at your back. Is it not cowardly to use such a weapon against him?" Yun Ruoyue retorted, her voice filled with indignation. Cloud fury, with eyes blazing with rage. Chapter 971, Making a Deal with Him. "Little Moon, there is no need for you to waste words with him. I have come to take you away. Come with me, and I promise to care for you well, ensuring you remain unharmed." Su Qixiao gazed earnestly at Yun Ruoyue, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Dare to tempt my queen even when death is imminent? Su Qingshan, you seek your own demise." Xuancheng bellowed, suddenly drawing his bowstring, preparing to shoot Su Qixiao. Wait, Chu Xuancheng, let us make a deal. Will you spare him? Upon seeing the bow drawn, Yun Ruoyue cried out in alarm, rushing forward to embrace him, gripping his arms tightly to prevent him from releasing the arrow. Little Moon, what kind of deal do you intend to make with him? Do not compromise yourself for this. He can kill me with a single arrow. Please do not put yourself in jeopardy. Su Qixiao exclaimed, his eyes aflame with anger. Do not concern yourself. This is a matter between him and me. You must leave, hurry. Yun Ruoyue implored, then suddenly leaned towards Chu Xuancheng's ear, whispering softly. Everyone could see her lips moving, yet they could not discern her words. Curiosity piqued. They wondered what conditions the queen would propose to save Su Qixiao's life. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xuancheng glanced at her in disbelief, momentarily stunned. For Su Qixiao's sake, she was willing to make such a sacrifice, willing to give so much. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Ruoyue felt the tension in Chu Xuancheng's grip loosen. She quickly turned to Su Qixiao and shouted, Su Qixiao, run, quickly. Little Moon, tell me what deal you made with him. If you do not, I shall not leave. Su Qixiao declared, his eyes reddening. Yun Ruoyue looked at him helplessly. How could he be so stubborn? Suddenly, she pulled a hairpin from her hair and pressed it coldly against her neck, shouting at Su Qixiao, will you leave or not? If you do not, I shall end my life before your eyes. Little Moon, do not act rashly. Fine. I will go. I shall leave at once. Su Qixiao cast a reluctant glance at Yun Ruoyue, gritting his teeth and summoning all his strength to utilize his lightness skill, clutching his injured shoulder as he swiftly flew towards the wall. Injured, his agility was noticeably compromised, and he wobbled like a wounded eagle. Yet, he managed to escape unscathed as Mo Li and the others refrained from intervening. Your Highness, he has escaped. Shall we shoot? Li San inquired urgently. No need, Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, waving his hand dismissively. He cast a frosty gaze at Yun Ruoyue. The bond between you two is indeed profound. Your mutual sacrifice truly moves me. Enough with the pleasantries. The promise I made to you will be fulfilled immediately. Come inside. With that, Yun Ruoyue straightened her back and turned, walking back into the starry pavilion. Mo Li and Mo Zhu exchanged glances, wondering if the queen had indeed promised the prince her body. Chu Xuancheng took a final look at her retreating figure before entering. A short while later, an unfamiliar maid entered, carrying a bowl of saffron, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, the medicine has arrived, the maid announced. Step aside, Chu Xuancheng commanded. The maid bowed her head and withdrew. Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at the medicine, then turned to Yun Ruoyue, his eyes filled with disdain. It appears that you and Su Qingshan share a profound love. You are willing to sacrifice this child for him. Chapter 972. His heart softened indeed, just moments ago. Yun Ruoyue had whispered to him her intention to strike a bargain. She would terminate the pregnancy in exchange for Su Qixiao's life. If he agreed to spare Su Qixiao, she would consent to the termination. She was, as it turned out, a woman of her word. Yun Ruoyue shot a cold glance at Chu Xuancheng. Think what you will. I have promised to end this child's existence, and I shall not go back on my word. After all, this child is of unknown origin. It should never have existed in this world. Forcing it to be born may bring forth misfortune. Thus, I might as well end its life early. With that, she grasped the saffron-laden concoction, and, just as she was about to drink, her hand trembled. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, as if the child within her were pleading, resisting, and begging for mercy. In that instant, she felt like a fish gasping for water, and she inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed upon the bowl of medicine, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chu Xuancheng observed Yun Ruoyue, noticing the crystalline tears adorning her cheeks, her body trembling, her complexion pale, her lips quivering, as if she struggled to make a decision. He coldly remarked, What? Are you reluctant? He is the fruit of your love with Su Qingshan, is he not? You cannot bear to part with him, can you? As he spoke, his brows furrowed with a mix of coldness and malice, jealousy consuming him, clouding his thoughts and emotions. Yun Ruoyue shot him a resentful glare, her trembling gaze falling upon the medicine in her hand, tears cascading down her cheeks. Then, in despair, she closed her eyes, bringing the bowl to her lips, ready to drink. Stop! With a forceful strike, Chu Xuancheng knocked the bowl from her hands, sending it crashing to the ground. If you are unwilling, do not force yourself. Do not make it seem as if this prince is coercing you. The bowl landed softly on the warm carpet, unbroken. Yet the medicinal liquid splattered across the floor. Yun Ruoyue stared at Chu Xuancheng in astonishment. Why had he knocked the medicine away? Was he not eager for her to terminate the child? Now that she was prepared to consume it, he had intervened. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Chu Xuancheng's gaze flickered with a hint of guilt. Do not think for a moment that this prince is showing you mercy. I harbor no sympathy for you, nor do I feel any sorrow for this child. You shall drink it tomorrow. With that, he swiftly turned and departed. Fearful that remaining would harden his resolve to allow the child to be born. He was anxious about regretting his earlier action, prompting his hasty exit. As she watched Chu Xuancheng's cold silhouette vanish, Yun Ruoyue first felt bewildered, then a weight settled in her heart. He had said to drink it tomorrow. Even if she did not take it today, the necessity remained for tomorrow. No, she could not resign herself to fate. She must leave and ensure that Chu Xuancheng would not terminate this child. She would not allow him to have his way. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Yun Ruoyue immediately commenced her search for the silver notes. She meticulously packed the notes into her bundle, accompanied by a handful of silver coins. In addition, she carried with her the exquisite jade orchid hairpin that Chu Xuancheng had won for her during the Lantern Festival through a riddle. However, she chose to leave behind all the treasures she had acquired within the palace. Previously, Su Qishao had advised her that, should he inadvertently reveal his identity, he would escape first, allowing her to masquerade as a maid to exit the royal residence and subsequently rendezvous with him at the Tianxiang Pavilion. The Tianxiang Pavilion, a jewelry shop owned by the Su family, was conveniently located next to their rouge shop and tailor, providing them with ample opportunity to change their attire. Thus, she needed only to carry the silver notes, for clothing was unnecessary. At the time, Su Qishao's words had seemed premature, yet reflecting upon her current predicament, especially with Chu Xuancheng insisting she take her medicine today, she couldn't help but admire Su Qishao's foresight. However, Chu Xuancheng had stationed a formidable guard at the Feiyue Pavilion, evidently to prevent her escape. It was a veritable fortress where not even a mosquito could slip through. How could she possibly flee? Your Highness, Lady Rou has arrived, came the voice of Feng'er from outside. Let her in, Yun Ruoyue replied, rising to her feet. One must face what is inevitable. It was time to confront Nangong Rou. Shortly, Nangong Rou entered, flanked by Kai Dai and Mama Yu, her demeanor as frosty as ever. Sister, are you busy? You seem to be sweating, she remarked, her gaze fixed intently upon Yun Ruoyue. I just tidied up a bit. Did you come to see me for an important matter? Yun Ruoyue inquired coldly. Nangong Rou cast a glance at Feng'er and the others, signaling her desire for a private conversation with Yun Ruoyue. Feng'er, you may step outside, Yun Ruoyue instructed. But your Highness, Feng'er hesitated, casting a worried glance at Yun Ruoyue, concerned that she might be bullied by Nangong Rou. Do not fret, I shall not harm your mistress. You needn't worry, Nangong Rou replied nonchalantly. Yun Ruoyue echoed, do not be concerned, I am well. You may go. Reluctantly, Feng'er and the others complied. Yes, your Highness. At that moment, everyone was aware that Qi and Su Qishao were one and the same. Yet, with Su Qishao having departed, there was no one to protect the princess, prompting them to remain vigilant. Nevertheless, Yun Ruoyue's assurance indicated her lack of fear towards Lady Rou, so they resolved to remain at the door, ready to respond if needed. Do leave, Nangong Rou instructed Kai Dai and Mama Yu. Before long, all the servants had exited, leaving only Yun Ruoyue and Nangong Rou within the room. Now that everyone has departed, speak your mind directly. There is no need for pretense. As soon as the door closed, Yun Ruoyue fixed a cold stare upon Nangong Rou. Nangong Rou smiled icily. Sister, let us not beat around the bush. I am already aware of your secret. I know you are aware, for otherwise Chu Xuancheng would not know either. Lady Rou, your mother feigned a medical examination to ascertain whether I was with child. Am I mistaken? Yun Ruoyue retorted. Clever sister. My mother diagnosed your pregnancy on the spot. With the prince treating you so well, why would you choose to betray him? You truly have caused him great sorrow. He drowns his sorrows alone in drink. Did you know that? As I witnessed the torment he endured for you, my heart was consumed with jealousy and sorrow. He loves you deeply, yet you remain oblivious to the fortune bestowed upon you, audaciously betraying him by clandestinely consorting with Su Qishao and bearing an illegitimate child. You have wronged the prince's sincere affections, Nangong Rou exclaimed, her frustration evident as she slammed her palm onto the table. Yun Ruoyue regarded her with a frigid gaze. So you have informed Chu Xuancheng about my pregnancy and slandered me with Su Qishao? Yes, I hinted at it to the prince. But I did not specify it was Su Qi Xiao, she retorted. It is you who are morally corrupt, failing to uphold your duties as a wife. With such a formidable husband as the prince, you remain unsatisfied and still choose to consort with Su Qi Xiao. Is the prince not compelled to force you to terminate this child? I heard he had a fierce argument with you. You truly deserve it. Nangong Rou seethed. Spare me your prattle. Why have you sought me out? Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Nangong Rou smiled sinisterly. Now that you bear another's child, how can you shamelessly cling to the position of Li Wangfei? I demand you divorce the prince and leave the Wangfu, never to appear before him again. Otherwise, I shall expose your condition to the world, ensuring your ruin and disgrace. Chapter 974. Assisting her departure, Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance at Nangong Rou. Very well. I do wish to depart from Li Wangfu, but do you see the multitude of guards outside? It is far from easy for me to leave. Do you truly wish to escape? Nangong Rou asked. Incredulity etched on her face. Indeed, Yun Ruoyue affirmed. Are you willing to forsake the riches and splendor of the Wangfu? To abandon the prince? The opulence you so ardently pursue is, in my eyes, mere refuse. As for Xuancheng, he is but an inconsequential figure. Enough of this idle chatter. If you wish to become Li Wangfei and desire my departure from Li Wangfu, you must assist me and ensure my secrecy, preventing Xuancheng from discovering my whereabouts. Otherwise, your aims will remain unfulfilled, Yun Ruoyue stated coldly. Nangong Rou was acutely aware of Yun Ruoyue's standing in Xuancheng's heart. Even with another's child within her, he would still grant her the title of Li Wangfei. Only with Yun Ruoyue's complete disappearance could she seize her opportunity. However, to overtly eliminate Yun Ruoyue would spell her own demise. Thus, she gazed at Yun Ruoyue and said, Very well, since you are earnest about leaving, I shall assist you. I possess a means to facilitate your escape. However, if things go awry, you must not implicate me. Should Xuancheng discover that I aided your escape, he would undoubtedly loathe me, and even a saving grace would be of no use. Agreed. What method will you employ to lead me out of the estate? Kai-dai. Come in, Nangong Rou called towards the door. Kai-dai hurriedly entered. Madam, did you summon me? It is the princess who seeks you. She has been feeling unwell of late and has heard of your excellent massage skills. You are to attend to her, Nangong Rou instructed. Fenger, upon hearing this, sensed something amiss. Your Highness, do you require assistance with your discomfort? May I offer my help? No need, Fenger. Wait outside. Rest assured, I am fine. Yun Ruoyue reassured her. Upon hearing the princess's voice, Fenger finally felt at ease, though an odd feeling lingered in her heart. As soon as Kai-dai entered, Nangong Rou swiftly closed the door and said, In a moment, you and Kai-dai will exchange garments. Kai-dai will disguise herself as you, and you will transform into Kai-dai. I shall escort you out, allowing you to leave the estate. But what about Kai-dai? If she is discovered by others, her ruse will be unveiled. Fear not. Kai-dai is skilled in martial arts. After you depart, she will escape through the rooftop. There are green glazed tiles above, and she merely needs to lift them. Very well. Let us proceed with the change. Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Nangong Rou was indeed astute, yet her cunning was misapplied, otherwise she could have achieved great things, alas. Her intellect was consumed by rivalry and jealousy. Before long, Yun Ruoyue had exchanged attire with Kai-dai, while Nangong Rou personally assisted in her makeup and styled her hair into the customary dual buns worn by maidservants. Observing Nangong Rou's fervent enthusiasm, Yun Ruoyue mused on how desperately she wished to extricate herself from the royal manor. Soon, Kai-dai completed Yun Ruoyue's makeup, and upon gazing into the mirror, she realized she truly resembled a maid of the royal household. Nangong Rou then summoned Granny Yu, whispering to her until Granny Yu finally grasped the situation and nodded in understanding. Once prepared, Yun Ruoyue addressed the maid outside, saying, Fenger, I am weary and wish to take a nap. Would you please make some osmanthus cakes for me? I adore the ones you create. Is that true? Your Highness, it brings me joy to hear. I shall go make them immediately, Fenger replied, though she cast a puzzled glance at the door. I too am fatigued, Kai-dai interjected. And as I am with child, I must rest well. I shall not disturb my sister any longer. With that, Nangong Rou led Kai-dai and Granny Yu out. Kai-dai kept her head lowered, silently trailing behind, while Granny Yu deliberately used her ample frame to shield Kai-dai from view, ensuring Fenger and the others remained oblivious. Seeing Nangong Rou emerge, Fenger finally felt assured enough to begin preparing the osmanthus cakes. Yun Ruoyue kept her head down, closely following Nangong Rou. As they reached the entrance of Feiyue Pavilion, they heard Li San's voice from outside. Madame Rou, have you finished with the princess? He turned his gaze towards Nangong Rou. But just as he was about to glance at Yun Ruoyue behind her, Nangong Rou suddenly covered her mouth and feigned a retching motion, dashing towards the refuse bin at the courtyard's entrance to vomit. Madam, are you unwell again? Yun Ruoyue hurried over, bending down to pat her back. Granny Yu positioned herself to block Li San's view, smiling playfully at him. Oh, Li San, you must be in your 20s now. Have you found a wife yet? Would you like me to introduce you to someone? No, thank you, Li San replied with distaste, casting a wary glance at Granny Yu, almost believing she intended to matchmake him. After their exchange, Nangong Rou had already led the maidservants out of Feiyue Pavilion. He promptly took his position to guard the entrance, preventing anyone from slipping out. Having passed Li San's scrutiny, they would soon face the gatekeeper's watchful eye. However, even as they adorned themselves with makeup, they had already devised a cunning plan. Yun Ruoyue delicately covered her face with a silk handkerchief, bowing her head as she trailed behind Nangong Rou. Before long, the trio arrived at the main entrance of the Wang residence, where Yun Ruoyue, with a sidelong glance, noticed an overwhelming increase in guards, tenfold, to be precise. The sentinels stood in 2 rigid rows, ever vigilant in their scrutiny of the estate. In a bid to prevent her escape, Xuancheng had indeed spared no expense, stationing such a formidable number at the gate. Leading the way was Nangong Rou, her left hand resting on her waist and her right hand on her belly, exuding an air of haughtiness. Observing her approach, the gate guards quickly bowed their heads in deference, greeting her as Madame Rou, inquiring about her purpose for leaving the estate. How audacious! As a concubine, do you think it necessary to question my departure from the Wang residence? Nangong Rou retorted coldly. Please, madam, forgive us, we dare not overstep. However, the Wang lord has decreed that every person exiting the estate must be questioned, one guard explained. Every person? Does that include me, madam? I carry the Wang residence's little heir. How dare you treat me with such disdain? If I merely wish to take a stroll or procure some medicine, does it warrant your interference? Yumomo, let us proceed. With that, Nangong Rou strode forward with an icy demeanor. Yun Ruoyue followed suit, concealing her face with the handkerchief. The guard, chastened by Nangong Rou's outburst, fell silent. Observing this, Nangong Rou quickened her pace alongside Yun Ruoyue as they made their way to the bustling street. Madame Rou, please wait. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind them. Turning back, they saw Mo Zhu riding towards them. Mo da Xiaowei, is there something of urgency that necessitates my attention? Nangong Rou's tone was frosty. Nothing of the sort. Do not let me hinder your shopping, he replied. Having previously informed her of his promotion to captain, she deliberately addressed him in a manner intended to belittle his new rank. What significance did a captain hold, after all, compared to a general? Chapter 976. Departure from the Wang residence. Upon noticing Mo Zhu's approach, Yun Ruoyue quickly lowered her head, clutching the handkerchief to her face. Mo Zhu scrutinized her with suspicion, asking, Madame Rou, where are you headed? And who is this maid? Her silhouette seems strikingly familiar, as if I have encountered her before. His eagerness to stop them stemmed from recognizing the maid's figure, reminiscent of the Wang Fei. At present, the Wang lord was particularly anxious about the Wang Fei straying from the estate. Hence they could not afford to be lax. Moreover, the Wang Fei's safety was paramount within the confines of the residence, and he feared for her well-being outside. She is Kai Dai. Is her presence an inconvenience to you? Must you question my decision to bring Kai Dai along? Nangong Rou snapped. Kai Dai? Mo Zhu inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Yun Ruoyue. Why are you concealing your face? Raise your head. In that instant, a palpable tension gripped everyone's hearts. Slowly, Kai Dai lifted her head, parting the handkerchief from her face. Mo Zhu's gaze darted towards her, only to be met with a visage marred by blisters and blemishes, prompting him to avert his eyes in shock. What has happened to your face? She overindulged in seafood yesterday and is allergic to it, which has caused her current condition. I am on my way to consult a physician for treatment. How is it? Have you finished reading? Satisfied now? Nangong Rou inquired. Oh, I see, Mo Zhu replied, a hint of guilt in her voice. Captain Mo, do you suspect that I have engaged in some clandestine activities, calling upon me so urgently? I know you favor the princess and often bully me on her behalf. Yet today, you summon me without cause and offer no explanation. This is an affront to authority, a transgression against your superior. What more can you say? Nangong Rou rebuked. Please, madam, do not take offense. Zhu did not intend to bully you, Zhu responded. Well, that is good. Kai Dai, let us depart, Nangong Rou declared, turning on her heel and storming into the carriage. Kai Dai and Mama Yu hurriedly followed her inside. The carriage then sped away towards the bustling streets. Zhu glanced at the carriage, shaking his head. He had thought Kai Dai's figure resembled the princess, only to discover it was indeed Kai Dai, whose disfigured visage was rather startling and had unnerved him. It seemed prudent for him to return home and wash his eyes. Inside the carriage, Mama Yu, upon seeing Zhu leave, patted her chest, still shaken. That was close. Thankfully, the princess had Kai Dai apply that pimple makeup in advance. Otherwise, we would have been exposed. Yun Ruoyue also breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, she had instructed Kai Dai to use blush and red ink to create a pimple-like appearance on her face, successfully deceiving Zhu. In truth, Kai Dai's makeup skills were lacking, and it did not resemble real pimples much. However, when she had lowered her head right after showing her face, Zhu had not scrutinized closely and was taken aback, which aided in the ruse. Nangong Rou stated, Princess, I have kept my promise and risked much to bring you out. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain, is it not? Rest assured, once I leave the Wangfu, I shall not return. Just take me to the front. I can manage from there. Yun Ruoyue replied, not wishing to reveal that Su Qi Xiao was waiting for her at Tiansheng Tower. Princess, since you have departed from the Li Wangfu, I hope you never return. Should you break your word, do not blame me for being unkind. With no one else around, Nangong Rou glared at Yun Ruoyue, her eyes reflecting a coldness akin to that of a venomous serpent. You need not worry. As long as you do not betray my whereabouts and prevent Chu Xuancheng from finding me, even if it means death, I shall not return. At that moment, the carriage had come to a halt, and Yun Ruoyue coldly alighted, leaving without looking back. Observing her retreating figure, Mama Yu remarked, Madam, has the princess truly left just like that? Is she willing to forsake both the prince and her status? Are you not afraid she might return? She is carrying another's child. Does she dare return? If she does, it would only lead to her demise, Nangong Rou asserted. Indeed, she has no face to return. Bearing a child that is not the prince's, placing such a heavy burden of shame upon him, Mama Yu spat. Enough, cease your prattle. What purpose does this serve? Nangong Rou glared at Mama Yu, feeling as though the words were directed at her. Yumomo was momentarily taken aback, recalling that concubine Rou was similarly audacious. She dared to attribute her pregnancy with Jiang Heng's child to the prince. Alas, the prince was indeed pitiable, being simultaneously deceived by two ladies. It was no wonder that the glazed tiles atop the prince's residence were green. The color of the roof tiles held significance, with yellow and green being the most esteemed. Yellow glazed tiles were reserved solely for the imperial palace and ancestral temples, while green tiles were exclusive to princes or royal relatives. Who could have imagined that such misfortune would befall their prince? Her sympathy for him was genuine. As an old servant, she knew her place and thus fell silent. For the sake of silver, Yumomo pretended to slap herself a few times. Well, last time you were in contact with someone named Shunzi, weren't you? Reach out to him again and have him find a few bandits to assassinate Yun Ruoyue. It would be best if they violated her before killing her, leaving her corpse to rot in the wilderness. That would truly satisfy me, Nangong Rou said with a sinister smile. Madam, didn't you say the princess would never return? Why are you now intent on killing her? Yumomo was taken aback. This lady was exceedingly cruel, having already driven the woman out of the prince's residence. She still sought to eliminate her entirely. Did she not realize that knowing so many of her secrets could lead to a dire end? The thought sent a chill through her heart. Nangong Rou smiled wickedly. How could she bear to relinquish the grandeur and wealth of the prince's residence? She could not endure hardship outside and would eventually return. Moreover, if the prince were to find her, he would surely bring her back. As long as she remained in the prince's residence, her status would never diminish. Thus, the princess must die. Only with her demise would the prince sever his thoughts of her, and if she died bearing an illegitimate child, the prince would only harbor hatred, never sympathy. Wouldn't that make the princess' residence her domain? Upon hearing this, Yumomo felt an icy shiver run from her feet to the top of her head. She immediately gave a thumbs up to Nangong Rou, acknowledging her brilliance. Still calling me madam? Once the princess is dead, I will leverage my life-saving grace with the prince to have him declare me as his princess. After all, the prince has promised me 3 requests, with the conditions entirely at my discretion. At that point, I will no longer be a mere concubine, Nangong Rou declared. Yumomo, startled, quickly responded. This servant pays her respects to the princess, wishing you well. Be at ease, Nangong Rou replied, smiling as she spread her arms wide, resembling a queen bestowing grace upon her subjects. Once Yun Ruoyue reached the bustling street, she carefully checked behind her to ensure she was not being followed. Satisfied that no one was tailing her, she meandered through a few twists and turns before finally arriving at the entrance of Tianxiang Pavilion. Chapter 978. Disguise and escape. As she approached the entrance of Tianxiang Pavilion, a hand suddenly reached out and forcefully pulled Yun Ruoyue inside. Who is it? Startled, she turned around to meet the enchanting gaze of young Master Su Qi. Now, Su Qi had changed back into male attire, donning a striking crimson outfit. His long eyebrows framed exquisite features, and he appeared to be the same flamboyant young dandy. However, several wounds marred his face and body, evoking a sense of compassion. Young Master Su, how did you know I was here? And how did you arrive so promptly? I knew the moment you left the gates of Li Wangfu. I had my people stationed at the entrance, he replied. Now that you have escaped, are you prepared to wander the world with this young lord? Seeking a paradise to live happily? Su Qi teased. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Happiness? They were in flight, and their priority was to escape the imperial city first. So, you truly intend to leave Xuancheng and flee the imperial city? Su Qi inquired. Of course, if I did not intend to leave, I would have no need to disguise myself as a maid to escape, Yun Ruoyue replied with a hint of melancholy. Xuancheng did not trust her and sought to eliminate her child. Thus, escape was imperative. Though she loved him, she cherished her freedom, dignity, and integrity even more. Then there is no time to waste. We must begin our transformation immediately, disguising ourselves as an elderly man and woman, and hasten to exit the city. I calculated that we have 2 hours before Xuancheng dismisses his duties. We must don our disguises and leave through the city gates within that time, Su Qi declared. Once night falls, the gates will close, making our escape difficult. All right, Yun Ruoyue agreed. With the assistance of the proprietress of Tianxiang Tower, the two quickly underwent makeup and donned garments made of coarse linen, transforming into an elderly couple. With white wigs atop their heads, they leaned on canes and carried bundles, boarding a cart bound for the city gates. In the cart, Yun Ruoyue glanced into a bronze mirror and marveled at the proprietress's skillful makeup, which had indeed rendered her a weary, pitiable old woman. The white wig, whose origins she could only speculate, was astonishingly lifelike, resembling an aged peasant woman. In her hands, she held a gourd-shaped fish basket arranged by the proprietress, perfectly suiting her peasant guise. Turning to Su Qi, he too sported a head of white hair, a false beard affixed to his lips, and wore a patched, tattered garment. With an old, oiled hat perched atop his head and a stooped posture, he coughed incessantly, genuinely resembling an elderly man. It appeared that Su Qi's subordinates were indeed talented. Observing Yun Ruoyue's disguise, Su Qi suddenly laughed, his eyes sparkling. Little Yue, you look beautiful in this attire. Yun Ruoyue glanced at her aged reflection and shot him a look of disbelief. Do you have some misunderstanding about the term beautiful? I often fantasize that if you could marry me, we would walk hand in hand, witnessing the splendor of the world and experiencing the vicissitudes of life together. Watching the flowers bloom and wither in the courtyard, gazing at the clouds drifting in the sky, and witnessing the sunset together. How wonderful that would be. I never expected to experience such a life before growing old. Truly delightful, Su Qi mused, suddenly turning serious as he looked at Yun Ruoyue. How can you not be beautiful in my eyes? Regardless of whether you transform into a cockroach, a rat, or any creature, you remain the most beautiful to me. For your inner beauty shines brightly. Chapter 979. An ominous premonition. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyue turned her head, making a face as if about to vomit. How nauseating. I wonder who, upon seeing the toxins on my face, called me an ugly wretch, led the charge to bully me, poison my food, muddied my water, and even push me into the lake. Each of these deeds attests to your utter wretchedness. Do you truly believe I would watch the sunset with someone like you? Upon recalling the events of yesteryears, Yun Ruoyue felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Upon hearing her words, Su Qi's face instantly reflected deep regret. He gazed earnestly at Yun Ruoyue and said, I acknowledge my mistakes. It seems that wrongdoing invites retribution from the heavens. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. The misdeeds I committed against you have borne bitter fruit. Now, I can only seek atonement through my repentance and actions. Xiao Yuer, rest assured, I shall safeguard you and the child within you, dedicating my life to your protection. I understand. Thank you, Yun Ruoyue replied, offering Su Qixiao a grateful smile. In that moment, he appeared to have matured overnight. No longer was he the frivolous and cold-hearted scion of a noble family, but rather a man evolving into someone capable of bearing the weight of the world. She hoped he would continue to grow into a stalwart man of integrity. In the northern military camp, Chu Xuancheng donned a gleaming silver armor and a feathered helmet, astride a magnificent steed as he surveyed the soldiers engaged in their training. The sound of war drums thundered in the air, the atmosphere charged with valor as the soldiers, drenched in sweat, wielded their weapons and shouted battle cries that reverberated loudly. Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng felt a peculiar twitch in his right eye. It is said that a twitching left eye brings fortune, while a twitching right eye brings calamity. Though he had never subscribed to such superstitions, the abrupt twitching of his eye stirred a sense of foreboding within him. Concurrently, a sharp pain began to throb in his chest, akin to the sensation of being pricked by a needle. A suffocating feeling enveloped him, prompting him to abandon the training session. An unsettling notion gnawed at him. He had mentioned to Yun Ruoyue that he would administer her medicine today. Given her disposition, she would certainly refuse to take it. What actions might she resort to in defiance? In a flash, he recalled her words during their quarrel. You need not concern yourself. I have no desire to be the Princess of Li. I have already sent someone to the palace to request a divorce from the emperor and have found a suitable father for the child. Do not worry. The thought of her finding another father for the child struck him with dread. Was she planning to leave the royal residence? His earlier fears of her departure had led him to station guards at Feiyue Pavilion, yet now his heart ached with a profound sense of foreboding, as if it were warning him of impending misfortune. Mo Li, you shall oversee the inspection in my stead. I must return to the residence briefly. Chu Xuancheng instructed his attendant. Yes, Your Highness, Mo Li replied, though curiosity about the prince's motivation lingered in his mind. He refrained from asking further and promptly accepted the task of patrolling the camp. After Chu Xuancheng departed the military camp, he led his men back to the Li royal residence. En route, he remained oblivious to the fact that his entourage brushed past a carriage stationed at the alleyway. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue, feeling somewhat stifled, lifted the curtain of the carriage to breathe in the fresh air. Suddenly, she spotted a battalion of cavalry stirring up clouds of dust, galloping towards her. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the commanding figure leading them. It was none other than Chu Xuancheng. Chapter 980. The princess is missing. She hastily lowered the curtain, realizing the gravity of the situation. Oh no, Chu Xuancheng has returned to the residence. We must leave at once. In the depths of Su Qixiao's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered. Lao Lu, quicken our pace. We must hasten our departure from the city. Yes, young master, replied the coachman, Lao Lu, as he forcefully struck the horse's back, prompting it to neigh loudly and gallop faster. As the carriage sped away, it became increasingly jostled, causing Yun Ruoyue's body to sway violently. Her complexion grew paler, prompting Su Qixiao to steady her. Lao Lu, slow down. It appears that Yun Ruoyue is struggling, for she is with child. Forcing a faster pace could jeopardize her well-being, making our escape even more difficult. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu reluctantly moderated their speed. Yun Ruoyue, aware that Chu Xuancheng would eventually learn of her flight, hoped he would not hold Fenger and the others accountable. To spare them from trouble, she had chosen not to disclose her departure, wishing to avoid implicating them. Now, all she could do was pray for their safety. Chu Xuancheng led his entourage back to the royal residence with urgency. Upon arriving at the gates, he dismounted abruptly and strode coldly toward the Feiyue Pavilion. The wind billowed his crimson cloak, creating an air of aloof elegance around him. With a commanding presence, he stood tall, his expression resolute, his sharp brows accentuating the icy depths of his obsidian eyes, which held an unyielding chill. His lips formed a straight line, and at his waist hung a sword, exuding an aura of bloodlust and menace. As he entered the Feiyue Pavilion, the servants within were rendered immobile by fear, standing as if awaiting inspection, scarcely daring to breathe. Your Highness, they greeted, as Fenger and the others hurried forward to pay their respects. Where's the princess? Chu Xuancheng inquired, making his way toward the inner chambers. The princess is asleep. She expressed her fatigue and wished to rest. Fenger responded hastily, trailing behind him. When did she fall asleep? He pressed. Perhaps over an hour ago, came the reply. She has not awakened in such a long time. Chu Xuancheng questioned, skepticism lacing his voice. The sun was high, the perfect time for a midday nap. According to Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue had been asleep for an hour, yet it was still early for her usual rest. She typically waited until noon to slumber. So this early sleep felt amiss. Recently, the princess has been prone to fatigue, which often leads her to sleep for extended periods, Xuancheng explained. Why has she not emerged now that I have arrived? Xuancheng said, already lifting the curtain and pushing open the door to Yun Ruoyue's chamber. Upon entering, he noticed the bed behind a sheer veil, the blankets piled high as if someone lay beneath. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he quickly approached, lifting the veil and throwing back the covers, only to reveal a large pillow. Yet, there was no sign of Yun Ruoyue. Where's the lady? Why is she missing? Xuancheng exclaimed, her face paling as she realized the princess was gone. Alas, the lady is missing. Other servants, hearing this, trembled in fear, dropping to their knees in terror. Upon noticing the pillow on the bed, Xuancheng's expression darkened significantly. He hurriedly scanned his surroundings and glanced upward, suddenly spotting several glazed tiles on the ceiling that bore signs of having been disturbed. Chapter 981. The fury of Xuancheng, a tempest of rage, surged within his eyes, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Yun Ruoyue, how dare you escape? This cold rebuke sent shivers down the spines of all present. It was the wrath of a king, akin to that of a fierce tiger or a mighty lion, instilling fear in the hearts of those who heard it. Summon the troops at once to pursue her. We must bring the princess back. Xuancheng's voice quivered as he gripped his sword tightly. Yes, my lord, responded Li San. Wait. Ensure the princess's safety at all costs. Not a single hair on her head must be harmed. She must be returned unharmed. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable. Even in his fury, Xuancheng hastily cautioned Li San, fearing that the guards might inadvertently harm Yun Ruoyue. Your orders will be followed, my lord. We shall ensure the princess's safety. Please rest assured, Li San affirmed resolutely. Li San, you and Lu Ruyan, and Mo Zhu, each dispatch a team to pursue her. I shall personally lead a contingent to the city gate to intercept her. We must retrieve the princess, Xuancheng declared coldly. Moreover, this matter must remain confidential. It must be conducted in secrecy and not be widely proclaimed. The departure of a royal princess must indeed be kept under wraps to preserve the honor of the Li royal household and to prevent unnecessary speculation. Should those with ill intentions learn of the princess's departure, it could jeopardize her safety. At this juncture, he added hastily, furthermore, the princess is currently unwell. If you encounter her, you must reason with her and gently persuade her to return. Alternatively, follow her from a distance to ensure her whereabouts. Remember, do not chase her, frighten her, or pursue her too swiftly. You must tread carefully to avoid alarming her and compromising her health. He feared for the safety of the child she carried. Should anything happen, she would harbor an immense hatred towards him. Yes, my lord, Li San replied, though he was somewhat perplexed. The lord was evidently intent on pursuing the princess with urgency. Why, then, did he instruct them to proceed slowly? Even if the princess was unwell, it could not be that she was incapable of a swift escape. To reason with her, to pursue her gently without frightening her, how could they possibly convince her to return? This was an arduous task for those who had never experienced love. After issuing his commands, Li San and the others promptly led the guards away. Xuancheng, however, glared at Xuancheng and the others, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm onto the zetenwood table and demanded, "Speak. Was it you who facilitated the princess's escape? Where has she gone? Be truthful. Please, my lord, quell your anger. This servant knows not where the princess has gone. I believed she was asleep, and I was in the small kitchen making osmanthus cakes for her, as she expressed a desire for them." Xuancheng wept. "I too do not know. I have been waiting outside and did not see the princess leave," Xuancheng added. "What do you mean?" Xuancheng inquired coldly. Only concubine Rou and her maidservant emerged. Earlier, concubine Rou, along with Aunt Yu and Kai Dai, had visited the princess to pay their respects. After their visit, the princess expressed her fatigue and desired to rest. Concubine Rou claimed she too was weary and wished to retire, thus they departed. Aside from them, no one else had appeared, leaving the maidservants in the dark about the princess's whereabouts. Xuancheng quickly interjected, "Did you say Nangong Rou has come? Call for her." "Your Highness, I encountered concubine Rou at the gate of the palace. Her maid Kai Dai had an allergic reaction to seafood, resulting in a severe breakout, and she took her to see a doctor." Mo Zhu, who had not yet departed, chimed in upon hearing Honger's words. But didn't Honger mention that Nangong Rou said she was tired and needed to rest? Why would she venture out onto the streets? Did Lu Shi accompany her? Xuancheng narrowed his eyes coldly. No, Mo Zhu replied. Then hastened to summon her, commanded Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue Pavilion. Upon returning with Aunt Yu and Kai Dai, Nangong Rou was promptly intercepted by Lu Shi. Rower, why are you in such a fluster? Where have you been? Lu Shi inquired sternly. Nangong Rou remained composed, though the evident anxiety of Kai Dai and Aunt Yu was palpable, causing Lu Shi to worry. She feared her foolish daughter might have done something unwise. Mother, I must tell you something. Do not be alarmed. I have managed to help Yun Ruoyue escape from the palace. From now on, the palace shall be mine, Nangong Rou declared proudly. What? How did you manage that? Lu Shi's expression turned to one of shock. Thus, Nangong Rou recounted the events that had transpired. After hearing her daughter's account, Lu Shi was appalled, her gaze fixed angrily upon Nangong Rou. She poked her forehead sharply and exclaimed, You are truly intelligent, yet foolishly misguided. You are already with child by the prince. All you need to do is ensure the safe arrival of the baby to secure your position as concubine. Why engage in such reckless schemes? Even if you did not involve yourself, Su Qi Shao would find a way to take the princess away. In that case, the prince would punish them for elopement, and the princess would be doomed. By intervening now, if the prince learns of this, it would be your end. Nangong Rou's complexion paled at these words. Mother, is it truly that serious? We acted discreetly. I believe the prince will not discover it. Do you think the prince is a mere child? What do you take him for? Lu Shi replied, slapping her right hand upon her left palm, sighing heavily. The prince has been astute since childhood, possessing exceptional cunning. It is no wonder he has survived under the scrutiny of Emperor Hong Yuan all these years while wielding military power. Your plan is riddled with flaws. You claimed you were tired and going to sleep, yet in the blink of an eye, you and Kai Dai left the palace. If the prince inquires, you will undoubtedly expose yourself. Furthermore, we did not consume any seafood last night. Even if we had, Kai Dai's face would not have broken out in rashes suddenly after leaving Fei Yu Pavilion. She appeared perfectly fine upon entering. How could she have developed an allergic reaction so quickly? The prince is not a fool. He will not be deceived. His profound affection for the princess is evident in his decision to station a formidable guard at the Fei Yu Pavilion, solely to prevent her from fleeing. Yet here you are, audaciously assisting her escape, which is a grave transgression against the prince. If he discovers this, not even the child within you will save you. Mother, is it truly that dire? Please help me. I cannot afford for the prince to find out. He already harbors enough disdain for me, and I cannot allow it to worsen. Nangong Rou spoke, her body weakening, and with a thud, she knelt before Lu Shi. Lu Shi shot her a glare filled with disappointment. Rise, for the situation has unfolded. Now, we must devise a remedy to navigate this crisis. With that, she cast a sinister glance at Kai Dai. Kai Dai, for the sake of my lady and the Yun Ruoyue Pavilion, you may have to endure some hardship. Lu madam, what do you mean? Kai Dai asked, confusion etched on her face. The moment she met Lu Shi's malevolent gaze, an unsettling premonition surged within her. My lady just mentioned that a rash has suddenly appeared on your face. While makeup may deceive others, it cannot fool the prince. The only way to protect my lady is if you genuinely develop a rash, thereby suffering an allergic reaction. Would you be willing to sacrifice your beauty for her? Lu Shi spoke in a low, grave tone. Kai Dai remained bewildered, her complexion paling as fear gripped her. I possess a vial of poison that will induce a rash. Once consumed, your face will be covered in sores resembling an allergic reaction. We must deceive the prince to safeguard my lady. Are you willing to make this sacrifice? Rest assured, once this is accomplished, my lady shall reward you handsomely. Lu Shi's words dripped with malice. Lu madam, what do you imply? Are you suggesting that I ingest this poison? Is there no antidote? Kai Dai inquired, her face a mask of terror. If an antidote existed, Lu Shi would not promise you any compensation. Only the absence of an antidote guarantees a reward. Lu Shi coldly affirmed. Yes, this poison has no cure. Even if the sores on your face vanish, scars will remain. Then my visage will be ruined? Will I be left with pockmarks? I am still young and unmarried. Lu madam, I implore you, do not force me to take this poison. I will do anything else. Kai Dai fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Seeing her plight, Granny Yu felt a pang of sympathy and quickly turned away. Lu Shi's heartlessness was unbearable. Were it not for her current predicament, she would never align herself with such vile individuals. Her disdain for this mother-daughter duo grew, and the princess appeared infinitely more noble by comparison. How had she become entangled with such a cruel mistress? She could hardly bear to witness it any longer and yearned to escape, yet she feared for her life, knowing too many of their secrets. The chill crept up her neck at the thought. Upon seeing Kai Dai's state, Lucia suddenly struck her, her voice brimming with authority. Impudent! It is an honor for you to sacrifice for my lady, and you dare to haggle here? Seize Kai Dai. I shall administer the poison myself. At the command of Lady Lu, the two newly arrived maids promptly advanced to restrain Kai Dai. Despite her martial prowess, Kai Dai dared not resist, for before her loomed the might of authority and the weight of feudal morality. What would be the point of rebellion? If her mistress wished her dead, she would meet only a path to demise. Kai Dai, cease your defiance. Think of your parents, your brother, your kin. This is not a matter of life and death, merely a disfigurement. By sacrificing your future, you can procure a multitude of benefits, ensuring a better life for your family. Why not embrace this opportunity? Lady Lu declared, her voice laced with fury. Open her mouth. The two maids immediately pried Kai Dai's lips apart, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she wept, shaking her head in protest. Rest assured, Kai Dai, as long as you obediently cooperate, I shall grant you 3,000 taels of silver once the deed is accomplished. With this fortune, your family will never again face hunger or cold. By sacrificing for your parents and brother, you will become a benefactor to your household, and they will be grateful, the cold voice of Nangong Rou echoed. Hearing these words, Kai Dai relinquished her resistance, her body gradually succumbing to despondency. Thoughts of her parents' hardships, her mother's illness, and her brother's inability to marry due to financial constraints flooded her mind, leading her to abandon her fight. In light of the circumstances, what good would defiance do? It seemed wiser to sacrifice her future for the sake of 3,000 taels to aid her family. Thus, she ceased her struggles, her mouth slightly parting, tears cascading down her face. The moment her lips parted, Lady Lu poured the poison into her mouth, a powder that dissolved instantly. Even if she wished to vomit, there would be no opportunity. Had Kai Dai foreseen the life that awaited her after the disfigurement, she would have fought to the death rather than succumb to such cruelty. In the future, returning to her village with a face marred by pockmarks, her wealth would be taken by her parents to secure a home and bride for her brother, opening a general store. Eventually, her parents and brother would come to resent her disfigured appearance, deeming her a disgrace that could not attract a suitor, ultimately selling her into a brothel to serve the courtesans with a veil over her face. Had she foreseen such a fate, she would never have consented to her own ruin. Of course, such thoughts were futile at this moment. After consuming the poison, Kai Dai slowly began to react. Her face erupted in swollen red bumps, evolving into patches of rash, and ultimately, the blisters oozed dark blood, grotesque and repulsive. Madam, Lady Lu, it is dire news. The prince has returned to the estate and summoned you, claiming it concerns the disappearance of the princess, came the anxious voice of Xing Er from outside. Upon hearing this, Lady Lu exchanged a glance with Nangong Rou. The inevitable had finally arrived. Meanwhile, Kai Dai wept uncontrollably, her body trembling, her eyes swollen and red. Lady Lu immediately warned. Enough with the tears, Kai Dai. You know what you must do. I understand, Kai Dai replied amidst her sobs. The scene was set at the Crimson Moon Pavilion. Soon, the servants brought Lu and Nangong Rou's maid, Xing Er, into the room. However, following them were Nangong Rou, Mama Yu, and the veiled Kai Dai. Greetings, Your Highness, Nangong Rou said as she entered the Fei Yu Pavilion, hurriedly bowing to Xuancheng. The servant who came to inform me just said that my sister is missing. Is she not here? Where could she have gone? What is happening? Nangong Rou's eyes darted around, reflecting her deep concern. Xuancheng's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Nangong Rou. Were you not out shopping? How have you returned so swiftly? Replying to Your Highness, she began, I had just paid my respects to my sister when she mentioned feeling tired and wanting to sleep. I, too, felt a bit weary and intended to return to Yu Rou Pavilion. However, on my way, I noticed that Kai Dai's face had broken out in numerous pimples and rashes. I presumed she had indulged in seafood last night, leading to an allergic reaction. Forgetting my own fatigue, I hurriedly took her outside to seek a physician. After obtaining the medicine, the doctor advised that Kai Dai should not be exposed to the wind, which is why I brought her back. Upon my return, I received your summons. May I inquire where my sister has gone? Standing tall, Xuancheng cast a shadow over the petite Nangong Rou. An allergic reaction? Yes, Your Highness. If you do not believe me, just look, but I fear that Kai Dai's appearance may offend your eyes, Nangong Rou replied. Having spoken, Kai Dai trembled as she removed her veil. As all eyes turned to her, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Kai Dai's face was horrifically covered with numerous red and black pimples, resembling poisonous sores, with blood seeping from them, an alarming sight. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she shivered in fear, biting her lip. Xuancheng averted his gaze, while Lu hastily helped Kai Dai replace her veil. Kai Dai bowed her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. She possessed martial skills and had accomplished numerous tasks for Madame Rou, yet she had perilously climbed from the roof of the princess's chamber, only to find herself in such a wretched state. At that moment, Lu pinched her sharply from behind, pushing her forward. Kai Dai, quickly tell His Highness what has happened to your face and clarify the situation to protect Nangong Rou's innocence. Kai Dai, trembling in fear, knelt before Xuancheng. Your Highness, it was my own greed last night that led me to overindulge in seafood, causing this allergic reaction. This morning, while visiting the princess with Madame, I noticed an itch on my face. Upon stepping outside, the wind blew, and I encountered a plethora of peach blossom pollen, which I believe triggered my allergy. In the garden, my face became unbearably itchy, and unable to resist, I scratched it, resulting in this condition. Thankfully, Madame, being kind-hearted, took me out to purchase medicine. I was just about to apply it when Your Highness summoned me, and I had yet to do so. Chapter 985. Trusting the Maid. Not her words as she spoke. She cast a fearful glance at Lu, shrugged her shoulders, and began to cry. All these words had been taught to her by Lu. Seeing her obediently comply, Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xuancheng, disinterested in the colorful butterflies, cast a frosty gaze towards Nangong Rou. Suddenly, he slammed his palm on the table. His voice laced with anger. Consort Rou, spare me your pretense. I ask you, why did the princess vanish after meeting you? Did you facilitate her departure? Or have you harmed her and hidden her away? Not at all, Your Highness, please see clearly, Nangong Rou exclaimed, hastily kneeling. The princess and I have never gotten along. How could I possibly let her go? She would never heed my words. As for harming her, that is utterly impossible. The Feiyue pavilion is heavily guarded. How could I, a frail woman, abduct the princess in broad daylight? Indeed, Your Highness, Rou merely came to pay her respects to the princess as customary. Moreover, the princess has yet to forgive her. How could she possibly listen to her? You should investigate the servants of the Feiyue pavilion. Perhaps they colluded with the princess to facilitate her escape. Lu Shi interjected promptly. Hearing this, Feng and the others were frightened and knelt hurriedly. Your Highness, we absolutely did not conspire with the princess. We did not assist her escape. Please see the truth, they implored. Madame Lu, we all wish for the princess and Your Highness to remain united. Why would we aid her in leaving? Why do you slander us? Feng retorted, glaring at Lu Shi. Yes, we are now even more suspicious that you met with the princess and harmed her. Tell us, where have you taken her? Hand her over. Feng added angrily. Lu Shi was quite adept at deflecting attention. While the prince clearly suspected Nangong Rou, her words would surely cast doubt upon the servants. Xuancheng swept his gaze over Feng and the others. Noticing their clenched teeth and evident concern for Yun Ruoyue's safety, he had already formed his own conclusions. Feng rise. I believe this matter does not concern you. He spared them because of Feng heartfelt wish for the princess and him to be well. Thank you, Your Highness, Feng and the others exclaimed, their faces alight with relief. Given the prince's temperament, had they not cared for the princess, they would have faced punishment regardless of their involvement in her disappearance. They never anticipated that the prince would exonerate them. He had truly changed. They remained unaware that Xuancheng refrained from punishing them because they were connected to the princess. He sought to protect them in hopes of gaining favor in Yun Ruoyue's eyes. Your Highness, you have not even interrogated me. Yet you place your trust in a few maidservants while doubting me? Is this not blatant favoritism? Nangong Rou seethed at Xuancheng's apparent preference for the maidservants over her. Rou, please restrain yourself. Lu Shi quickly pulled Nangong Rou back, casting an apologetic glance at Xuancheng. My apologies, Your Highness. Rou speaks out of her deep affection for you. I hope you can forgive her. With Lu Shi's reminder, Nangong Rou promptly altered her demeanor, gazing at Xuancheng with feigned innocence. Your Highness, I am sorry, it is all my fault. But where has my sister truly gone? Rou was deeply concerned for her. Should Rou assist in searching for her? Chapter 986. The Search at the City Gate. Do not feign compassion here. Someone, escort concubine Rou back and keep her under strict surveillance. She is not to leave the Yu Rou pavilion until the princess is found. After issuing his command, Xuancheng rose, sword in hand, and strode out. Your Highness, she is not lost by my doing. How can you order someone to watch over me? Nangong Rou protested, her voice filled with reluctance. Unfortunately, it seemed Xuancheng had not heard her, moving like a swift wind as he departed. Lu Shi grasped her arm and whispered, Endure for now. A moment of patience can avert a greater chaos. To achieve great things, one must learn to bear. Though Nangong Rou was unwilling, she had no choice but to comply with her mother's counsel. Once Xuancheng exited the Li Wang mansion, he addressed the guards stationed at the gate. All of you, accompany this prince to the city gate for a thorough inspection. We must not allow any suspicious individuals to escape. Yes, Your Highness, the guards responded in unison. Having finished his orders, Xuancheng mounted his carriage, gripping the reins with cold determination as he galloped towards the city gate. Soon, he arrived at the gate and united with the guard team led by Mo Zhu, who had arrived earlier. Your Highness, I instructed the guards to cooperate in searching for enemy spies who have infiltrated the military camp. We have set up checkpoints here. Citizens must undergo inspection to exit the city. I have investigated for a while, but have yet to locate the princess. Emoli reported softly upon reaching Xuancheng. Continue the search. We must not relent, Xuancheng commanded with a chilling tone. Li San and his companions had dispersed throughout the city or ventured beyond its walls, pursuing leads. He remained at the checkpoint for the search, convinced that Yun Ruoyue would not have escaped so swiftly. Perhaps he could find her here. The thought of her daring to leave him caused a pang of suffocation in his chest. Was it possible he had been too excessive, prompting her departure? His keen eyes scoured the bustling crowd, fixating on every woman's figure, longing to catch a glimpse of her. Yet, after hours of searching, he had seen no one resembling her. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue and Su Qishao's carriage finally reached the vicinity of the city gate. From a distance, Su Qishao spotted Xuancheng astride his horse, commanding the exit checkpoint. This is bad. Xuancheng is here, guarding the checkpoint. He has arrived remarkably quickly, Su Qishao remarked coldly. Yun Ruoyue lifted the carriage curtain and, upon seeing him in his gleaming silver armor, majestic and imposing like a celestial being, felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart. He rode far more swiftly than they could in the carriage, and she had not anticipated he would foresee her attempt to leave the city. What shall we do now that he has secured the city gate? Yun Ruoyue questioned. Of course, we must hasten our exit while he still does not suspect that we have changed our attire. We must act swiftly, otherwise, if he realizes in due time, we will be trapped, Su Qishao replied, observing that Xuancheng's gaze was predominantly fixed on the young women passing by. Moreover, the guards tended to scrutinize the younger women, showing leniency towards the elderly and peasant women. Shall we split up or stick together? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Let us separate. A smaller target is less conspicuous, whereas a larger one draws attention. You go ahead, and I will follow behind, Su Qishao replied. Chapter 987. To Qingfeng Temple. Thus, Yun Ruoyue and Su Qishao parted ways, with Yun Ruoyue hunching her back and walking ahead. Su Qishao also bent slightly, leaning on his cane as he trailed behind. Being quite tall, he deliberately stooped to appear shorter. Yun Ruoyue approached the city gate, noting the weapons in the soldiers' hands and the fierce expressions on their faces. She quickly lowered her head, clutching the gourd tightly. Madam, please take this route. It will be quicker, a guard suggested upon noticing Yun Ruoyue's gray hair and stooped posture, guiding her towards the less crowded path. Thank you. I appreciate your kindness. Yun Ruoyue mimicked the elderly's voice, deliberately making it hoarse as she proceeded. Xuancheng cast a glance at Yun Ruoyue and observed her unsteady gait, noticing her limp. He instructed the guard to assist the elderly woman. However, he found her appearance peculiar. Her hair was excessively gray for someone of her age, and he felt pity for her needing to venture out to the market at such an advanced stage of life. Nevertheless, he dismissed his thoughts, considering the multitude of unfortunate souls in the world. If he were to become emperor, he would undoubtedly alter this situation, ensuring that the elderly no longer had to toil in their twilight years. Transforming a chaotic era into a prosperous one was indeed a formidable challenge. Yes, Your Highness, the guard responded, hastily approaching to assist Yun Ruoyue. Upon hearing Xuancheng's voice, Yun Ruoyue felt a chill run down her spine. She did not require assistance. However, since she had already been helped, she resolved to maintain her facade, and must not reveal her true identity. Soon, the guard helped Yun Ruoyue out of the city. "Thank you, young man. You are truly kind," she exclaimed. "No need for thanks. It is the prince's command," the guard replied shyly, scratching his head. "Please convey my gratitude to your prince. He has a truly generous heart. Now, I must hasten home, lest nightfall catches me," Yun Ruoyue declared. With that, she quickened her pace towards the official road. Meanwhile, Su Qishao blended into a crowd of farmers. Earlier, he had purchased a farmer's burden from a distance. And now he carried the load, mingling seamlessly with the farmers heading into the city for the market. Guards would not scrutinize those selling goods in this manner, and no one would suspect that the princess had escaped the city alongside Su Qishao, nor would they imagine the change in their attire. Before long, the two of them followed the stream of people exiting the city, making their way along the official road, distancing themselves from the city gate. Once they were far enough away, they quickly reunited and advanced. Su Qishao grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand and said, "We have finally escaped. Given your current condition, long journeys are unsuitable for you. I know of a place that is tranquil, with beautiful surroundings, perfect for recuperation. I shall take you there." "Where's this place?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "Not far from here lies Baiyun Mountain, the abode of the Qingfeng Taoist. Chu Xuancheng must think we have ventured far. He would never suspect that we have taken refuge just outside the city. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. You must not exert yourself, for I am well acquainted with Taoist Qingfeng. I believe he will offer us sanctuary," remarked Su Qishao. "Taoist Qingfeng?" Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Wasn't he the esteemed master who had once come to the Wang residence to vanquish the malevolent spirit, Yun? It seemed fate had intertwined their paths once more. The name of Taoist Qingfeng bore a resemblance to that of Master Qingyun, which often led careless readers to conflate the two. In her heart, she wished to clarify. "This is the Taoist Qingfeng of the temple, not the medical practitioner Master Qingyun." "Very well, you are correct. It is unwise for me to wander. Let us proceed to Qingfeng Temple." Yun Ruoyue nodded in agreement. The journey to Qingfeng Temple required a climb, and Su Qishao, gazing at the lofty ridge, expressed concern for Yun Ruoyue's condition. "Can your body withstand such an ascent?" "It is fine. I can manage the climb at my own pace," Yun Ruoyue replied, rolling up her sleeves and starting her ascent. However, after a short while, she began to feel abdominal discomfort, and her body grew weak and cold, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. It appeared that her early pregnancy made such exertion ill-advised, as she felt unwell shortly after beginning. "Xiaoya, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Do not continue climbing. Allow me to carry you," Su Qishao said, bending to offer his back. Were it not for the propriety between the sexes, he would have already lifted her. However, given her condition, he felt compelled to assist her. Yun Ruoyue, unable to endure the discomfort any longer, accepted his offer without hesitation, for there were no witnesses around. She clung to Su Qishao's back, allowing him to bear her weight. Initially, he found it manageable, but as he climbed halfway up the mountain with her, he began to struggle, gasping for breath. "Perhaps you should set me down, and I will walk," she suggested gently. "Nonsense. I can still carry you. It's a trivial matter. We shall soon reach the summit," Su Qishao insisted, his handsome features set in determination. Meanwhile, under the scorching sun, Chu Xuancheng, accompanied by Mo Zhu and the others, had been searching for an extended period without any sign of Yun Ruoyue. Logically, if she had left the city, she would have arrived by now. Why had she not appeared? Could it be that she remained within the city? Li San and his men had dispatched individuals to search the city, yet no news had emerged. "Your Highness, we have searched extensively and found no suspicious individuals. Might the princess still be in the city and not have departed?" Mo Zhu inquired. "Did you conduct a thorough search?" Chu Xuancheng asked coldly. "We examined the young women, but we did not scrutinize the farmers and the elderly, as time was limited. A more exhaustive search would risk congestion at the city gates, which could lead to complications. If the emperor were to inquire, it would be difficult to provide an explanation." "Farmers? The elderly?" At the mention of these groups, Chu Xuancheng's nerves tightened. He suddenly recalled the elderly woman with graying hair whom he had encountered earlier. In a moment of inadvertence, he had glimpsed her hands and noticed their delicate softness. However, he had been too careless to pay heed, assuming it was merely the effect of sunlight, and thus refrained from inquiring further. Who, in a moment of desperation, would suspect a pitiable old lady? In retrospect, he discerned the numerous inconsistencies surrounding her. Firstly, her hands were too tender, not resembling those of a peasant woman. Secondly, her age seemed too advanced for someone capable of enduring the rigors of the outside world. Lastly, the burden she carried appeared far too new and made of exquisite silk. How could an ordinary peasant woman afford such fine material? Now, reflecting upon it, every detail revealed a flaw. His attention had shifted to the young woman, causing him to overlook the old lady. Zhu, the princess had disguised herself as the old woman and escaped the city. Quickly, signal flares must be sent to summon everyone, and let this prince pursue her beyond the city. Xuancheng declared coldly. What? Is this true? Zhu had not anticipated such a turn of events. Without time for clarification, he hastened to send up the signal flares. Soon, Xuancheng led a formidable cavalry, their presence commanding and awe-inspiring, as they raced down the official road in pursuit. Along that road, many citizens had just exited the city, and upon seeing them, Xuancheng quickly reined in his horse, calling out, "Everyone, slow down, do not harm the innocent." However, no sooner had he spoken than a soldier's steed seemed to lose control, rearing up and delivering a vicious kick towards a pregnant woman's abdomen. In that split second, the woman's husband dashed forward, selflessly positioning himself in front of her. The horse's brutal kick sent him sprawling far away. As the horse went berserk, the soldier atop it frantically yanked on the reins, shouting desperately, yet the beast, as if possessed, continued its assault, raising its hooves again towards the pregnant woman. At this critical juncture, a swift silver figure darted past. The man seized the pregnant woman and, with a deft twist of his body, transported her to safety. Simultaneously, he raised his hand coldly, striking at the horse's face. With a resounding thud, the horse's head jerked aside, collapsing heavily to the ground, a testament to the man's formidable strength. The soldier, witnessing the prince's sudden intervention that saved the pregnant woman and felled the horse, promptly dismounted and clasped his hands in apology, saying, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. It was merely an oversight on my part in failing to control the horse, and I nearly harmed an innocent. Such reckless behavior that endangers others is a grave transgression among soldiers. I had instructed you to exercise caution to avoid harming the populace. How could you be so reckless? Guards, take him away and administer 20 strokes of the military cane." Xuancheng pronounced coldly. Had that soldier been more vigilant, the horse would not have been provoked. It was undoubtedly his excessive urging that had incited the animal. Fortunately, he had acted in time. Otherwise, the pregnant woman would have faced dire consequences. Husband, are you all right?" At that moment, the woman, her belly swollen with life, rushed tearfully towards her husband. Just beyond her husband, clad in coarse cloth, lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, barely clinging to life. "My dear, are you all right? As long as you are safe. I am fine too, do not worry." Despite the blood and the pain he felt as he clutched his abdomen, he still raised his head to comfort his wife. She crawled to his side, and upon seeing his agony, tears erupted from her eyes. "My dear, I am so sorry, it is all my fault. If it weren't for protecting me, you wouldn't have been hurt. I apologize. My love, it is not your fault, it is my inadequacy. I failed to protect you. Just now, you were nearly kicked by the horse. Thankfully, His Highness saved you. I am deeply grateful for His Highness's great kindness." As the man finished speaking, he clutched his abdomen, intending to kneel before Xuancheng. However, Xuancheng was quicker, lifting him up and preventing him from kneeling. "Do not thank me. Rather, it is I who should apologize for my soldier's recklessness. Bring the military doctor. Carry him to the clinic. Regardless of the effort required, ensure he receives proper treatment." Upon Xuancheng's command, a military doctor promptly arrived to carry the man away. "Thank you, Your Highness. You are truly benevolent." The man, deeply moved, reddened at the eyes and clasped his hands in gratitude. Observing his expression, Xuancheng felt a pang of sorrow. "This incident is my fault. I failed to properly restrain my soldiers. In that moment of peril, you disregarded your own life to shield your wife from the hooves of the horse. Such valor genuinely touches me." Chapter 990. Even a commoner can be so devoted. The man shyly smiled. "It is merely my duty. After all, she is my wife. She endured 10 months of hardship bearing our child. How could I allow her to be harmed? I would rather perish than see her hurt. Otherwise, how could I ever face her?" Upon hearing this, the wife suddenly threw herself onto the man, weeping. "My dear, how can you be so foolish? If you are hurt, both of us would be devastated. Please, do not act so recklessly again. No, For you both, I willingly accept it, the man insisted firmly. Witnessing this scene profoundly stirred Xuancheng's heart. He stood there, struck by the realization that even a humble commoner could cherish his wife so deeply, while he, a prince, could not fully accept his own wife. What if she carried another's child? Perhaps she had been wronged. She was his wife, bound to him, and he should unconditionally trust her. Just moments ago, seeing the pregnant woman nearly kicked, he was reminded of Yun Ruoyue. If it had been her in danger, what would he have done? He could not bear to imagine such a scenario. If she were harmed, he would be driven to madness. Observing the pregnant woman protectively cradling her belly, he suddenly thought of the child within Yun Ruoyue. If that child were to face such peril, the mere thought caused his heart to ache painfully, as if someone were gripping his heart with bare hands, rendering him breathless. Strangely, even though the child was not his, he felt an inexplicable worry for its safety, unwilling to see it harmed. Yesterday, as he urged Yun Ruoyue to take her medicine, his heart ached in that fleeting moment. Uncontrollably, he felt a surge of compassion for the child, which compelled him to overturn the bowl of medicine. Despite his evident disdain for her, he found himself instinctively yearning to protect her, unwilling to inflict harm. Yet, in the presence of Nangong Rou's child, he felt none of this sentiment. Suddenly, he recalled that day when Yun Ruoyue, with her helpless and pitiable tear-filled eyes, implored him, "I do not know who he is. Perhaps he is merely a flower thief, a petty thief, or a bandit. In any case, I cannot fathom why I am with child. I have not betrayed you. Had I wished to do so, I would not have annulled our separation." She later expressed her suspicion that the child belonged to Su Qishao. However, Yun Ruoyue insisted, "Why do you not believe me? I have not been unfaithful. We are innocent." She frequently conveyed that this child was of uncertain origin. Even she could not comprehend how he came to be. Yet, he remained skeptical of her words. In retrospect, he realized the depth of the harm he had inflicted upon her. He truly ought to have trusted her. Xuancheng turned to Mo Zhu, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and commanded, "Relay the order to continue the search for the princess consort. Above all, ensure that no harm comes to her." "Yes, my lord," Mo Zhu replied, his own eyes brimming with emotion. He observed that the once formidable and commanding prince, who remained unyielding in the face of countless foes, now bore reddened eyes. It seemed that witnessing this couple had stirred memories of his own relationship with the princess consort, prompting such profound insight. He could not fathom why the princess consort had fled, and the sight of the prince's desolate figure weighed heavily on his heart. In the Jin Wangfu, ever since the Jin Wang was placed under house arrest, he found himself confined to the estate, unable to venture beyond its walls. Stripped of military power and ousted from his official duties, he effectively became a mere idle prince, devoid of influence. Regrettably, he felt himself to be less than even that. He was under constant surveillance and investigation, reduced to a state of utter helplessness. He had fallen from grace. Chapter 991. The inept Jin Wang as his influence waned. Even those officials who had once been loyal began to secretly communicate with the Xian Wang and Xuancheng, plotting to betray him and pledge their allegiance to another. Even Su Changshao no longer regarded him with respect, revealing the fickleness of loyalty when one's fortunes decline. Now, the only companion at his side was Lan Wu. As he indulged in wine, he embraced her, engaging in intimate acts, leading a life of hedonistic oblivion. "Lanner, you are the only one who truly cares for me," he mused. "Unlike that wretched Su Changshao, who, upon my downfall, has forsaken me and looks down upon me. What audacity she possesses." The Jin Wang gazed resentfully at his wine cup. "My lord, do not speak ill of my sister. In truth, she loves you dearly," Lan Wu gently countered. "Your fall from grace is but temporary. You are the emperor's eldest son, the queen's child, and with the Su family as your backing, this brief setback shall pass. I believe that before long, you shall rise again and reclaim your former favor." "The Su family? That old fox, Su Ming, is cunning and treacherous. When I was in power, he stood by me. Now that I have fallen, he seeks to curry favor with the Xian Wang," the Jin Wang seethed. Recently, the Prince of Jin found himself in excellent health. Observing the promising future of the wise king, he discreetly sent individuals to establish contact with him. This action was clearly an attempt to abandon his own position in favor of supporting the wise king. The Prince of Jin seethed with anger, gritting his teeth. "Your Highness, please calm down. You are the favored child of destiny, and I firmly believe you shall emerge victorious in the end," Lan Wu soothed. as she tenderly cupped the prince's face and leaned in for a kiss. To her, even if the prince faced adversity, he remained a noble of the realm and the son of the empress. Such misfortune was but a fleeting phase. Despite his trials, he still held honor. Being by his side was far superior to merely selling smiles in the Red Chamber. Thus, her attachment to him was unwavering. Chu Tianyu, I never imagined you would fall to such depths. The emperor commanded you to reflect in your residence, yet you squander your days gambling, drinking, and indulging in pleasures with your concubines. At this rate, when will you ever be fit to be the crown prince? Su Changxiao entered with a cold expression. Upon her arrival, she beheld the disorderly scene, with the Prince of Jin and Lan Wu lost in an embrace on the floor. Her voice startled them into an abrupt separation. Sister, what brings you here? You frightened Lan'er to death. Lan Wu exclaimed, fear evident as she nestled closer to the prince. Startled, the prince rose in anger, kicking a cup at Su Changxiao, causing her to jump in alarm. What are you doing? Su Changxiao retorted. Chu Tianyu, you incompetent man. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? How dare you call me incompetent? The prince, incensed, advanced and seized Su Changxiao by the throat, dragging her towards the nearby bed. I shall now demonstrate my capabilities to you. With that, he began to violently tear at her garments. Chu Tianyu, release me. Lan concubine is still here. You must let me go. Su Changxiao's face blanched with terror. Did the prince intend to humiliate her in front of Lan Wu? What would become of her dignity as the princess of this household? Lan'er is one of us. What does it matter to her? The prince declared. I intend to show them how I can humiliate a proud princess like you. You often play the part of the lofty, untouchable woman, do you not? I want them to see that you are nothing more than a fickle creature. Beneath me, you are but a lowly wretch. Let us see how you maintain your facade of indifference. Chapter 992. Complete break, you beast. Let me go. I shall inform my father, the emperor, and the empress. Su Changxiao's words had scarcely left her lips when a slap struck her face. The Prince of Jin sneered. Go ahead and tell. Aren't you the one who relishes reporting grievances? If you manage to bring me down, you can marry Chu Xuancheng, can't you? As he spoke, he relentlessly tore at Su Changxiao's clothing. Do not think I am unaware. You have been probing for news about Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. But what can your spies possibly uncover? Allow me to be frank with you. Just days ago, Yun Ruoyue severed ties with Chu Xuancheng and has since disappeared without a trace. Chu Xuancheng has been searching for her frantically, under the pretense of investigating enemy spies. But in truth, he is seeking her. If I were to uncover irrefutable evidence against him, I would certainly petition the palace to hold him accountable. How dare Chu Xuancheng abuse his power for personal gain, instructing soldiers to seek a consort for him under the pretense of capturing spies from rival nations. This is a blatant affront to the emperor, an overreach of imperial authority. Should my father learn of this, he would surely mete out severe punishment. Do not presume that by dismantling my standing you can ally with him. I shall ruin you all. Upon hearing the words of the Jin prince, a flicker of hope ignited within Su Changxiao. Unexpectedly, Yun Ruoyue had departed, and despite Chu Xuancheng's search over several days, he could not locate her. What had transpired between them? Had they quarreled? How splendid. This presented her with an opportunity. She cast a fierce glare at the Jin prince. Were it not for his increasing ineptitude, akin to a useless burden, she would not have directed her ambitions towards Chu Xuancheng. Nevertheless, Chu Xuancheng was not the son of Emperor Hong Yuan, and aligning with him bore its own risks. Currently, Emperor Hong Yuan's attention was fixed on the Xian prince, who indeed had the potential to ascend to the position of crown prince. However, the Xian prince held no interest in her. Their paths never crossed. Thus, she had no choice but to place her hopes on Chu Xuancheng, for he wielded military power and capability. In due time, she would observe the unfolding events and select a suitable candidate to rise in rank. What are you contemplating, you wretch? The Jin prince, noticing Su Changxiao lost in thought, struck her again. Startled, she instinctively bit down hard on his neck, akin to a ravenous dog seizing its prey, sinking her teeth in fervently. Wretch! Are you born of a dog? The Jin prince, taken aback by the sudden bite, writhed in pain. He retaliated with a fierce blow that left her vision blurred with stars. When he wiped his neck, his hand came away stained with blood. Fortunately, she had not severed an artery. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. How dare you bite me? I shall make you suffer, the Jin prince proclaimed, unleashing a tempest of punishment upon Su Changxiao. As her face swelled from the blows, she found herself powerless to resist, enduring his torment. In her heart, She vowed that should the Jin prince continue to treat her this way, she would seek a divorce. She had never anticipated that he would unleash such primal fury and humiliate her before Lan Wu. This was an utter trampling of her dignity. While she could endure physical pain, the degradation of her honor was intolerable. Lan Wu, witnessing the scene from the side, could hardly bear to watch and turned her gaze away, recognizing the Jin prince's cruelty. After a protracted period, he finally relented, withdrawing from her. His countenance twisted into a grimace as he declared, "Lanner, accompany me to the hot spring. I must wash away this foul stench. It's utterly revolting. Chu Tianyu, you heartless beast. I deeply regret marrying you. Get away from me." Su Changshao, incensed by his words, seized a pillow and hurled it at the Jin prince. The Jin prince deftly sidestepped, his anger flaring. "Who told you to forsake Chu Xuancheng and marry a beast like me? You chose your path. Do not blame others. Begone." Su Changshao shouted. Flipping off the bed, she gazed down at the bruises adorning her skin, her eyes brimming with humiliation. Wait, the Prince of Jin dares to treat her this way. She will certainly not let him off the hook. She never imagined that, despite being husband and wife, they would ultimately become enemies. As night fell, Chu Xuancheng led a team of guards back to the Li Wangfu, weary from a day spent searching for any news of Yun Ruoyue. Having not eaten or rested, he felt utterly exhausted and had lost considerable weight. Just as he was about to return to the palace for a moment of respite, two figures clad in black cloaks emerged to obstruct his path. Initially, he thought they were assassins and was poised to take action, but upon closer inspection, he realized they were Su Changshao and her maid, Xiahe. "What brings you here?" Chu Xuancheng's face was shrouded in shadows, his expression dark and foreboding. "I have something important to discuss with you. May we speak privately?" Su Changxiao's eyes sparkled with affection as she gazed at Chu Xuancheng, her voice laced with excitement. Casting a sidelong glance at her, Chu Xuancheng assumed she possessed information regarding Yun Ruoyue and replied, "Over there." He dismounted and walked to a large locust tree beside the palace, with Su Changxiao hurriedly following. Xiahe and Mo Zhu retreated to the side, leaving them to their conversation. Upon reaching the tree, Chu Xuancheng regarded Su Changxiao coldly and asked, "What is it you wish to say?" "I have heard that you and Yun Ruoyue have severed ties and that she has left home. Is this true?" Su Changxiao inquired. "You are rather well informed. Do you have her whereabouts?" Chu Xuancheng did not deny the claim, recognizing that those with intent could easily uncover the truth. Shaking her head, Su Changxiao replied, "I do not. If I did, I would have brought her to you already. I came to warn you. I have heard that in your quest for Yun Ruoyue, you have stationed troops at the city gates, even going so far as to seal them and conduct thorough inspections of all who enter and exit, while also conducting extensive searches within the imperial city. Do you not realize that many are now watching you closely? The Prince of Jin has stated that you are not merely apprehending spies, but using that as a pretext to search for your own consort. He aims to gather evidence of your unauthorized troop movements and abuse of power to present to the emperor, seeking to bring you to justice. You must exercise caution and prepare yourself for the inevitable confrontation with the Prince of Jin." Chu Xuancheng had initially thought she would provide news of Yun Ruoyue, but this was not the case. A cold smile curled upon his lips, bright and vivid. "Is that all? If he dares to conduct widespread searches and seal the city, he must have already prepared for it. Does he require Su Changxiao to inform him? If he were unable to anticipate such matters and prepare accordingly, what right did he have to remain in power? Did you foresee that the Prince of Jin would lodge a complaint?" Su Changxiao was taken aback, and then a self-deprecating smile crossed her face. She had underestimated Chu Xuancheng. With his capabilities, if he dared to act, no one could challenge him. She had forgotten that the foolish Prince of Jin had fallen victim to Chu Xuancheng's scheming, ending up under house arrest as a consequence. How could she have underestimated him so? "What is it you truly seek from me? If it does not concern the Princess of Li, I am afraid I cannot entertain you," Chu Xuancheng stated coldly, turning to leave. Chapter 994. It was merely a jest. "Wait. Xianchen, you once inquired if I would be willing to part ways with the crown prince and marry you as a concubine. I have come to provide you with my answer. My answer is yes. Will you take me as your wife?" Su Changxiao summoned her courage to speak, her gaze fixed on Chu Xuancheng's silhouette. Once, he had shown a desire to elevate her to the status of his primary spouse, yet she had declined. Now, she found herself pleading to be his secondary wife, uncertain if he would even acquiesce. How ironic it was. Chu Xianchen let out a cold laugh. "You wish to, and thus I must marry you?" Su Changxiao was taken aback, retreating a step in disbelief. You clearly stated such words before. You were merely jesting, and I took it to heart. Are you implying that I, the crown prince, have broken my word? My exact words were, then will you part with him and marry me as a concubine? I was referring to the present. That was the essence of my statement. You did not agree back then, so how could I possibly consent now? Xuancheng replied coldly. So you were never sincere. You were merely toying with me through wordplay. I believed your words to be eternal, thinking that whenever I sought you, you would agree. It never occurred to me that from the very beginning, you were not genuine. Su Changxiao shook her head in disappointment. You are not my wife. So why should I be sincere to you? My loyalty lies solely with my rightful consort, Xuancheng stated. These words struck Su Changxiao like a heavy blow, causing her to retreat another step. Why? Why does everyone treat me this way? The crown prince, and you both. Has there truly been no one willing to cherish me? Why does everyone favor Yun Ruoyue? What makes her superior to me? My feelings for you are genuine. I would uphold my promises and never abandon you. Xuancheng noticed the redness on Su Changxiao's face and the marks of kisses on her neck, understanding that she had likely suffered at the hands of the crown prince before her departure. Yet, he felt no compassion for her. In my heart, you are inferior to her. The path you have chosen is one you must traverse on your knees, Xuancheng declared. If she was so wonderful, why did she leave you? If it were me, I would never abandon you. Now that she has departed, can we not reconcile? I know you still harbor feelings for me. I will part ways with the crown prince. Let us be together, shall we? Su Changxiao spoke, her eyes betraying a hint of madness. How amusing. She left me, and thus I would take you? I am not in the business of collecting discarded things. Xuancheng scoffed, adding, Crown Princess, do you not feel ashamed to utter such words? You claim you would never leave me. Yet who was it that fled like a rabbit when I had no opportunity to become the crown prince? Do you think I am unaware of your true nature? Had I wielded absolute power, you would have never left. If I were to fall from grace and become a captive, you would be the first to abandon me and betray me. With someone like you, how dare you speak of sincerity or promises? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Xuancheng's words left Su Changxiao's face flushed with embarrassment. She had come seeking solace, only to be met with scorn. Her face flushed, she could only say, indeed. It was my fault back then, and I have come to realize my mistake. Can you ever forgive me? If I could be by your side, I would treat you well, never like Yun Ruoyue, who, despite having you, still plays the trick of running away from home. Apologies, but it is too late. There can only be one woman by my side, and that is Yun Ruoyue, Xuancheng declared resolutely. Chapter 995, Fainted. Is she truly the only one for you? What if she runs off with another man? Why would you desire such a woman? Su Changxiao retorted coldly. Yes, regardless of what kind of woman she is. I want her. And you, no matter how well you pretend or how kind you seem, are as repugnant as a fly to me. Xuancheng replied icily. Do you know the torment I've endured in the Jean Prince's residence? The Jean Prince is a ruthless and heartless scoundrel, neglecting and abusing me daily. Look at my body, marked by his cruelty. Can you not feel a shred of pity or compassion for me? Will you not help me, rescue me from this plight? Su Changxiao implored, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her bruised arms. Xuancheng, seeing the scars, acted as if he had not noticed. His voice was devoid of warmth. I am sorry, but you are not my wife, and your affairs have nothing to do with me. Do not seek me again to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. With that, he turned to leave. Xuancheng, do not go. Su Changxiao suddenly rushed forward, embracing him from behind, tears streaming down her face. Are you truly so heartless? You once promised my father that you would protect me for a lifetime, ensuring my safety. Do you intend to go back on your word? Xuancheng coldly pushed her away, turning with a glacial stare. Yes, I intend to break that promise. For a woman like you, there is no vow worth keeping. Leave. And do not provoke me into violence. Xuancheng, you are so cruel. Su Changxiao trembled in response. More cruel than the man who has struck you. He retorted. Someone. Remove these two from the premises. Do not sully the grounds of the Li Wangfu. At his command, Mo Zhu approached, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Su Changxiao. Enough, you need not escort me out. I will leave on my own. Su Changxiao, fearing disgrace, shot back a harsh remark before hastily taking Xia He to their carriage, disappearing into the night. Finally rid of the bothersome Su Changxiao, Xuancheng prepared to return to his residence. However, as he turned, darkness enveloped him, and he felt an overwhelming dizziness, collapsing to the ground. Trouble. The prince has fainted. Mo Zhu exclaimed, rushing over to find Xuancheng unconscious. Quickly, summon a doctor. Everyone, help me carry the prince inside. A day later, in a hazy state, Xuancheng experienced a severe headache. He attempted to open his eyes, but found himself too weak, his body feeling as though it had been trampled by a carriage. Aching unbearably. Your Highness, he awakens. Dr. Lin, come quickly, the prince is awake. The joyous voices of Mo Zhu and Feng Er filled his ears. As Xuancheng gradually opened his eyes, a beam of bright light streamed in through the window. He slightly turned his head to survey his surroundings and discovered he was lying in his bed, surrounded by a throng of people. Among them were Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and several servants from the Feiyue pavilion. 7 or 8 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him, filled with anxiety and concern. How long have I been asleep? Xuancheng slowly regained consciousness, feeling a gnawing hunger that seemed to press his stomach against his back. My lord, you have slept for an entire day. After not resting for 3 or 4 consecutive days, your body succumbed to exhaustion, leading to a prolonged slumber. Now that you have awakened, do you feel any better? Emoli exclaimed with delight. Indeed, Xuancheng replied with a faint nod. Chapter 996. His regret. He pressed his hand against his chest, as a sharp pain throbbed within. Looking at his face, he noted its pallor, devoid of color. These past few days, he had neither eaten nor slept well, causing him to lose considerable weight. Even walking had become a struggle. Awakening from this slumber, he felt little improvement. A sense of gloom enveloped him, rendering him disinclined to speak or move. My lord, your overexertion and lack of rest, coupled with inadequate nourishment, have led to this bout of dizziness and fatigue. While you have compensated for lost sleep, you have yet to eat. You must consume some porridge. Only then can your body begin to recover. Otherwise, your vitality will be severely compromised, Dr. Lin advised earnestly. Yes, my lord, I have prepared a bowl of minced meat porridge for you. Please have a sip, Feng Er offered, presenting a steaming bowl towards Xuancheng. Xuancheng glanced at the porridge, but his heart felt as if it were constricted by a wad of cotton, rendering him unable to drink. His expression mirrored a profound desolation. He shook his head in a daze and said, Take it away. I do not wish to drink. My lord, if you continue to refuse nourishment, your health will deteriorate. As the master of the estate and a commander of the army, what will happen to everyone if you falter? What will become of the Chu kingdom? Emoli implored. If news of your condition reaches the enemy, they will surely seize the opportunity to harass or even attack the Chu kingdom. You are the guardian of our home and country. You cannot afford to falter. It is not that I wish to refuse food, but rather that I cannot stomach it. Without the presence of the princess, I truly find it impossible to eat. Xuancheng murmured despondently. My lord, if your health fails, how will you ever find the princess? You must eat something. Only by taking care of your body can you muster the energy to seek her out. What if the princess is in dire straits and urgently needs your help? If you collapse, who will protect her? Mo Zhu's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. At her words, Xuancheng's long eyelashes finally stirred. Bring it here, he said, eyeing the bowl of porridge and sitting up. Emoli hurriedly took the porridge. My lord, would you like me to feed you? Absolutely not. I can eat by myself. Xuancheng retorted, casting a wary glance at Emoli as he took the bowl and began to eat on his own. Emoli scratched his nose, feeling as though he had encountered a face full of dust. My lord, what is with that disdainful look? It's as though you are guarding against a traitor. In the realm of conscience, he is truly not a man of ambiguous inclinations. His affections genuinely lie with women. Yet, his life has been fraught with misfortune, often entangled with various men. In the days that followed, he became so consumed by his thoughts of Chi that he lost his appetite, suffering from an ailment of longing, filled with trepidation over her feelings. To his dismay, he ultimately discovered that Chi was, in fact, a man. Upon realizing that Chi was Su Chi Xiao, he lamented for quite some time. While others assumed his sorrow stemmed from a fondness for Su Chi Xiao, only he understood that it was the revelation of Su Chi Xiao's true identity that truly pained him. Now, the denizens of the Wangfu regard him with curious and judgmental eyes, believing him to be of questionable nature. Despite his fervent explanations, none are willing to believe him. He is indeed pitiable. After a few bites, Xuancheng found himself unable to eat any further. As memories of that day when he forced Yun Ruoyue to drink saffron resurfaced, filling him with a sense of dread. He trembled with regret, unable to contain himself. He recalled her sorrowful tears, and in that moment, he had lost his reason, driven by anger to compel her to ingest the medicine. He envisioned her solitary existence outside, pondering whether she had suffered from the cold, hunger, or perhaps had been pursued or harmed. Did she encounter any dangers or wild beasts? Chapter 997. The onset of heartache as a woman bearing a child. How could she possibly contend with such perils? At this moment, he genuinely wished for Su Qixiao to be by her side, as at least he could protect her. Deep within, he harbored faith in her and Su Qixiao, believing in their integrity. However, jealousy had clouded his judgment, rendering him unable to trust her. The arrival of this child was so inexplicable that it left him bewildered. He had lost his reason. He even questioned whether she was still alive, whether she had been harmed or had willingly left home. If she had fled, did she not miss him at all? Could she so easily part from him? Did she not yearn for the life at the Wangfu? If she had been wronged, he could scarcely bear to contemplate the outcome, as pain pierced his heart. Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng was seized by a sharp pain in his heart. He knocked over his porridge and collapsed onto the bed, gasping for breath like a fish on the brink of death. Yet, even as he drew in air, it felt as though he could not breathe. He experienced tightness in his chest, palpitations, trembling, and a chilling sensation as his heart ached intensely. It was Dyer, the prince. Overwhelmed by sorrow and melancholy, suffered from a disruption of his liver and kidneys, leading to a heavy burden on his heart, seemingly triggering palpitations. Quickly, cover the prince with a blanket to keep him warm. We must share some uplifting news to ease his spirits. We cannot allow him to remain in such despair, Dr. Lin urged, hastening to cover Chu Xuancheng with a blanket. Why was the prince in such peril? What could possibly elevate his mood? Emily anxiously clapped his hands. The only way to restore the prince's spirits was to bring the princess back, yet she remained elusive, causing Mo Zhu's eyes to redden with worry. Feng Er and the others silently shed tears. The prince was too pitiable. Meanwhile, the missing princess was equally unfortunate, heightening everyone's concern. She vanished without leaving a trace, leaving everyone in a state of anxiety, uncertain whether she had departed voluntarily or had fallen victim to foul play. My lord, do not despair, urged Emily. Consider this. The princess is undoubtedly resourceful and will take care of herself. Furthermore, while I was tidying the princess's belongings yesterday, I discovered that the jade orchid hairpin you gifted her is missing. She cherished it, often taking it out to admire and wear. The fact that only this hairpin is gone suggests that she took it with her, indicating that she holds you dear. You must find the strength to persevere. Indeed, I am confident that Chi will safeguard the princess. She has always been so kind to her and would never allow her to be harmed, added Mo Zhu. Hush, Mo Zhu, do not mention Chi. Emily quickly interjected, casting a warning glance. Who is unaware that the prince harbors a deep aversion for Su Qi. It was due to him that the rift between the prince and the princess emerged. Their relationship remains shrouded in mystery. At that moment, however, Chu Xianchen found a measure of tranquility, for he had heard mention of the jade orchid hairpin. Could it be that Yun Ruoyue had indeed taken the pin he had bestowed upon her, implying that she still held feelings for him? Moreover, if she had taken the pin, did that not suggest she had left of her own volition rather than being abducted? The words about Chi-Chi's protection of the princess eased his heart. Chapter 998. The search for the hairpin wonderful. The prince has regained his composure. Our utmost priority now is to ensure he nourishes himself to regain his strength, Dr. Lin remarked. Is the prince's palpitations resolved? Emily inquired anxiously. For the moment, yes. As long as he avoids distress and emotional turmoil, he should be fine, Dr. Lin replied. Palpitations are not a grave ailment. They are often a consequence of sorrow, and alleviating that sorrow will naturally resolve the issue. Though Chu Xuanchen's palpitations had subsided for the time being, throughout the night, his body trembled with fever, drenched in sweat and warmth. He endured a high fever for the entire night, prompting Dr. Lin to administer medication and explore various remedies to bring down his temperature. Despite efforts throughout the day, the fever persisted. Fortunately, Fenger recalled that there was a medicine chest in the princess's chamber containing antipyretics and other emergency remedies. She hurried to retrieve them, and it was only then that the prince's fever gradually began to subside. The night passed in a chaotic flurry, akin to a battlefield, until dawn broke. After a fitful sleep and sweating profusely, Chu Xianchen finally awoke, the fever entirely abated. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was call for Fenger to bring him congee. Fenger served him a steaming bowl of seafood congee, which he consumed eagerly. After finishing, he felt an immediate improvement. Although his body remained frail, his complexion had brightened significantly, no longer appearing as pale as it had the previous night. He turned to Mo Li, his voice weak yet resolute. Mo Li, fetch me paper and ink. I wish to compose a letter regarding the search for the hairpin. A letter about the hairpin? Has the prince lost it? Mo Li asked with curiosity. Xuancheng pressed his hand against his chest, nodding faintly. A subtle sorrow lingered between his brows, for illness had rendered his physique somewhat emaciated. Sitting there, his long, raven-black hair cascaded down like a delicate scholar, embodying the elegance of bamboo, the ethereality of clouds, the purity of jade, the nobility of an immortal, and the refined charm of a cultured gentleman. Are you referring to the emerald orchid hairpin that the prince gifted to the princess while solving lantern riddles? It has gone missing. It must have been taken by the princess, Feng'er remarked. I am aware, Xuancheng replied coldly. Subsequently, Mo Li hastily dispatched someone to procure the 4 treasures of the study. Xuancheng took his seat at the desk and, with a flourish of his brush, inscribed, I once possessed an emerald orchid hairpin, which accompanied me for many years, and I named it Deep as the ocean hairpin. Due to my lack of appreciation, I inadvertently lost it. This hairpin is, to me, exceedingly precious, rare beyond measure. Since its loss, I have been unable to find peace, unable to sleep, regretting only after it was gone. Should anyone find this hairpin, please contact me, and I shall reward you handsomely. If it has been stolen, as long as it is returned to me, I will overlook the matter and still offer a generous reward. Upon completing the writing, Xuancheng sketched an image of the hairpin below. He then set down his brush and instructed Mo Li, find someone to transcribe 1,000 copies of this hairpin search notice and distribute it widely. I wish for the princess to see it. Yes, my lord, Mo Li replied, taking the notice and feeling deeply moved by its sentiments. Those present gazed at Xuancheng with admiration. His calligraphy was not only graceful and fluid, but also imbued with heartfelt emotion that resonated with the onlookers. If the princess were to see this notice, she would undoubtedly be touched. Chapter 999. Taoist Qingfeng at Qingfeng Temple. I expressed to the princess, we have imposed upon the Taoist for several days, and since the princess's health has improved somewhat, I intend to take her away to another residence to avoid burdening you further. Taoist Qingfeng, holding a Buddhist whisk, bore a face of kind-hearted benevolence. He shook his head and waved his hand. Why do you speak in such a manner, young Master Su? All living beings are precious, and human life is invaluable. I have already sheltered you for 7 days. I am not afraid of hosting you for another 7. I share a deep connection with you, and I have also met the Princess Li. Given such a profound bond, how could I bear to let you wander outside, enduring hardships? Though I am unaware of the grievances between Prince Li and Princess Li, I know she has saved many and is a healer of great compassion. I support any decision she makes. If she wishes to leave Prince Li, I will gladly provide her with a sanctuary. Taoist Qingfeng, are you not concerned that Prince Li may discover this and hold you accountable? We do not wish to burden you, Yun Ruoyue inquired with some apprehension. During their 7 days at Qingfeng Temple, they had accompanied Taoist Qingfeng in early and late prayers, guarding the temple, offering incense, ringing bells, divining, drawing lots, and meditating, living a tranquil and serene existence. However, she and Su Qishao engaged in these activities in the secluded backyard, as the front yard was frequented daily by numerous worshippers. Fearing discovery, they confined themselves to the rear. Taoist Qingfeng was already aware that she had fled from the Li Wangfu, while Xuancheng ostensibly searched for enemy spies. He was, in truth, seeking her. Yet, he selflessly took them in, which deeply moved her. Hence, she wished to leave with Su Qishao, fearing to implicate him. Taoist Qingfeng brushed his feather duster lightly and remarked, the Li Wang is the war god of Chu. Surely, his vision is not so narrow. Rumor has it that he possesses a broad mind and a noble character, strict with himself, yet lenient towards others, valuing loyalty and righteousness, treating himself with humility while being forgiving of others. I trust that a man of such caliber would not hold me accountable. You both should rest easy here. Whenever the misunderstanding between the Li Wang and the Wang Fei is resolved, that will mark the Wang Fei's return home. With a smile, Taoist Qingfeng entered the grand hall. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. The high regard Taoist Qingfeng held for Xuancheng was unexpected. He even mentioned that her relationship with Xuancheng was merely a misunderstanding and spoke of her return home. But was that home still hers? Shall we explore the scenery on the back mountain? The weather has improved, and visitors to the temple are increasing. I dare not play in the front yard. So we can only enjoy the views at the back mountain, Yun Ruoyue suggested. They found themselves atop the mountain, amidst the clouds. From a distance, the landscape was adorned with towering peaks and bizarre rock formations, resembling swords piercing the mist, beneath which lay a shimmering emerald lake. The lake and mountains complemented each other beautifully, depicting a picturesque scene of high mountains and flowing waters, a true testament to the splendor of our Chu kingdom. Su Qishao, with a blade of grass between his teeth, lay leisurely on the lawn with his hands behind his head, feeling utterly free without the constraints of women's attire. Reflecting on his days at the Li Wangfu, he found it amusing. Surprisingly, he even missed the time spent as a maid, especially teasing Li. Witnessing her blush brought him mirth. However, Yun Ruoyue did not respond to his musings. When he turned to look at her, he found her gazing into the distance. Lost in thought. Chapter 1000. Discovery. Her expression was one of melancholy. She had been persistently unhappy, her most frequent activity being to stare vacantly into the horizon. In merely a few days, she had visibly lost weight. Su Qishao understood that she was missing Chu Xuancheng. He was uncertain whether bringing her away was the right decision. He even realized that she had developed feelings for Chu Xuancheng, which caused her sorrow. Perhaps she did not genuinely wish to leave the Li Wangfu after all. Suddenly, he looked up and noticed a translucent orchid hairpin nestled in her hair, glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. He smiled and said, "That jade hairpin is quite lovely. Who gifted it to you?" Yun Ruoyue smiled faintly, but did not respond. She only wore this pin in such tranquil surroundings. After admiring the scenery, they proceeded directly back to the backyard. Upon reaching the entrance, Yun Ruoyue spotted several soldiers in uniform, affixing notices to the wall. Meanwhile, the soldiers were engaged in conversation. They wondered why His Highness, the Prince of Li, who possesses immense wealth, would offer a bounty of 10,000 gold for a mere hairpin. What is the significance of this jade orchid hairpin that has prompted such a grand search? Surely, even the most exquisite hairpin cannot be worth 10,000 taels of gold. It seems that the world of the affluent is beyond our comprehension. The notice for the lost hairpin stated that it had accompanied the prince for a long time. Its value is not in its material worth, but in the emotional bond it shares with him. The prince is a man of deep feelings. Even a simple old hairpin would be cherished by him. Now that he has lost it, he is understandably anxious, which is why he has disseminated this notice. We must promptly post the announcement. In addition to searching for individuals, we must also seek the hairpin. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue hastily removed the hairpin from her hair. Holding it in her hand, her heart a tumult of emotions. Su Qishao immediately noticed her action. It was no wonder she treasured this hairpin, for it had been a gift from Chu Xuancheng. Although she claimed not to harbor feelings for him, her actions spoke otherwise. He sighed inwardly, shaking his head in discomfort, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. "Let us depart," Yun Ruoyue said as she finished reading the notice and returned to the courtyard. Su Qishao retreated to his own chamber. Feeling somewhat parched, Yun Ruoyue decided to fetch some water from the kitchen. Upon entering, she carefully placed the hairpin on a nearby wooden table, picked up a ladle, and began to draw water. The spring water from the mountains was pure and untainted, sweet enough to drink directly. Thirsty and warm, she gulped down a large ladleful. At that moment, a soldier who had come to post the notice also felt thirsty. He entered with a sheepskin water jug to fill it. As he approached the kitchen door, his gaze fell upon the shimmering hairpin. He was instantly taken aback. This jade pin was identical to the one depicted in the prince's drawing. Shocked, he lost all desire to drink and quickly retreated. He did not raise an alarm, but silently took note of everything before leaving. Yun Ruoyue, still drinking water, remained unaware of the soldier's presence. After finishing, she gathered her hairpin and returned to her room. Once inside, she recalled the notice about the lost hairpin. Was Chu Xuancheng subtly urging her to return? However, he merely asked her to go back without assuring her of acceptance for the child. What if she returned only to find that he still could not embrace this child? Thus, she felt she could not go back. The notice also mentioned his restless nights and troubled mind. She wondered if it were true. After all, his health was robust. He should be fine. Chapter 1001. The prince's suspicion. On the other hand, in the dead of night, Su Qishao found himself unable to sleep. He leaped onto the rooftop of Yun Ruoyue's chamber, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, his hands cradling his head. With his dark, elongated eyes gazing at the stars above, he appeared both enchanting and carefree. His jet-black hair cascaded like silk, his complexion pale as alabaster, and his lips a rosy hue, embodying the essence of an alluring beauty. From the mountain's peak, the night sky was a sight to behold, with countless stars twinkling so closely together. It was truly a breathtaking view. Yet, his heart was anything but serene. The meaning behind Xuancheng's words was clear. He had abducted Xiaoya and demanded her return, promising to let bygones be bygones. How dare he question him? Had he not harmed Xiaoya, he would not have taken her away in the first place. Everything he did was to safeguard her, and if Xuancheng dared to administer saffron to her, he would retaliate with poison to eliminate him. In the rain-soft pavilion, a distressed Mama Yu rushed in, her expression fraught with worry. "Madam, trouble is brewing." The prince approaches wielding his sword and appears to be in a great rage. Nangong Rou was momentarily taken aback. She was under house arrest and could not leave the rain-soft pavilion without Xuancheng's command. She had not provoked him. Why was he now seeking to trouble her? She had heard he had fainted and longed to visit him, but his people had barred her from leaving, forcing her to remain indoors. Her concern for him was profound, and yet he was coming to accuse her? Amidst her rising anxiety, Xuancheng, clad in a black brocade robe, strode towards her with an imposing presence. As he approached, he swiftly placed the blade against her neck, his dark eyes brimming with menace. "Have you harmed the princess?" he questioned. In recent days, Xuancheng had grown increasingly suspicious. Unable to locate Yun Ruoyue, he recalled that the last person she had seen was Nangong Rou, and he sensed her involvement in this matter. Nangong Rou was not known for her benevolence. With Yun Ruoyue missing, she was a prime suspect. Thus, he had resolved to confront her and extract the truth of Yun Ruoyue's whereabouts. Seeing the sharp edge of the sword, Nangong Rou recoiled in fear. "Your Highness, I swear I did not harm my sister truly. You were the last to see her. I have searched the princess's chamber and discovered that the glass tiles on the roof had been tampered with. Your maid, Kai Dai, possesses martial skills and was present. She had the ability to lift those tiles and assist the princess in her escape. Was it not you who conspired with Kai Dai to harm the princess? Where is she?" Xuancheng demanded fiercely. "I truly do not know. I am innocent," Nangong Rou pleaded, shaking her head in terror. "You refuse to speak? Bring forth the needles. I shall interrogate everyone in the rain-soft pavilion," Xuancheng declared coldly. The needle torture involved a bed of needles that, when knelt upon, would rend the knees, causing excruciating pain that no one could endure. Upon hearing this, Nangong Rou feared for Mama Yu's safety, worried that the secret of her child with Jiang Heng might be revealed. Suddenly, she fell to her knees. "Your Highness, I confess. I confess. Please do not harm Kai Dai. She is innocent. The truth is, the princess wished to leave the palace and implored me to assist her. I initially hesitated, but seeing her desperation, I relented. I allowed her to disguise herself as Kai Dai and let her out. After her brief masquerade, Kai Dai exited through the roof. Does the princess truly beg you on her knees?" "You are indeed skilled at embellishing the truth," Xuancheng remarked coldly. In his memory, the current Yun Ruoyue would rather die than kneel and plead with another. The lie was swiftly discerned by Xuancheng, prompting Nangong Rou to hastily declare, "The princess did not kneel. She merely inclined her body slightly, and I assisted her beforehand. I admit that it was I and the united Kai Dai who facilitated the princess's departure, but I truly did not harm her. Pray, where is she now? Where has she gone? After I placed her on the street, she simply walked away, and I returned to the manor. After that, I know not where she went. I genuinely do not know." Nangong Rou answered in terror. "You had best speak the truth. Should I discover even a hint of falsehood in your words, I shall not let you escape my wrath," Xuancheng declared, sheathing his sword while casting a stern glance at Kai Dai and the others. "I shall ensure that you are closely monitored until the princess is retrieved, and then all will be dealt with accordingly. Bring forth more guards to secure Yuru Pavilion. Not even a mosquito shall escape." "Yes, my lord," the guards at the entrance replied. "Nangong Rou, your audacity in allowing the princess to escape will earn you a penalty. Considering your condition, I shall merely confine you to your quarters for now. You should be grateful that I can recover the princess. Otherwise, I shall have no qualms about rejecting your child," Xuancheng uttered through gritted teeth. "My lord." Nangong Rou's body suddenly swayed backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. For Yun Ruoyue, Xuancheng was prepared to forsake her child. Was Yun Ruoyue truly so significant? More so than their bloodline? Upon witnessing Nangong Rou's faintness, Mama Yu thought, "Why is she acting so feeble? As if this child is truly the Lord's." In the dead of night, while Nangong Rou was lost in slumber, She was abruptly jolted awake by a fierce grip around her neck, rendering her breathless and causing golden stars to dance before her eyes. Upon opening her eyes, she found Jiang Heng's fearsome visage glaring at her. He was not clad in dark attire, but rather dressed as a servant, causing her to freeze momentarily. Had he disguised himself as a servant to infiltrate? What do you intend to do? Nangong Rou gasped, her face turning a shade of purple, teetering on the brink of death. Tell me, is the child you carry truly mine? Jiang Heng demanded, releasing his grip momentarily. As soon as he did, Nangong Rou coughed violently twice before retorting, What belongs to you? I carry the prince's child, not yours. Dare you deceive me? Had I not bribed a vegetable vendor's assistant to infiltrate, I would not have overheard the servants' chatter. Do you know what they say? They claim you are remarkably fortunate, having conceived the heir of the Li Prince after just one night. They also say you have only ever been favored by the Li Prince once, and yet you are already with child. However, that night, it was I who consummated the union on his behalf. He has not touched you otherwise. How could you possibly be bearing his child? Jiang Heng spoke ominously. In recent days, he found himself increasingly tempted by Nangong Rou's delicate and fair form. Therefore, he had purchased the services of a vegetable vendor's assistant at a high price. This assistant had been delivering supplies to the Li Prince's manor and was tasked with bringing goods to Yuru Pavilion. Disguised as that assistant, he managed to blend in. Upon entry, he realized the heavy guard surrounding Yuru Pavilion, discovering that Nangong Rou had been confined for allowing the Li Princess to leave the manor. Fortunately, masquerading as a vendor's assistant granted him the means to come and go alongside the servants. Chapter 1003. He is his child on the road. He overheard the servants chatting and learned that Nangong Rou had only spent a night with the Prince of Li. Instantly, he felt something amiss. Seizing an opportunity, he stealthily entered Nangong Rou's chamber, concealing himself within the wardrobe, and remained hidden until the night grew deep and still before daring to confront her. Nangong Rou did not expect Jiang Heng to be aware of this matter. Her face turned pale. Who said I was only favored by the prince once? Do not heed their nonsense. This child is not yours and is of no concern to you. Even at death's door, you dare to argue? Very well. I shall inquire of the Prince of Li how many times he has favored you and whose child this truly is. Jiang Heng feigned an intention to leave. Do not go. Nangong Rou grasped his arm, gritting her teeth. Fine. I admit it. This child is yours. Are you satisfied now? Is it truly mine? You should have said so earlier. Rest assured, since this child is mine, I shall not bring you harm. Just think, you are carrying my child. We have made a fool of the Prince of Li, and he will raise our son. How splendid is that? The Princess of Li dares to undermine me, and I shall have the prince's household raise my son, ideally nurturing him to be the young heir, inheriting the wealth and honor of the Prince of Li. Jiang Heng chuckled triumphantly. In truth, he did not dare to confront the Prince of Li. It was merely a tactic to intimidate Nangong Rou. He had not anticipated her to be so easily frightened. Seeing that Jiang Heng had ceased his aggression, Nangong Rou finally exhaled in relief. She composed herself. Now that you know I am bearing your child, what do you intend to do? Jiang Heng, having clandestinely infiltrated the royal residence, posed a threat that must be eradicated swiftly. What can I do? I shall feign ignorance and let the Prince of Li raise my son. This way, you the child, and I will all be safe. When he has toiled to raise the child, I shall reveal this secret to him just before his demise, and I am certain it will infuriate him to the point of bloodshed. Jiang Heng replied with a sinister grin. I see that it was no easy feat for you to come here. If you truly wish to see our son, you may stay here for the time being, and when you have seen enough, you may leave. Coincidentally, my son and I can hardly part with you. Nangong Rou feigned a smile, burying her head in Jiang Heng's embrace. Yet, within her eyes lay a profound and inscrutable malice. Her mother had warned her that Jiang Heng was elusive and difficult to locate, with hidden guards accompanying him, making assassination a formidable task. When he next visited the Rainy Soft Pavilion, she was instructed to ensure he remained so she could act. Once he was eliminated, she would dispose of the body discreetly. Thus, she feigned compliance to ensnare him. Jiang Heng was taken aback by Nangong Rou's unexpected submission. He questioned, Did you not always despise me? Why now do you choose to comply? It is all my fault. I once believed the prince would cherish me and our child, yet he has proven to be heartless. Today, he even threatened to kill our child if he could not retrieve the princess. He was unfeeling first. How could I love him after that? You are the child's biological father. I trust you will treat him well and not bring him harm, correct? Nangong Rou inquired. So, You have turned to my embrace. Fear not. This is our shared bloodline. How could I harm him? Chu Xianchun has dared to take the life of our child. I am filled with a desire for vengeance. Jiang Heng exclaimed with fury. Do not let your emotions overwhelm you. You cannot match his strength. Besides, let us keep this a secret from him, allowing him to raise our son until his final moments when we reveal the truth. Would that not be far more exhilarating? Nangong Rou replied with a sly smile. Chapter 1004. Surrounding the Taoist temple. Indeed, Rower, your intelligence shines brightly. Tonight, permit me the honor of attending to you, Jiang Heng declared, pressing Nangong Rou down onto the bed. No, I cannot. I am with child and fear for its safety, she protested, hastily shielding her abdomen. Fear not. I shall be gentle. This child is mine as well. How could I ever cause it harm? It has been several days since I have been with you, and my patience wanes. Come now, Jiang Heng insisted, undoing her garments without further ado. For several days, Chu Xianchun had received no word regarding Yun Ruoyue. After dispatching the notice regarding the hairpin, a throng of individuals had indeed approached him, yet the pins they presented were either incorrect or counterfeit, entirely unlike the one he sought. Who could have guessed that what he truly sought was a person, not merely a pin? My lord, a soldier has sent a message via carrier pigeon, claiming to have found the whereabouts of the princess and the hairpin. At that moment, Emoli rushed in. Excitement painted across his face as he held a letter. Is it true? Chu Xianchun sprang to his feet, his previously gloomy eyes now glimmering with hope. Indeed, the soldier is one of my own, named Chen Si, a man of honesty and integrity, incapable of fabricating lies. He reported that while posting the notice at Qingfeng Temple, he saw the princess alongside the hairpin and Su Qingchen. They were all together. Upon hearing the mention of Su Qishao's name, Emoli felt a tremor of anxiety, fearing the wrath of his lord. She is indeed with Su Qishao. Chu Xianchun's heart sank heavily. He had long suspected that if she had absconded, she would surely have assistance, for he had sent men to investigate Su Qishao's whereabouts only to discover he had vanished without a trace. At that moment, he felt a premonition. They had left together. Recalling her earlier words about having found a good father for their child, it was clear that she referred to Su Qishao. The very thought pierced his heart with anguish, and he clutched his chest, commanding, Emoli, summon everyone back at once. Once assembled, we shall hasten to Qingfeng Temple and bring the princess home. Yes, my lord, Emoli replied, immediately setting off to fulfill the command. At Qingfeng Temple, Xiaoyer, we must flee. Qingfeng Temple is surrounded by troops dispatched by Chu Xianchun. On that day, Yun Ruoyue sat in meditation upon a mat when she suddenly saw Su Qishao rush in, panic etched across his features. Yun Ruoyue's heart jolted. She had not anticipated his swift arrival. We must escape through the back mountain, she urged. Very well, but Xiaoyer, can your body endure this? Su Qishao asked with concern. Do not worry, I can manage. I would rather perish than be captured by him, Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Rather than allow Chu Xianchun to force her to consume saffron, she would fight desperately to flee, escaping as far as she could. Su Qishao gazed at her with pained affection. How could you possibly die? I could never bear to lose you. Even if I were to perish, I would ensure your safety. Rest assured, I am aware of a clandestine passageway leading down the mountain. I shall escort you immediately. We shall emerge unscathed. Thank you. Before Yun Ruoyue could finish her words, an ominous sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the clinking of swords and armor. These footsteps were resolute and swift, indicating a well-trained contingent approaching in substantial numbers. Through the narrow gap in the window, Yun Ruoyue beheld the figures of Emo Li, Emo Zhu, Li San, and several squads of soldiers, armed with blades and exuding a formidable presence, as they surrounded the Taoist temple. Chapter 1005. The sin of concealing the princess. The patrons in the front courtyard were paralyzed with fear, encircled by swords. Lu Ruyin was leading a group, inspecting each of them meticulously. Meanwhile, the rear courtyard was also besieged by heavily armed troops. Amidst the echoing footsteps, a ray of sunlight pierced through the alley, illuminating a man clad in silver armor, draped in a crimson cape, and donning a feathered helmet, who emerged from the bamboo grove with an air of gallantry. His strides were heavy, and his gaze was fixed ahead, appearing serene and penetrating, as if he could see through the world's veils. The wind lifted his robe, and the surrounding bamboo swayed gracefully, embodying an ethereal elegance. He approached steadily, his piercing eyes locking onto the room where Yunru stood in a daze. It felt as though he could see straight through her. She quickly turned away. Seventh young master, where is that secret passage? We must leave at once. In this very room, there exists a concealed door. By manipulating a mechanism, one can access the secret chamber that leads to the mountain's passageway, as Master Qingfeng informed me. Su Qishao pointed towards the hidden door not far away. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside once more. Yun Ruoyue looked up to see Master Qingfeng, dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, leading a group of disciples who entered briskly. She froze, reluctant to move, fearing that her departure might endanger Master Qingfeng. As he approached, he bowed respectfully to Chu Xuancheng, stating, I was unaware of your Highness's esteemed presence and regret my inadequate welcome. May I inquire why your Highness has come to our temple with such a formidable force? Greetings, Taoist Master, Chu Xuancheng replied, inclining his head in return. I have learned that the emerald orchid hairpin, which I misplaced, is within your temple. I have come to retrieve it. If you do not hinder me and return the pin, I shall overlook the sin of your temple concealing it. Upon hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue felt an even greater reluctance to leave, as he was clearly exerting pressure on Master Qingfeng. Xiaoye, what troubles you? We must depart swiftly. It may soon be too late. Su Qishao had discerned how to open the secret chamber door. By turning a mechanism on the wall, it could be unlocked. Seventh young master, perhaps you should go ahead. I fear that if I leave, Chu Xuancheng will cause trouble for Master Qingfeng. I must remain here. My apologies. Yun Ruoyue spoke, her gaze becoming solemn. However, if you stay here and are captured by Chu Xuancheng, he may harm you. I cannot allow that to happen. Please. Come with me. Su Qishao urged, grasping Yun Ruoyue's hand, intent on making their escape. Seventh young master, I cannot be so selfish. The kind-hearted Taoist Qingfeng has taken us in, yet we disregard him. Should Chu Xuancheng fail to capture me, I fear he may lay the blame upon the Taoist, potentially harming the innocent. Yun Ruoyue expressed. She understood the wrathful visage of Chu Xuancheng during his fury. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, Su Qishao sighed. Since little Yu is a person of deep loyalty and righteousness, he shall accompany her. Your Highness, I assure you, my temple has never concealed your hairpin. You may find yourself sorely disappointed. Taoist Qingfeng spoke coldly. There is no need for you to deceive this prince. I have come in search of the Princess Li. You are well aware that she is hidden here, yet you refuse to disclose her whereabouts. Are you not afraid of the consequences of harboring a royal? Chu Xuancheng retorted. The courtyard was filled with his men, and he saw no reason to hide the truth from Taoist Qingfeng. Chapter 1006. Return with this prince, your highness. What is your intention? Do not threaten the Taoist. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the inner chamber. With a creak, Yun Ruoyue opened the door, stepping into the sunlight and the blades before her with unruffled composure. Princess. Upon seeing her, Imo Li and the others exclaimed joyfully. The instant his dull gray eyes met Yun Ruoyue's figure, Chu Xuancheng's gaze brightened. He scrutinized her every detail, searching for signs of injury or distress, concerned for her well-being. In that fleeting moment, he appeared frozen in time, his focus solely on Yun Ruoyue, words unspoken, merely gazing deeply at her. Taoist. I apologize for causing you trouble and disturbing your tranquility, Yun Ruoyue said, bowing respectfully to Taoist Qingfeng before turning her attention to Chu Xuancheng. Your Highness, I am willing to accompany you, but on the condition that you cease to disturb those who should not be disturbed. Little Yu, do not go with him. Su Qishao urgently called out, rushing to her side. Su Qishao, how dare you appear before this prince? Guards, draw your arrows. The moment Chu Xuancheng laid eyes on Su Qishao, fury ignited within him. He would not let the one who dared to abduct his princess escape unscathed. With a command, the soldiers raised their bows, aiming at Su Qishao. Chu Xuancheng, it was not he who took me away, he is not involved. If you spare them and do not pursue the temple's responsibility, I shall go with you, Yun Ruoyue declared, her gaze steady and cold. Little Yu, please don't. Do not heed him. Su Qishao shouted in desperation. Do not go with him. Even at death's door, you remain defiant. I shall go with you. You must not disturb anyone here, including Su Qishao, Yun Ruoyue asserted, determined to prevent Chu Xuancheng from causing chaos within the temple. Observing her resolve, Chu Xuancheng waved his hand, and the soldiers lowered their arrows. He cast a cold glance at Su Qishao before stepping forward to grasp Yun Ruoyue's hand. His eyes filled with deep affection. Very well, I promise you. Let us speak of other matters later. Come, return with this prince. Yun Ruoyue remained silent, signifying her acquiescence. Xuancheng then turned to Taoist Qing Feng, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, and remarked, "Esteemed Taoist, I am deeply grateful for your care of my royal consort over these past few days. As a token of my appreciation, I shall light 10 everlasting lamps here. To ensure the tranquility of the Li Wangfu, foster harmony between husband and wife, and bless our descendants with health and prosperity." At the mention of 10 everlasting lamps, everyone gasped in astonishment. The Li Wang was indeed extravagant. The so-called everlasting lamp, once ignited, cannot be extinguished. It bestows blessings upon the igniter's lineage for generations, provided they continuously offer oil and funds for the Taoist to replenish the oil and change the wick, alongside reciting prayers. The cost of maintaining even a single lamp is substantial, making it a luxury only affluent families can afford. With the Li Wang committing to 10, it was evident that he would have to offer a considerable sum for the oil, which was undoubtedly advantageous for Qingfeng Temple. The mere lighting of these 10 everlasting lamps could sustain Qingfeng Temple for generations. As long as the Li Wang prospered, so too would the temple. Thus, the disciples of Qingfeng Temple were naturally filled with excitement and elation. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingfeng maintained a facade of solemnity, yet a suppressed smile graced his lips. He had always known of Xuancheng's wealth. By ensuring the well-being of the Li Wangfu, he could also support several unfortunate orphans. This transaction was undoubtedly profitable. Having concluded his speech, Xuancheng took Yun Ruoyue's hand and began to walk away. She quickly expressed her gratitude to Taoist Qingfeng while anxiously glancing at Su Qishao. Xuancheng tightened his grip on her hand and whispered reassuringly in her ear, "Rest assured, I will keep my promise and spare him." Watching the retreating figures of Yun Ruoyue and Xuancheng, Su Qishao felt his heart shatter, staring longingly at her silhouette before letting out a faint sigh. She ultimately chose to leave with him. No, he resolved to follow her stealthily, to protect her. Should Xuancheng dare to bully her again, he would not hesitate to retaliate. The descent was arduous. After only a few steps, Yun Ruoyue found herself gasping for breath. Just as she paused to regain her composure, a pair of strong arms lifted her effortlessly. "You must be tired. Allow me to carry you down the mountain." Xuancheng's voice was gentle and nuanced, a stark contrast to his previous fury, leaving Yun Ruoyue somewhat incredulous. He guided her hands to encircle his neck as he began to descend with her in his embrace. "My lord, should I not carry the princess down myself? Your health has not been optimal of late. I fear you may tire." Emoli interjected hastily upon witnessing this. Yun Ruoyue glanced at Xuancheng, questioning his health. Did he not appear as robust as iron? Yet, his complexion was somewhat pale, accentuating his crimson lips. And his chiseled features seemed more gaunt than before, more defined in their sharpness. "No need. I am in excellent health," Xuancheng retorted coldly. In no time, he utilized his lightness skill to carry Yun Ruoyue down the mountain. As they descended, he moved with such agility and grace that it seemed effortless. As soon as they descended the mountain, he gently placed her into the carriage that had been meticulously prepared. Upon entering, Yun Ruoyue discovered it was adorned with numerous soft cushions, warm blankets, and an array of her favorite delicacies, resembling a cozy little home. Previously, such comforts were absent from the carriage. Had Xuancheng prepared all this specifically for her? "Are you hungry? Would you like to have something to eat first?" Xuancheng inquired, presenting a plate of light yellow osmanthus cake. "This was prepared for you by Feng. She learned that I was coming to fetch you home and specifically asked me to bring this cake. She mentioned that she made it for you last time, but you were unable to enjoy it, which left her quite distressed. Thus, she has made one each day, waiting for your return. It seems fortuitous that this particular one has come in handy." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Fenger's thoughtfulness. When she had departed, she refrained from informing Fenger of her whereabouts to avoid implicating her. She had presumed that Xuancheng would punish Fenger, yet his tone suggested otherwise. Yun Ruoyue remained silent, casting a cold glance at the blankets and cushions. "All of this was arranged at my command," Xuancheng asserted. "The journey home will take several hours. And given your condition, I feared that the bumpy ride might endanger the child you carry. Thus, these preparations were made." Yun Ruoyue shot him an icy look. "Didn't you despise this child? Why go through all this effort? Do you harbor some ulterior motive against me?" Chapter 1008. Willing to accept this child, was he attempting to lull her into a false sense of security before plotting to eliminate the child? Or perhaps, there was poison concealed within the food, ensuring that a single bite would lead to miscarriage. Noticing her skepticism, Xuancheng's eyelashes fluttered. It was understandable that she found it hard to trust him after he had caused her harm. Do you know why? When I made a wish to the everlasting lamp, I prayed for peace in the household, harmony between spouses, and health for future generations. The peace of the household signifies my hope that the disturbances caused by Nangong Rou will cease. Harmony between spouses reflects my desire for us to be a joyful couple. And as for the health of our offspring, it is my wish for this child to be safe and sound. As he spoke, he reached out to caress Yun Ruoyue's belly. Initially, she recoiled, fearing he intended to harm her. However, upon realizing he made no move against her, instead gazing at her with regret and tenderness, she remained still. What do you mean? Yun Ruoyue queried, her confusion evident as she looked at Xuancheng. He took her hand in his, only for her to coldly withdraw it, leaving him to experience the pangs of a broken heart. He gazed deeply into her eyes. I apologize. When the news of your pregnancy first reached me, it was so sudden that I lost my composure and judgment. I should have trusted you. My purpose in seeking you is to express that, regardless of the child's origins, I will embrace him as my own. I am willing to be his father, to care for him and love him, just as I love you. I am prepared to accept him and will not seek to terminate this pregnancy. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily speechless. The formidable warrior spoke such words. Surely, no man could readily accept such a situation. You need not force yourself. Should you agree to his separation, I can raise him on my own. He has never truly been your child. You need not concern yourself with him. I am utterly perplexed as to who his father is, and how I became pregnant remains a mystery. Yet he is alive, and I cannot bear to terminate his existence. Thus, I wish to raise him myself. If you are willing to relinquish your claim, I can regard our past as if it never transpired. Will you henceforth forget about me, forget the Li royal residence? You are fully aware that I do not wish for your departure. How can you be so heartless? After speaking, Xuancheng embraced Yun Ruoyue tightly, unwilling to let her go. He had longed to hold her like this at the temple. Whispering tenderly in her ear, he declared, I have resolved to cast aside my prejudices regarding this child, and will treat him as my own, equally, and without distinction. From this moment forth, he shall be our child, the embodiment of our love. What belongs to me shall also belong to him. I shall nurture him and care for him with utmost devotion. Whatever pleases you will be dear to me as well. What you cannot bear to part with, I too cannot abandon. I shall love him as I would my own child. Xuancheng spoke gently, as if moved by his own words. It felt as though some unseen bond connected him to this child, and he instinctively wished to accept and care for him. Yun Ruoyue gazed at him in disbelief, her eyes welling with tears. Are you truly willing to accept this child? Are you not afraid he will disrupt the bloodline of the Chu family? No one wishes to raise another's child. I am willing, for you. I am more than willing. I find joy in it, Xuancheng replied, pulling her even closer, as if fearing she might slip away again. Yet, Yun Ruoyue felt a pang of uncertainty. He may be willing now, but what of the future? Chapter 1009, Homecoming. Moreover, the bloodlines of ordinary families must not be muddled, let alone that of royalty. His willingness matters little. She is reluctant to place a child that is not his upon his shoulders, and he need not bear the responsibilities that do not belong to him. The memory of him urging her to drink saffron filled her with warmth that swiftly turned cold. Gently, she pushed him away, saying, I am tired, I wish to sleep. With that, she curled up under the covers, turning her back to him. Are you cold? Xuancheng lay down beside her, wrapping his arms around her and tucking her in. I am not cold, thank you, Yun Ruoyue replied coolly, offering no resistance as she allowed him to hold her. He could embrace her if he wished. Her heart had already turned to ice, rendering her indifferent to such gestures. In the afternoon, Xuancheng and his entourage finally returned to the Li royal residence. When Fenger and the others learned that the princess had been found, they rushed to her side, showering her with concern and questions. Your Highness, you have finally returned. Where have you been these past few days? Why did you leave without a word? We missed you dearly, Fenger exclaimed, embracing Yun Ruoyue and weeping. Your Highness, do you know how worried we were for your safety? Were you comfortable while away? Did you have enough to eat and wear? Were you mistreated? Are you well? Did you miss us? Fenger bombarded her with inquiries. Your Highness, you look so much thinner. We have prepared a welcome feast for you. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Fenger asked, seeing the concern of those around her. Yun Ruoyue felt a pang in her heart. Have you all been well in my absence? Rest assured, Your Highness, we are quite well. The prince has not blamed us. In fact, he has treated us with great kindness, replied Feng shaking her head. Very well. You must be hungry now, so please bring forth the meal, said Yun Ruoyue, noticing that Xuancheng's appetite had returned upon her arrival. For several days prior, he had abstained from food, feeling a heavy gloom that stifled his desire to eat. Now, however, he felt an overwhelming hunger. Soon, Feng and the others presented steaming dishes before them. Xuancheng gently assisted Yun Ruoyue in taking her seat at the dining table, gazing at her with tenderness. Can you still bear the scent of these meats? If not, I shall have them removed. No need, I can tolerate it. I feel much better now, Yun Ruoyue replied, perhaps due to having passed the stage of nausea. The sight of the dishes now only caused a slight discomfort, unlike before when it would induce vomiting. What would you like to eat? I shall serve you. Xuancheng offered softly. No, thank you. I can serve myself, Yun Ruoyue replied coolly. Observing her aloof demeanor, Xuancheng felt a sting of hurt within. Feng and the others exchanged worried glances, concerned for both the prince and the princess. You are unaware, Your Highness, that the prince has been tirelessly searching for you day and night, neglecting food and drink, which has taken a toll on his health. One night, he fainted, suffering from a high fever and nearly experiencing palpitations. The doctor remarked that he was in great distress, appearing quite pitiful. Feng hastily defended the prince. Hong chimed in. We prepared congee for the prince, yet he could not eat, claiming he could not stomach anything in your absence. Now that you have returned, it is indeed wonderful. Allow me to serve you a bowl of nourishing soup. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. The usually stalwart Xuancheng had fainted from exhaustion and hunger. She instinctively glanced at him, only to find him gazing back, his eyes filled with warmth and tenderness. Their gazes met, and she quickly averted her eyes, focusing on the fish soup before her. During her days at Qingfeng Temple, her appetite had waned, yet for the sake of her unborn child, she had forced herself to eat enough to stave off hunger. Little did she know, he had suffered even more. Your Highness, the prince truly cares for you. In your absence, he refused to eat. Look how much weight he has lost. He appears so pitiful, Feng whispered, implying that they should cease their quarrels and reconcile. Yun Ruoyue turned her gaze to Xuancheng and indeed noticed the visible loss of weight. Nevertheless, he remained lean and strong, his physique hinting at an unyielding resilience. Very well, let us eat, she said, beginning her meal. After finishing, Xuancheng suddenly took Yun Ruoyue's hand, his face slightly flushed. After such a long journey, you must be weary. Would you care to join me in the hot spring? I'd rather just soak in the bath, Yun Ruoyue replied without a moment's hesitation. No, you are my consort, and it is only fitting that you accompany me to the hot springs. Without you, my spirit is diminished. Come along, Xuancheng declared, assertively pulling Yun Ruoyue along with him. Yun Ruoyue shot him an indignant glare. I refuse to go. What are you doing? You are such a domineering oaf. Did he truly believe that by merely attempting to make amends for his earlier transgressions, she would easily forgive him? In matters of love, she was not one to be easily placated. However, Xuancheng paid no heed to her protests, commanding imperiously, Feng, prepare everything in advance. Yes, my lord. Feng, witnessing the lord's relentless nature, felt a wave of delight and hurried off to gather petals, robes, candles, and other essentials for the hot spring experience. Xuancheng then dragged Yun Ruoyue into the Star Pavilion, stating, I shall change here. You may do so inside. Rest assured, I am a gentleman and will not glance your way. I shall not change. I have no desire to soak. If you wish to, do so alone. Yun Ruoyue retorted angrily. Xuancheng regarded her with a discerning gaze. Are you lacking in confidence? Do you fear that your figure will not please me? My figure is perfectly fine, thank you very much. In fact, it surpasses yours, Yun Ruoyue huffed defiantly. Then why do you hesitate to reveal it to me? Moreover, considering your condition, soaking in the springs would benefit the child. For the sake of the baby, you should accompany me. Who says that soaking in springs is beneficial for the child? I can nourish my baby just as well without having to accompany you to the hot springs. Yun Ruoyue crossed her arms, her teeth clenched in frustration. You refuse to soak? Very well. I shall summon Feng and the others to answer for their insubordination in allowing you to escape, Xuancheng stated. You shameless rogue. Fine, I shall go. It's merely a soak. It won't cost me anything. With that, Yun Ruoyue seized the silk robe from the table and dashed into the adjoining room, swiftly securing the door to prevent any chance of him peeking. Seeing her finally relent, Xuancheng shook his head in disbelief. It seemed he had to resort to such methods to persuade her to accompany him to the hot springs. Though not the most honorable approach, he was willing to overlook it for the sake of securing her company. As he began to undress, a jade belt slipped from his waist and fell to the ground with a soft thud, scattering its beads across the floor. With a resigned sigh, he grabbed a candle and knelt down to retrieve the scattered beads. Suddenly, he noticed a white vial lying at the far edge beneath the bed. Its rounded shape and distinct material indicated that it belonged to Yun Ruoyue. How did her medicine bottle end up beneath his bed? She had never slept here, having only visited on rare occasions. Intrigued, he used a stick to pull the vial closer. Upon picking it up, he noticed the strange inscription phenolphthalein tablets written in an unusual font, distinct from what he was accustomed to reading. He could decipher at least part of it, likely reading it as Funtai Pian. The bottle bore an odd line of text for the treatment of obstinate constipation. Additionally, someone had scrawled in bold letters, fruit laxatives. The handwriting was crooked and obviously belonged to Yun Ruoyue, as only she possessed such peculiar bottles. What could she possibly need this laxative for? Was she suffering from constipation? And how did this bottle end up beneath his bed? Did it fall just moments ago? Lost in thought, Yun Ruoyue emerged from the room. Clad in a white silk bathrobe, her arms crossed. Why are you hugging yourself? Are you cold? Xuancheng inquired. I'm not cold. I just like it this way. What is it to you? Yun Ruoyue's cheeks flushed. The bathrobe prepared for her by Fenger was somewhat sheer, prompting her to cover her chest with her hands to avoid any accidental exposure. Thankfully, she wore a wrap beneath. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite embarrassing. Tell me, are you concealing something from me? Xuancheng suddenly asked. What do you mean? You already know about the child. What else could there be? Yun Ruoyue's alarm bells rang, her gaze turning wary as she scrutinized him. Are you experiencing constipation, specifically of a stubborn kind? Why haven't you mentioned it to me? I could have summoned a renowned physician to help regulate your digestion instead of resorting to laxatives, which could be detrimental to your health, Xuancheng stated earnestly. What? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. When did I ever tell you I had constipation? I don't. My digestion is perfectly fine. I don't need anyone to regulate it. Then what is this? Xuancheng retorted, presenting her with the bottle of fruit laxatives. Upon seeing it, Yun Ruoyue froze. I dropped this 2.5 months ago. How could it end up here? It was definitely with me, and then after a nap, it just vanished. I had even sent Jiwer to look for it, but it was nowhere to be found. Who would have thought it would be under your bed? This is truly strange. I find it equally perplexing. You haven't set foot in my chamber for over 2.5 months. Moreover, if you're not constipated, why would you carry such medicine? Xuancheng narrowed his eyes suspiciously. She couldn't possibly be planning to administer laxatives to someone, could she? Yun Ruoyue's face flushed crimson. Could he have guessed her intention? She hastily snatched the medicine back, her eyelashes fluttering as she stammered, I'm a doctor. It's not unusual for me to carry such medications. I have many other remedies in my pocket as well. Chapter 10:12. Her suspicion suddenly. Xuancheng leaned toward Yun Ruoyue, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. I suspect you brought this medicine with the intention of causing someone trouble. 2.5 months ago, didn't the gentle consort Rose seek a confrontation with you? You wouldn't be planning to target her, would you? He calculated the timing, recalling that it coincided with the days he had shared with Nangong Rou, during which she had flaunted her relationship to Yun Ruoyue, only to stumble and fall after being mocked by Jiwer and the others. However, the mere thought of this matter weighed heavily on his heart, prompting him to swiftly change the subject, wishing to avoid any further discussion. Observing the enigmatic demeanor of Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue managed an awkward smile and remarked, You are indeed clever. Yes, I intended to play a trick on her, but I failed because my medicine went missing. How peculiar. How could my medicine end up in your possession? Could it be that a stray cat pilfered it? Xuancheng inquired suddenly. Would a stray cat really steal my medicine? Yun Ruoyue responded, her brow furrowed in confusion. It is entirely plausible. There are indeed a few stray cats outside the palace. They tend to abscond with random items when they are bored, so you must keep a close watch on your belongings from now on. Xuancheng advised as he made his way toward the hot spring. Yun Ruoyue stood momentarily stunned. Could it be that a stray cat had indeed carried something from her to Xuancheng? She was certain she had kept the medicine on her person. No matter how adept a cat might be, it could not have taken it from her. Her thoughts drifted back to 2.5 months prior, on the day she lost the contraceptive pills. Upon waking, her body had been sore, adorned with red marks. and she had felt as though she had experienced a vivid dream, with none other than Chu Xuancheng as the protagonist. Now, inexplicably, she found herself pregnant. A chilling realization struck her. A bold hypothesis seized her mind. Could it be that she had visited the Star Pavilion that night and engaged in an intimate encounter with Chu Xuancheng? Otherwise, how could her medicine have ended up in his room? She recalled the dream, which felt remarkably real, as if he had truly kissed her and taken her. Was her pregnancy a consequence of their shared night? But what of Nangong Rou, who had been the one to consummate their union that evening? Or perhaps someone had stolen her contraceptive pills and inadvertently dropped them at the Star Pavilion. That seemed unlikely. Who would engage in such a frivolous act? Yun Ruoyue found herself increasingly perplexed. Just as her mind swirled with confusion, Chu Xuancheng suddenly called out, "Are you not coming?" "I'm coming," she replied hastily, making her way toward him. Little did Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng know, the audacity of Mo Li and the others surpassed their imagination. Thus, even upon discovering the contraceptive pills, they remained merely puzzled, failing to consider the deeper truth. As Yun Ruoyue approached the hot spring, she was greeted by the sight of blossoming peach trees, their petals drifting into the water like delicate confetti, creating an enchanting scene. Nearby, charming lotus-shaped lanterns adorned the edges of the spring, while strings of bright yellow lanterns hung from the eaves in the distance, lending an air of antiquity and poetic ambience. Upon reaching the edge of the hot spring, she noticed that Chu Xuancheng had already entered the water. As she approached, he swiftly seized her arm, pulling her into his embrace. Startled, Yun Ruoyue tumbled into the water, instinctively clutching at his collar, unable to swim. In that moment, Chu Xuancheng cradled her in his arms, leaning down tenderly to lift her chin, and with an assertive kiss, he claimed her lips. Yun Ruoyue's eyes widened in fury. This man truly had a penchant for kissing her without warning. Chapter 10:13. The prince's sweet nothings. She had never anticipated that he would kiss her so suddenly. However, his kiss was gentle, earnest, and imbued with a lingering passion that sent shivers through her heart. It had been a long time since Chu Xuancheng had seen her, and naturally, he seized the moment to press his long-desired lips against hers. He had intended to act while they were in the carriage, but considering her melancholy mood, he had held back. "Have you thought of me these past few days?" Chu Xuancheng asked, lowering his head to gaze at Yun Ruoyue with a smile. His eyes were deep and lustrous, sparkling like stars in the night sky. Yun Ruoyue, feeling liberated, coldly wiped her mouth and replied, "No." Why would she think of a man who wished to administer saffron to her? Seeing her still fuming, Chu Xuancheng felt a pang of regret for his earlier actions. Yet, he could not bring himself to apologize, opting instead to seal his promise of love with another kiss. "Rest assured, I shall never harm you again. Shall we live happily as a family of three for the rest of our lives?" Chu Xuancheng cradled Yun Ruoyue's delicate face, his expression a blend of affection and concern. Yun Ruoyue averted her gaze, feeling a deep discomfort. This was not his child, yet he was expected to bear the responsibility, making her feel guilty instead. "It's fine. No need. I will take good care of her," she began, but before she could finish, Chu Xuancheng raised his hand in a vow. "From this moment forth, I shall heed all of the princess's wishes. My love for you, dear princess, began with your medical prowess, astonished by your talents, captivated by your eloquence, loyal to your character, and enamored by your beauty. Should you command me to go east, I will not venture west. If you request I chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken. If you say one, I shall not say two. Wherever you point, I shall strike. You shall forever be the best in my heart. And whatever you desire, I shall comply." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Had he begun his corny love declarations again? After his declaration, he rested his head on her chest and playfully asked, do you not desire a gentle, considerate, mature, stable, handsome, wealthy, and fiercely vigorous man to warm your bed?" Yun Ruoyue shot him an incredulous glare, suddenly delivering a slap to his head, rolling her eyes as she retorted, "Get lost. I have never encountered someone as shameless as you." In the rain-soft pavilion, Nangong Rou asked, "Mother, are you certain that this soul-breaking herb is truly colorless, odorless, and undetectable? Jiang Heng will not discover it." She held a plate containing a wine jug and 2 cups, looking worriedly at Lu Shi. Lu Shi coldly smiled. "This is a potent poison I have concocted myself, crafted from the 5 deadliest herbs. A mere touch will cause the victim's body to blacken and itch. And once the poison infiltrates their vital organs, they will perish in agony. Furthermore, this poison is indeed colorless and odorless, making it difficult for Jiang Hong to detect. I instructed you to deliver meals to him for so many days to await this moment. Since he dared to intrude upon your chamber to threaten you, I shall ensure he does not return. The scheme to poison Jiang Hong was one Lu Shi had devised after much contemplation. Jiang Hong, inherently suspicious, feared that he would become wary if poisoned suddenly. Thus, he instructed Nangong Rou to deliver meals and wine to him daily. Jiang Hong had a penchant for wine, indulging in several cups with each meal, and Nangong Rou's routine of bringing him wine had become habitual. This time, when she presented him with poisoned wine, he would undoubtedly remain oblivious. Chapter 10:14. Poison in the wine, all right. I shall take it in to try, Nangong Rou said, her eyes narrowing coldly, though a flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze. Soon, she entered her boudoir, carrying the wine, while Xinger bore the dishes. After Xinger had arranged the meal, Nangong Rou instructed, "You may leave now." "Madam, would you like me to serve the dishes?" Xinger inquired. "There's no need. When I ask you to go, simply go. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Nangong Rou, troubled by Jiang Heng's matters, was rather impatient with her servants. Xinger promptly withdrew, though she found it peculiar that the madam, who usually dined with Lu, had taken to eating alone in her chamber of late. "That little girl is rather charming. Why not have her attend to you?" As soon as Xinger departed, Jiang Hong, concealed within the wardrobe, emerged with a lewd gaze fixed upon her retreating figure. Nangong Rou shot him a fierce glare. Recently, Jiang Hong had been quite amiable, often cradling her belly and affectionately calling out for their child. When her mother had mentioned killing him earlier, she had hesitated, for he was indeed the father of her child. She had always believed in her allure, thinking she could reform a wayward man, that he would devote himself solely to her and protect her in times of crisis. Yet, as the adage goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. Jiang Hong was, after all, a scoundrel with a roguish heart. The fact that he had even cast his eyes upon Xinger was a direct affront to her. It seemed there was no merit in holding on to such a man. It would be best to eliminate him outright. Her child could not have a father of dubious reputation. Her offspring deserved a father like Chu Xuancheng, a man of unparalleled excellence and power. "What? Have you taken a liking to Xing? Would you like me to send her to you?" Nangong Rou seated herself, elegantly positioning the wine pot. Retrieving a round porcelain cup from the upper left corner of the dish, setting it before Jiang Hong, and placing another before herself. Upon noticing the exquisite meat and fine wine, Jiang Hong promptly sat down, reaching for Nangong Rou's hand and chuckling. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? You carry my child. My affection lies solely with you. What do Xinger or Yue compare to you? Are you not hungry? Come, let us dine, tonight. I shall make an exception and share a drink with you," Nangong Rou replied, grasping the wine pot. "There is no rush for food or drink. After all, Chu Xuancheng does not favor you. Let me indulge first," Jiang Hong declared, already pulling Nangong Rou into his embrace, eagerly attempting to tear her garments. Having spent the day alone in the wardrobe while she remained outside, he was utterly bored and yearned for her form. Thus, upon seeing her, he felt an overwhelming desire to satisfy his cravings without delay. "Do not. I am not yet 3 months along. The fetus is still unstable, and we cannot engage in intimacy too frequently. For the sake of our child, you must endure a little longer." Nangong Rou pressed Jiang Heng's hand, asserting, "No, our son cannot be that fragile. How could I, Jiang Hong, father such a weak child? My son is the strongest. Besides, we have been through this before on several occasions, and our son has always been fine. How could anything possibly go wrong?" As Jiang Hong spoke, he disregarded Nangong Rou's resistance and forced himself upon her. Unable to fend him off, she clenched her fists in frustration, resigned to his bullying, her eyes filled with hatred, wishing she could poison Jiang Hong. Chapter 10:15. Are you going to poison me? In the end, Jiang Hong pulled up his pants and proceeded to eat, while Nangong Rou, feeling unwell, dressed herself. She noted a slight pain in her lower abdomen, a sensation of impending bleeding. Although Jiang Hong had not tormented her, his rough actions caused her discomfort, bringing cold sweat to her forehead, yet she endured it. "Let us first accomplish the important matters," she thought. "All right, I am entirely yours now. Shall we drink?" She continued, "To our son, I toast you with this glass." Despite her discomfort, she gritted her teeth and held on. Noticing Jiang Hong was preoccupied with his meal and had not touched the wine, she quickly grasped the wine jug, anxiously watching him. "There's no rush. I am quite hungry now. I must eat something first to fill my stomach." Only then will drinking be enjoyable. You should eat as well, Jiang Heng replied, placing a piece of bass fish into her bowl. Nangong Rou gazed at him coldly, tightening her grip on the jug. Then I shall pour the wine first. What is wrong with you tonight? You never drink, yet today you are eager to accompany me. Is there poison in this wine? Jiang Heng teased, snatching the jug and toying with it in his hands. Nangong Rou's face turned pale. How could that be? You love drinking the most. When I ask you to drink, it is certainly for your own good. You are the child's father. If I do not treat you well, who else will? Indeed, you hold all the power over me. I doubt you would dare to do anything, Jiang Heng sneered, yet discreetly examined the wine jug, relieved to find no hidden mechanism within. Come, since you wish to drink with me, how could I refuse your kind offer? Allow me to fill your glass, he said, pouring a drink into the cup before her, pushing it towards her with cold, scrutinizing eyes. He was intent on seeing if she would dare to drink. If she did, it would imply that the wine was safe. Nangong Rou recognized the suspicion in Jiang Heng's gaze. Quickly, she lifted her glass and declared, Very well, for our son, for our grand endeavor. I shall drink to your health. With that, she downed the wine. The liquor burned her throat, yet she feigned indifference, finishing the glass coldly. Ah, splendidly bold. Truly a heroine among women. I shall drink as well, Jiang Heng exclaimed, swiftly pouring himself a glass. Having tested Nangong Rou, he no longer doubted her, filling his glass generously before tilting his head back to drink it all down. After finishing a glass, he found himself yearning for more, and thus poured another for Nangong Rou. It was a rare occasion for Rou to show interest in accompanying him for drinks, making his disguise as a vegetable delivery man worthwhile. Spending each day in this place had become tiresome. He had resolved to devise a method to leave tonight and return to see her after some time. For the past few days, he had been hiding in the wardrobe, feeling overwhelmingly bored. He longed for the extravagant life outside, the enchanting beauties of the Red Chamber, and the comforts of his concubines at home. No matter how beautiful Nangong Rou was, he could not confine himself to a single tree. He desired to revel in the vibrant world beyond. Nangong Rou was well aware that Jiang Heng could not endure solitude. Should he decide to leave, it would pose a significant problem. Fortunately, his mother was astute, planning to take action that very night. She discreetly drank her second glass, stealing a glance at Jiang Heng's face, only to discover he was already on his second drink. Chapter 1016. The poisoned cup. Suddenly, his eyes bulged, and his hand trembled, causing the wine glass to topple onto the table. He instinctively clutched his throat, a stream of black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wretched woman, did you poison my drink? Jiang Heng accused. Upon seeing the fierce glint in his eyes, Nangong Rou dropped her glass in fright and took a step back. And what if I did? You dare to bully me. You deserve to die. You vile woman. What poison did you administer? Jiang Heng gasped, his discomfort forcing him to sit down, blood continuing to seep from his mouth. Recognizing his weakened state, Nangong Rou smirked coldly. She approached him, summoning her strength to kick him to the ground. Leaning closer, her face contorted with rage, she declared, You dare threaten me? I am not someone you can intimidate. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot escape my mother's deadly grasp. Let me remind you, I am not one to be trifled with. As she recalled Jiang Heng's recent threats, her desire to see him suffer surged within her. I inspected the wine jar earlier. It had no mechanisms, and the wine was identical. How come you are fine? Jiang Heng questioned, perplexed. The wine itself was indeed harmless. The poison lay within your cup. My mother coated your cup with a potent toxin known as soul-breaking herb. It is colorless, odorless, and imperceptible to anyone lacking expertise in poison. Did you truly believe that the absence of poison in the wine meant you were safe? Are you unaware that poison can also be administered through the cup? Nangong Rou retorted with a cold laugh. She couldn't help but admire her mother's cunning plan. It was truly brilliant. You treacherous woman, how cruel you are. To poison my cup. Jiang Heng was utterly taken aback, never expecting Nangong Rou to turn the tables on him in such a manner. The cup appeared innocuous. Who would suspect it of harboring poison? It was his own carelessness that led to this fate. Wretched woman, did you not claim to love me? That we would achieve greatness together, and that Xuancheng would raise our children? How dare you poison me? Jiang Heng seethed, clutching his chest in anger. I love you. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Just take a glance at your pig-like visage. What do you possess that could possibly compare to Xuancheng? The child I carry can only be his. My future child will acknowledge him as father, inherit his title, and honor him. Our family of 3 will live harmoniously. with descendants aplenty. He is the true embodiment of masculinity. Unlike a petty person such as yourself, do you truly believe you are worthy of me? Nangong Rou seethed through gritted teeth. Wretched being, the child you carry is mine, not Chu Xuancheng's. How dare you use my child to deceive him? I should never have shown you mercy. I should have exposed your deceit, Jiang Heng declared, spitting blood. Expose me? You, who have tormented me like a beast. Should you dare reveal my secret, I will take you down with me. Nangong Rou retorted viciously. You are truly malevolent. My mother is a noble lady of Wei, and I am the heir of the Jiang family. If you kill me, my mother will not let you go, Jiang Heng hissed through clenched teeth. Previously, he had been the tormentor of others, yet now he found himself ensnared by a woman. Who would believe that a distinguished heir would disguise himself as a vegetable vendor to enter the Li Wang mansion? My mother has already dispatched people to investigate. You fear discovery, and no one else knows of your guise as a vendor. Should you perish here, no one would suspect foul play. Jiang Heng, you should hasten your demise. Only with your death can my child, and I hope for a better life. Nangong Rou's eyes widened menacingly, resembling brass bells. Chapter 1017. The discarded offering. Though her feet were restrained, her mother could still come and go. There were matters she found inconvenient to handle herself. Yet her mother could assist. Upon witnessing the look in Nangong Rou's eyes, Jiang Heng's heart quaked. He had never encountered such a terrifying woman. If the vegetable vendor were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly inform my mother. She would never let you escape unscathed. The vegetable vendor? You mean the one who tragically fell into the city moat at night and perished? Nangong Rou remarked coldly, casually inspecting her nails. You killed that vendor? Jiang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized he had finally met his match. What do you think? Anyone who knows my secret must die, regardless of who they are. Nangong Rou replied ominously. Outside, the eavesdropping Yuelao felt an involuntary chill at hearing those words. You are truly ruthless, Nangong Rou. I am the father of your child. You cannot kill me. You must give me the antidote. Jiang Heng cried out in agony. Precisely because you are the father of my child, your death is a certainty. Beast, Nangong Rou declared, bringing her foot down upon Jiang Heng's abdomen. With a brutal stomp, it felt as though she had crushed his very insides. He let out a horrific scream, spewing forth blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. Rower, is he dead? At that moment, Lu Shi entered, her voice icy. He has lost consciousness. It seems he hovers between life and death. Nangong Rou assessed Jiang Heng's breath, noting its erratic nature. Allow me to check, Lu Shi said, leaning closer to Jiang Heng. He has succumbed. He has been poisoned by my soul-severing herb and will soon meet his end. Quickly, summon someone to remove him and dispose of his body at the mass grave to feed the dogs. In doing so, he will have no complete corpse, and no one will suspect us. Very well. Yuelao, are the preparations you arranged ready? Nangong Rou inquired, casting a glance at the maid stationed at the door. Madam Yu was taken aback and hurriedly stated. Everything is prepared. I have instructed the new maids to gather the kitchen refuse. Soon, I will personally escort them out. Mother, you are indeed wise. To transport Jiang Heng concealed within the refuse bucket, you have ensured that the maids did not dispose of the waste from the previous days. With so many buckets of refuse stored, mixing Jiang Heng among them will make his escape quite straightforward. Nangong Rou cast an appreciative glance at Lu Shi. The refuse buckets contained several days' worth of fermented leftovers, reeking of sourness and decay, typically evading the guards' thorough scrutiny as no one desired to approach them. Madam Yu, why are you still hesitating? I need you to coordinate effectively with the maids, Lu Shi urged. Rest assured, they are all under my command and will cooperate fully with you. Madam Yu was startled, not expecting Lu Shi's meticulous arrangements. After the 3 maidservants of Madame Rou were dismissed by the prince, Lu Shi had cunningly acquired 3 new maids under the pretense of needing assistance for a pregnant concubine. Little did she know that these 3 were actually her trusted confidants, as the guards focused solely on monitoring Nangong Rou, preventing her from leaving the Yuru pavilion. They overlooked Lu Shi, allowing her to orchestrate such elaborate plans. Moreover, the guards only stationed themselves at the entrance of the courtyard and were unaware of the happenings within. The side room's door was connected to the kitchen, allowing them to discreetly transport Jiang Heng's body to the kitchen, where it would be concealed within the refuse bucket for disposal. Chapter 1018. A tense moment soon, 2 maids arrived, and Lu Shi immediately directed them and Madame Yu to lift Jiang Heng's body. This was Madame Yu's first experience with a corpse, and she trembled in fear. Madam, May I refrain from lifting it? I am terrified. I fear Jiang Heng will return as a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. You did not murder him. What is there to fear? Lu Shi retorted, but quickly silenced herself, realizing the implication that if Jiang Heng would not seek vengeance against Madame Yu, he might come for her instead. She hastily shook her head, urging, "Hurry, be swift in your actions. If we are discovered, none of us will survive." United in their peril, they quickly hoisted Jiang Heng and made their way. However, Jiang Heng's weight proved formidable, and Madame Yu and the others exerted tremendous effort to carry him to the kitchen's rear courtyard. Once there, one of the maids lifted the lid of a bucket filled with refuse, pinching her nose in distaste, saying, "Let us place him in the refuse bucket to avoid detection." Madame Yu paused, troubled. Placing him in the refuse would cause it to spill. Moreover, it felt disrespectful to place a dead body among the refuse. "Why not put him in an empty bucket instead?" she suggested. "You have a point. Let us use the empty bucket. It would be an affront to his remains. And if he were to seek vengeance, we would be doomed," the maid replied. To avert Jiang Heng's wrath, they placed his body into the empty refuse bucket, covered it with decayed vegetable leaves, then sealed it with a lid, pushing the small cart in preparation for departure. Madame Yu led the way, her heart racing with trepidation, yet maintaining a facade of calm. In her previous life alongside Madame Zhang, no matter how fierce the circumstances, she had never taken a life. Her psychological resilience was insufficient, leading to her current state of anxiety. "Halt! Where do you intend to go?" A guard stepped forward as several individuals wheeled a cart to the courtyard entrance. His voice icy. "This esteemed sir, we have an excess of kitchen waste, and we intend to deliver it to the farmers, allowing them to utilize it in their fields to prevent waste," the anxious Yu Momo explained. "How did you accumulate so much waste without disposing of it?" The guard, detecting the foul odor, waved his hand in front of his nose. Wasn't the prince displeased and sent away the 3 maids responsible for transporting the waste? With no new staff acquired yet, it's no wonder it has piled up so. Rest assured, once we have adequate personnel, we shall ensure it is disposed of daily and in a timely manner, Yu Momo reassured, her forehead slick with cold sweat. "Oh, let me inspect," the guard stated. Proceeding with his routine inspection, he approached the first waste barrel, lifted the lid, peered inside, and prodded with his sword, causing several maids to turn pale with fear. Yu Momo, who had anticipated a cursory check, was taken aback by the thoroughness of his examination. She felt certain they would be exposed. Yu Momo's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and an icy chill enveloped her neck, her legs quaking with fear. Soon, the guard completed his inspection of the first 4 barrels and approached the last one, lifting the lid to reveal a heap of decaying vegetable scraps. As he leaned in for a closer look, sword in hand, a pained cry emanated from the adjoining room. "Oh, my stomach aches terribly. It seems I am bleeding again. Yu Momo, hurry and dispose of the waste, and summon Dr. Li," came the anguished voice of Nangong Rou. Chapter 1019. The 7th young master follows. Everyone turned abruptly to see Nangong Rou, clutching her abdomen, standing at the door with a pained expression. Yu Momo quickly responded, "Yes, my lady, how could you bleed again? If anything were to happen to the young master, none of us could bear the consequences. Quickly, let us depart." With that, she hastily closed the lid of the barrel and made her way out. The guard, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, ceased his inspection and allowed Yu Momo and the others to transport the waste barrels. After all, the child within the side consort was the prince's bloodline, and they dared not further trouble Yu Momo. Yu Momo swiftly directed several maids to carry the waste barrels away, her nerves frayed. Only when the barrels were finally out of the royal residence did she exhale in relief. She then hurried to summon Dr. Li under the pretense of urgency, instructing 3 maids to transport Jiang Heng's body to a mass grave. Meanwhile, atop the roof of the Li Wang residence, a pair of alluring and cold eyes keenly observed the unfolding events. He watched as the maids furtively maneuvered the cart, a chilling glimmer in his seductive gaze. Suddenly, he leaped gracefully, his flowing white garments billowing in the wind, rendering him a spectral presence in the night. He skillfully employed lightness of foot, silently following in pursuit, eager to uncover the true intentions of those women. Since parting ways with Xiaoye at Qingfeng Temple, he had been deeply concerned for her safety. Thus, he trailed Chu Xuancheng to the Li Wangfu, concealing himself both day and night in the vicinity, vigilantly safeguarding Xiaoye. In tandem, he kept a watchful eye on the movements of Yu Rou Pavilion. Ever since he had spotted a man in black fleeing from the pavilion during his previous visit to the Li Wangfu, his interest in it had been piqued. To his dismay, he observed that the individuals from Yuro Pavilion were behaving quite strangely. First, there seemed to be an inexplicable increase in the number of women present, followed by their clandestine activities under the cover of night, transporting an unusual amount of food waste as if harboring some dark secret. As he followed, he was alarmed to discover that these women were transporting the food waste to a mass grave. An unsettling premonition surged within him. Had Nangong Rou harmed someone? Her only enemy was Xiaoyer. Surely, she would not stoop to such a level. Yet, he had just seen Xiaoyer engrossed in her reading. Who, then, could be associated with this food waste? Driven by curiosity, he hastened to follow. The night was dark and windy, with the rustling of trees and the distant howls of wolves and tigers echoing through the deep forest. At the mass grave, small mounds of earth lay scattered, surrounded by human bones and skeletal remains, sending shivers down the spines of the three women. They dared not venture further into the graveyard, instead discarding Xuancheng's body at the forest's entrance, neglecting to bury him. Given the presence of numerous ravenous beasts and wild dogs in the area, it was certain that Xuancheng's corpse would soon be torn to shreds, disappearing from the world without their intervention. Once they had discarded him, the women hastily pushed their cart back, their hearts racing as the wind howled, instilling in them a terror akin to hearing the cries of ghosts and wolves, leaving them cold and trembling. Soon, they fled in fear. After their departure, Su Qishao emerged with a cold demeanor, swiftly approaching the body to examine it closely. To his astonishment, it was none other than that scion of the Jiang family. He reached out to feel Xuancheng's breath, noting a faint sign of life, though his face had turned completely dark, with black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Upon inspecting Xuancheng's body and inhaling the scent of the black blood, he quickly deduced that he had been poisoned by the soul-severing herb. Jiangheng, it seems fate has spared you, for you have encountered someone well-versed in the art of toxins, Su Qishao remarked coolly before hastily administering the antidote and hoisting Jiangheng away. Fortunately, he possessed the antidote for the very poison that Jiangheng had ingested. The soul-severing herb was a toxin that only skilled poisoners could concoct, and not only did he have the antidote, but he was also determined to save Jiangheng's life, albeit not out of kindness, but rather to unravel certain mysteries and prolong Jiangheng's existence for a while longer. My lady, Su Qingshan has sent you a letter. That evening, as Yun Ruoyue perused her medical texts, Feng'er entered, clutching a letter, her demeanor decidedly furtive. He wrote me a letter. What is the matter with you? Why are you acting so furtively? Yun Ruoyue set aside her medical texts and inquired. Feng'er glanced around cautiously and whispered, well, the prince has been suspecting your relationship with him and is often jealous. Hence, I had to be exceedingly careful in bringing you his letter. And it must remain a secret. If the prince were to discover it, he would surely be displeased. But Su Qingshan and I are merely friends. We act with integrity and have done nothing shameful. What is there to conceal? Your secrecy may only invite misunderstandings. What does the letter say? Hand it to me. Yun Ruoyue insisted. Taking the letter, she hastily opened it. Upon reading its contents, her expression shifted to one of shock and dismay. Quickly, she stifled her gasp, placing the letter over a candle until it was reduced to ashes. Feng'er, startled, exclaimed, Your Highness, what was written in that letter? Why did you burn it? You look utterly astonished. What has transpired? I feel as though I have stumbled upon a monumental secret. Yun Ruoyue gazed out the window, her demeanor resolute. In the depths of night, within the rainy soft pavilion, a cry echoed, Ah, mother, my stomach aches terribly. I feel so unwell. Nangong Rou writhed in bed, clutching her abdomen, drenched in cold sweat. It is all that accursed Jiangheng's fault. That wretched man dared to harm you. Did I not instruct you to reject him? If he is so desperate for a woman, you could have offered him Xinger instead. Why did you allow him to touch you? Surely, he has injured the young heir. How can this be tolerated? Lu Shi observed her daughter in agony, concern etched upon her face. I did not want Xinger to know of his existence. The more who are aware, the greater the peril. I thought I could endure it, as there had been no issues before. But he was far too rough in his fervor. I felt a sharp pain in my abdomen, yet I bore it, hoping to poison him. Mother, fortunately, we have finally rid ourselves of him. No one will dare threaten us again. Please, check if Dr. Li and Granny you have arrived. If Dr. Li can ensure the safety of the young heir, I shall be forever blessed. Nangong Rou's anguished gaze met Lu Shi's. Lu Shi sighed heavily. I worry so for you, my dear. I fear that after all our efforts to eliminate Jiang Hong, you might lose your child. Would all our painstaking plans amount to naught? Mother, please do not say such things. I am in excruciating pain. Where is the doctor? Why has he not yet come? At that moment, Nangong Rou suddenly cried out in agony. Chapter 10:21. Fetus demise. The doctor has arrived, madam. Dr. Li is here. Came the urgent voice of Granny Yu from outside. Doctor, the lady has seen blood again. Please hurry. As Granny Yu led Dr. Li to the chamber, they were met with the sound of Nangong Rou's anguished cries. Initially, Granny Yu had thought her daughter was fainting, but it soon became evident that something was amiss. Dr. Li's expression turned grave. Having attended many laboring women, the sound alone filled him with foreboding. He rushed inside, only to find Nangong Rou lying on the bed. Suddenly shrieking in terror, blood. I am bleeding. I have lost so much blood. Lu hastened forward to inspect the scene, only to find that Nangong Rou's gown was soaked with an abundance of fresh blood, saturating the bed beneath her. A stream of blood flowed from her lower body, and the room was permeated with the stench of blood. Lu was immediately alarmed. Dr. Li, why do you linger? Come quickly and attend to the lady. Dr. Li rushed over, grasping Nangong Rou's wrist to take her pulse. Afterward, he examined her tongue and the blood on the bed. Upon completing his assessment, his expression shifted to one of grave astonishment. This is dire. Madame Rou's tongue exhibits a dark hue, and she bleeds a liquid resembling adzuki bean juice, emitting foul breath and a chill from within. Her fetal blood has congealed, and the vital energy is stagnant. The pulse is now astringent, devoid of the smooth rhythm. Her child has perished in utero. What? Both Lu and Nangong Rou were taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces as they regarded him. Lu urgently inquired, how could the child die in the womb? Did you not say that spotting was normal? The lady's constitution is inherently frail, with both vital energy and blood in deficiency. A careless fall or impact could indeed precipitate a miscarriage. Have there been any recent strenuous activities or incidents? Dr. Li queried, perplexed. Typically, with proper care and rest, miscarriage is unlikely. Upon hearing this, the countenance of the three darkened considerably. Nangong Rou, upon grasping Dr. Li's words, suddenly erupted in despair. Impossible. How could my son be dead? How could he perish within me? The young master is alive. He is perfectly fine. Doctor, you are deceiving me, are you not? Your medical skills are renowned. Quickly, prescribe me medicine to save my child. If he dies, how can I contend with Yun Ruoyue? How can I reclaim the prince? Madam, I implore you to mourn with restraint. The child has already succumbed. No remedy can alter that. For the sake of your own health, you must promptly consume the miscarriage medicine to expel the deceased fetus, thus preventing harm to your body. Failing to do so could endanger your life. Dr. Li sighed, speaking with earnest concern. I forbid you to utter the word stillborn. My child is not dead. He lives on within me. Nangong Rou suddenly sat upright, seizing Dr. Li's collar with a fierce glare. Doctor, I tell you, the young master is alive and thriving in my womb. Tomorrow, I require you to assist me in staging a grand performance. Dr. Li trembled and lowered his head, uncertain of what the lady wished to command. I shall inform you in due course. For now, you must prepare the medicine, she instructed. Since my child and I are fated to be apart, I shall ensure he is sent off properly. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her eyes brimming with deep resentment. All of this was the fault of that wretched Jiang Hong. Had he not forced himself upon her, her hopes would not have been extinguished. Dr. Li nodded and promptly withdrew to prepare the medicine. Chapter 10:22. The miscarriage medicine. Once he departed, Nangong Rou collapsed into Lu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Mother, it is all Jiang Heng's fault. He is the one who has killed my child. My child is dead. My hope is lost. Do not despair. There is still hope for you. Did you not intend for Dr. Li to collaborate with you in staging a grand performance? Since the young lord has perished, and his fate was not to grace this world, let this son fulfill a final duty for you, his mother, thus completing the bond of mother and child. Lu spoke ominously. Mother, no one knows a daughter better than her mother. You understand me well. Since this child has departed, it signifies our lack of connection. Fortunately, he was Jiang Heng's offspring, so my sorrow is somewhat alleviated. Had he been the prince's, I would have been heartbroken. Nangong Rou replied coldly. Perhaps it is destiny. It might be for the best that he has passed before growing up, sparing us the trouble of others discovering he resembles Jiang Heng rather than the prince. Now that the child is gone, you can certainly make use of this. leveraging the prince's gratitude for your benefit and regain his favor. As long as you remain in the royal residence, there will surely be opportunities for you to conceive again, Lu remarked. Yumomo inwardly rolled her eyes at the two, noting their unscrupulousness. It was unfortunate enough that the child had fallen victim to adult schemes, only to be further exploited in the end. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Li prepared the miscarriage medicine with powdered smallpox and peony, which could effectively expel the fetal membranes. Peony was known for its labor-inducing and abortive properties. After Nangong Rou consumed the concoction, she successfully expelled the fetus. Lu hurried over to take a look, lamenting deeply. It was a boy. What a pity. What a loss. At 3 months gestation, the gender could be faintly discerned. Upon hearing this, Nangong Rou felt as though struck by lightning, utterly devastated. If only he could have been born safely. He would have been the young lord, and I would have had the chance to become the princess, she seethed. Lu patted her shoulder, offering solace. Do not worry. You still have a chance. If you utilize this miscarriage to bring down the princess, you may find an opportunity. That wretched Yun Ruoyue, who had promised never to return to the royal residence, now shamelessly reappeared, utterly untrustworthy. That vile woman. Nangong Rou clenched the bed sheets, shouting in anger. I heard the prince brought her back from the temple. She must have been unable to bear the luxurious life of the palace and regretted living in poverty. It is said she eloped with Su Qishao. That brazen hussy knows how to entice men. I wonder what methods she employed to capture the hearts of both the prince and Su Qishao. Having committed such a disgrace as elopement, it is ridiculous that the prince forgave her. I hear he dotes on her even more since her return. It is truly laughable. Lu expressed with indignation. Upon hearing this, Nangong Rou felt a surge of anger, causing her to cough heavily before exclaiming, that seductive vixen is merely skilled in her tricks. Perhaps her prowess in bed is what enchanted both Su Qishao and the prince. Madam, did you not say the prince had only been with the princess once? Her skills should not be remarkable, Yumomo interjected, unable to endure Nangong Rou's disparagement of Yun Ruoyue. Nangong Rou shot her a fierce glare. What do you know? By the way, I previously instructed you to send someone to assassinate the princess, yet she has returned unharmed. How do you manage your affairs? Why did she return unscathed? Did I not tell you to coordinate with that Shunzi and send more bandits after her? Chapter 1023. The recklessness of the side concubine old Mama Yu's face turned pale. She had already contacted Shunzi, who had dispatched someone to carry out an assassination. However, for reasons unknown, it had failed. Could it be that Su Qishao had been by the princess's side, protecting her, thus preventing its success? That scoundrel Su Qishao dares to assist Yun Ruoyue. Just wait. I shall ensure that both of them suffer a disgraceful downfall. Nangong Rou seethed with fury. The following noon. Your Highness, side concubine Rou has come to pay her respects. Should we invite her in? Came the voice of Fenger while Yun Ruoyue was enjoying her breakfast. Isn't side concubine Rou under house arrest? How can she be out? Yun Ruoyue inquired, perplexed. It is said that she is quite heavily pregnant and has been causing a ruckus with the guards, claiming that as the prince's concubine, bearing a precious little heir, she cannot remain confined indoors. She insists on going out for some fresh air, but when the guards refused, she threatened to collide her belly against their swords, frightening them into letting her pass. With the prince not at home, she feels emboldened to act as she pleases. Fenger explained, exasperated. Colliding her belly against a sword? Does she not cherish this child? She truly dares to do such a thing. Yun Ruoyue expressed her doubts. Even a tiger would not harm its cub. No matter how ruthless a person may be, they would still care for their own child. If it were me, I would never act in such a manner. I cannot believe Nangong Rou is so cruel. Is she truly unafraid of harming her child? Step aside. I must see the princess. Do you think a few lowly maids can obstruct me? If anything happens to my child, I shall hold you accountable. Came Nangong Rou's fierce voice from outside. Who dares to act recklessly in my territory? Yun Ruoyue spoke icily, her demeanor chilling as she strode outside. Upon her exit, she found Nangong Rou, with her belly prominently displayed, arguing with Fenger and the others. Impudence. Sighed concubine Rou, as a concubine. How dare you show such disrespect to the princess and disregard the rules? Who grants you the audacity to intrude upon the Feiyue pavilion? Yun Ruoyue glared at Nangong Rou, her anger palpable. With a cold demeanor, she lifted her head, exuding an air of authority that made it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. Oh, sister, you have finally made the effort to emerge. I risked defending the prince by kindly arranging for your escape from the palace. enabling you to elope with the young master of the Su family. You even promised me that you would never return to the palace. And yet, what is the outcome? You spoke those words, yet here you are, shamelessly back. What do you take me for? You used me, causing me to be placed under house arrest while you returned without a hint of shame. How cruel your heart is. I assisted you, and in return, you did not even ask the prince to release me, instead speaking ill of me behind my back. Is this how you repay your benefactor? Should you not provide me with an explanation? Nangong Rou pointed an accusatory finger at Yun Ruoyue, her voice laced with fury. Her brazen behavior upon arrival was clearly intended to provoke Yun Ruoyue. Upon seeing her audacity in pointing a finger at herself, Yun Ruoyue coldly raised her hand and struck it down, commanding, impudence. Clearly, you are unaware of the rules that govern a concubine, daring to intrude without my consent. Someone, throw side concubine Rou out. Do not let her tarnish my grounds. Yun Ruoyue, are you feeling guilty? Have I struck a nerve with your secret? Who here is unaware of your affair with Su Qishao? I have noticed your frequent bouts of nausea lately. Could it be that you are carrying Su Qishao's illegitimate child? TSK, you have only been eloping for a few days, and already you are with child, indicating that your entanglement must have begun long before. Nangong Rou said with evident glee. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue's body trembled slightly, and she took 2 steps back. She glared coldly at Nangong Rou. What nonsense are you spouting? Should you dare to continue your reckless gossip, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Oh dear sister, I was merely jesting with you. Why are you so flustered? Nangong Rou replied. Rest assured, I know you are virtuous and would never betray the prince. However, you clearly promised me that you would not return. How could you break your word? You are deceiving me, are you not? You wretched liar. Nangong Rou retorted coldly. Indeed, I had promised you that as long as I left the prince's residence, I would not return. The condition was that you would keep my whereabouts a secret and ensure that Chu Xuancheng would not find me. Yet what happened? You disclosed my departure, leading to my return at his behest. Therefore, I have not broken my word. You were the one who failed to keep the secret. You were the one who lied. My return is entirely thanks to you. Yun Ruoyue exclaimed sharply. Nangong Rou, upon hearing this, became furious. At that time, I had no idea where you were. How could I have leaked your whereabouts? Yes, under the prince's interrogation, I did reveal that I had assisted in your departure, but I certainly did not disclose your location. Thus, it circles back to you being untrustworthy. You clearly promised me not to return, yet here you are, shamelessly back. How could you possibly know where I am? What if you do know? Yun Ruoyue replied lightly, suddenly lifting her robes and sitting down coldly, striking the table with force. Nangong Rou, let me tell you. Even if I did agree to you, what of it? If I choose to go back on my word, what can you do about it? After all, I am now the legitimate wife of the prince, the mistress of the prince's residence, and you shall not be arrogant before me. She was determined to assert the authority of the princess, to safeguard her position as the princess of Li, and would not allow someone like Nangong Rou to trample upon her dignity. Otherwise, the Li prince's residence would descend into chaos and turmoil due to Nangong Rou's meddling. You, how audacious you are, Yun Ruoyue. You continuously profess your indifference to the princess's status, claiming you care not for wealth and power, treating them as mere refuse, and even stating that the prince is expendable. Yet, this is your true nature. Admit it, you are nothing but a honey-tongued hypocrite, feigning virtue while being insincere and pretentious. Nangong Rou's face twisted with rage as she lunged toward Yun Ruoyue, pointing an accusatory finger at her. Seeing her boldness, Yun Ruoyue stood up and swiftly seized her outstretched finger. How dare you, daring concubine Rou, what are you attempting to do? Ah, it hurts, you wretched woman. How dare you twist my finger? I will kill you. Nangong Rou exclaimed as she lunged at Yun Ruoyue, frantically reaching for her face. Your Highness, be careful. The maids, Feng and others, rushed forward to restrain Nangong Rou, preventing her from harming the princess. Elder Ma, Xing are you both dead? Hurry and lend a hand. Nangong Rou glared furiously at Elder Ma and Xing, causing the two to hastily rush over to assist. Madame Yu and Xing hastily rushed to seize Feng, and a fierce altercation ensued. Nangong Rou, disregarding her delicate condition, rolled up her sleeves and lunged at Yun Ruoyue's face, consumed by a desire to mar her beauty and thwart her attempts to allure the prince. Madame Rou, are you unwell? Observing Nangong Rou's frenzy, Yun Ruoyue prudently stepped back, recognizing the peril of her adversary's condition. Should anything untoward occur, she could not bear the weight of such responsibility. Chapter 1025. The miscarriage of Nangong Rou. You dare to accuse me of being ill? Wretched woman, you are the one who is truly afflicted, Nangong Rou retorted, seizing Yun Ruoyue's garment, tearing and striking at her. In response, Yun Ruoyue raised her hands to defend herself, but Nangong Rou's grip tightened with a wild fury, nearly clawing at her eyes. Anger ignited within Yun Ruoyue, and she forcefully pushed Nangong Rou away, exclaiming, Nangong Rou, have you lost your mind? Your behavior is utterly outrageous. You no longer embody the demeanor of a favored concubine. Someone come quickly. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Nangong Rou fell heavily to the ground, clutching her abdomen and crying out in agony, Sister, how could you be so cruel? You pushed me. Oh, my belly, it hurts so much. Alarmed, Madam Yu pointed at the blood pooling beneath Nangong Rou's skirts, shrieking, Look, the favored concubine is bleeding profusely. Yun Ruoyue's heart sank as she beheld the horrifying sight of blood, realizing that despite her gentle push, Nangong Rou had collapsed in a pool of crimson. Rower, what has happened to you? At that moment, Lu Shi rushed in with the eldest princess, her face etched with worry. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Why had Lu Shi and the princess come here? Upon entering, Lu Shi hurried to Nangong Rou's side, nearly fainting at the sight of her bloodied state. Heavens! Rower, what has befallen you? Someone, summon the doctor. Call for the prince. The favored concubine is in distress. Rower, how could you bleed so profusely? Hurry, fetch the doctor. The eldest princess trembled at the gruesome scene, her gaze turning fiercely towards Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue, what transpired? How did Rower end up like this? Your Highness, mother. I am fine. My sister merely pushed me accidentally. It was unintentional. Please do not blame her, Nangong Rou implored, tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke softly to the princess. What? Yun Ruoyue, how could you be so merciless? This child bears the bloodline of Xuancheng. Your jealousy towards Rower cannot justify such brutality against his offspring. You have crossed the line. Your envy is intolerable. You have committed an egregious crime. And I shall report this to the Empress Dowager, demanding justice for your transgressions and advocating for Xuancheng to divorce you. No. A woman as vile as you deserves to be dragged before the authorities and sentenced to death to avenge Rower, the eldest princess shouted. Her finger pointed accusingly at Yun Ruoyue in a fit of rage. Yun Ruoyue, upon hearing these words, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. She shook her head in a flurry of panic, insisting, I did not. Just a moment ago, she attempted to seize me, and I merely pushed her away gently, uncertain of why she fell. Are you implying that my daughter would intentionally fall to accuse you? She carries the royal air, a treasure beyond measure. Could she truly be so foolish? The accusation flowed forth. It is you, Lady Wang, who is envious of my daughter bearing the prince's child, seizing the opportunity to harm her. The heart of a woman can be most malevolent. You are indeed cruel. Lu Shi rose, pointing an accusing finger at Yun Ruoyue, her voice laced with fury. What has transpired? Came the powerful voice of Chu Xuancheng from the doorway. Upon hearing him, Nangong Rou sighed in relief, having anticipated his timely return. Chapter 1026. I believe you earlier, as she had burst from the Yuru pavilion, she had intentionally raised her voice, claiming that the princess had deceived her and that she intended to confront her. Following her outcry, she witnessed guards rushing to inform Chu Xuancheng. His concern for Yun Ruoyue would surely prompt him to return post-haste. Indeed, he arrived just in time, leaving her uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Yet, when he beheld Nangong Rou lying in a pool of blood, he froze, disbelief etched on his face, mingled with shock and sympathy. My lord, your timing is impeccable. The princess, consumed by jealousy over Rower bearing your child, ruthlessly pushed her down. Rower is now bleeding profusely. The fate of the child is gravely uncertain, Lu Shi lamented, tears streaming down her face. The grand princess too wore an expression of indignation, exclaiming, Xuancheng, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I never imagined Yun Ruoyue could be so ruthless. Rower is so kind. How could she be so heartless? As a princess, her jealousy is unbecoming. Does she deserve to remain in the Li Wangfu? You must dismiss her and hold her accountable. No, my lord, I did not push concubine Rou. Please believe me. She attempted to grasp my attention, and I merely pushed her away gently for self-defense. It was not intentional, Yun Ruoyue hastily objected, shaking her head as she explained to Chu Xuancheng. The doctor is here. Quickly, Dr. Li has arrived. Let him examine concubine Rou. Came the voice of the steward from outside. In urgency, Dr. Li entered, carrying his medical bag. Upon entering, he first bowed to Xuancheng, the Grand Princess, and Yun Ruoyue before setting down his bag and kneeling beside Nangong Rou. Upon seeing the blood-soaked ground, he was immediately taken aback and hastily examined Rou's tongue and pulse. After his assessment, he shook his head sorrowfully. Alas, it is futile. My lord, concubine Rou's tongue is dark, her blood resembling that of adzuki bean juice, and her pulse is absent. The fetal blood has congealed and cooled. She has lost the child. Please, my lord, take care of yourself. What? The child is lost. My child. My lord, our child is gone. It hurts so much. My heart aches terribly. Nangong Rou cried, her distress palpable as she shook her head, racked with anguish. What on earth has happened? Xuancheng observed the state of Nangong Rou. His eyes filled not only with sympathy, but also with doubt. He cast a glance at Yun Ruoyue and inquired, Princess, could you explain how she suffered a miscarriage? She merely stumbled on the ground and began to bleed. My lord, believe me, I truly only gave her a gentle push, not a forceful shove. I am utterly perplexed as to why she fell, Yun Ruoyue replied, her face as pale as death. Do not worry, I believe you. You are certainly not the kind of person who would do such a thing. Xuancheng approached her and softly patted her shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Nangong Rou felt a pang of pain at this scene. Despite her own miscarriage, Xuancheng did not spare her a glance, focusing solely on the culprit, Yun Ruoyue. Her bitterness was palpable. Someone, quickly assist concubine Rou and escort her back to Yuru Pavilion for proper care. Xuancheng, upon witnessing Nangong Rou's condition, felt a twinge of compassion and hastily ordered, Dr. Li, please prepare medicine for concubine Rou at once. We must not let her suffer any further. Despite his disdain for her, she remained a pitiable woman who had lost her child, and he could not remain cold-hearted and indifferent. Chapter 1027. The punishment of the princess consort. His initial intention in returning to the manor was solely prompted by the guards reporting that Nangong Rou sought to confront Yun Ruoyue. Fearing for Yun Ruoyue's well-being, he hurried back. Little did he expect such an incident to unfold. Strangely, upon learning of the miscarriage, he felt a sense of relief. My lord, Rower needs to recuperate, yet the perpetrator must also be punished. Everyone witnessed the princess consort pushing Rower, resulting in her miscarriage. You cannot show favoritism simply because of your affection for the princess consort. Both she and Rower are human. Rower is dear to me. My heart shatters at this misfortune that has befallen her. I do not seek your pity for Rower, only a fair resolution and strict punishment for the one responsible. Lu Shi glared at Yun Ruoyue, directing her ire towards Xuancheng. Assisted by Mama Yu, Nangong Rou, her face pale and frail, softly interjected, Mother, it is all right. I lack the fortune. Do not blame the princess consort. It was not her fault. She acted without malice. It is merely that I and the child were not fated to be. I am unworthy of such blessings. My foolish child, even now, you remain so kind-hearted. You are so naive, allowing others to bully you, and now you have lost your child, yet still possess such magnanimity. I truly lament for you, Lu Shi lamented, covering her face with a handkerchief as she began to weep in anguish. The Grand Princess observed with tear-filled eyes, Xuancheng, I am aware that you have been bewitched by Yun Ruoyue. I do not know what enchantment she has cast upon you. However, this matter is of great significance. You must not shield her. She pushed Rower, causing her miscarriage. You know how much Rower cherished this child. Her heart must be in agony at this moment. Yun Ruoyue must be held accountable for her transgressions. You must administer a just punishment in order to honor Rower. You need not say more. I trust the princess consort. She would never commit such an act. Xuancheng cast a cold glance at the assembly, positioning himself before Yun Ruoyue, shielding her with his imposing stature. Even at this juncture, you still believe her? Look how pitiable Rower is. Xuancheng, do you not possess any compassion? You once loved Rower dearly. How could your affections shift so swiftly? Within just a few months, your heart has grown so callous. She remains your savior, and should this news spread, what will others think of you? The Grand Princess pointed at Nangong Rou, her gaze fiercely directed at Xuancheng. I too am deeply moved and heartbroken by the plight of concubine Rou. I shall ensure she is well cared for. However, there are complexities in this matter that require investigation. I shall speak further once I have ascertained the truth. Until the investigation yields results, no one shall slander the noble consort. I have faith in her innocence. Xuancheng stated coldly. Out of humanitarian concern, he would arrange for proper care for Nangong Rou. Yet, His feelings for her were merely sympathetic. He felt no pity or compassion. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Chu Xuancheng's unwavering trust in her. In light of such compelling evidence, he remained steadfast in his belief and defense of her. He had indeed changed. She had anticipated his wrath, but was pleasantly surprised by his unexpected support. A wave of emotion surged within her, and she found herself moved. How had he transformed so suddenly, leaving her feeling disoriented? At that moment, Nangong Rou gently lifted her head from the embrace of Mama Yu. Her lips parched and her expression waning. She looked at him. "My lord, do you truly choose to protect her even after I have suffered a miscarriage because of the consort? Where does that leave me? Do you recall that snowy night when you lay drunken on the ground? If I had not passed by to save you, would you be where you are today? You once told me I could present you with 3 conditions. Well, I now wish to invoke the first. I demand you take the life of Yun Ruoyue to avenge our child." As she spoke, her countenance twisted with malice. Since she could not earn Chu Xuancheng's compassion, she resolved to sever ties with him and destroy their bond. His earlier demeanor had illuminated the truth. He did not love her, nor did he cherish her. He showed no concern for her miscarriage. What worth was there in loving such a man? She had cast aside her affections, now solely desiring power and wealth, intent on toppling him and vanquishing the pair of them. Chu Xuancheng regarded Nangong Rou with a chilling glare. "That is impossible. I shall never harm the noble consort. Furthermore, I have fulfilled my promise. You have conceived a child, and thus your 3 conditions are rendered void. You shall no longer make demands." Indeed, at that time, concubine Rou had persistently pressured the lord to bear her a child, and upon his refusal, proposed 3 conditions as a trade. Ultimately, she had achieved her desire by becoming pregnant with the lord's child. Even if that child was lost, the promise had been honored. Thus, concubine Rou, "You have no standing to make further requests of him," remarked Imoli. "Huh. You all are truly remarkable. A valiant warrior, yet to indulge your wife. You would condemn your concubine to death. Should this become public, how would it reflect upon the Li Wang residence? Yun Ruoyue, your heart is wicked, having caused the death of my child. You, a jealous woman, are you not afraid of being drowned in your own spittle? Chu Xuancheng, you are ungrateful to your savior, cold-hearted towards the one who saved your life, allowing the consort to harm my child. If this were to be known, how would your countless soldiers perceive you? How would the world regard you? You are ungrateful and repaying kindness with malice, with a heart as cold as iron. Do you think you deserve my deceased child?" Nangong Rou exclaimed furiously. Her voice resonated with such intensity that it seemed to shake the very earth, startling the servants who were stealthily observing from the courtyard. Many of these servants belonged to other courtyards, as well as Nangong Rou's own. They were all momentarily taken aback by her fury, as she stood there with a frosty gaze, haughty demeanor, and a sorrowful accusation directed at Chu Xuancheng, as if he were truly the most ungrateful of souls. Chu Xuancheng cast a glance her way, but remained silent. To the bewildered onlookers, his silence betrayed his guilt. They perceived him as heartless and ungrateful, exploiting Nangong Rou in favor of the princess, especially given the profoundly tragic expression on her face, which tugged at their hearts. Just as the servants regarded Chu Xuancheng with disapproving eyes, believing him to be ungrateful, Yun Ruoyue stepped forth. She cast a cold glance at the servants by the door, then directed a piercing gaze at Nangong Rou, a glimmer of calculated confidence in her eyes. "Dear concubine Rou, your carefully orchestrated play is quite remarkable, isn't it? You have deceived everyone else, but alas, you cannot fool me. I shall methodically expose your lies, tearing away your mask of hypocrisy, and seek justice for both the prince and myself." Yun Ruoyue's stance was both striking and commanding, exuding an air of regality that left Feng'er and the others starry-eyed. The princess is truly formidable, so imposing and graceful. The princess is about to take action. Once she does, Nangong Rou is doomed. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, Nangong Rou's eyes narrowed, her complexion paled, and panic surged within her as she incredulously regarded her. "What do you mean? Are you attempting to evade the blame for the harm done to my child, and instead scheme to defame me? You will not succeed. They will not fall for your trickery." Chapter 1029, Unmasking Nangong Rou. Yun Ruoyue smiled coldly and stepped closer to Nangong Rou, her eyes shimmering with cunning. "Dear concubine Rou, if one wishes to conceal a matter, it must remain unspoken. You did not suffer a miscarriage now. You experienced it last night, and then falsely accused me of causing your fall. You have deceived everyone, including the prince. What are you saying? I do not understand." I was clearly pushed by you, leading to my miscarriage. Look at how much blood I have lost. Princess, you have brought me to this state. Yet you still slander me. How cruel you are. Nangong Rou clutched her abdomen, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her eyes. Yun Ruoyue boldly walked over, simultaneously flinging open the 4 grand doors, addressing the curious servants in the courtyard. For those eager to witness the spectacle, feel free to come and observe. This princess and the prince stand upright, just and honorable, unafraid of slander or deceit. Now, I shall reveal the true nature of Nangong Rou, showing how she has manipulated all around her. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Could it be that her miscarriage was fabricated? The cunning of concubine Rou ran deep. Initially, many had viewed the prince as heartless, but now, with this unexpected twist, all eyes turned skeptically towards Nangong Rou. Xuancheng and the princess were equally astonished. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, Xuancheng cast a cold glance at Nangong Rou, his expression darkening. Yun Ruoyue, do not go too far. I have just suffered a miscarriage and my body is weak. I need to return to recuperate. Someone, quickly assist me back. At that moment, Nangong Rou, dragging her frail body, hurried towards the exit. Hold on, concubine Rou, are you feeling guilty? Yun Ruoyue swiftly stepped forward, blocking Nangong Rou's path. Nangong Rou glared at her with hatred. You accuse me of deceit, yet what evidence do you possess? If you lack proof, do not slander me. Do you think I would dare expose you without evidence? Allow me to see your blood, Yun Ruoyue retorted, lifting Nangong Rou's outer skirt to reveal her white trousers, stained with blood that had transitioned from bright red to a brownish hue. Upon closer inspection, some of the blood had already begun to coagulate, resembling curds. With a chilling smile, she remarked, in my years of practice, I have never encountered blood that coagulates into curds the moment it flows. This is clearly pig's blood, having solidified over time into this shape. I am curious to see what you used to contain the pig's blood in order to frame me. With that, Yun Ruoyue suddenly reached into Nangong Rou's garments and extracted a foul-smelling pig intestine casing, thoroughly stained with blood. The crowd stood there, dumbfounded. The pig intestine casing. I never imagined you would go so far as to encase pig's blood within it, then puncture it to simulate the signs of a miscarriage. Nangong Rou, the physical evidence is right here. How can you still argue? After finishing her statement, Yun Ruoyue coldly threw the pig intestine casing at Nangong Rou. Seeing this scene, Nangong Rou's face drained of color, while Lu Shi appeared equally pale. They had not anticipated Yun Ruoyue's prowess, as if she possessed foresight to uncover their scheme. What is happening? Rower, is this true? The princess, upon witnessing the pig intestine casing and the coagulated blood, gazed incredulously at Nangong Rou. Sister, do not listen to her slander. She is defaming me. This is not true. Nangong Rou hurriedly denied, attempting a desperate struggle. Am I defaming you? The evidence lies before us, and you still dare to claim I am slandering you. Did your mother bring you here, sister? Yun Ruoyue coldly cast a glance at Lu Shi. Lu Shi immediately lowered her head, unable to meet her gaze. The princess turned her furious glare towards Lu Shi. You, Lu Shi, I wondered why you were so kind, bringing fine tea to visit me and claiming you wanted to come to Feiyue Pavilion to see Rower, offering premium Longjing tea to the princess and Rower. It seems your true intention was to lure me here to witness your charade and act as an accomplice in framing the princess. Even though the princess had favored Nangong Rou, she now recognized the inconsistencies. Yun Ruoyue clapped her hands with an air of authority. Sister, you are astute. Nangong Rou, I believe you are only now realizing the gravity of your situation, yet you still dare to argue. Now, let the truth speak for itself. Dr. Li. As Yun Ruoyue called out Dr. Li's name, he instinctively stepped forward. Nangong Rou and Lu Shi were left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief directed at Dr. Li. What did Yun Ruoyue mean by this? Dr. Li, you are Nangong Rou's attending physician, who has been safeguarding her pregnancy. Pray, enlighten everyone about the events of last night. Yun Ruoyue commanded coldly, her demeanor exuding an imposing and chilling aura. Suddenly, Dr. Li knelt with a thud, exhaling heavily. I implore the prince and princess to temper their wrath. I am at fault. In truth, last night, concubine Rou suffered a miscarriage. But she insisted I keep it a secret and play along today, diagnosing her as having miscarried only today. I had previously accepted a considerable sum from concubine Rou, which she used to leverage my compliance, compelling me to provide false testimony. Moreover, Her initial signs of bleeding were fabricated. She bribed me to deceive. At the time, she feigned weakness and pretended to exhibit signs of miscarriage solely to elicit the princess' sympathy. Upon hearing Dr. Li's revelation, astonishment swept over the crowd. They gazed at Nangong Rou in disbelief. Realizing the princess's claims were indeed true, she had miscarried the night prior and had the audacity to maintain her charade to defame the princess. What a venomous woman! Nangong Rou's expression darkened as she glared resentfully at Dr. Li. You slander me, doctor. Have you been bought by the princess to conspire against me? I have treated you well, yet you collude with her to ruin me. You are no better than a beast. Concubine Rou, I anticipated your denial and the inevitable blame-shifting. Thus, while I prepared the miscarriage remedy for you last night, I preserved the remains of your deceased fetus, wrapped securely. Your Highness, behold, this is the lifeless fetus that Concubine Rou expelled last night, Dr. Li declared, retrieving a cloth bundle from his medical kit. As he unveiled the bloodied fabric, a wave of horror washed over the onlookers. Xuancheng merely cast a cursory glance before turning away coldly. His countenance darkened significantly, his eyes aflame with unbridled fury, a fire that threatened to consume all in its path. He had not anticipated that Nangong Rou could stoop so low. She had exploited her miscarriage to frame Yun Ruoyue. How foolish he had been to feel any sympathy for her, for beneath her facade of vulnerability lay a heart poisoned by malice. He fixed a furious glare upon Nangong Rou, his expression as frigid as ice, his wrath palpable. Nangong Rou, if you truly miscarried only now, how is it that Dr. Li already possesses your deceased fetus? You had best provide a clear explanation, or I shall not spare you. Chapter 1031. The commanding princess consort, my lord. I too am bewildered by the origin of that deceased fetus. Perhaps it was Dr. Li who conspired against me. Upon seeing the lifeless remains, Nangong Rou trembled, a wave of dread coursing through her, her heart prickling with unease. Concubine Rou, your obstinate refusal to repent is astonishing. The evidence is irrefutable, yet you dare to claim I have wronged you. Shall I summon another physician at once to ascertain whether you miscarried last night or just now? Dr. Li, incensed by Nangong Rou's denial, shouted in exasperation. Simultaneously, he wrapped the lifeless fetus in cloth and forcefully placed it into Nangong Rou's embrace, declaring, "This is your offspring, now returned to its rightful owner. The death of this child was already tragic, and yet you dared to exploit it to frame the princess. How can you justify your actions? I urge you not to further tarnish your moral integrity. Bury the child properly and burn ample paper money for it, lest it transform into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution upon you." Upon hearing that Dr. Li intended to consult other physicians, Nangong Rou's face instantly turned ashen. The truth lay bare before her, and she realized that her denials were futile. She glared furiously at Dr. Li and Yun Ruoyue. Ah, Yun Ruoyue, so you were aware of the truth all along, feigning innocence and ignorance here. You colluded with Dr. Li, did you not? Yun Ruoyue replied with a cold smile. Indeed. I was aware of your miscarriage last night and anticipated your attempts to bribe Dr. Li in a bid to frame me. Therefore, I pretended to be oblivious, allowing you to fall into your own trap. At first, I refrained from exposing you to spare you some dignity, but your insistence on framing me constitutes your self-inflicted demise. If you seek your own ruin, I shall merely assist you in this charade. I am curious to see how depraved a heart can become to use one's deceased fetus to ensnare others. The onlookers, including Fenger, gazed at Yun Ruoyue with admiration. The princess exuded an undeniable aura of dominance. They had feared for her safety moments ago, but her display had merely been an act. She had long been aware and had devised her strategy, quietly observing Nangong Rou's deceit. When Nangong Rou reached the pinnacle of her arrogance, Yun Ruoyue would shatter her facade. It was exhilarating to witness the princess publicly unveil Nangong Rou's misdeeds. The tension within Mo dissipated, reassured by the princess's unwavering cunning. Xuancheng affectionately ruffled Yun Ruoyue's hair, sighing helplessly. You knew of their schemes all along. Why not inform me sooner? You have caused me unnecessary worry. If I had informed you in advance, it would have been less entertaining. Besides, had you all been aware, your anger would not have reached such heights, and the cunning concubine Rou would have seen through it. Given her sharp wits, Yun Ruoyue replied nonchalantly. Witnessing the affectionate exchange between her and Xuancheng, Nangong Rou felt a surge of rage, nearly choking on her fury. Yun Ruoyue, how did you uncover the truth? Who revealed it to you? Was it you, Dr. Li, who betrayed me for personal gain? You old scoundrel, having accepted my money, how dare you turn against me? What you call betrayal, I deem a restoration of justice, a clarification of truth. You engaged in vile acts of framing others, and Dr. Li, unafraid of threats, courageously revealed your crimes to the princess. This is a redemption of sorts. Not only will I pardon his actions, but I shall also reward him, Yun Ruoyue declared coldly. With that, she exchanged a glance with Mo Zhu, who stood outside. Chapter 1032. The Princess's Scandal. In truth, it was not Dr. Li who voluntarily confessed. Rather, she had learned of his collusion with Nangong Rou through a letter from Su Qixiao, prompting her to swiftly send Mo Zhu to intercept Dr. Li. However, she would not divulge the letter from young Master Su Qi, claiming instead that Dr. Li had willingly confessed to her. She initially held little hope, but unexpectedly, Mo Zhu successfully intercepted Dr. Li outside the rainy soft pavilion, searched his medicine chest, and discovered the remains of a miscarriage, thereby learning of Nangong Rou's condition and her intent to frame her today. Thus, Mo Zhu cleverly devised a plan, instructing Dr. Li to feign cooperation with Nangong Rou before ultimately exposing her. When Dr. Li realized the scheme was unraveling, fearing punishment from Xuancheng, he complied with Mo Zhu's orders to redeem himself. Upon learning of this, she was acutely aware of Nangong Rou's machinations. It remains a mystery how young Master Su Qi came to know of these events. He merely expressed suspicion in his letter that Dr. Li and Nangong Rou were colluding and mentioned witnessing old Madame Yu summon Dr. Li to the rainy soft pavilion in the dead of night, advising her to remain wary of the two. Thus, she had dispatched Mo Zhu to intercept, for which she was indebted to young Master Su Qi. Additionally, the letter alluded to another matter. Just then, Nangong Rou abruptly shoved old Madame Yu aside, rose coldly, and pointed an accusing finger at Yun Ruoyue, exclaiming, "Yes, I feigned a fall to entrap you, so what? My small scheme merely failed because of this old wretch's betrayal. And you, princess, are guilty of treachery against the prince. I carry the legitimate child of the prince. Well, what have you done behind his back? Shall I unveil before everyone the truth that you have long harbored a bastard, and that you are nearly 3 months pregnant? What?" At this declaration from Nangong Rou, an uproar ensued. The princess is pregnant? 3 months along. How can this be? The prince has not favored her in months. How could she possibly be with child? Observers noted her flat abdomen, questioning its plausibility. If she were indeed pregnant, she would face dire consequences. The servants nearby began to murmur amongst themselves. Upon hearing this, Fenger and the others exchanged puzzled glances, but in an instant, her expression turned grave. It seemed Nangong Rou spoke the truth. The princess had been experiencing nausea, reminiscent of pregnancy symptoms. Yet she knew the prince had not been intimate with her in recent months. If this were indeed the case, heavens! Upon hearing this, Mo Li and Mo Zhu exchanged incredulous looks, their eyes igniting with a spark of excitement. Could it be that their scheme, executed on the night of the prince's union with Nangong Rou, had borne fruit? The prince not only could embrace 2 women in one night, but had also managed to impregnate the princess in the first half of the night and Nangong Rou in the latter half. Such prowess! Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback by Nangong Rou's public revelation. Her complexion paled instantly, and she glared coldly at her. "What do you intend to say, concubine Rou?" At that moment, Xuancheng stepped protectively in front of Yun Ruoyue, his towering figure shielding her as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Nangong Rou. "My prince, you must have known of the princess's condition long before, correct? I hinted at it previously. During my mother's visit to examine the princess, she detected a slippery pulse." "Huh. How ludicrous. A noble consort, who has only shared a bed with the prince once, dares to bear another's illegitimate child. My lord, she has placed a grand green hat upon you, as vibrant as the glazed tiles of this roof. It is widely known that the consort shares a profound yet clandestine friendship with young Master Su Qi. I suspect this child is indeed his. My lord, the consort carries young Master Su Qi's offspring, and yet you still defend her. Do you secretly relish the role of a cuckold?" Nangong Rou declared with a sinister grin. Upon hearing these words, the assembly fell into shocked silence. All gazes turned towards Yun Ruoyue, filled with suspicion and hatred, their eyes brimming with murderous intent, as if she had truly stolen a man away. Preposterous. Indeed, the consort is with child, but it is mine. Prince Xuancheng retorted fiercely. 3 months passed. I spent the night in the consort's chamber. I am more aware of her character than any of you. The relationship between the consort and young Master Su Qi is purely platonic. Her honor shall not be besmirched." As he spoke, he enveloped Yun Ruoyue in his embrace, casting a cold, resolute gaze upon the crowd, proclaiming his claim. He was also conveying to everyone that he trusted Yun Ruoyue and acknowledged the child. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chu Xuancheng would stand up for her. This was not his child, yet he had truly accepted it, filling her with guilt. As Chu Xuancheng lowered his gaze, he noticed Yun Ruoyue trembling slightly, her complexion pale, devoid of color, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Understanding her sorrow, he gently squeezed her hand, his eyes radiating warmth and sincerity, offering her a steadfast look. It seemed to say, "Fear not, for I shall protect you." Such a gaze brought immense comfort to Yun Ruoyue. The more he defended her, the more guilt she felt, the more she believed she was letting him down. "Oh, my lord, if the consort truly carries your child, why does she not reveal it to all? She constantly hides away, clearly feeling guilty. The father of this child cannot be you, but rather young Master Su Qi." Nangong Rou seethed, her teeth clenched. "Are you not aware of the custom that one should not disclose a pregnancy in the first 3 months? During this time, the fetus is unstable, and expectant mothers typically keep such matters private. The consort fears instability and the sorrow of unfulfilled hopes, so what is wrong with her discretion?" Chu Xuancheng retorted angrily. "But according to our knowledge, you only favored the consort half a year ago, and that was your only union. You have not touched her since," Nangong Rou coldly replied. "Must I report every instance of favoring my own consort to you? Do you wish to hide beneath my bed and eavesdrop? I will tell you this. Not only did I favor the consort half a year ago, but I have done so multiple times since, in the barracks, in the grove, within the palace's private chambers, in her boudoir, and at the starry pavilion. How is it that I know more of my own affairs than you do? Must I account for my affections towards my own woman?" Chu Xuancheng declared in an icy tone. Upon hearing this, Mo Li and the others could hardly suppress their smirks. Their prince truly had a talent for weaving tales. They had never heard of such happenings in the barracks or the grove. However, the prince, in his efforts to protect the princess, has truly exerted himself, displaying remarkable masculinity and responsibility, which has earned him their admiration. Fortunately, they are aware of the truth, that the princess is carrying the prince's child. Otherwise, the prince would have suffered greatly. Before Mo Li and Mo Zhu could reveal the truth, the eldest princess had already launched an attack on Yun Ruoyue. "Yun Ruoyue, confess honestly, is this child not the offspring of young Master Su Qi? I have heard that you are quite close to him, that he has even entered your boudoir. I suspect you have engaged in an improper relationship with him. I further doubt the veracity of Ruoyue's words. You seem to exhibit a guilty conscience. Speak. Have you betrayed Xuancheng and conceived the illegitimate child of young Master Su Qi? If this is indeed the case, you will be scorned by all and deemed unworthy of your role, deserving of punishment." The eldest princess spoke rightly. The princess had indeed been unfaithful to the prince, engaging in an affair with young Master Su Qi, and yet the prince still chose to defend her. Such a woman, lacking in virtue, is wholly unworthy of being the princess of Li and ought to be dismissed, perhaps even subjected to a fate worse than death. Lu Shi, standing to the side, echoed with harsh words. Chapter 1034. Mo Li stepped forward. Exposing Yun Ruoyue was the last card she and Nangong Rou held. Only by revealing that Yun Ruoyue carried an illegitimate child could they bring her down. Yet, she was astonished that the typically domineering and cold Prince Li chose to believe her. It seems that love can indeed cloud the judgment of the wisest and dull the resolve of the strongest. How could Chu Xuancheng achieve greatness with such a decision? Nangong Rou, emboldened, added, "Moreover, this illegitimate child the princess carries cannot be allowed to remain. If it is born and does not resemble the prince, but rather young Master Su Qi, how amusing it would be. Ha ha ha, the dignity of a royal prince would be utterly lost, no matter the circumstances. I would never betray the prince, nor commit such a disgraceful act. Your Highness, I understand your concern for reputation. You fear that exposing the princess would tarnish your name, which is why you endure the pain of wearing this metaphorical green hat and accept this illegitimate child. But does this not wound your heart? You neglect my child to love an illegitimate one. If this were to spread, others would say you are inept and useless. How can you lead the troops then? Enough. Nangong Rou, do not force me to take your life." Upon hearing these words, Chu Xuancheng suddenly strode forward, grasping Nangong Rou's neck with a fierce glare. His eyes ablaze with murderous intent. As her neck was seized, Nangong Rou immediately felt a constriction in her breath, her face flushing. Despite her discomfort, she wore a cold smile and defiantly said, "Heh, Your Highness, have I struck a nerve? You know full well that the prince speaks falsely only to protect you. He has only touched you once, has he not? My informants have already told me that the prince has only been with you once. All those tales of encounters in the military camp and the grove are mere fabrications. To spare the prince from hardship, you ought to bravely step forward and admit your wrongdoing, rather than rely on a stalwart man to shield you from your sins. Princess, if you have any courage, confess that you are bearing an illegitimate child. Indeed, Princess, one must own their actions. If you dare betray the prince, why not dare to admit it?" Lu Shi chimed in ominously. The princess shook her head in anger, her gaze at Yun Ruoyue burning with fury. "Yun Ruoyue, you have truly disappointed me. Xuancheng has defended you so fiercely. How can you betray him? Just admit it. Do not let Xuancheng take the blame for you. He has already endured enough." Upon hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue felt her legs weaken, and she instinctively took a step back, her heart chilling and heavy. It felt as though her heart had frozen over. She had become the target of scorn, with everyone's eyes filled with animosity, as if they wished to nail her to a pillar of shame. She looked at Chu Xuancheng with guilt etched on her face. "Fine, I confess, Your Highness. The child that the princess carries is yours." At that moment, Emily could no longer contain herself and leaped forward, declaring, "We all know the truth. On the night you consummated with concubine Rou, you favored the princess in the first half of the night, which means the child she carries is undoubtedly yours, not that of young Master Su Qi." Mo Zhu added, "I can also testify that the princess and young Master Su Qi are innocent. The child is indeed the prince's. Additionally, Jiu'er and Feng Qingyang can corroborate this. When concubine Rou exposed the princess earlier, we had already sent someone to summon Feng Qingyang. We urged the princess to send someone to fetch Jiu'er. Only the four of us are privy to the events of that night." Chapter 1035. Revealing the truth. What? Are you all telling the truth? Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng suddenly flung his arm violently, sending Nangong Rou crashing to the ground, while he gazed incredulously at Mo Li and Mo Zhu. "Your Highness, it is absolutely true. On the night you consummated with concubine Rou, you intentionally intoxicated yourself to avoid the act. You kept calling out for the princess, insisting that you would only consummate with her. You expressed a desire only for the princess, repeatedly uttering her name. To fulfill your wishes, we administered a love potion to you and a sleeping drug to the princess, bringing her to you. However, we also rendered concubine Rou unconscious and carried her to the adjacent room. Afterward, you spent the first half of the night with the princess. After your union, we had Jiu'er assist the princess with her clothing and then returned her to Feiyue Pavilion, while concubine Rou was placed in your bed. Due to the aphrodisiac in the chambers, concubine Rou would be affected and unaware of what transpired that night, likely believing you had been intimate with her. My initial plan was to switch the princess with concubine Rou, allowing you to fulfill your desire for the princess while making concubine Rou believe you had been with her, thus relieving her pressure on you. Who would have thought you would be so formidable, managing to be with both the princess in the first half of the night and concubine Rou in the latter half, resulting in both of them becoming pregnant? Therefore, both the child of concubine Rou and the child of the princess are yours. It was merely a mix-up on our part." As Emily spoke, her voice dwindled and her head lowered, resembling a timid ostrich. Meanwhile, the bystanders stared at her in disbelief, their expressions clouded with confusion. Was this truly the work of Mo Li? Nonetheless, upon hearing her words, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. It turns out that the princess is carrying the prince's child, and she has not been unfaithful. This is truly wonderful news. At this moment, Chu Xuancheng was taken aback and utterly incredulous, his face darkening as he glared at Mo Li, tightly clenching his fists. His eyes, filled with a tempestuous fury, bore into him as he demanded, "Mo Li, I ask you once more, is what you say truly the case?" "Yes, it is true, Your Highness. I apologize. We kept this matter secret out of fear that you would blame us if you found out. Who could have anticipated that the princess would be with child, leading to such a significant misunderstanding? It is entirely our fault. I am deeply sorry." As Mo Li spoke, he crouched down, cradling his dog's head, presenting a pitiful demeanor that begged for mercy. It seemed that the quarrel between the prince and the princess was indeed sparked by the revelation of her pregnancy. Had they noticed sooner and spoken up, the princess would not have felt compelled to leave home. "You scoundrel! Why did you not speak up sooner?" Xuancheng shouted, his voice unexpectedly light, laced with a hint of excitement and eagerness. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue stood there in astonishment. She suddenly retrieved a bottle of herbal tablets from her bag, realization dawning upon her. "No wonder I felt so achy and my neck was red. It turns out you brought me to the Xuancheng pavilion. No wonder the medicine I dropped was discovered beneath the prince's bed 3 months later. So that is how it was. This is truly surreal. This world is simply fantastical. Heavens, if her child truly belonged to Xuancheng, what was there for her to be troubled or saddened about?" She felt a rush of relief, accompanied by overwhelming astonishment. This was nothing short of miraculous. As for Xuancheng, he maintained a cold faade, yet no one could fathom the exhilaration and joy surging within him. He nearly wished to lift Yun Ruoyue and spin her around in delight, yearning to declare to the world that she was bearing his child. He was to become a father. He and the woman he adored were expecting a child, and he was filled with exuberance. He felt like leaping with joy. However, being a man of pride, he had to maintain his composure, especially with Nangong Rou yet to be dealt with. Chapter 1036. The witness appears. Did the princess's medicine fall beneath the prince's bed? Yes, I remember now. That night when we carried you away. We heard something drop to the ground, but we were too anxious to investigate. Emoju scratched his head, adding, "This serves as proof that the events of that night indeed occurred. Your Highness, General Feng and Miss Zhou are here," came the voice from the entrance, where Feng Qingyang and Zhou hurried in, their faces etched with concern. Feng Qingyang had rushed to the prince's residence upon receiving Emoju's message, while Zhou had her own reasons for being there. "I can attest that on the night when concubine Rou and the prince consummated their union, the prince was with the princess earlier that same night," Zhou declared as soon as she entered. "Zhou, what brings you here? Your timing is impeccable," Emoju exclaimed, hastening to greet her. "It was the princess who summoned me. Recently, I have been overseeing the princess's roast duck restaurant and barbecue shop in the imperial city with Xiao Lu, leaving me no time to return to the prince's residence. Yesterday, I received a letter from the princess, requesting my presence at the manor to inquire about the events of that night between concubine Rou and the prince. At that moment, I realized the princess had begun to harbor suspicions regarding the matter, which is why I came today." Zhou stepped forward, revealing that she had divulged the princess's establishment of a roast duck restaurant at the princess's behest. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain her and Xiao Lu's whereabouts. One cannot simply claim they returned to their hometown. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with astonishment. It turns out that the recently popular roast duck and barbecue establishments in the imperial city were owned by the princess. How remarkable she is, skilled not only in medicine but also in culinary arts. It is said that those 2 establishments have been quite profitable, with plans to open branches soon. They had to rely on connections to procure a roast duck from the imperial city, and it was unexpected that it was the princess's venture. This is splendid news. Does this mean the princess has begun to doubt the events of that night? Emoju inquired. Indeed. Ever since I discovered this vial of medicine beneath the prince's bed a few days ago, I have been suspicious. I have not visited the Star Pavilion for 3 months. Yet my medicine ended up there. This is certainly peculiar, which prompted me to call Zhou back for clarification, Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Now that she has unraveled the truth and understood that the child she carries is not another's, but rather that of Xuancheng, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, freeing her from sorrow, heartache, and guilt. This cannot be. It is impossible. Li Zhou. You must be fabricating evidence to protect Yun Ruoyue. I distinctly instructed Chun Feng to monitor the prince's movements. He clearly informed me that the prince had only encountered the princess once 6 months ago and has not been with her since. This is a lie. You are all deceiving me. At this moment, Nangong Rou shook her head vehemently, unable to believe their words. Yet, it seemed to be the truth, which signified the impending doom for her. For Xuancheng was the one who knew best whether he had been with her that night. Chun Feng. Upon hearing this name, Xuancheng's expression turned icy. He cast a cold glance at the servants, discovering Chun Feng standing there, pale and trembling. Excellent. A traitor has emerged from my Star Pavilion. I shall ensure his demise is most unpleasant. Li grasped Xuancheng's intent, and with a cold wave of his hand, guards rushed forward to seize Chun Feng, forcefully bringing him to his knees. Chapter 1037. Nangong Rou's infidelity. Chun Feng's body went limp, and he hastily pleaded for mercy from Chu Xuancheng. Your Highness, spare my life. I was wrong. It was a moment of folly that led me to accept concubine Rou's bribe. My mother is ill and in need of funds for treatment. I had no choice but to assist her. I beseech your Highness for mercy. I shall not dare to do so again. Making excuses for your wrongdoing will not absolve you. Chu Xuancheng retorted sternly. I do not believe the monthly stipend I provided was insufficient for your mother's treatment. Guards, take him away and execute him at once. With a single command, the guards swiftly dragged Chun Feng away, leaving him paralyzed with fear, his heart torn. He ought not to have been greedy. In truth, the monthly allowance bestowed by the prince was quite ample, sufficient for his mother's medical needs long ago. It was his own descent into the vice of gambling, resulting in financial ruin, that led him to accept bribes from Lady Rou. Your Highness, I apologize. It was my inadvertent indulgence in gambling that led to my downfall, Chun Feng stammered in trepidation. I have no desire to hear your backstory. The Li Prince's residence will not harbor those tainted by gambling. Seize him. Yes, Your Highness, the guards responded, promptly dragging Chun Feng away. Witnessing Chun Feng's fate, both Lu and Nangong Rou involuntarily trembled. This was the consequence of betraying Chu Xuancheng. Once Chun Feng was taken away, Jiu'er, upon hearing Nangong Rou's accusation of deceit, retorted angrily, Lady Rou, how dare you claim I lie? Can my own eyes deceive me? I was present at Xingchen Pavilion that evening, helping the princess don her attire. When I arrived, the princess and the prince were indeed very affectionate. It was only after the prince and the princess were rendered unconscious that I hastily dressed the princess before summoning Mo Li and the others to carry her away. I witnessed the entire tender exchange between them. I can attest to the truth of their words. Considering the timeline, the princess is exactly 3 months pregnant. Thus it is undoubtedly the prince's child. Feng Xingyang added, I too can testify, this brilliant scheme was indeed concocted by that dimwit Mo Li. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng coldly advanced toward Nangong Rou, stating, though I was inebriated and unconscious that night, I am acutely aware that I only engaged with the princess during the first half of the night. I did not touch any other woman thereafter. Speak. Who was it that encountered you in the latter half of the night? Where does this child originate? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. If their mouths had previously gaped as wide as eggs, they now hung open wider than bowls. Yun Ruoyue gazed at Chu Xuancheng in disbelief, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Could it be that he had only been with her that night? I, Nangong Rou, she stammered, her heart plummeting to the depths, her complexion pale with fear. Your Highness, does this mean that during that night, you only engaged with the princess in the first half, and did not touch Lady Rou in the latter half? We had all presumed you had been with both women, leading to the pregnancies of both the princess and Lady Rou. It seems you never touched Lady Rou at all, Mo Li inquired. Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened, deeper than Mo Li's head. Of course not. I only engaged with the princess in the first half of the night. I was asleep the rest of the time. The next day, Lady Rou informed me that I had been with her, and at that moment, I was unaware that I had been with the princess, which led me to misbelieve it was Lady Rou. As he spoke, his gaze turned icy, fixating on Nangong Rou. Thus, Lady Rou, from the beginning to the end. I never touched you. Who, then, was it that encountered you, and from whence does this child come? Chapter 1038. The Revelation of Nangong Rou. It turns out you are the one who consorted with another. How dare you betray Xuancheng? Tell me, who is that scoundrel? At this moment, the Grand Princess finally discerned the true nature of Nangong Rou. She had previously blamed Yun Ruoyue, but when the truth was unveiled, her worldview was shattered. She had persistently misjudged Yun Ruoyue, instead placing her trust in the unprincipled woman, Nangong Rou. Regret coursed through her for having aided Nangong Rou so extensively. As everyone glared at her with indignation, Nangong Rou's countenance darkened, and she coldly remarked, I have no idea what you are all talking about. That person does not exist. The one I consummated with was the prince, who was merely inebriated that night and cannot recall. Your Highness, surely you remember our encounter that night? She pressed. With Jiang Heng, the sole witness, deceased, she would adamantly deny any allegations against her. Without evidence, their conjectures could not harm her. At this juncture, you dare to slander me? Chu Xuancheng's voice was frigid. Your Highness, the heir of the Su family seeks an audience. Claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with concubine Rou, the steward announced as he rushed in. Su Qingqian, what could he want with concubine Rou? Let him enter. Chu Xuancheng commanded, casting a sidelong glance at Yun Ruoyue. Deep down, he was aware that Yun Ruoyue and Su Qishao shared no romantic ties. Yet he felt a pang of sorrow, convinced that her affections lay with Su Qishao, not with him. As soon as Su Qishao arrived, Yun Ruoyue eagerly gazed outside. He had alluded to another matter in his letter, and now that he was here, it must pertain to that. She turned to Nangong Rou with unwavering confidence, declaring, "Concubine Rou, I know who the father of your child is. He is arriving shortly." "What do you mean? Are you speaking nonsense? Are you suggesting that the father of my child is Su Qishao?" Nangong Rou scoffed, incredulous that Yun Ruoyue might think she had an affair with him. But Yun Ruoyue and Su Qishao were merely friends, so why would she suspect him? It was indeed perplexing. Yun Ruoyue smiled coldly, her voice commanding and fierce, her aura overwhelming. "Su Qishao would never deign to associate with someone of your base character. The only ones deserving of you are those equally vile, despicable, and unscrupulous." A jolt of fear struck Nangong Rou. Could it be that Yun Ruoyue knew something? At that moment, the footsteps of the Su family heir echoed ominously from outside. Nangong Rou quickly lifted her gaze, and when she saw the man walking alongside Su Qishao, her face paled in terror, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Drenched in icy water from head to toe, her entire body trembling. "Why, you're still alive? I thought you were dead." Nangong Rou stammered, stepping back in fright, while the nearby Lu Shi stood frozen in shock. "Nangong Rou, Lu Shi, did you truly believe that the poison of the soul-severing grass would lead to my demise? Fortunately, I am resilient, and thanks to the Su heir, I am here to testify against you." Jiang Heng, pale and visibly unwell, pointed an accusatory finger at Nangong Rou and Lu Shi. Seeing Jiang Heng truly alive, Yun Ruoyue exhaled in relief. Su Qishao had informed her in his letter that he had observed Mama Yu and others transporting several carts of refuse from the estate. Intrigued, he followed them and discovered they had discarded Jiang Heng's body in a mass grave. Upon checking for signs of life, he found Jiang Heng still breathing and realized he had been poisoned by the soul-severing grass, so he administered the antidote. However, although Jiang Heng's poison has been cured, he remains in a state of unconsciousness, rendering him unable to divulge any information. Chapter 1039, Jiang Heng's Revelation. In his letter, he stated that as soon as Jiang Heng awakens, he would bring him to the Li Wang mansion to testify against Nangong Rou for murder. Thus, when she heard the steward report that young master Su Qi requested an audience, she inferred that Jiang Heng had regained consciousness and was bold enough to accuse Nangong Rou. Furthermore, since Xuancheng claimed he had never been intimate with Nangong Rou, and recalling that Nangong Rou had poisoned Jiang Heng, she speculated that the child in Nangong Rou's womb must belong to Jiang Heng. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to such drastic measures against him. Consequently, she confronted Nangong Rou, unexpectedly frightening her significantly. Upon seeing Jiang Heng, Xuancheng's expression darkened immediately, a surge of fury igniting from his brow. He inquired, "What brings you both to my residence?" This noble son brought Jiang Heng here solely to testify against Nangong Rou. In fact, the child Nangong Rou carries is Jiang Heng's. Jiang Heng, hasten to reveal your affair with Nangong Rou to His Highness Li Wang. Su Qi shot a cold glance at Jiang Heng. He had his informants within the royal mansion, aware of the unfolding developments, and he also knew that Xiao Yuer was actually carrying Xuancheng's child. It turned out to be a misunderstanding, a beautiful yet tragic one. Knowing this outcome brought him some relief, yet his heart felt an indescribable bitterness. Now, he had no opportunity to care for her or to assume the responsibilities of the child's father. "Your Highness Li Wang, I am guilty." At this moment, Jiang Heng knelt down with a thud, trembling in fear, and said, "I apologize, Your Highness. On the night you consummated your marriage with Nangong Rou, she sent her maid, Danner, to deliver a vial of sedative to me, instructing me to infiltrate the Li Wang mansion, use the sedative to incapacitate the princess, and then ruin her reputation as an act of vengeance for myself." Upon hearing this, everyone's mouths gaped wider than basin, their eyes bulging in shock. "And then what? Speak swiftly," the eldest princess urged angrily. "That night, Danner, in her eagerness to assist me, opened the back door of the Li Wang mansion for me. However, I became lost within the mansion and inadvertently ended up outside the Xuancheng pavilion. Realizing I was lost and intending to continue searching for the princess, I suddenly found myself in a room within the Xuancheng pavilion where I heard a woman's moans. It was unfortunate that I had been imprisoned for so long, and upon hearing the voice of a woman, Desire overtook me. I impulsively pushed open the door, completely forgetting my intention of vengeance against the princess. And then, the eldest princess pressed on. To my astonishment, the woman lying within was none other than Nangong Rou. She expressed her thirst and requested water. So I added the sedative to her tea. When I beheld her beauty, I could not restrain myself, and thus I took her virtue. In my fervor, I was too rough, causing her to faint. Fearing suspicion afterward, I hastily dressed her and departed the Li Wang mansion. To my shock, over 2 months later, when I returned to find her, I discovered she was with child. Initially, I assumed the child was His Highness's, only to later realize that it was indeed I who had been with her on that fateful night. Thus, I concluded that the child must be mine. I have uncovered her secret. Fearing the exposure of their misdeeds, she and her mother conspired to poison me, intending to take my life. At this point, Jiang Heng's face twisted with rage, his teeth clenched in fury. After consuming the poisoned wine, I still had a breath of life left. However, I held my breath, leading them to believe I had perished. They commanded their servants to dispose of my lifeless body in a refuse barrel and send it out of the royal residence, planning to abandon me at a mass grave for wild dogs to devour. Fortunately, young Master Su happened to pass by and rescued me, allowing me to reclaim my life. Your Highness, I did not act of my own volition. I was lured by Nangong Rou. Now that I have spoken the truth, I beseech you to spare the Wei Duke's household. Upon finishing his confession, Zhang Heng hastily bowed his head in reverence to Xuancheng. Chapter 1040. The princess consort's innocence had it not been for the threat from young Master Su, who vowed to kill him if he failed to reveal the truth and commanded Xuancheng to annihilate the Wei Duke's household. He would not have come forth to confess. Despite his misdeeds, he was dutiful and did not wish for his mother to suffer due to his actions. Once Zhang Heng disclosed the truth, the mouths of all present gaped in disbelief. Good heavens! It was unexpected that concubine Rou was the one engaging in infidelity and bearing an illegitimate child. Yet she dared to slander the princess consort. Thankfully, the princess consort is innocent, carrying the legitimate child of the prince. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to defend her. Concubine Rou and her mother were exceedingly ruthless, initially feigning a miscarriage to frame the princess consort, only to later attempt to tarnish her reputation further. Ultimately, it was Rou herself who was guilty, with ample evidence to substantiate the claims against her. Zhang Heng was audacious to create turmoil within the Li Wang residence. He deserved punishment. Indeed, the prince would not let him escape unscathed. Fortunately, young Master Su apprehended him. Otherwise, concubine Rou's deceit would have remained concealed. At last, the truth was unveiled, and Xuancheng, along with the crown princess and Yun Ruoyue, learned of Nangong Rou's pregnancy. The crown princess, upon seeing Nangong Rou, regarded her as one would a maggot. Suddenly, she approached Nangong Rou and, raising her hand, struck her across the face, exclaiming in fury, "You wretched woman! How could you be so promiscuous, lacking in virtue, and harboring such a malignant heart? I had placed my trust in you and protected you, only to discover that you are a venomous serpent. The Li Wang residence has been thrown into chaos by your treachery. You have no right to remain here. I shall demand Xuancheng divorce you and ensure you are expelled from this palace." "You dare strike me?" Nangong Rou exclaimed, clutching her face and glaring at the crown princess with resentment. "Your Highness, I have something to report." At that moment, Granny Yu suddenly knelt down, pointing at Nangong Rou. "Your Highness, it was actually concubine Rou who sought to harm you when you were at the Wei Duke's residence. She conspired with Jiang Heng and the Wei Duchess to ruin your reputation. Thankfully, the princess consort saved you. Had it not been for her cleverness, your fate would have mirrored that of Lin Lang. You old wretch, you dare betray me?" Nangong Rou seethed with anger, advancing to strike Granny Yu. However, the crown princess intercepted her, raising her hand to deliver another slap. "Ah, you gentle and kind Rou, it turns out that during the incident at the Wei Duke's residence, it was indeed you and Zhang Heng who plotted to harm me. At that time, the princess informed me, and I was incredulous, believing you to be inherently kind, incapable of such treachery. To my astonishment, it was indeed you who sought to harm me. Fortunately, the princess intervened. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences at your hands." Nangong Rou received another slap, her eyes blazing with fury as she instinctively attempted to retaliate, only to be subdued by the guards. Realizing her predicament, she sneered. "What does it matter that you understand now? At that moment, you were completely ensnared by my machinations. How disappointing it is that you, a dignified princess, could be so easily manipulated by my words. It makes one wonder why the ladies of the Wei Kingdom have gone to such lengths to contend with you. Nangong Rou was no fool. Her betrayal of the Wei Kingdom's lady stemmed from two motives. First, to avenge herself against Jiang Heng's accusations, and second, to protect Su Changshao. For revealing her would risk exposing the falsehood of her rescue, thus nullifying her leverage of gratitude. As long as she could pit Chu Xuancheng and the princess against the empress and the lady of Wei, her goals would be achieved. Chapter 1041. Continued revelations. Is it the lady of Wei who seeks to undermine me? The princess paused, suddenly enlightened. The lady of Wei, Su Ruoyue, was the sister of Empress Su Ruoyue, and her intent to tarnish her reputation served the empress and emperor by severing Xuancheng's support. She had long been at odds with the empress's faction and had once proclaimed within the palace her intention to expose the emperor's disgraceful deeds. The emperor had harbored resentment over this and kept her under house arrest. Had it not been for the protection of the empress dowager, she would have perished long ago. Now, having finally emerged from the palace, her status as a remnant of the previous dynasty endowed her with considerable influence among the populace, causing the emperor and empress to fear her, prompting them to send the lady of Wei to ruin her. Should anything happen to her, Xuancheng would lose a crucial ally. Clarifying the lady of Wei's seemingly benevolent invitation for a meeting. Grateful for Yun Ruoyue's timely rescue, the princess turned to her. Remorse etched upon her face as she grasped her hand, expressing her regret. I am deeply sorry, you heir. I was blinded by Nangong Rou, never suspecting her malice, nor her schemes to sow discord between us. I have uttered many thoughtless words to you, and I can no longer hope for your forgiveness. Despite the princess's forthrightness, she had never intended harm. They were family, and with misunderstandings resolved, there was no need for forgiveness. Your sister speaks plainly, but has never wronged me. We are family, and with clarity comes peace. Yun Ruoyue replied with a gentle smile. Seeing Yun Ruoyue's magnanimity, the princess felt an even greater sense of guilt, wishing she could bury her head in the ground like an ostrich. Chu Xuancheng observed the sudden reconciliation between the two, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. At that moment, Mama Yu, seeking leniency, interjected, Your Highness, I am aware that Jiang Heng has visited concubine Rou on several occasions, and it was he who caused her miscarriage. The child was perfectly healthy, but their incessant revelry within the chamber led to the unfortunate outcome. I intended to inform you, but feared retribution from concubine Rou, which is why I remained silent. Furthermore, the cunning concubine Rou feared that Jiang Heng would betray her and that others would discover her child's true parentage. Thus, she enlisted an old servant to bribe bandits to assassinate Jiang Heng, which ultimately ended in failure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng abruptly rose to his feet and, in a fit of rage, delivered a kick to concubine Rou's abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground. Wretched woman, I intended to take responsibility for the child within you. Yet you have repeatedly sought to take my life. It was you who orchestrated that assassination attempt, and you even attempted to frame Princess Li. You treacherous woman, how I long to end your life. Now that the child is gone, the scant affection I held for you has vanished as well. Concubine Rou, who had dared to poison him and incite the crown princess against his mother, must face a fitting retribution for her actions. Seize him, commanded Chu Xianchen, and immediately, Mo Li and Li San apprehended Jiang Heng, forcing him to kneel. Concubine Rou had indeed erred, and it was only right that she be dealt with accordingly. It was not the place of a petty man like Jiang Heng to take matters into his own hands. This pair was truly despicable, and the mere sight of them offended his sensibilities. Having suffered a miscarriage just last night, concubine Rou was further injured by the kick, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. She glared at Jiang Heng with pure hatred. You scoundrel, you forced me into this position. Had it not been for your threats, I would never have sought your death. How I regret not having succeeded in poisoning you. A wretch like you deserves to rot in hell. You are the cause of my child's demise, and you have no right to exist in this world. Chapter 1042. A unified accusation roar. How are you? Lucia rushed to embrace her daughter upon witnessing the kick, her eyes burning with fury as she glared at Chu Xianchen, Yun Ruoyue, the crown princess, and Jiang Heng, vowing silently to take revenge for the humiliation they inflicted upon her daughter. Yet, for the time being, she could only endure. Fortunately, her daughter was clever enough not to reveal her martial prowess, perhaps allowing them to plead for mercy from Chu Xianchen before plotting their revenge. As she contemplated her strategy, Jiang Heng suddenly mocked, "Concubine Rou, aren't you skilled in martial arts? Why play the victim? Just last time, you attempted to kill me with silver needles. Why didn't you retaliate just now? Surely you possess the capability to defend yourself. She is skilled in martial arts?" Yun Ruoyue interjected, realization dawning upon her. Then it stands to reason that she was the one who killed the flower caretaker, Green, for there were 2 poisoned silver needles found embedded in her neck. Moreover, she once falsely accused me of pricking her palm, causing it to bleed with a silver needle, an art I do not practice. It appears all of this was a self-directed performance. Your Highness, that is not all. Danner was also her victim. Fearing Danner would expose her secret, she drove a silver needle into Danner's armpit, leading to her demise, added Mama Yu, who had overheard Concubine Rou and Lu Shi's conversation and learned of her terrifying nature. Since realizing the threat Concubine Rou posed, she had been eavesdropping on her secrets to safeguard herself. Little did she know, this knowledge would prove invaluable. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. She had always believed Danner succumbed to the torture she endured, coupled with the fact that she had been abducted by Su Changshao and tormented for an entire night. She had lacked the energy to examine Danner's corpse. Unexpectedly, due to her momentary lapse, Nangong Rou managed to escape. Your Highness, not only that, but after your last departure from home, Concubine Rou coerced this old servant to seek assassins to eliminate you. However, I harbored deep resentment toward her actions and refused to ally myself with her. Thus, I did not pursue any assassins. I have always known that your Highness possesses a benevolent heart, dedicated to saving others, while Concubine Rou embodies treachery. How could I conspire against you for her sake? I also wish to preserve my own moral integrity, accumulating blessings for my descendants, and I had no desire to assist in her malevolence. At the same time, I admired and empathized with the plight of the princess, hence I did not seek out any assassins. I implore you to see the truth in this. After expressing this long-held secret, Granny Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her, her forehead beaded with sweat. She was liberated from the burden of being the villain, no longer complicit in harming the princess. Your Highness, I too have something to say. The disfigurement of Kai Dai's face was orchestrated by Lu Shi and Concubine Rou, who poisoned her to conceal their misdeeds from the prince. Although Kai Dai has since left the manor, her life was spared, yet her future is irrevocably marred. Furthermore, on the night of Concubine Rou's miscarriage, I witnessed her in an illicit affair with Jiang Heng, and she was responsible for the death of Fen'er. She is indeed a villain of the deepest depravity. I do not wish to associate with her, yet my bond of servitude lies in her hands, as does the fate of my family, leaving me no choice but to obey. Given the option, I would rather perish than be tainted by her corruption. Xing knelt down, her voice trembling as she wept. She and Kai Dai shared a sisterly bond, and her heart burned with outrage at Kai Dai's fate. Now witnessing Nangong Rou's downfall, she felt compelled to unveil their nefarious actions. Chapter 1043. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Moreover, the 3 new maidservants recruited by Lu Shi are also in league with them. They conspired to send Jiang Heng to the mass grave. Granny Yu continued. Nangong Rou is now a target of universal disdain, with everyone eager to trample upon her and spew their contempt. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng's eyes blazed with fury. He suddenly seized Nangong Rou by her collar, astonished that he had brought home a woman with a heart as venomous as a serpent's. Nangong Rou, tell me, what deeds have you accomplished since marrying into the Li Princess residence? No matter what, I have never harmed you. I truly loved you. I was victimized by Jiang Heng, and I am innocent. It was they who forced me, driving me to desperation, Nangong Rou replied coldly. They forced you? Were it not for your own wickedness, you would not be in this predicament. You have slain so many, your hands stained with blood, and yet you dare to slander the princess and conspire against her. You have long since committed capital offenses. Someone, take Nangong Rou to the authorities and convey her crimes to the magistrate. I demand a sentence of death by decapitation. Xuancheng commanded gravely. No, my lord, I am your savior. You cannot turn me over to the authorities. What will the world say of you then? They will accuse you of ingratitude. Do you truly wish to be reviled by all? Nangong Rou exclaimed vehemently. She spoke those words, yet her heart trembled in fear. However, she could not show weakness. She must fight for herself. Presently, she was acutely aware of the fact that Xuancheng did not love her. Her hatred for them consumed her, and she yearned for vengeance. believing that only through their demise could her resentment be assuaged. Yet, to exact her revenge, she had to endure. Did she think to leverage her savior against the prince? Mentioning her benefactor today would be futile. Even if Zhang Fuyin spared her, the prince would certainly take action. Xuancheng ground his teeth, emitting a sound akin to a lion provoked. Upon hearing this, Nangong Rou shuddered. Her pallid complexion betrayed her distress, blood trickling from her lips, while the injury inflicted by Jiang Heng caused her to bleed profusely. In that moment, she resembled a fragile flower swaying in the wind, trembling pitifully, pleading for the prince to spare her life. At that instant, Lu Shi suddenly knelt beside Nangong Rou, her eyes swollen and red, tears streaming down her face. "My lord, even if you disregard Rouer's debt of life, consider that she has suffered a miscarriage and nearly lost her own life. Please, grant her mercy," she implored. "Look at Rou. She loves you wholeheartedly, and yet has met with such a fate. She has erred, yes, but she has also borne punishment. Just behold her, bloodied, emaciated, her complexion ghastly, and her visage haggard. She has been reduced to a shadow of her former self, and now, as she bleeds, heaven has already punished her, taking half her life. My lord, could you spare her life? Allow me to stay at the Li Wangfu to care for her, if only to preserve her existence. As her mother, witnessing her in such a state rends my heart." Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at Lu Shi, sensing an unusual depth to her current predicament. They could have easily departed the royal residence, but chose to remain to recuperate. Clearly, Lu Shi harbored ulterior motives. Moreover, through Lu Shi's poisoning of Kai Dai and Jiang Heng, she realized Lu Shi possessed a remarkable aptitude for toxins. Chapter 1044, A Letter of Divorce. She recalled a childhood incident where, after sharing a meal with Nangong Rou, she fell victim to poison, her body turning dark and leaving scars upon her face. Did Nangong Rou, perhaps, procure poison from Lu Shi to taint her food, leading to her disfigurement? Given that they had been rivals for the title of the most beautiful, with her popularity soaring, it was plausible that Nangong Rou, fueled by jealousy and aided by Lu Shi's skills, conspired against her. If this were indeed the case, she would turn the tables, keeping the two under her roof to discern their true intentions. Since Lu Shi was willing to ensnare herself, she would facilitate her downfall. "My lord, considering that Rou, the side consort, was once your savior, could you not spare her life? Yet, while death may be avoided, she cannot escape the consequences of her actions. Her transgressions, jealousy, indiscretion, and excessive speech render her eligible for divorce. Thus, should you divorce her, it would serve as a minor punishment for her grave misdeeds. Given her recent miscarriage and weakened state, perhaps she could remain temporarily at Li Wangfu until she regains her strength before departing. What do you think?" As Yun Ruoyue spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with Xuancheng. Since Lu Shi sought to entrap herself, she would seize the opportunity to ensnare her within her own web. Her words were also intended to protect Xuancheng's reputation. Otherwise, once the matter spread, even if he were in the right, malicious individuals would accuse him of ingratitude. Moreover, such actions could easily provide opponents with leverage to exploit against him. It was wiser to spare Nangong Rou's life for the moment and deal with her later. Upon receiving Yun Ruoyue's gaze, Xuancheng coldly declared, "Since the princess consort has pleaded on your behalf, I shall refrain from taking your life. However, the heinous deeds you have committed, resulting in the deaths of so many, render you unworthy to remain in my Li Wangfu, let alone be my concubine. Bring me paper and ink. I shall write a letter of divorce. From this day forth, Nangong Rou shall no longer be my concubine, and henceforth, our paths shall diverge." After uttering these words, Xuancheng fixed a frigid stare upon Nangong Rou, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "Nangong Rou, I spare your life today only to repay your debt of gratitude, a life for a life. From now on, I owe you nothing." "Thank you, your highness, for your mercy," Lu Shi quickly interjected. Meanwhile, Nangong Rou's heart sank. She nestled in Lu Shi's embrace, unable to utter a single word. Soon, Mo Li presented the paper and ink, and Xuancheng swiftly penned a letter of divorce, tossing it toward Nangong Rou. "Here is your letter of divorce. With so many witnesses, you are henceforth detached from my Li Wangfu. As you are no longer a member of the Li Wangfu, you shall not reside in Yurua Pavilion. In consideration of your saving my life, I will permit your mother to accompany you to Guiwan for recuperation. After a month, once your health is restored, you must vacate the Li Wangfu." Guiwan. Nangong Rou was momentarily stunned. The Guiwan of the Li Wangfu was her greatest dread. It was a desolate place overgrown with weeds and dilapidated ruins, akin to the cold palace of the imperial court. Residing there would be tantamount to a death sentence, depriving her of any chance to return to Yuruo Pavilion or to reclaim her status as his wife. As for Yuruo Pavilion, it would be repurposed for servants. From this moment on, there would be only one legitimate wife in the Li Wangfu, and I shall never take a concubine again, thus rendering Yuruo Pavilion obsolete. Xuancheng asserted. Nangong Rou scoffed upon hearing this. Your Highness truly dotes on your wife, for Yun Ruoyue's sake. You have abolished the concubine's quarters and publicly vowed never to take another concubine. How enviable. Chapter 1045. The fate of Zhang Heng. Looking at her now. Reduced to a hunted creature, despised by all, she could not accept her defeat. How could she lose to that ugly Yun Ruoyue? That wretched woman had once been bested by her. She could not believe that she could triumph now. Just wait. She would bide her time, amass her strength. And when the moment was ripe, she would surely eradicate them both. Rower, why haven't you expressed your gratitude to His Highness for his grace? Lucier hastily signaled to Nangong Rou. She could have taken her daughter away, but once they left the Li Wangfu, seeking revenge on Yun Ruoyue would become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, she had to remain here, and within this month, she must eliminate Yun Ruoyue to avenge her daughter. Thank you, Your Highness, Nangong Rou managed to utter, her voice hoarse and dry, akin to the sound of sawing wood. As for Zhang Heng, he dared repeatedly to trespass into my Li Wangfu, attempting to assassinate me and placing the entire household in peril. Bring him here, bind him tightly, silence him, and strike him with 50 heavy blows. Then, on the charge of trespassing into the royal palace and attempting to assassinate me, imprison him in the dungeons, where the Chief Justice shall preside over his trial. The prefect of the Li residence is in league with him, and this time, I shall ensure that Zhang Heng wishes for death itself. Furthermore, to safeguard the honor of the Li royal household, I shall seal Zhang Heng's lips and deal with him under the charge of attempted murder, ensuring that the affair with Nangong Rou remains undisclosed. Zhang Heng, who revels in tarnishing the virtue of women, shall first experience the fate of a eunuch, and then I shall cast him into the depths of hell. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng was struck with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He turned to Su Chi Xiao, pleading, You promised that if I exposed Nangong Rou and spoke the truth, you would ensure my safety. You must find a way. Who do you think you are? To expect this noble son to protect you? You attempted to harm the Li princess. It is a mercy that I have not yet castrated you. How dare you seek my favor? Su Chi Xiao retorted with a sneer, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Heng. You deceived me. Zhang Heng suddenly realized he had been tricked, his anger boiling to the point of nearly spewing blood. To deal with a person, one must employ fitting methods. If you dare to harm my good friend, I will ensure you have no resting place in death. Su Chi Xiao nonchalantly polished his transparent nails. And why would I save you? Did you not claim I would assist you? I save you merely to delay your demise. Dying too soon would be too lenient. I intend for you to suffer greatly, regretting your offense against the Li princess. Su Chi Xiao scoffed. You treacherous villain. Your defense of Yun Ruoyue suggests you have a hidden relationship with her. Perhaps the child she bears is yours, which is why you protect her so fervently. Zhang Heng spat in frustration. Su Chi Xiao's dark eyes turned cold and menacing as he shot a chilling glare at Zhang Heng. Suddenly, he turned to Chu Xuancheng, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, I come to your residence today not only to expose Nangong Rou's schemes, but also to clarify my actions. Everything I have done is to uphold the honor of the Li princess, for she is my friend. The princess is akin to Hua Tuo reincarnated. She practices medicine and saves lives, having once saved mine, making her my savior. Thus, I have sought to repay her kindness. At this juncture, he turned to Yun Ruoyue with utmost sincerity. The princess is a physician of great moral standing, possessing a compassionate heart. I implore everyone not to misunderstand her, nor to chill her spirit. Furthermore, please respect, cherish, and support her, for in doing so, she can save even more lives, making this world a better place. In my youth, I acted thoughtlessly and bullied the princess, yet she bore no grudge and even treated my ailments. Hence, I am filled with regret and remorse, wishing to atone for my past transgressions to find peace in my conscience. Chapter 1046. He is to be wed. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately understood why Su Chi Xiao had consistently aided the princess. It was revealed that she had once saved his life. It was only natural for him to protect his benefactor. A person who does not safeguard their savior is no different from the ungrateful. Xuancheng was taken aback by Su Qixiao's words, realizing that every statement he made was aimed at distancing himself from Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, casting a grateful glance towards Su Qixiao. His actions were intended to absolve her of any suspicion regarding the child's paternity, in hopes of reconciling her with Xuancheng. The latter spoke coldly. I am aware that you and the princess are merely friends. Your relationship is open, honest, and above board. Should you wish to forge new friendships in the future, please refrain from clandestine meetings. Enter the Wangfu through the front door, and I shall welcome you without reservation. Thank you. However, I believe such opportunities will be scarce, for I have already promised my father and am preparing for an arranged marriage. I shall soon take a wife and bear children to fulfill my father's wishes. At this point, Su Qixiao felt a pang of sorrow. Casting a gentle look at Yun Ruoyue, his eyes were filled with a profound sense of regret, and his heart ached terribly. For her honor, he had resolved to marry. He believed that only by establishing a family and minimizing contact with her could he prevent rumors about her, and ensure that Xuancheng would no longer harbor resentment towards her. Yet, from that moment on, they might not even be able to remain friends. He would spend his life with a woman he did not love, leading a monotonous existence, fulfilling his father's legacy. In his heart, he would bless Yun Ruoyue, wishing her safety and happiness throughout her life. Are you to be wed? The Grand Princess inquired, gazing at Su Qixiao with disbelief. She was already aware of his disguise as Qi, and having been saved by him previously, her impression of him had improved significantly. The news of his impending marriage left her stunned. It was evident to all that Su Qixiao cherished his freedom and abhorred constraints. He had never shown a desire for marriage, yet here he was, resolved to take a wife. She understood that his decision stemmed from his feelings for Yun Ruoyue, which spoke volumes about his affection for her. Mo Li was equally taken aback, unable to fathom that Su Qixiao would also be marrying. Indeed, it seems I shall be wed in due course, Su Qixiao replied. So soon? Whose daughter do you intend to marry? The Grand Princess asked curiously, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing her eyes. Su Qixiao shook his head. I do not yet know. It will depend on the outcome of the arranged meeting. Perhaps I won't even need to meet anyone. Whoever my father chooses for me, I shall accept. Isn't marriage meant to be a union of mutual affection? Will you allow your parents to decide for you? What if you do not like the person? Would that not lead to regret and suffering? The Grand Princess expressed her sympathy. Such is the nature of marriage. It has historically been dictated by parental arrangements and matchmakers. To me, it matters little whom I marry. Regardless, I will never be able to wed the woman I desire in this lifetime. I must await the next. He was indifferent to whom he would marry, as long as it was someone he did not dislike. He gazed deeply at Yun Ruoyue, his eyes brimming with regret and despondency, his heart heavy with sorrow. Upon hearing his words, Yun Ruoyue felt a discomfort within her. Why did Su Qixiao feel the need to make such sacrifices? Given his character, marrying a woman he did not love would only bring him misery. Yet, he had long surpassed the age of marriage and was indeed due to take a wife. Chapter 1047. Keeping Secrets Enough. Guards, take Zhang Heng away. With a commanding voice, Xuancheng issued his order. Mo Li and Mo Zhu had already volunteered to step forward, seizing Zhang Heng by the collar and dragging him out. Those who dare to slander the princess and Lord Su Qi shall undoubtedly face his wrath. It is preferable that he shatters their legs, rendering them incapable of further arrogance. As for old Madame Yu and Xinger, I shall spare you both from the death penalty due to your timely repentance. However, while the death sentence may be averted, the punishment of living shall be inescapable. Bring forth old Madame Yu to receive 30 strikes, and Xinger shall endure 20. Both shall be banished to a distant estate, never to step outside its confines again. Regarding the 3 servants purchased by the Liu family, they shall be executed immediately, Xuancheng declared. These 3 women are aware of the affair between Nangong Rou and Zhang Heng. They cannot be spared, as they are agents of the Liu family. This act serves as a warning to Liu, a demonstration meant to intimidate. Furthermore, he added coldly, none shall disclose the secrets of the royal residence. Should I discover anyone daring to reveal such secrets, they shall meet the same fate as Chen Feng and those 3 servants. Yes, my lord. The servants and guards responded promptly, each eager to comply. The lord's authority was such that none would dare betray his secrets. The royal residence offered generous wages and benefits far superior to other places. As long as one did not err, punishment would not befall them, and freedom was ample. Those who truly wished to remain there would never dream of revealing the royal secrets. The maidservant also expressed her gratitude for the Lord's mercy, assuring him that she and Xing'er would remain silent, swallowing their knowledge of today's events without uttering a word. Hearing that she was to receive only 30 strikes. Old Madam Yu sighed in relief. How wonderful it was that she would not face death. Her greatest fear had been the exposure of the secret, leading to her execution. Now, having atoned for her misdeeds, she could continue her work at the royal estate, and she felt truly grateful. Xing'er, too, wore a face of gratitude. For 20 strikes were indeed a light punishment. My lord, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave, Lord Su Qi said, having already distanced himself. He intended to reach the prison in advance, for Jiang Heng had publicly accused him and Xiao Yuer, and he was eager to present Jiang Heng with a fitting retribution. Subsequently, Chu Xuancheng ordered the capture of Lu and Nangong Rou, leading them to the isolated garden. The princess consoled Yun Ruoyue and offered her congratulations before returning to Yunxian Pavilion. Now that the misunderstandings between the lord and the princess had been resolved, and the lord was aware of the princess's pregnancy, he was undoubtedly pleased. Thus, the servants discreetly dispersed, leaving space for the lord and the princess. Just as Mo Li and Mo Zhu were about to depart, Chu Xuancheng's gaze fixed upon their retreating figures, and he called out sharply, "Halt! My lord, are you calling us?" Mo Li and the others turned, trembling with fear, their voices quaking. Mo Li, Mo Zhu, Feng Qingyang, and Jiu'er, come forth. Chu Xuancheng commanded sternly, causing the four to hastily approach. The others, witnessing this, felt a shiver of apprehension for Mo Li and the group. Their audacity in switching the identities of the princess and Nangong Rou would surely invite the lord's punishment. My lord, what is it that you require of us? Mo Li feigned ignorance. Your Highness, I have prepared a pot of soup at home, and I recall leaving the fire unattended when I departed. I must hasten back to check, Feng Qingyang said, waving his small folding fan and preparing to leave. Come back. Chu Xuancheng bellowed with renewed fury, causing Feng Qingyang to halt abruptly, turning his head with a solemn expression reminiscent of the chilling winds over the Yi River. Chapter 1048. Punishment turns to reward. Upon witnessing the frost-laden countenance of Chu Xuancheng, the four men suddenly felt their legs weaken, straightening their postures in unison. Speak. Who was the mastermind behind this scheme? Step forward. Chu Xuancheng commanded coldly. As he finished speaking, the four exchanged furtive glances, and finally, Feng Qingyang, Mo Zhu, and Jiu'er stepped back simultaneously, leaving only Mo Li standing at the forefront. Seeing his companions betray him and push him forward, Mo Li hastily retreated a step, only for the three to again distance themselves from him. Mo Li, it was previously stated by Master Feng that this plan originated from you, correct? Chu Xuancheng inquired, directing his gaze at Mo Li. Your Highness, it is true, I did not intend for such a situation to arise. I merely saw your distress over not being able to have the princess and impulsively devised this strategy. I am deeply sorry and accept any punishment you deem fit. Mo Li confessed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He dreaded the impending punishment from the prince, knowing full well the audacity of his actions in tampering with the princess. Observing Chu Xuancheng's furious demeanor, Yun Ruoyue also felt a pang of anxiety for Mo Li. Yet, considering that it was Mo Li's scheme that had led to her pregnancy, causing her unnecessary worry, she secretly wished for Chu Xuancheng to teach Mo Li a lesson. Mo Li, you scoundrel! It is because of your scheme that I misjudged the princess and nearly harmed our child. You almost turned me into a tyrant, a butcher, and risked losing the princess. What punishment do you deserve? Chu Xuancheng declared sternly. It is entirely my fault. I implore your Highness to punish me, Mo Li quickly responded. Bowing deeply, the fine beads of sweat now transformed into droplets. Just as he braced himself for Chu Xuancheng's wrath, the man before him suddenly broke into laughter. With a hearty chuckle, Chu Xuancheng placed a hand on Mo Li's shoulder, his expression shifting to one of exuberance. Mo Li, you have executed this task remarkably well. Had you not orchestrated the exchange between the princess and Nangong Rou, it is likely that the one bullied by Jiang Heng that night would have been the princess. You have indirectly saved her and granted me my wish. I am now blessed with a young heir, perhaps a little princess. I am thoroughly pleased and have decided to reward you with 1,000 taels of silver and a jug of fine wine, ensuring you do not return until you are intoxicated tonight. Mo Li was taken aback. The The shift in fortune was too abrupt for him to comprehend. Once he regained his senses, he realized that the prince was not punishing him, but rather rewarding him. His excitement surged. Is this truly the case? Your Highness, I did not mishear, did I? Not only was the prince sparing him punishment, but he was also bestowing silver upon him. It felt like a dream. I am a man of my word. Would I deceive you? Xuancheng replied. Thank you, Your Highness, Emoli expressed gratefully, bowing deeply. He had struck gold. A sudden reward of 1,000 taels appeared, which, though insignificant compared to the 10,000 taels discovered by Chun Si regarding the princess, was still a substantial fortune for someone whose annual salary was merely 250 taels. Upon witnessing Emoli receive such a reward, the other three rushed forward, eager to acknowledge their own faults. Mo Zhu stated, Your Highness, I too have erred. I should not have abducted the princess to the Star Pavilion. Feng Qingyang added, I am also at fault. Upon seeing their actions, I neither informed Your Highness nor acted against them, but rather aided their misdeeds, and I too deserve punishment. In chapter 1049, he was quite pleased. Jiu'er interjected, I too have made a mistake. I should not have colluded with them to dress the princess. I ought to have awakened both Your Highness and the princess at that time to prevent these misunderstandings from causing her prolonged distress. After they spoke, the trio gazed longingly at Xuancheng, their eyes filled with yearning. Since Mo Li's voluntary admission of guilt was rewarded, surely their own confessions would be met with similar recompense. Xuancheng cast them a knowing glance, acknowledging their self-awareness. Since you are all brave enough to admit your mistakes, you shall be punished by being denied dinner. He emphasized the word dinner, recalling how, during the previous punishment, Feng Qingyang had allowed them to eat meat and vegetables. This time, he specified that they would be forbidden from having their evening meal. What? Mo Zhu's countenance fell instantly, meaning they would have to watch Emoli feast on wine and meat while they themselves could consume nothing. Thank you, Your Highness. You are truly magnanimous. If we are forbidden to eat a bowl of rice, then we shall simply not eat one bowl, but rather 2 or even 3. As long as it is not just one bowl. Feng Qingyang unexpectedly stepped forward, bowing solemnly. Yun Ruoyue could not contain her laughter. Xuancheng shot an exasperated glance at the group. All right, in light of the princess's smile, I shall treat you all to drinks tonight. Emoli, quickly prepare the finest food and wine. This evening, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Yes, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Mo Li and the others hurriedly set to work, filled with joy. Tonight was a momentous occasion that warranted grand celebration, ensuring that everyone in the Feiyue Pavilion and Star Pavilion would revel in happiness and not depart until thoroughly inebriated. Wait a moment, Mo Li, Li San. Tomorrow summon a few roofers to replace the green glazed tiles on the roof with red ones. Xuancheng commanded, lifting his gaze toward the glaring green tiles overhead. His expression stern. The green tiles were indeed quite garish. Yes, Your Highness. After responding, Mo Li and Li San stifled their laughter. Yun Ruoyue too could not suppress her giggles. While she was caught in her mirth, she noticed Xuancheng gazing at her with profound affection. At that moment, the courtyard was left with just the two of them, as everyone else had tactfully withdrawn. As the wind blew, peach blossoms fluttered down from the tree, cascading like red rain. A few petals landed on Yun Ruoyue's head, and Xuancheng reached out to gently brush them away. He gazed at her quietly, the memories of that night becoming increasingly vivid in his mind. That night, although he was intoxicated and ensnared by the allure of passion, it was only upon seeing her beneath him that he truly desired her. His memories from that evening were hazy, but now that he realized it was she, they became strikingly vivid. He distinctly recalled that the woman who shared his chamber that night was indeed her, not Nangong Rou. No matter how hard he tried, he could not recollect any moment with Nangong Rou. It was as if it had never occurred, hence there were no memories to retrieve. The revelation that she bore his child filled him with overwhelming excitement. Grasping her hand tightly, his voice trembled. You carry the child of this prince. Are you not elated? Her response was less exuberant, tinged with a hint of relief. Well, I am somewhat fortunate. This way, you cannot force me to terminate the pregnancy. Yun Ruoyue replied with a calm demeanor. Her words fell upon Xuancheng's heart like a bucket of cold water, leaving him despondent. He pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. I am sorry, it is my fault for not trusting you. I promise to care for you and our child, and ensure your happiness. As he thought of the scene where Xuancheng would force her to drink saffron, Yun Ruoyue felt as though a knife had sliced through her heart, causing her immense pain. She gently pushed him away, her tone indifferent. What use is an apology now? If you had chosen to trust me back then, I would not have been so deeply wounded. Do you think I am a foolish woman who can be swayed by sweet words? You have hurt me profoundly, though the truth has come to light. I cannot forgive you, nor can I accept you. I will carry this child to term, and for the sake of the baby, I will not mention separation. But beyond that, do not harbor any illusions. I have never held you in my heart. That cannot be true. If you had no feelings for me, why would you propose to dismiss Nangong Rou? Surely you must harbor feelings for me to wish for her dismissal, Xuancheng asserted. Dismissing her is merely due to my disdain for her tainted nature. I fear her presence in the palace may endanger my child. I seek only a peaceful and stable environment for the baby, which has nothing to do with you, Yun Ruoyue replied. I do not believe that. Regardless, you now carry this prince's child, which makes you forever connected to me. Whether you acknowledge me in your heart or not, my feelings for you remain unchanged. Sweet as ever, Xuancheng declared. Suddenly, he lifted Yun Ruoyue into his arms and began to spin her around, laughing like a madman. He had envisioned this moment, wanting to embrace her and twirl in place, overwhelmed by happiness. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback and quickly punched him playfully. Be gentle, do not harm the child. Is it not said that the first 3 months are the danger zone? You have already passed the 3-month mark. This prince holding you should be fine. Xuancheng replied cheerfully. Approaching his 23rd birthday with both a beloved and a child, he was indeed elated. Very well, do as you wish. Witnessing Xuancheng's joy, Yun Ruoyue could not bear to dampen his spirits. She tightened her grip around his neck, allowing him to continue spinning her. In the distance, several dark heads suddenly emerged from the grass, watching the prince twirl the princess in his embrace. Her garments fluttered gracefully, sleeves dancing in the air, resembling an ethereal being, while an involuntary smile graced her face. The prince exuded a charismatic charm, his demeanor striking, while the princess was both intelligent and enchanting. This scene was truly beautiful. It was evident that the princess had developed feelings for the prince, Emily remarked. Can you also use idioms? Indeed. How could a man of such wealth and talent as the prince not be adored by women? Feng Qingyang said, enviously waving her small fan. A man as affluent as the prince, whose riches rivaled nations, was beloved not only by women but also admired by men. The prince and princess were indeed a match made in heaven. To celebrate their reconciliation, let us indulge in merriment tonight, Jiao Er declared. Very well, let us revel. Chu Xinshun, put me down quickly. I feel dizzy from all this spinning, Yun Ruoyue said, feeling a bit unwell after being twirled by Chu Xinshun. What? You are you feeling unwell? I am so sorry, he exclaimed, hastily stopping and placing her gently on the ground, his face etched with concern. It was all his fault. Had he not been so overjoyed, he would not have spun her around. He only wished to share his happiness with her, never anticipating that it would leave her dizzy. I'm fine, I just need a moment to rest, Yun Ruoyue replied, casting him an exasperated glance. She was merely a bit dizzy. A moment's rest would suffice, so why was he so worried? Well, if you're all right, that's good. But you must remember, you are with child now. You cannot be harmed, Chu Xinshun said, his expression filled with remorse. Enough, you needn't fuss over me. I will return to my room to rest, Yun Ruoyue stated, attempting to leave. However, before she could, Chu Xinshun swiftly scooped her up in his arms, declaring, From this moment forth, I shall not allow you to walk. I fear for your health, and you shall be carried henceforth. Yun Ruoyue stared at him incredulously. I'm not incapacitated. I am merely pregnant. There is no need for such drastic measures. Please put me down. It's embarrassing with others watching. Upon glancing up, Chu Xinshun noticed Mo Li and the others hiding in the shadows, observing them. Rather than feel anger, he was in good spirits and commanded, Mo Li, Feng Er, you all come here at once. I have something to discuss. Yes, my lord. Mo Li and the others replied eagerly, rushing over. Chu Xinshun then turned, carefully placing Yun Ruoyue in a chair and addressing the others who had followed. I am about to announce new household rules. New household rules. But aren't there already established ones, such as valuing every meal? Mo Li inquired. Not those kinds of rules. These are specifically devised for the princess, he replied. Listen closely. Now that the princess is with child, all of you must set aside your duties and dedicate yourselves to her care. The new family rules are as follows. Princess commands, and you shall not question. When the princess directs you eastward, You must not venture westward. Her orders must be obeyed, and her outings must be accompanied. Should the princess feel hunger, you must hastily provide sustenance. If she feels cold, you must ensure she is warmly dressed. If she feels hot, you must fan her immediately. When the princess is displeased, you must practice restraint. If she is unhappy, you must indulge and comfort her, employing every possible means to bring her joy. The crowd was taken aback. Is this truly a family rule? It is, in fact, a new guide to pampering one's wife. Emily quickly took out a small notebook to jot it down, for it might prove useful in the future. Rest assured, my lord, we shall take excellent care of the princess. We shall always follow her lead and will not let you down, said Feng Er, nodding resolutely. Furthermore, the princess does not enjoy overly sweet foods. Remember to use less sugar in her meals. She dislikes greasy and overly spicy dishes, so you must prepare them accordingly. The princess does not favor stir-fried dishes, but rather enjoys hot pot. You should strive to serve her that. In essence, whatever the princess wishes to eat, you shall prepare for her, and you must never defy her, said Xuancheng, suddenly rising and surveying the room. He continued, the floor here is too slippery. Feng Er, please arrange for a few people to come tomorrow and lay down carpets to prevent the princess from slipping. Should she feel unwell, you must inform me immediately. With that, he stepped out of the room, glancing at the steps outside with a frown. They are too high, and I fear for the princess's safety. Once the baby is born, it will also be easy to stumble. Li San, remember to arrange for repairs. Yes, my lord, replied Li San, hastily jotting everything down, with Feng Er following suit. In the future, if the princess goes out, make sure to support her to prevent any falls. Zhou Er, the maids in Feiyue Pavilion are insufficient. Go to the market and purchase 10 more maids to serve the princess. She deserves the finest in food and attire. Buy her plenty of gold and silver jewelry, silks and satins, as well as clothing for the child and all necessities, including toys like rattles. In short, procure generously. Do not let the princess feel deprived. Chapter 1052. What else could be rewarded? Yes, my lord, Zhou Er responded enviously. The lord truly dotes on the princess, treating her as if she were a delicate treasure, cherished and protected. They could only hope their future husbands might possess even a fraction of the lord's devotion. Additionally, we must bolster the guards of the mansion, ensuring that no thieves can infiltrate. The protection of the princess is paramount. Her life is your life. And should any misfortune occur, I will hold you accountable, Xuancheng declared, glancing at the wall. Emily, send someone to raise this wall higher and add more nails or hooks atop it to thwart any intruders. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with emotion, for he realized he had something precious to protect. The thought of her and their child weighed heavily on his heart, and he pondered how it would feel to fight for their safety. Moreover, the entirety of Feiyue Pavilion must undergo renovation. Replace all the furniture with the most exquisite pieces. The princess's pregnancy is a joyous occasion, and everyone in the mansion shall be rewarded. I decree each shall receive 20 taels of silver, Xuancheng stated. Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, my lord. As soon as Feng Er and the others heard this, they joyfully clapped their hands. 20 taels is a considerable sum, equivalent to a year's wages for many. The news of the princess's pregnancy is indeed a moment of great joy, and the prince has generously rewarded them. They felt fortunate to bask in the princess's glory and realized that they must show her even more respect and care, for their lives would surely improve as a result. As for the princess, the prince declared that he had additional rewards for her. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue's mouth fell open in astonishment, as if it could accommodate the entirety of Xuancheng's head. Did he truly need to treat her like a national treasure? Though she found such public displays of affection rather shameful, she could not help but feel a warm, sweet sensation in her heart. My lord, didn't you instruct Zhou to purchase gold and silver jewelry, as well as fine silks for the princess? Moreover, judging by your tone, it seems this household belongs entirely to her. What else could you possibly reward her with? Emily inquired curiously. Xuancheng gazed at Yun Ruoyue, suddenly taking her hand in a tender manner, and said with deep affection, there is still myself to offer. I am willing to present myself as a reward to the princess. Everyone turned away, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over them. Enough. How annoying. I must go inside to eat, Yun Ruoyue said, shivering at the sentiment, and she swatted Xuancheng's hand away before entering the room. I will keep you two company during your meal, Xuancheng declared, swirling in like a whirlwind. During dinner, Xuancheng continuously served Yun Ruoyue, quickly piling her bowl high with food. Despite her inability to consume so much, he insisted she eat, claiming she was too thin and that it pained him. She found herself helpless against his persistence and, under his watchful eye, managed to finish all the dishes. After the meal, Yun Ruoyue rinsed her mouth, feeling quite drowsy and preparing to sleep. However, Xuancheng was the first to lie down on her bed, propping his head up on one hand and throwing her a flirtatious glance. "Yuer, may I stay with you and your mother tonight?" "No, I prefer to sleep alone. I do not like sharing a bed. You should return to the Xuancheng pavilion," Yun Ruoyue replied irritably. "In the past, I might have let you off with such words, but that is no longer possible, for you are carrying my child. I must protect the baby, as well as you, and fulfill my duties as a father. Naturally, I will sleep beside you," Xuancheng asserted, as he assertively pulled Yun Ruoyue into his embrace, rolling over to lie atop her, his peach blossom-like eyes gazing deeply into hers. However, his abdomen hovered above, as he feared pressing down on the baby. Yun Ruoyue's small face immediately scrunched up. He had initially doubted the child's paternity, yet he had never treated her this way. Now, it was a complete reversal. Nevertheless, recalling that he had come to accept the child and was willing to care for it, her anger subsided somewhat. "If this child were not yours, would you still treat me this way?" Yun Ruoyue's voice was muffled, and her expression was far from pleasant. "Of course I would. I have stated that even if the child is not mine, I would treat him with the same regard, for he is your child. As long as he belongs to you, I shall cherish him as I cherish you." As Xuancheng spoke, he suddenly sighed, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for not having forced her to consume that potion back then, and for choosing to accept him. This was a divine surprise bestowed upon him. Throughout his life, he had endured much suffering and hardship, believing that fate was unjustly biased against him. Yet now, he realized that he had expended all his fortune in the serendipitous encounter with her. It became evident that the heavens had treated him kindly, that he was not overlooked, that he was remembered, and that he was favored more than anyone else, simply because he had met her. Upon hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue felt a pang of sorrow. It dawned on her that Xuancheng had always perceived the heavens as cruel, and that his youth must have been filled with torment to hold such beliefs. Observing the slight melancholy etched on his brow, her heart ached, wishing to gently brush away his worries. At that moment, Xuancheng again enveloped Yun Ruoyue in his embrace, leaning close to her abdomen, tenderly listening for something. After a while, he inquired, "Why is the baby not moving? Does he not sense me? I am his father. He's merely 3 months along, just a tiny being, incapable of movement yet. Even if you were the king of heaven or the Jade Emperor, he would not move." Yun Ruoyue replied with exasperation. "Ah, I see," Xuancheng responded, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Knowing that she carried his child filled him with excitement and joy. But gradually, fear and sadness took hold. "Why is that?" Yun Ruoyue asked, puzzled. "Because I understand the arduous nature of a woman's 10 months of pregnancy, the agony of childbirth, and the peril of crossing the threshold of death. I genuinely fear for your well-being, which tempers my joy. Instead, I am engulfed by worry, anxiety, and sadness. While I am elated that we have conceived a symbol of our love, I am more afraid of the unknown risks," Xuancheng confessed, cradling Yun Ruoyue's delicate face with tenderness. His eyes reflected a blend of joy, concern, and glistening tears. A mighty warrior, who seldom showed sorrow even in battle, was now brought to tears by the fear of her suffering. Hearing Xuancheng's heartfelt words, Yun Ruoyue began to share in his apprehension. The medical conditions of ancient times were woefully inadequate compared to modern standards. While contemporary medicine offered alternatives like cesarean sections, in ancient times, any misalignment or complications could lead a mother perilously close to death. However, seeing Xuancheng's distress, she quickly offered him comfort. "Do not worry, I am still young. Perhaps childbirth will come swiftly. What if I am unharmed? Many women have experienced safe deliveries. I believe I too will emerge unscathed. Of course, you are my woman. You will undoubtedly be all right," Xuancheng asserted possessively. Chapter 1054. Assist me, my king. With that, he suddenly embraced Yun Ruoyue, whispering warm breath against her ear. "You mentioned that the first 3 months of pregnancy are fraught with danger, and now that you have entered the 4th month, may I indulge in our intimacy?" "What do you mean?" As realization dawned upon Yun Ruoyue regarding Xuancheng's implication, her eyes blazed with indignation as she glared at him. "Absolutely not. But I am a man, stifled for so long, suffering in silence. Could you not lend your assistance to me?" As Chu Xuancheng spoke, he gazed longingly at Yun Ruoyue, taking her hand in his grasp. What are you doing? Yun Ruoyue quickly retracted her hand, her expression serious as she firmly rejected him. When I say no, it means no. If you continue this way, you are merely being lewd. Have you forgotten the lessons from Nangong Rou's experience? For the health of our child, you must not engage in such acts with me. I have no intention of doing that, Chu Xuancheng replied, his face flushed, filled with yearning. I merely wish for you to assist me with your hands. That is even more impossible. You should return to your sleep, or perhaps find yourself a concubine. In any case, you are forbidden from touching me. Yun Ruoyue's cheeks flushed as she hastily turned to her side, distancing herself from Chu Xuancheng. I will not leave. I intend to sleep beside you from now on, nowhere else. He continued, furthermore, all I desire is to engage in such acts with you. If you ever mention a concubine again, do not blame me for being serious. Chu Xuancheng threatened through clenched teeth. Yun Ruoyue shot him an exasperated glare. But a lingering question plagued her mind. Why had there been no progress on the divorce application that Su Qishao had submitted to the palace? Had the emperor not received it, or had it been received but declined? She resolved to inquire with Su Qishao when the opportunity arose. In that night, Emily received an order from Chu Xuancheng to personally castrate Jiang Heng. This Jiang Heng had audaciously dared to dishonor the prince, bringing shame upon him. A prince of such stature should not be so easily humiliated. Castration would be a mild punishment. However, as he approached the prison gates, he encountered Zhang Fuyin standing there, looking exceedingly anxious. Zhang Fuyin, what brings you here? What has happened? You appear unwell. You should go inside and see for yourself, Zhang Fuyin replied, gesturing towards a cell at the back. Emily strained his ears and was greeted by a cacophony of agonizing screams, accompanied by a chilling voice. Jiang Heng, you have a penchant for women, do you not? You have many concubines in your household, correct? Tell me, how many women have you toyed with? For every woman you have played with, I shall stab your roots that many times. Then I shall chop them up and feed them to the wild dogs. Let us see how you continue to indulge in women thereafter. Upon hearing this, Emily felt a wave of fear and instinctively squeezed his legs together. He glanced at Zhang Fuyin, who mirrored his apprehension. The voice was unmistakably that of Su Qishao, who had surprisingly arrived ahead of him to carry out the castration. Zhang Fuyin, who had several concubines himself, was understandably terrified upon hearing such threats. My lord, do not be frightened. I will go in and persuade Su Qishao. Emily reassured him, patting Zhang Fuyin's shoulder. Zhang Fuyin exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Yes, please do talk to Su Qishao. Urge him to be less brutal and more gentle. We do not want to instill lasting trauma. Rest assured, I shall, Emily affirmed, already darting inside. He was eager. How could such a satisfying act of retribution be left solely to Su Qishao? Upon entering, he beheld Su Qishao brandishing a dagger, poised menacingly before Jiang Heng, who, having endured 50 lashes at the hands of the Li Wang, was rendered immobile, with terror etched upon his face. He could only watch helplessly as the blade glinted before him, pleading for mercy. Su young master, I have already promised to testify against Nangong Rou for you. Please, show me some leniency and spare my life. My lineage cannot end here. I have yet to bear children, and the Jiang family must not become extinct. You have a penchant for cuckolding, do you not? According to my inquiries, you have ensnared more than just the Li Wang. How many virtuous women have fallen into your grasp, and how many innocent blossoms have you forcibly claimed? Today, I shall castrate you, enacting justice on behalf of the heavens. Most importantly, you dared to covet the Li Wang Fei. Do not blame me for intervening without mercy. Su Qishao's dark eyes shimmered like a serpent's, fixated on Jiang Heng. The latter quaked in fear, his very being trembling under the weight of the threat. Young master, allow me to assist you, Emily exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement upon witnessing the scene. Noticing the dimness of the cell, he seized a lantern from the wall and stepped inside. Emily, what brings you here? Su Qishao retreated a couple of steps, his gaze laden with suspicion. This individual had once dared to covet his attention, leaving him with lingering unease. The look of disdain and vigilance in Su Qishao's eyes rendered Emily's expression more dismal than if he had consumed bitter melon. I am not a broken slave. I assure you, I have no interest in you. I merely found your height amusing and thought you entertaining. I shifted my affections to Chi-Chi, believing that Fenger had no feelings for you. Who could have known that Chi-Chi was a man? Of course, now Fenger shows no interest in me either. Ahem, well, Chi-Chi, I come by the command of the prince to collect your lineage. How did you arrive before me? Emily coughed awkwardly. Do not call me Chi-Chi. Refer to me as Su Chi-Xiao or Su Qingchen, Su Chi-Xiao quickly retorted. The mere mention of Chi-Chi conjured memories of his days masquerading as a maidservant, a thought he found utterly distasteful. Rest assured, I have no lingering interest in you. Had I known you were a man, I would not have spared you a glance. You need not be so wary of me, Emily replied, tinged with sorrow. With both the prince and Su Chi-Xiao on guard against him, he lamented to the heavens. I am truly not a broken sleeve. Enough. Have you two finished your banter? Do not torment me any longer. Whether to kill or to maim, do as you please. Spare me the theatrics. Jiang Heng suddenly erupted, unable to endure any further. He had suffered under Su Chi-Xiao's threats for far too long, his heart racing with dread. Yet Su Chi-Xiao hesitated to strike, leaving him in a state of suspended anxiety. Better to hasten the deed and find release than languish in this agonizing uncertainty. You wish for a swift demise? I shall grant you no such mercy. I intend to peel your skin, grind your bones, and extract your tendons, ensuring that your existence becomes a living hell. Su Chi-Xiao threatened, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Chapter 1056. To castrate or not to castrate, be gentle. Zhang Fuyin is listening outside. Do not frighten him, said Emily. In my opinion, dealing with such scum should begin with gouging out his eyes, followed by stripping him of his hair and severing his nose, ears, and eyes. Then, he should be castrated and turned into a eunuch, serving as a tool for others to wield. Let us see if he dares to bully women again. Su Chi glanced at him with disdain. Does it matter what Emily says? Should he be any gentler in his admonitions? Outside, Zhang Fuyin trembled at the thought that Emily might be even more ruthless than Su Chi. You dare? I am the heir of the Wei Guo Gong estate. My mother is the Wei Guo madam, my aunt is the current empress, and my father died protecting the emperor from a blade. Our Jiang family has served loyally for 3 generations and is esteemed by the emperor. If he learns of your crimes against me, he will not spare you. He will have you executed. Jiang Heng's eyes bulged with fury, his face contorted in rage. Huh? You dare to threaten us even as death looms over you? Jiang Heng, it seems you have never tasted true suffering. Your mother's indulgence has warped you. I can see you have been sheltered from the harshness of this world. Now that your mother is absent, who will support you? Su Chi retorted angrily. Do you think invoking the empress will frighten him? Does he think he was raised in fear? Jiang Heng, caught between terror and rage, shouted, You are trespassing in the prison, abusing your power, and threatening me. I will report this to the empress. You had best cease your actions, or face her wrath. Oh, you dare to bring forth the empress? How frightening. Emily exclaimed mockingly. Then, as if by accident, he let the oil lamp slip from his grasp, landing directly in Jiang Heng's lap. In an instant, flames engulfed Jiang Heng's lower half. Ah, fire! Help! Someone extinguish the flames. He cried, eyes wide with panic. Do not fret. Allow us to assist you in putting out the fire. Step, step, step. Su Chi rolled up his sleeves and began to stomp on Jiang Heng's trousers, with Emily following suit, both mercilessly trampling down. Ah, it hurts. Stop. Jiang Heng's cries were filled with agony, yet the two continued their relentless assault, their feet moving at a dizzying pace. By the time they extinguished the flames, Jiang Heng lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his pain overwhelming. He felt as though he had been set ablaze, realizing his future happiness was irrevocably lost. He had become a eunuch, forever barred from the company of women. As he faded into unconsciousness, Emily turned to Su Chi and asked, So, shall we proceed with the castration? Does it even require further deliberation? To castrate him would sully my hands. Such filth deserves to become a eunuch, left to fend for himself. We are merely enacting justice for the women he has tormented. Su Chi responded coldly. Indeed, to castrate him would be utterly repugnant. He has already been thoroughly crushed by us. It appears he can no longer endure. Let us withdraw for the time being, Emily remarked, reaching out to pat Su Chi-Xiao on the shoulder. Keep your distance from me, you creep. Su Chi-Xiao quickly stepped back, repulsed, as he brushed off his shoulder, as if attempting to rid himself of Emily's presence. In a flash of black, he vanished into the night. Chapter 1057. Winning hearts. Emily glared at his retreating figure, his face turning a shade of green with anger. Damn it. You are the creep. Your entire family are creeps. He had merely patted him as one would a brother, yet he was met with disdain. Truly unfortunate. In the solitary courtyard, Nangong Rou lay on her bed, gazing out at the desolate scenery beyond the broken walls. Suddenly reminiscing about the time when she first married into the Li Wangfu. How splendid those days had been. Chu Xuancheng had adhered to the customs of marrying a princess, welcoming her into his home with a grand ceremony and showering her with affection. Yet, in merely 6 months, she had fallen to such a state. As she surveyed the desolate and quiet little courtyard, she recalled the opulent and majestic Yu Rou pavilion. Her current plight was all thanks to that wretched Yun Ruoyue. Once she has regained her health, she vowed to seek revenge against that woman. At that moment, she heard a commotion in the courtyard and quickly turned her head to look. She saw her mother embroiled in a dispute with 2 maids. My daughter is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue and was once a concubine of the household. How can you treat her this way? Feeding her nothing but cornbread and rice soup? She is unwell and needs nourishment. How can you serve her such insipid fare? Madame Lu glared at the cornbread on the plate, indignantly addressing the 2 maids. One of the plump maids retorted, "You mentioned the past. But now Nangong Rou is no longer a concubine of the Wangfu. The prince has cast her aside, given her numerous immoral deeds and the lives she has extinguished. It would be just to let her starve. If it weren't for our prince's benevolence, she wouldn't even have this cornbread." The other thin maid chimed in, "Madame Lu, if you wish to be arrogant, please return to Nangong Manor to do so. This is the Li Wangfu, the domain of our prince and princess. When Nangong Rou was a concubine, you could act with such bravado before us servants. But now that you are no longer our mistress, I advise you to temper your temper. If you continue like this, you may find that even the cornbread will be out of reach. Indeed, having something to eat is already a privilege. How dare you be choosy?" The plump maid scoffed. "What are your names?" Suddenly, Madame Lu cast a cold, piercing glance at the plump maid, a glint of malice in her eyes. The maid, sensing the chilling intensity of her gaze, recoiled slightly. "I am Aunt Zhou, and she is Aunt Wang. What of it?" "Nothing in particular. I merely wish to make your acquaintance." "Aunt Zhou, Aunt Wang, is it? Here are 2 taels of silver. My daughter has just suffered a miscarriage and is still unwell. I kindly ask you to use this silver to procure some meat and vegetables for her and hire a doctor. The remainder shall be your reward for your efforts. How does that sound?" Lu spoke, pulling Aunt Zhou's hand and discreetly slipping silver into it, gently patting her hand. Money can move mountains, and fortunately, she had funds available. Chu Xuancheng had not sent anyone to confiscate her daughter's money. Thus, there remained several thousand taels of silver, ample for her plans. Upon touching the gleaming silver, Aunt Zhou's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Madame Lu, had you recognized our worth sooner, your daughter would not have had to endure a diet of mere steamed buns. Rest assured, now that you have provided the silver, we shall prepare a nourishing crucian carp soup for her health. Furthermore, we will promptly summon the doctor." "Thank you." Lu replied coldly, "As long as you treat my daughter well, you shall not go unrewarded." Chapter 1058, Lifelong Infertility Mother. Why do you feel the need to curry favor with these 2 women? They are merely ineffectual servants, while you are the esteemed madam of the Nangong estate. There is no need for you to lower your status and plead with them, Nangong Rou remarked after Lu had finished settling matters with Aunt Zhou and Aunt Wang. Lu smiled icily. "You do not comprehend. Despite their lack of influence in the Wang residence, winning their favor can prove invaluable. I sense they have access to the main kitchen regularly. If we are to seek revenge on your behalf, we must gain their allegiance. They will be instrumental in our endeavors." "Mother, you are indeed wise," Nangong Rou replied, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughs. Lu's heart ached for her daughter. "My dear, seeing you in this state truly pains me. Your injury is my torment. It is all that wretched Jiang Heng's fault. Had he not kicked you so mercilessly, you would not have spent 2 days in recovery while still bleeding. No, if blame must be assigned, it should fall upon Chu Xuancheng. Had he chosen to protect me, Jiang Heng would not have been able to harm me. This morning, I overheard those 2 women mention that Chu Xuancheng dotes on Yun Ruoyue, treating her like a treasure. Upon learning that she carries his child, he was so elated that he could not sleep for 2 days. When he discovered I was with child, his expression was unforgettable: disgust, hatred, disbelief, and outright rejection. Yet, with Yun Ruoyue as child, he is overjoyed. I am also his woman. What right does he have to treat me thus?" Nangong Rou shouted vehemently. Lu echoed her anger. "You are his savior, yet he shows such blatant favoritism. Given the chance, I shall expose his ungratefulness to the world, ensuring all know he is a treacherous man. He has wronged you. He owes you." "Mother," Nangong Rou said, feeling a twinge of guilt as she contemplated confessing the truth about her supposed role as a savior. Just then, Aunt Zhou's voice interrupted from outside. Madame Lu, we have found the doctor you requested. The previous Dr. Li has been expelled from the imperial city, but we have located a new Dr. Lu for you. Dr. Lu, please come in. The previous Dr. Li, who had aided Nangong Rou in her deception, had been banished by Xuancheng from the imperial city. His assistance in lying and defaming the princess warranted no less than such punishment. Had he not repented in time and exposed Nangong Rou, his fate would have been 100 times worse. Dr. Lu appeared quite gaunt as he entered the room, immediately proceeding to take Nangong Rou's pulse. He then examined her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Ultimately, he rose with a heavy sigh and shook his head, stating, Madam, it has been reported that during your daughter's previous miscarriage, she endured a severe kick to her abdomen. Consequently, her uterus has suffered significant damage, and it is highly likely that she may face lifelong infertility. You must prepare yourselves mentally for this outcome. What? Lifelong infertility? Nangong Rou shook her head in disbelief upon hearing this. Doctor, is this truly the case? My daughter is still young, with a bright future ahead of her. How can she possibly be infertile for life? If that were to happen, her life would be ruined. Lu Shi also wore a look of disbelief. The old man merely stated the possibility. Dr. Lu clarified. I will prescribe some medication for her to help with her recovery. If her health improves, there may still be a chance for her to conceive again. Once Dr. Lu departed, Nangong Rou sighed deeply and suddenly collapsed into Lu Shi's embrace, weeping sorrowfully. Mother, how could I possibly be infertile for life? I do not wish to lose the right to be a mother. I am still young. I long to have more children and to lead a beautiful life. If the doctor says I am to be infertile, then what was the point of fighting so hard? Chapter 1059. The 3 agreements, my daughter. The doctor only mentioned a possibility. Now that he has prescribed medication, we must care for you diligently. Perhaps there is still a chance for you to conceive again. Once I have avenged you, I will take you home, where we can change your identity, live incognito, and find you a suitable husband. You will still be able to embrace a new life. Lu Shi comforted Nangong Rou in her arms. The transformation of her daughter into such a state was the doing of Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue. Why should her daughter suffer from lifelong infertility while Yun Ruoyue bore Xuancheng's child? Just wait. She would ensure that child no longer existed. Yun Ruoyue's current standing. Her triumph over her daughter was all due to her appearance. Lu Shi was determined to ruin her beauty. If she could destroy it once before, she could certainly do so again. At Feiyue Pavilion, Xuancheng had been staying there under the pretense of safeguarding the child. With him present, Yun Ruoyue felt anxious, constantly on guard against him, resulting in restless nights. Both she and Xuancheng, excited by the impending arrival of the child, had not slept well, leading to a chance encounter at the entrance, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. Ouch, that hurts. Yun Ruoyue accidentally collided with Xuancheng's solid chest, which felt as hard as iron, nearly causing her to bump her head. Ah, did I hurt you? Come here, let me take a look, Xuancheng said, lifting her face with concern and examining her closely. I'm fine. You arrived just in time, as I wish to discuss something with you. Yun Ruoyue brushed aside his hand coldly. I also have something to discuss with you. The Jin Wang has lodged a complaint against me in the palace, and the emperor demands our immediate presence there, Xuancheng informed her. What? Then let us speak on the carriage, Yun Ruoyue replied, astonished that the Jin Wang would complain again. Why did he have such a penchant for reporting grievances? Each time he did, it never ended well. And now he was at it once more? Upon observing Xuancheng's composed demeanor and self-assured expression, Yun Ruoyue surmised that this time, Prince Jin would once again find himself humiliated, ultimately retreating in disgrace. As she entered the carriage, she fixed a stern gaze upon Xuancheng, declaring, from this moment forth, I shall establish 3 rules between us. What sort of rules? Xuancheng inquired with keen interest, curious to discern the thoughts swirling in her mind. In order to foster a harmonious environment for the upbringing of our child, we must adhere to these 3 stipulations. First, you must sleep alone from now on. Sharing a bed with me is prohibited. Second, there shall be no physical contact between us, and you are forbidden from kissing me at will. Third, we shall not interfere in each other's private lives. I shall not meddle in yours, nor shall you in mine. Yun Ruoyue articulated firmly. This was necessitated by his recent habit of occupying her bed every night, depriving her of restful sleep, thus prompting her to clarify the terms. Is that all? Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness as he replied. Then I too shall impose 3 rules upon you. First, as my princess, You are obliged to share a bed with me. It is your duty as my wife. Second, we must engage in physical contact. You shall kiss me whenever I desire. Third, you are required to concern yourself with my private affairs. I will interfere in yours, and you may likewise intrude upon mine. You, how shameless! How can you be so audacious? Yun Ruoyue began to protest, but her words were swiftly silenced as he captured her lips in a domineering kiss, rendering her protests moot. Chapter 1060. The letter intercepted fuming. She opened her eyes, intent on striking him with her tiny fists, only to find him with his eyes closed, his long, dark eyelashes gently resting, creating a strikingly handsome visage. His kiss was filled with deep emotion and lingering tenderness, causing her small hands to weaken. After mentally cursing him, her body softened, yielding to his whims. After an extended moment, Xuancheng released her, his gaze settling upon the blushing woman in his arms, her cheeks aglow with shyness. And his heart melted. You are truly adorable, he remarked, cupping her delicate face. As he beheld her luscious lips, reminiscent of a blooming rose, he felt a tightening in his throat and a warmth coursing through him, tempted to claim her right then and there. However, mindful of their surroundings in the carriage, he restrained himself. Release me. I warn you not to continuously act so brazenly towards me, Yun Ruoyue asserted, pushing his hand away. She still harbored resentment for his earlier insistence on making her drink saffron, a grievance that lingered in her heart, preventing her from forgiving him swiftly. Yet this man, with his audacious disposition and assertive nature, often caused her to forget her anger. Then you may act brazenly towards me, for you are my woman. If I do not toy with you, who else should I? Xuancheng countered, pulling her closer once more. He found himself perplexed, pondering whether he possessed no allure at all, as no matter how he endeavored to charm her, she remained indifferent. If it were another woman, she would have naturally gravitated towards him without him uttering a word. His little princess is indeed extraordinary, so much so that it has caused him to question himself. Is he still the most handsome man in the realm? Observing her disdainful gaze, her contemptuous tone, and her dismissive demeanor, he is led to seriously doubt whether he might be the ugliest man in the state of Chu. The carriage soon arrived at the palace, and the so-called ugliest man in Chu hastily leapt down, extending his hand in a suave and cool manner to assist his little wife in disembarking. As they approached the imperial study, Yun Ruoyue could no longer contain her curiosity and asked the nearby Xuancheng, "What do you think happened to the divorce letter I had Su Qi deliver last time? Why have I not received a response from the emperor? If he disagrees, he should at least send someone to contact me, right? Perhaps he never received your letter at all," Xuancheng replied, glancing toward the horizon, a flicker of cunning evident in his eyes. Never received it? Impossible. Su Qi assured me that he entrusted the letter to eunuch Li Jinzong. Li Jinzong is the second chief steward close to the emperor and shares a good rapport with Su Qi. He would not fail to present Su Qi's letter to the emperor. Could it be that someone is scheming behind the scenes? As Yun Ruoyue spoke, she fixed a suspicious gaze upon Xuancheng. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you suspect that I am the one scheming? Xuancheng retorted. Stop pretending. Xuancheng, it must be you who is meddling. If you had not intercepted that letter, the emperor would have surely responded. You had better come clean, or I shall go directly to the emperor. Yun Ruoyue replied coldly, having long harbored doubts about Xuancheng. The moment that letter was sent, it vanished without a trace. Like a stone cast into the sea. Who else could be behind this but him? Very well, I admit it. I intercepted the letter. Xuancheng seized Yun Ruoyue's hand, speaking with an air of authority. To be precise, it was not I who intercepted it, but rather, it was willingly delivered to me. Had it not been so, we might have already divorced by now. What would become of you and the child then? Was it willingly delivered to you? You mean Li Jinzong? Yun Ruoyue paused, realization dawning upon her. It seems that this Li Jinzong is indeed aligned with Xuancheng. Otherwise, how could he have entrusted the letter to him? Xuancheng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Yun Ruoyue recognized that he had lowered his guard around her, revealing even such crucial secrets. He seemed unconcerned that she might betray him to the emperor. The thought of her striving for a divorce while he plotted in secret made her grit her teeth in frustration. This man is truly devious. However, for the sake of the child, and considering that he had initially believed the child was not his yet still accepted her, she resolved against pursuing a divorce. Just then, they reached the entrance of the imperial study. As they approached, they could hear the furious yet exhilarated voice of Prince Jin from within. Father, this time I truly possess evidence. That Xuancheng, under the guise of capturing spies from enemy states, has brazenly conducted extensive searches throughout the city for Yun Ruoyue. He even ordered the city gates to be sealed, dispatching guards to inspect every citizen passing through. He has taken it upon himself to mobilize troops to disturb the populace and even harass the esteemed master at Qingfeng Temple on Baiyun Mountain. He unlawfully mobilized troops, abandoned his post, misused public resources, overstepped imperial authority, and disturbed the hearts of the people. Father, you must punish him severely. Upon hearing the words of Prince Jin, Xuancheng took Yun Ruoyue's hand and entered. I pay my respects to your majesty, he said as he and Yun Ruoyue bowed to Emperor Han Yuan. At that moment, the study was occupied by more than a dozen ministers, most of whom were loyal to Prince Jin. It appeared that Prince Jin had made considerable preparations for this battle, enlisting numerous allies. Please rise. Li Wang, Prince Jin accuses you of abusing power and unlawfully leading troops to search for the Princess Li. Is this true? Emperor Hong Yuan's cold gaze locked onto Chu Xuancheng, his eyes filled with a palpable murderous intent. Chu Xuancheng's audacity had grown. In his quest to find Yun Ruoyue, he dared to disregard imperial authority and issue orders to seal the city gates. Did he think nothing of the emperor? Your Majesty, I did mobilize the troops unlawfully, but my intention was not to search for the princess, rather to capture enemy spies. The situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to act first and report later. I implore your Majesty not to be misled by Prince Jin's slander and wrongfully accuse a loyal subject. Chu Xuancheng said with calm poise, clasping his hands respectfully. Did I slander you, Chu Xuancheng? Your actions in seeking the Princess Li have stirred chaos throughout the city. Does anyone here remain unaware? Prince Jin sneered, turning to Minister Geng. Geng, please recount what you know. Minister Geng stepped forward and stated, Your Majesty, as far as I understand, after a quarrel with Prince Li, the princess left home. In his effort to find her, the prince unlawfully mobilized troops and sealed the city gates for inspections. This act is a blatant disregard for imperial authority, brazenly arrogant and contemptuous, showing that he holds your Majesty in utter disregard. Indeed, Prince Li has committed a grave offense and deserves severe punishment. As a military leader, he dares to defy orders, unlawfully gather troops, and assert his own power. Your Majesty should immediately revoke his military command and strip him of his title as General of the Guardian of the Nation. Otherwise, if he continues to swell with arrogance, he may harbor treasonous intentions. Su Ming interjected coldly, casting a calculating glance at Chu Xuancheng. The more Emperor Han Yuan listened, the angrier he became. He glared at Chu Xuancheng and bellowed, Prince Li, everyone has testified against you for unlawfully mobilizing troops and showing contempt for my authority. Do you plead guilty? Upon hearing this, Prince Jin's eyes gleamed with satisfaction, a smirk playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Chu Xuancheng. Today, he had brought him down. Were it not for Yun Ruoyue, how could he have been caught in such a predicament? Thus, men must not allow themselves to fall for women. Such attachments can become a significant burden. In dire situations, one might lose their life for a woman, let alone a kingdom. Your Majesty, I serve the nation with utmost dedication, fully devoted until death, and never expected to be falsely accused. I shall never accept this baseless charge due to Prince Jin's slander. Everything I have done was solely to capture spies. I am innocent, Chu Xuancheng declared coldly. Do you still dare to quibble? At that time, in your search for Yun Ruoyue, you even wrote a letter seeking the hairpin. I have already presented that letter to your Majesty. I dispatched someone to investigate, and this emerald orchid hairpin was a gift from you to Yun Ruoyue. After she left home, you used the hairpin as a metaphor and searched for her everywhere. In pursuit of her, I composed this notice seeking the hairpin, offering a reward of a fortune. You inquire, if it were merely an ordinary hairpin, would I truly part with such wealth? The Prince Jin spoke coldly. Is this the notice you refer to? Chu Xuancheng inquired, producing a piece of rice paper from his bosom to display to Prince Jin. Indeed, it is this very notice. You commanded your guards to replicate numerous copies, plastering them throughout the streets and alleys. Surely, you do not intend to deny it? Prince Jin retorted. This is indeed penned by me. I have no reason to deny it. My affection for the princess is profound, and it is this jade orchid hairpin that solidified our bond. She inadvertently misplaced the hairpin. Is it so strange that I would expend a fortune in its retrieval? Prince Jin, your lack of understanding of love leads you to presume that all are driven by avarice, resorting to unscrupulous means. My devotion to the princess is genuine, and she cherishes this hairpin deeply. The loss has caused her great distress, robbing her of sleep. My heart aches for her. Thus I issued this notice in her name. As for riches, whether it be 100,000 taels or 1,000,000, I would willingly part with it to procure what the princess desires. At this juncture, Xuancheng turned to Emperor Hongyuan. Your Majesty, observe the illustration of the hairpin on this notice. If my intent were solely to find the princess, why would I include such a drawing? It demonstrates my earnest pursuit of the hairpin, not a metaphorical reference. Moreover, my bond with the princess has deepened recently. She is with child. How could we argue? And how could she leave home in anger? With child? Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Princess Li was pregnant. Upon hearing this news, Emperor Hongyuan's expression darkened, and he felt a pang of discontent. Xuancheng was to become a father? No, he must devise a means to eliminate this child. He would not allow Xuancheng to have an heir. Xuancheng, you are resorting to fallacious arguments. Clearly, someone witnessed Yun Ruoyue at Qingfeng Temple, and you subsequently led troops to retrieve her. Shall I summon the Taoist priest from Qingfeng to testify? Prince Jin, incensed by Xuancheng's audacity to dispute, nearly erupted in anger. There is no need for such measures. Princess, you must enlighten them regarding your visit to Qingfeng Temple. Xuancheng gazed at Yun Ruoyue, his eyes filled with deep affection. Your Majesty, my wife did indeed visit Qingfeng Temple. However, it was to seek blessings for our child. In those days after learning of her pregnancy, she was often restless, unable to sleep or eat in peace. Thus, the prince dispatched someone to escort her to Qingfeng Temple to pray for the child. The prince mentioned he had enemies to apprehend and would come to fetch her once he was done. When the prince arrived, he even lit 10 everlasting lamps to ensure the safety of the Li royal residence, the harmony of our marriage, and the health of our future offspring. There are guards and the Taoist priest who can testify to this. My wife and I share a profound affection, making it impossible for her to leave home in anger. If your Majesty harbors doubts, you may send someone to investigate. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, her demeanor composed yet assertive. These words were imparted to her by Xuancheng just before their entrance to the palace. In that moment, she realized the significance of the prince lighting 10 lamps and uttering those blessings. It was imbued with deeper meaning. The ornate pattern on the hairpin was, in fact, meticulously crafted in advance, hinting at a deeper significance. Clearly, he possessed a far greater intellect than she, as she had not contemplated such intricacies. At that moment, Xuancheng spoke again. Your Majesty, my affection for the princess is profound and sweet as honey. There have been no quarrels or misunderstandings of late. How could the princess possibly elope? I have not sought her under the pretext of apprehending spies. She merely went to Qingfeng Temple to pray for blessings. While I am indeed pursuing a spy, when I entered the palace, I brought that spy with me. Your Majesty, would you care to meet him? Emperor Hongyuan had not anticipated that Xuancheng had a backup plan. He narrowed his eyes sharply and coldly remarked, You truly have captured a spy? Bring him forth so that I may see. Bring the spy in. Xuancheng commanded sharply, gesturing with his hand. Mo Li and Mo Zhu then escorted a blindfolded man into the chamber. Xuancheng cast a glance at Prince Jin, his voice laced with mockery. Prince Jin, do you wish to know who he is? What do you mean, Xuancheng? From where have you captured this spy? And on what grounds do you assert that I know him? Prince Jin responded, feeling a chill run down his spine. He sensed that Xuancheng was setting a trap for him. Uncover the blindfold from this spy's head so that all may witness his true identity, commanded Xuancheng. At his directive, Mo Li coldly removed the blindfold, revealing a familiar and resolute face. Li Ao, how could it be you? What are you doing here? Upon seeing that the man was his foremost retainer, Li Ao, Prince Jin was momentarily struck dumb with disbelief. My lord, I beg your pardon. It was my momentary negligence that led to my falling victim to the treachery of the Li King. I am innocent of being a spy. I merely went to the military camp to conduct an inspection. I assure you, I am not a traitor. You must assist me. Li Ao pleaded desperately upon seeing Prince Jin. Looking at his face, swollen like a sandbag and covered in blood, he appeared utterly disheveled, having evidently endured severe beatings and torment. Witnessing this scene, Prince Jin's anger flared, and he glared furiously at Xuancheng. Xuancheng, what is the meaning of this? How dare you apprehend my man and falsely accuse him of being a spy? He is a citizen of Chu and certainly not an undercover agent from an enemy state, who claims that enemy spies must be from foreign lands, replied Xuancheng. 10 days ago, while patrolling the northern military camp at night, I discovered a spy clad in dark clothing fleeing from the armory with a military formation map I had drawn. Upon noticing this, I immediately pursued him. Yet he was exceedingly cunning and swiftly vanished into the night. I recognized that he had stolen a highly confidential military formation map, crucial for our strategies. Should it fall into enemy hands, our carefully devised tactics would be compromised. Thus, I had no choice but to act decisively and send soldiers to capture him. Due to the urgency of the situation, I had not yet reported to your majesty, planning to inform you after the capture. Little did I know. Even as I caught him, news of Prince Jin's complaint reached the palace. Xuancheng spoke coldly, his words precise and devoid of any flaw. Chapter 1064. 2 pieces of evidence your claims are preposterous. According to your account, you discovered the traitor 10 days ago. Why did you not report this to His Majesty immediately? Why wait until now? The Prince of Jin said coldly. I have already explained that due to the urgency of the situation, I was unable to inform His Majesty at the time. Moreover, had I disclosed the matter prematurely, the mastermind behind the spy could have intervened, causing disruptions and thwarting my efforts to apprehend him. Who would bear the responsibility for such a failure? Xuancheng replied. At this juncture, he bowed respectfully to Emperor Hong Yuan and continued, Your Majesty, I have tirelessly pursued this traitor for 7 consecutive days and nights. During this period, my inability to capture the spy has caused me great distress, depriving me of sleep and sustenance. Fortunately, I did not relent, and ultimately I was able to ascertain the whereabouts of the traitor, apprehending him at the Prince of Jin's villa. My actions were undertaken for the sake of the nation, the safety of the military, and the well-being of the people of Chu. I seek not personal glory, but merely a fair judgment from your majesty to restore my honor. Implicit in his words was the message to the emperor. Do not let the Prince of Jin's malice tarnish the loyalty of a devoted servant. Emperor Hong Yuan's expression darkened upon hearing this. The Prince of Jin, trembling with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Xuancheng, exclaiming, Xuancheng, you distort the truth. You were clearly seeking Yun Ruoyue, yet you dare claim to be capturing a spy. Li Ao is a loyal subject of mine. He is not a traitor. This entire affair is your fabrication. Can you provide any evidence to support your claims? Would I have brought him before the court without proof? Upon finishing his statement, Xuancheng nodded towards Mo Li, who immediately presented 2 items to Emperor Hong Yuan. The onlookers gasped. One was a white jade pendant shaped like a snake, and the other was a military formation diagram. Mo Li then knelt and declared, Your Majesty, I witnessed Li Ao fleeing while clutching the military formation diagram. In his haste, he dropped this jade pendant, which was seen by hundreds of soldiers. His Highness, the Prince of Li, dispatched men to investigate, and they discovered that this finely crafted snake-shaped pendant is quite rare and was a gift from your majesty to the Prince of Jin, who later bestowed it upon his retainer, Li Ao. It was deduced that Li Ao must be the one who stole the diagram, which is why the prince has been searching for him. Upon learning that Li Ao was hiding in a villa outside the prince's estate, he immediately led a contingent to apprehend him. In the presence of over 1,000 soldiers, the military formation diagram was recovered from Li Ao. Thus, your majesty, I and the 1,000 soldiers stand ready to guarantee with our lives that Li Ao is indeed the spy responsible for the theft. As for his motives and who orchestrated this, we do not know. What? In front of over 1,000 soldiers? Emperor Hong Yuan's face darkened further. With so many soldiers ready to testify, it appeared that Xuancheng's assertions held truth. Li Ao was indeed a spy. As for who had instigated him, it was not difficult to surmise. Prince Jin, will you not confess? Was Li Ao not under your instruction? What was your purpose in having him steal the military formation diagram? Emperor Hong Yuan glared at the prince, his anger palpable. The Prince of Jin's complexion turned ashen, panic overtaking him. Father, I did not instruct him. I swear I did not. Li Ao, do quickly speak up. Were you not ensnared by Xuancheng? Pray, do not hesitate. Your Highness, indeed, I was wronged by the Prince of Li. Not long ago, I noticed your melancholic demeanor and sought to gather information, hoping to assist you in regaining your former glory. From an informant, I learned of the collusion between the Prince of Li and the people of the Tianxin Kingdom. Thus, I took it upon myself to infiltrate the northern military camp, intending merely to uncover evidence of their treachery and surprise you with my findings. As fate would have it, I was discovered the moment I entered the armory. Regarding this jade pendant, I cannot ascertain when it fell from my possession, but I am certain it was lost before I infiltrated the camp. I searched extensively, yet it inexplicably appeared within the military grounds. Furthermore, the military formation diagram was never stolen by me, It was thrust into my arms by a certain attendant named Mo amidst the chaos when they came to apprehend me. They have set me up. I am neither a spy nor did I steal any military secrets. Li Ao exclaimed, his face a mask of panic. As he finished speaking, the Jin Wang closed his eyes in distress. Li Ao had already confessed to infiltrating the military camp. Whether he was wronged or framed was now irrelevant. The mere act of infiltration sealed his fate. What a fool. Yet, if he does not confess, there are ample soldiers ready to testify against him. He truly did enter that place, and denial would avail him nothing. Li Ao, do you not realize that I did not send you on this errand? Why did you take such liberties? You have implicated me, do you understand? The Jin Wang glared at Li Ao, his teeth clenched in fury. At that moment, a realization struck him, and he pointed at Xuancheng. I see it now. Xuancheng, you must have orchestrated this. Did you not feed Li Ao false information, leading him to investigate you, thus falling into your trap? The Jin Wang found it almost laughable. Li Ao is your subordinate, and how could he be so easily deceived? Could I have foreseen that he would infiltrate the northern military camp and steal from the armory? Was it I who held a knife to his throat, compelling him to pilfer the military formation diagram? Xuancheng replied with a cold smirk, exuding an air of calm self-assurance. Witnessing his demeanor, Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Initially, she feared they would face the emperor's wrath, but unexpectedly, he managed to turn the tide in their favor, resulting in a satisfying reversal of fortunes. Meanwhile, Li Ao cried out in protest, "No, your majesty. Do not trust the baseless accusations of the Prince of Li. I truly only sought to investigate his treasonous actions. I did not steal the formation diagram. It was they who planted it on me as a frame-up. I beseech you to see the truth. What you say is merely your own account, devoid of evidence. Conversely, I apprehended you publicly, and I possess your jade pendant and the formation diagram as proof. Whom do you think the emperor will believe?" Xuancheng stated. From the moment he began mobilizing troops to seek Yun Ruoyue, he had orchestrated every detail of this plan. He was acutely aware that his unilateral troop movements to find her would draw scrutiny from various factions, inviting speculation and intrigue. Thus, he acted under the pretense of investigating spies from enemy nations, while, in truth, he had indeed employed a spy for his own purposes. This Li Ao had recently been prying into his affairs, seeking to uncover any incriminating evidence against him. He decided to turn the tables, allowing his own informants to disseminate rumors regarding his collusion with the Tianxin kingdom, thereby luring Li Ao to the military camp for inquiries. However, prior to drawing Li Ao into the camp, he dispatched Lu Ruyan to stealthily acquire Li Ao's jade pendant as evidence. According to Lu Ruyan's investigations, Li Ao, upon receiving wealth, had a penchant for frequenting the Yihong Lu. Not long ago, the Jin Wang had, in a bid to win Li Ao's allegiance, granted him this exquisite jade pendant. Upon receiving such a valuable token, he had reveled in his fortune and flaunted it daily at Yihong Lu Shaodai. A maid at Yihong Lu learned of this from Lu Ruyan, who then instructed Shaodai to intoxicate Li Ao and pilfer his pendant. Chapter 1066. Luring the prince into a trap on the night Li Ao infiltrated the military camp. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Lu Ruyan tossed the pendant onto the ground. Once Li Ao had departed, he retrieved the pendant and immediately confirmed Li Ao's identity in front of everyone. After deliberately allowing Li Ao to escape from the camp, he refrained from taking action due to his inability to locate Yun Ruoyue. Instead, he merely dispatched followers to shadow Li Ao without apprehending him. It was only upon finding Yun Ruoyue that he began to tighten the net, leading his troops to capture Li Ao and, in the presence of all the soldiers, uncovering the formation map concealed on him. As for that military formation map, it had been stealthily placed into Li Ao's possession by Mo Li amidst the turmoil. Li Ao sought to investigate him, and thus he played into his own game, branding Li Ao as a spy from an enemy nation. This not only served to diminish the Jin Wang's power, but also helped him to weave a narrative. His plan was meticulously crafted, awaiting the Jin Wang's complaint. The Jin Wang would likely never fathom that in his attempt to ensnare him, he had inadvertently ensnared himself. Upon witnessing his repeated failures against spies, and with Xuancheng gaining the upper hand, he was seized by fury. Xuancheng, you have once again plotted against me. This entire affair is merely a trap you set to ensnare me, is it not? You treacherous rogue. Still, I must ask, do I possess the foresight to predict your intentions? Am I to anticipate that you, Jin Wang, would come to the palace to lodge a complaint? I did not wield a knife to compel you to do so, nor did I force your subordinates to steal military secrets, did I? Jin Wang. I served the state of Chu with utmost dedication, while you, driven by personal grievances due to your diminished status, have stooped so low as to betray me. Your subordinates have pilfered the military secrets of Chu, seeking to sell them. What place does this leave the state of Chu? And what regard do you hold for the emperor? Chu Xianchen spoke coldly. Before he could finish, Zhang Fuyin interjected, Your Highness, Jin Wang, you have truly disappointed us this time. Is it because the emperor has stripped you of your military authority and diminished your rank that you harbor resentment? Inciting your subordinates to steal the formation map? Are you intending to sell this map to the enemy for personal gain? Your heart is indeed ruthless. Sacrificing the state of Chu and the emperor for your selfish desires. You not only betray your country, but also defame the loyal and upright, attempting to turn the tables against us. Thankfully, Li Wang retained evidence. Otherwise, would we not have all fallen prey to your deceit? Han Taifu also expressed his indignation. Your Majesty, the Prince of Jin has audaciously commanded his attendants to steal the military formation diagrams, an act that constitutes treason. In my humble opinion, he deserves the death penalty to quell the public's ire, declared Master Li. He, along with Master Han, are venerable and upright ministers, deeply devoted to the state of Chu, harboring a profound disdain for those who betray their nation. Thus, they now hold an intense loathing for the Prince of Jin. The other ministers summoned by the prince now dared not utter a word, with irrefutable evidence against him. They feared that defending the prince would implicate them as partisans of his faction, a perilous association indeed. This is no ordinary crime. It is a grave act of collusion with the enemy, and none of them dared to involve themselves further. Sitting coldly, Su Ming observed the unfolding scene in silence. The cunning and astute individual had already discerned that the fate of the prince was sealed, and he would no longer speak in his defense. His immediate concern lay in nurturing a new prince capable of contending with Chu Xuancheng to cultivate a fresh pawn, for the Prince of Jin was now rendered obsolete. Upon hearing the impending sentence of beheading, the prince hastily exclaimed, Father, I implore you to temper your wrath. This misdeed was solely orchestrated by Liao, and has no connection to your son. I have been under house arrest at the prince's residence, entirely unaware of these events. Father, I am truly wronged. I have not conspired with the enemy or betrayed the nation. Please see the truth. Chapter 1067. 30 Strikes. Emperor Han Yuan was so incensed by the prince that he felt a pang in his chest. He glared at him with resentment and retorted, What does it matter if you were unaware? Even if you claim ignorance, it was your subordinates who acted. Although the evidence is presently insufficient, you may escape the death penalty, yet you cannot evade punishment for your negligence. Minister Su, in your esteemed opinion, how should we deal with the Prince of Jin? Upon hearing Emperor Hong Yuan's words, Su Ming understood that the emperor did not wish to execute the prince. After all, the prince was his own flesh and blood, and retaining him could serve to counterbalance Chu Xuancheng. He cast a shrewd glance at Chu Xuancheng and then said, Your Majesty, lacking sufficient evidence, we cannot condemn the Prince of Jin. We cannot hold him accountable merely for the actions of his subordinates. Consider this. If every superior were to be implicated due to the crimes of their subordinates, would that not instill fear in all? If an elder statesman were to apprehend a rogue officer, claiming treason, would the Prince of Li not find himself at a loss for words? Therefore, without concrete evidence of conspiracy against the Prince of Jin, he should be deemed innocent. Chu Xuancheng's lips curled into a faint smile. While the theft of military diagrams may warrant further investigation, the prince's slander against me must certainly be addressed. Indeed, Your Majesty, another minister interjected. The Prince of Li has labored tirelessly to uncover this spy, and though he may not have achieved merit, he has endured significant hardship. How can the Prince of Jin so casually defame him? Your Majesty, in my view, the prince should be punished for his calumny, thus preserving the loyalty of the faithful ministers, urged Zhang, the magistrate. Seeing Zhang consistently advocate for Chu Xuancheng, Emperor Han Yuan, the prince, and Su Ming all regarded him with cold scrutiny. The emperor had begun to harbor suspicions against him, casting a sharp glance in his direction. It appeared this individual had already turned against the prince. A solution must be devised to eliminate him. My esteemed ministers are justified. Due to the insufficient evidence regarding the prince's command over Liao's theft of military diagrams, I shall temporarily refrain from pursuing charges against him. However, for his slander against the Prince of Li, he shall face punishment. Guards, Take the Prince of Jin and administer 30 strikes as a form of admonition. Emperor Hanyuan declared in a cold tone. Your Majesty is wise. Chu Xuancheng coldly clasped his hands together. Father, why have you struck me again? Please show mercy. I am truly the victim of Chu Xuancheng's machinations. Before the Crown Prince could finish his plea, he was forcibly dragged away by the imperial guards. At that moment, Zhang Fuyin respectfully inquired, Your Majesty, how shall we deal with this Li Ao? Li Ao, who instigated you to steal the defensive plans? Speak the truth. Emperor Hanyuan glared at Li Ao with palpable fury. With both witness and evidence at hand, he found it hard to believe that Li Ao was innocent. Just as Chu Xuancheng had asserted, no one had coerced him with a knife to infiltrate the military camp. It was evident that he had likely been bribed by hostile forces. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I am wronged. I did not go to steal the defensive plans. I merely sought evidence of Chu Xuancheng's collusion with the enemy, but I was unfortunately captured. Li Ao hastily protested his innocence, though he spoke nothing but the truth. None present believed him. Your Majesty, at this juncture, he continues to sow discord between you and your subjects. You must not fall into the schemes of our adversaries. I cannot yet ascertain who has instigated him, but I beseech you to entrust him to me for interrogation. I am confident we will uncover the truth, Chu Xuancheng asserted. No need for that. I shall assign Lord Geng to investigate. The affairs of the Li Prince are pressing, and it is best not to meddle in this matter. Emperor Hanyuan coldly waved his hand. Chu Xuancheng merely nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 1068. The revocation of the right to divorce. Let the Emperor conduct the investigation. I am certain he will uncover nothing. Your Majesty, the Li Prince has diligently apprehended the spy, yet has been falsely accused in return. I believe he deserves a commendation, inspiring more subjects to emulate his loyalty to the Chu state and to you, Zhang Fuyin remarked. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan's face flushed a deep crimson. His son had already been undermined by Chu Xuancheng, and now he was being compelled to reward him. He cast a glance at the silent ministers, ultimately conceding. Zhang Fuyin speaks wisely. The Li Prince has indeed apprehended the spy in a timely manner, preventing the enemy from obtaining our military strategies. He should be rewarded. Li Prince, what reward do you desire? Emperor Hongyuan passed the question to Chu Xuancheng, eager to discern the depth of his ambition and what he truly sought. Understanding the emperor's intent to test him, Chu Xuancheng glanced at Yun Ruoyue and smiled faintly. Your Majesty, it is only natural for me to serve you loyally. I dare not request a reward. However, I have a modest request that I hope you will grant. Oh, what is this request? Emperor Honyuan inquired, skeptical that it would indeed be modest, anticipating a grand demand from him. Your Majesty, I recall that the Li Princess has one remaining right to divorce. And now she carries my child. Our bond is deep and affectionate. For the tranquility of my household, I hope you will revoke this right to divorce. Chu Xuancheng stated calmly. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, glaring at Chu Xuancheng in anger. Just as she was about to speak, he raised an eyebrow at her, signaling her to remain silent. Little Yuer, do you wish to quarrel with me before the emperor? Such behavior might lead him to believe you have abandoned your home. After he raised his eyebrows, he gently pulled Yun Ruoyue to his side and said, My dear Yuer, given the affection we share now, we should refrain from discussing separation. Instead, let us cherish one another, unite our efforts, and together serve the emperor in safeguarding the realm. What do you think? Yun Ruoyue felt as if she had struck him countless times in her heart, yet outwardly, she managed to respond with a gentle smile. Shyly, she cast a glance his way and nodded playfully. All right, Yuer will listen to my husband. Let him take the lead. You truly understand the bigger picture. Chu Xuancheng replied with an approving nod. Observing their intimate demeanor, Emperor Honyuan felt a pang of discomfort. Yun Ruoyue was a pawn he had placed beside Chu Xuancheng. Seeing her so enmeshed with him, had she been swayed? No, he must find an opportunity to question her. He turned to her and asked, Princess Li, do you also consent to relinquish your right to separate? Yun Ruoyue smiled helplessly. I agree. What choice did she have? To disagree would imply a lack of affection between her and Chu Xuancheng, suggesting that her earlier denial of leaving home was false. Thus, she had no option but to acquiesce, even feigning joy, lest the emperor discern the discord between her and Chu Xuancheng or her departure from home. Otherwise, Chu Xuancheng's pretense of investigating enemy spies would be exposed, and she would face punishment for lying to him. Chu Xuancheng was truly cunning. He had laid a trap from the beginning, compelling her to leap into it. Now, she had no choice but to agree to forego the opportunity for separation. fulfilling his ulterior motive. Have you truly thought this through? Do you genuinely consent? Emperor Han Yuan inquired, his displeasure evident. I have considered it thoroughly. My husband and I have a child. Naturally, I no longer entertain such frivolities, but rather wish to live harmoniously with him and serve the emperor together. Yun Ruoyue replied hastily. Very well, since you agree, I have no objections. Should you ever wish to create a rift again or seek separation, there will be no opportunity for it, Emperor Han Yuan stated coldly. Thank you, Your Majesty. I trust that the princess will refrain from throwing tantrums in the future. Xuancheng implied that Yun Ruoyue's previous desire for separation was merely a playful whim, a trivial matter between spouses, rather than a genuine wish to part ways. Yun Ruoyue shot him an exasperated glare, but with so many witnesses present, she could only muster a smile that was more painful than tears. Gazing at Xuancheng with affectionate eyes. Once they left the imperial study, Yun Ruoyue glanced around to ensure they were unobserved before stepping forward and pinching Xuancheng's arm, fiercely twisting the flesh. Xuancheng, how can you be so devious? You laid a trap for me and eliminated my chance of separation. Had I known, I would have been honest and told the emperor you were seeking me, not spies. Would you have wished for the emperor to punish you? If the emperor were to punish me, it would also implicate you and our child. Can you bear to see our child born into a world without a father? Xuancheng flashed a bright, innocent smile that seemed pure, yet concealed a profound cunning. Yun Ruoyue immediately felt a sense of helplessness in the face of his scheming. You have gone too far. In any case, I no longer wish to converse with you, Yun Ruoyue exclaimed in anger, turning away and stamping her foot in distress. That opportunity for separation, which she had painstakingly obtained, was thus ruined by him. Xuancheng affectionately patted her head and couldn't help but chuckle. My dear, do not be upset. The Empress Dowager is still awaiting us. Have you forgotten? Last time, she mentioned that if we were to have a child, she would reward us with 50,000 taels. Although you have yet to give birth, there is still a reward for merely being pregnant. Is that true? There is a reward just for being pregnant? Yun Ruoyue lifted her head, her dark eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course. Do you think this prince would deceive you? Xuancheng replied, his voice gentle. Let us hurry, for if we tarry too long, she may bestow her rewards upon the princess consort of Zhao instead. Yun Ruoyue nodded and began to dash towards Xuancheng Palace. Observing her delightful figure, Xuancheng couldn't help but smile. This girl was truly easy to coax. A mere shift in conversation, and she had forgotten her anger. It appeared that wealth not only had the power to persuade, but could also soothe his little princess's temper. Inside Xuancheng Palace, upon entering, Yun Ruoyue discovered that the princess consort of Zhao was absent, with only Granny Shui present. Realizing she had fallen for Xuancheng's ploy once more, she felt a twinge of annoyance. Upon seeing them, Granny Shui beamed. Your Highness, Your Grace, you have arrived. The Empress Dowager has been eagerly awaiting your visit. How is the Empress Dowager? Xuancheng inquired hastily. Very well, thanks to the medicine provided by Princess Li. I administer her medication daily, and her condition has stabilized. In a few months, she may not require any further treatment, Granny Shui replied, her eyes glistening with joy. Is it little Xuanzai and little Yuer who have come? The Empress Dowager's anxious voice suddenly echoed from within the chamber. With urgency, she stepped out, her face radiating affection as she gazed at the two. Greetings, Empress Dowager, Xuancheng said, leading Yun Ruoyue forward to pay their respects. I have heard that Yuer ran away from home, and that you dispatched numerous troops to search for her. Is that true? The Empress Dowager asked, her brow furrowed with concern as she looked at Xuancheng. Empress Dowager, do not believe such rumors. They are unfounded. My relationship with Yuer is strong. How could she possibly leave home? It is the crown prince and others who envy me and have fabricated such slander. In truth, I was not searching for her, but for spies from enemy nations. The emperor has already learned the truth, and I have handed over the captured spies to him. Please do not worry, Empress Dowager, Xuancheng reassured her. Yun Ruoyue shot him a glance. Unimpressed by his serious demeanor, his talent for deceit was truly remarkable. Is that so? That is a relief. As long as your relationship remains strong, I am pleased, the Empress Dowager said, taking both Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue's hands and entwining them together. However, you have been married for a year and a half now. Why has there been no sign of a child? You are not young anymore, and I do worry about you both. Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue exchanged a glance, and upon noticing the blush on Yun Ruoyue's face, he chuckled. Grandmother, we have delightful news to share with you. Yuer is pregnant, and she is already 3 months along. We had not noticed until it was too late. Is that so? How wonderful. Yue is indeed with child. Little Xuanzai, how could you, as a husband, be oblivious to your wife's condition? How foolish of you. Yue, what is it that you wish to eat? Speak up, and I shall summon Granny Shui to prepare it for you. The Empress Dowager disdainfully shook off Chu Xuancheng's hand, grasping Yun Ruoyue's instead, her gaze filled with maternal affection. Her face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With a grandchild on the way, who was concerned about little Xuanzai? Thank you for your concern, grandmother. I am not particular about food. I can eat anything, Yun Ruoyue replied with a smile. Witnessing the Empress Dowager's warmth, her heart swelled with emotion. Since her arrival in this world, she had lost contact with her family, and deep down, she missed them dearly, though she seldom expressed it. She longed for her grandparents, her parents, and in the Empress Dowager, she saw a reflection of her grandmother, which brought tears to her eyes. Granny Shui, do hurry and fetch my treasured possessions. I wish to bestow them upon you, the Empress Dowager commanded joyfully. Yes, Your Majesty, Granny Shui replied with a smile, quickly departing to retrieve the treasures. Shortly thereafter, she returned, carrying a splendid red brocade box tied with a golden ribbon, exuding an air of opulence. Upon reaching the Empress Dowager, she placed the box down, untied the ribbon, and opened it. Instantly, a brilliant beam of golden light burst forth from the box, revealing an entire collection of golden melon seeds within. Where? These golden melon seeds were a gift from your imperial grandfather to me. I have saved them over a lifetime, and now I present them all to you. Hoping that you will safely deliver a child for Xuancheng, the Empress Dowager said, holding Yun Ruoyue's hand with heartfelt sincerity. Yun Ruoyue gazed at the overflowing box of golden melon seeds, puzzled by their significance. Granny Shui eagerly explained, Your Highness, you are truly fortunate. These golden melon seeds are a royal delicacy, exclusive to the imperial family. Receiving even a single golden melon seed signifies the emperor's favor, a rare token bestowed only upon distinguished subjects or favored consorts of the palace. In her time as empress, the late emperor was particularly fond of the Empress Dowager, often gifting her several golden melon seeds during his visits. This box of golden seeds represents a lifetime of savings from the Empress Dowager, a feat only she could achieve. Other consorts may only receive a few seeds in their lifetime, highlighting their rarity and value. Do not underestimate these small golden seeds. They are a symbol of the emperor's grace, and possessing even one is a mark of distinction, a privilege reserved for the exceptionally fortunate. The Empress Dowager has bestowed upon you her lifetime collection of golden melon seeds, signifying her profound expectations for you to bear a son for Prince Li. And it is also a testament to her affection for you. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. The seemingly trivial golden melon seeds carried such profound significance. She could not help but express her gratitude towards the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, this is a grand gift from the late emperor, imbued with his deep affection for you. As a granddaughter-in-law, I cannot accept such a precious offering. The Empress Dowager gently patted her hand, shaking her head with tenderness. I am old, and the late emperor has long departed. What purpose do I have for these? Wealth is but a fleeting possession. I know the late emperor held me dear. These golden melon seeds are a gift for the child within you. Accept them for the sake of your baby. I wish to see you bear a healthy little prince, or perhaps a lovely princess for Xuancheng. To me, this great-grandchild surpasses all else, so do accept them. Indeed, Yue. This is the Empress Dowager's heartfelt intention. You should graciously accept it, Chu Xuancheng added with a smile. Very well then. I humbly thank the Empress Dowager for her generous grace. Yun Ruoyue knelt before the Empress Dowager, bowing her head in solemn respect. The golden melon seeds were no ordinary currency. Their significance was immense, and she felt immensely honored to receive such a gift. They embodied the late emperor's deep affection for the Empress Dowager and her sincere concern for her, leaving her both touched and fulfilled. At that moment, a palace maid named Shi entered, announcing, Your Majesty, the Empress and Su Yuyao seek an audience. The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes coldly. What business does she have? It is rare for one to visit without cause. Let us see what she desires. Allow them to enter. Soon, the Empress, supported by Su Yuyao, made her entrance. She was adorned in a resplendent crimson gown, her hair elegantly arranged with ornate hairpins, exuding an air of stately grace befitting an empress. In contrast, Su Yuyao wore a simple white gown, her hair casually pinned with a single jade hairpin, lacking excessive adornment, radiating a natural beauty akin to a lotus emerging from water. Upon entering, she shyly cast a glance at Chu Xuancheng before lowering her gaze, quietly trailing behind the empress, presenting herself with poise and grace. A stark contrast to the aloof demeanor Yun Ruoyue had initially perceived. Little did they know, this woman was quite adept at disguising her true self. When they first encountered her, she had exuded an arrogant air, as if proclaiming herself the best in the world, warning others to keep their distance. Yet, in the presence of the Empress Dowager and the Empress, she transformed into a delicate little rabbit, revealing her considerable cunning. At that moment, Su Yuyao lifted her head and offered Yun Ruoyue a friendly smile, causing Yun Ruoyue to feel a wave of wariness. Why was this woman smiling at her? It was evident she harbored disdain for her. Only Su Yuyao understood the reason behind her transformation. The day prior, Su Changxiao had returned to the Su residence and informed her that the favored concubine of the prince Li had fallen from grace and had been relegated to the lonely garden. While Yun Ruoyue was pregnant with Chu Xuancheng's child, Chu Xuancheng currently dotes on Yun Ruoyue, and the two share a deep affection. Su Changxiao, unable to bear the sight of their happiness, harbors jealousy and devises a new scheme to undermine their relationship. Su Changxiao's intention is to exploit Yun Ruoyue to sow discord between Chu Xuancheng and her, hoping to drive a wedge between the couple. Thus, she sheds her lofty demeanor and approaches Yun Ruoyue with feigned kindness. Your servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager, the Empress respectfully states as she steps forward. This humble daughter, Su Yuyao, also greets the Empress Dowager. May you have longevity, she adds, bowing in respect. Rise, the Empress Dowager replies coolly. What brings you to the Xuancheng Palace today? It is unusual for you to visit. Her implication is clear. The Empress, as a daughter-in-law, rarely pays her respects and has not fulfilled her duties, showing a lack of filial piety. The Empress's face flushes with embarrassment, and she hastily responds, I beg your pardon. Empress Dowager, I have long wished to visit, but you instructed me to refrain from doing so, to allow you peace and quiet. Consequently, I seldom set foot in Xuancheng Palace. Furthermore, I must manage the affairs of the 6 palaces, leaving me little time to accompany you. However, rest assured, I shall make it a point to visit more often henceforth, should you wish for my company. In her words, the Empress deftly shifts the blame onto the Empress Dowager, suggesting that her absence was not due to her own will, but rather the Dowager's insistence to not be disturbed, absolving herself of any fault. Unless you have a matter at hand, I do not expect you to visit this old body of mine, the Empress Dowager states. Preferring to be direct while sipping her tea, the Empress glances at Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue before turning her attention back to Su Yuyao, eventually smiling as she speaks. I have heard that the princess consort of Liang is 3 months pregnant. Congratulations are in order. However, with her condition, she may be unable to attend to the prince. As the foremost of the 6 palaces and the prince's aunt, it is my duty to consider his needs. Since the princess consort cannot serve him, there must be a suitable companion to attend to him. I have learned that the prince's concubine has erred and has been dismissed, leaving the prince with only one lady of the household. It seems rather sparse. Therefore, I propose to bestow Su Yuyao, the second daughter of the Su family, upon the prince as a concubine. I wonder how the prince and the princess consort feel about this. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue realizes the Empress is indeed up to no good. Even in her delicate condition, the Empress plots to insert someone into Chu Xuancheng's life. I cannot comprehend the Empress's logic. Why is it that because the princess consort is with child, I require someone by my side? Am I incapable of dressing myself, eating, or sleeping without assistance? Chu Xuancheng retorts with a cold laugh. The Empress chuckles awkwardly. What you say is quite untrue. I am merely considering your well-being. How can a man be without a caring woman by his side? If the princess consort cannot attend to you, how will you endure the lengthy months ahead? Yuyao has grown up before my eyes. She is intelligent, understanding, and gracious. It would be a privilege for you to have her as your concubine. Why refuse such an offer? Chapter 1073. I do not want her. I have lived alone for over 20 years before my marriage. I can manage without a woman by my side just as well. At that time, the king's heart was solely focused on the affairs of the state and the sentiments of his homeland, devoid of any personal entanglements. However, now he finds himself with a wife deserving of his affection. The Empress has remarked that it would be unfair to Miss Su to accept her as a concubine, and thus the king feels he cannot acquiesce to the Empress's request. Chu Xuancheng spoke coldly, deliberately framing the Empress's demand as a mere request to undermine her authority. For her intentions were insidious, aiming to disrupt their marital bond. After speaking, he gazed tenderly at Yun Ruoyue, his eyes brimming with love, which caused the Empress to darken in countenance and left Su Yuyao feeling utterly humiliated, lowering her head and biting her lip in distress. She had believed that her beauty and resemblance to Su Changshao would sway the Li King to accept her, but to her dismay, he had coldly rejected her, leaving her profoundly affected. Li King, your refusal to take Yuyao as a concubine, is it not, as the rumors suggest, that the Li princess is jealous and possessive, unable to tolerate others? The Empress retorted coldly, feeling slighted by Chu Xuancheng's indifference. With a slight smile, Chu Xuancheng replied, Your Majesty, you jest. It is not the princess's jealousy, but rather my deep affection for her. My heart can accommodate no one else. Moreover, the Li residence is too modest to house additional individuals. The Empress was taken aback. How audacious of him to claim the Li residence was small. It was, in fact, the most grandiose among all princely abodes, sprawling in its expanse. His words were a thinly veiled rejection. Do not fabricate excuses, my dear king. I have your best interests at heart, yet you cruelly deny me. Do you truly disregard your aunt? The Empress pressed, attempting to leverage familial ties in her favor. Enough, Empress. The Dowager Empress interjected with rising ire. My dear Yuer is presently with child. She is capable of bearing heirs for Xuancheng. The bond between them is strong, and their child will soon arrive. It is not yet time to consider taking a concubine. Instead of fixating on them, perhaps you should assist the Jin King in finding a concubine, as his own princess has borne him no offspring in over 2 years. You could easily offer the second daughter of the Su family to the Jin King, allowing the sisters to share a husband, mutually supporting and yielding to one another. The Empress's face went pale at the Dowager's words. Her scheme was to implant a pawn beside Chu Xuancheng to monitor him, to disrupt their marriage, and even to induce a miscarriage for Yun Ruoyue, rendering Chu Xuancheng without heirs. How could she possibly allow Su Yuyao to marry the Jin King? Indeed, Empress, I share my bed with the princess each night. I have already welcomed her into my life, and do not require another. I kindly ask that you find another match for Miss Su. Chu Xuancheng replied with a gentle smile. Your Highness, esteemed princess, could it be that your grievances against Yuyao stem from her previous encounter at the Xian King's residence? I apologize. Yuyao spoke thoughtlessly out of concern for her master and uttered hurtful words towards you. She has realized her error and greatly admires your medical prowess. Please, forgive her. Su Yuyao respectfully interjected, stepping forward to address Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue cast a cool glance in her direction. Su Yuyao may be adept at feigning sincerity, but so was she. Chapter 1074. Unworthy of His Majesty. With a gentle smile, she remarked, I have never held that matter in my heart. I am not a petty person. I have advised His Highness to take a few concubines, but he does not favor the idea. Thus, I can only extend my apologies to Miss Su. Her words were delivered with a calm rationale. They showcased her magnanimity and indicated that she was not a jealous individual, deftly shifting the focus onto Chu Xuancheng. It was indeed his disapproval. Should Su Yuyao pursue further, it would merely reflect her own lack of modesty. It is precisely because of the princess's generosity that His Majesty feels compelled to be even more considerate of her and to prioritize her well-being. The princess is with child and should not endure any distress. To ensure her safety and peace of mind, His Majesty is resolutely against taking a concubine. The princess exhibits great thoughtfulness towards His Majesty, and as her husband, His Majesty must reciprocate with even greater affection and fidelity, thereby honoring her. Chu Xuancheng held on to Yun Ruoyue's hand and remarked, Your Highness, you are overly concerned. Who says that taking a concubine will necessarily bring distress to the princess? The purpose of having a secondary consort is to assist the princess in managing household affairs and to help alleviate her burdens. Yuyao possesses both beauty and virtue. She is surely incapable of causing harm to the princess, rendering this arrangement beneficial rather than detrimental. Yun Ruoyue replied, However, the estate already has a steward to manage affairs and servants to attend to His Highness. I harbor no worries and do not require Miss Su's assistance. Moreover, with her stature, she is suited only to be a primary consort. It would be beneath her to serve as a secondary consort, and the Li royal mansion would never do her such an injustice. It's quite all right, sister princess, Su Yuyao interjected hastily. I am merely of average standing. Being a secondary consort would not be a slight. As long as I am near His Highness, I would be entirely content and would not complain in the slightest. Inwardly, however, she was determined to strive for her affection for Chu Xuancheng, despite feeling resentful that Yun Ruoyue seemed to always eclipse her, forcing her to bow before her. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Su Yuyao's audacity to climb the social ladder. She had granted her a measure of deference, and yet Su Yuyao had misinterpreted it. Chu Xuancheng, with a cold smile, remarked, "To be considered as a concubine of mine, one must possess extraordinary beauty and character. Since the second young lady claims to be of average standing, she is indeed unworthy of my attention. Thus, the matter of taking a concubine need not be revisited. I shall not wed a woman of such mediocrity. It is merely a display of modesty from Ruoyue. If she is truly of average standing, then there are no beauties left in the world," the empress interjected, unable to contain herself upon witnessing Chu Xuancheng's disdain for Su Yuyao. Chu Xuancheng scrutinized Su Yuyao thoroughly and replied, "Men and women have different tastes. While the empress may find her beautiful, I perceive her as merely average, lacking any distinct qualities. I cannot bring myself to be attracted to her. Li Wang, you have done enough. Empress, have you not noticed that the other party has no intention of taking a concubine? Why must you persist?" The empress was about to speak, but was coldly interrupted by the dowager empress. "Enough. I wish to dine with Xuancheng and Yun. If you have nothing else, you may withdraw." Chapter 1075. Still unforgiving, the dowager empress regarded the empress with an air of authority, compelling her to swallow her words. The empress bowed respectfully and reluctantly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." With that, she left in disgrace, accompanied by Su Yuyao. Before departing, Su Yuyao cast a heartbroken glance at Chu Xuancheng, tears brimming in her eyes, her expression a mixture of shame and indignation. How could Chu Xuancheng reject her so bluntly? It was a blow to her pride, yet she refrained from erupting, maintaining a demeanor of gentility and grace. The endeavor had yet to succeed. She must endure and continue seeking opportunities. After dining with the Dowager Empress at Shokong Palace, Yun Ruoyue cradled a box brimming with golden melon seeds as she returned to the manor with Chu Xuancheng. Once outside the palace, they climbed into the carriage. It was the same carriage that Chu Xuancheng had previously prepared for Yun Ruoyue, adorned with soft cushions and an array of fruits and pastries, resembling a cozy little abode. As soon as they were seated, Chu Xuancheng's strong arm encircled her slender waist, drawing her close with an air of domineering arrogance. "So did I deceive you? I promised gifts, and here they are. Are you pleased with this offering?" Content: "But this gift is from the Dowager Empress to me. It has nothing to do with you. Do not think that by changing the subject, I will overlook your destruction of my chance to depart," Yun Ruoyue retorted. Her teeth clenched as she glared at Chu Xuancheng. It was this cunning and treacherous man who had shackled her freedom, condemning her to a life confined within the Li Wangfu. Fortunately, he had already dismissed Nangong Rou, and she was aware that he had not laid a hand on her, which eased some of her grievances, allowing her to remain in the Wangfu. "Yue, I have been sincere with you. Do you truly wish to leave me?" Chu Xuancheng grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Chu Xuancheng, what is your sincerity matter? Do not forget your promise to feed me saffron." "I have not forgotten," Yun Ruoyue huffed, hands on her hips, turning her head away in annoyance. "What do you call me? From now on, you are not to address me by my name. You should call me husband or Chun," Chu Xuancheng declared, leaning closer to Yun Ruoyue. As his handsome face drew near, her heart raced uncontrollably. How could he suggest such endearments? It was too embarrassing for her to utter. "Chu Xuancheng, do not divert the topic. We were discussing your promise to feed me saffron," Yun Ruoyue stated coldly. "I was wrong in that instance. Initially, I believed you had betrayed me, which left me heartbroken and irrational, leading me to treat you unfairly. I have felt profound remorse and I apologize. I will trust you from now on and never doubt you again." Chu Xuancheng embraced Yun Ruoyue tightly. "Who knows?" Yun Ruoyue replied tersely, though an undercurrent of unease flickered in her heart. Her father has always been an adversary of Chu Xuancheng, yet he has recently refrained from mentioning this matter to her, seemingly evading it on purpose, which leaves her feeling quite anxious. She fears that this ticking time bomb may explode at any moment. What if one day he recalls that Yun Qing was responsible for the death of his mother and turns his hatred towards her? After all, this is a family feud, not a mere conflict. It is irreconcilable and will forever linger. Observing Yun Ruoyue's distrust, Chu Xuancheng immediately reassured her, "Yue, my feelings for you are genuine. I acknowledge my faults and do not intend to evade them. Instead, I will double my efforts to compensate you for my mistakes." Remembering that incident, he felt a shiver of fear. Had she not escaped at that moment, he might have committed an irreparable act. Fortunately, he eventually came to his senses, averting a disaster. As he continued, he swore, "Rest assured, there will only be you by my side from now on. For your sake, I have dismissed Nangong Rou and turned down Su Yuyao. You shall be the sole woman in my life, and there will be no others. So you must take good care of me. You wish." Yun Ruoyue shot him a glare and pushed him away. She was not a woman easily swayed. He had wronged her in the past, and mere words would not suffice to win her back. Even without that incident, she had no intention of serving him. "Where? Your nails are rather long. Would you like me to assist you in trimming them?" At that moment, Xuancheng suddenly took her hand, gazing at her slender nails with concern. "No need. It's just nail trimming. I can manage it myself." Yun Ruoyue quickly withdrew her hand. She was not a child in need of his assistance. Unperturbed, he grasped her hand again and declared imperiously, "No, you are with child. It is not suitable for you to overexert yourself. I must take good care of you. I have scissors here. I shall help you trim." With that, he produced a delicate pair of scissors and began to trim her nails. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Did he truly consider her a child? It was one thing for him to support her while walking, but now he was trimming her nails. With his head bowed, he focused intently on the task, his movements meticulous and his gaze tender. His warm hands sent electric currents through her body, causing her cheeks to flush. Once he finished, Xuancheng suddenly extended his hand toward her, playfully saying, "I have trimmed yours. Now you must return the favor." Yun Ruoyue shot him another glare. "Didn't you say I should not overexert myself because I am with child? How can you expect me to help you? I have come to realize that trimming nails is not too burdensome. As your husband, we can trim each other's nails, fostering our marital bond and enhancing the joy of everyday life. Why not?" Xuancheng said, already placing the small scissors into her hands and firmly taking hold of her smaller hand. Truly, he was infuriating. He always had a reason. Yun Ruoyue shook her head, but ultimately placed his hand on her lap, resigned to trimming his nails. His fingers were long and strong, the palms calloused from years of sword practice, yet they exuded a certain allure, embodying masculinity that sent her heart racing once more. As she touched his hand, her heart trembled. After all, it was the hand of the most handsome man and an unparalleled ruler. The hand was exceedingly beautiful, smooth and clean, akin to the texture of bamboo joints, and the moment she made contact, it felt like an electric shock. Xuancheng, feeling the warmth of Yun Ruoyue's delicate hand, was equally stirred. His heart had long been melted by her presence, and waves of electricity coursed through him. He could only find such an excuse to touch her hand openly. Her hand was fair and slender, with fingers delicate as bamboo shoots and wrists resembling white lotus roots. The skin as supple as that of an infant. Her nails glimmered with a gentle sheen, and she appeared tender and exquisite, causing him to swallow hard, warmth rising uncontrollably within him. As he felt the movement of his throat, Xuancheng suddenly grasped Yun Ruoyue's small hand, lifting her chin and pressing his lips against hers, gradually moving towards her neck. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. His lips descended upon her unabashedly, rendering her entire being numb and rigid, her cheeks flushed like ripe persimmons. His kissing skills had grown increasingly sophisticated, leaving her utterly entranced, nearly losing her wits. She ceased to resist, allowing him to seize the moment. Before long, Yun Ruoyue found herself softened in Xuancheng's embrace, realizing that once again she had been teased by him. Angrily, she attempted to rise, but in her haste, her scissors accidentally grazed Xuancheng's hand. With a muffled groan, Xuancheng looked down to discover his left hand bleeding, a dull pain emanating from the back of it. Courtesy of Yun Ruoyue's unintended cut. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Your hand is bleeding. Let me bandage it immediately," she exclaimed, her tone laced with urgency as she hastily set the scissors aside and rummaged through the medicine box for a bandage. "It's nothing. Being wounded by the princess signifies that I am close to her, and it is indeed my honor," Xuancheng replied calmly, dismissing the injury as trivial. Not a frown marring his brow, Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of emotion wash over her. This fellow not only possessed the gift of sweet words, but also excelled in providing comfort. A situation that should have been unfortunate had, through his words, transformed into something positive. What if someone were to attempt to assassinate him? Would he claim that being attacked was his honor? In her haste to locate a hemostatic agent and bandage, she searched frantically, but found nothing, causing her to panic. In her fluster, she inadvertently stomped her foot. accidentally stepping on Chu Xuancheng's foot once more. "I'm so sorry, I stepped on you," she said, her eyes glistening with tears, her anxiety heightened. "Are you all right? Did I hurt you? Does your foot hurt?" Chu Xuancheng quickly cradled her foot, concern etched across his face. "I'm fine, how could I be hurt?" Yun Ruoyue was on the verge of tears. This fellow was far too adept at offering solace. Despite having stepped on him, he worried about whether she was hurt, leaving her utterly speechless. Soon, she managed to staunch the bleeding, realizing that the cut was merely 3 centimeters long, not deep, and required no stitches or bandaging. Just stopping the blood would suffice. "Fortunately, your wound is not deep. Otherwise, it would require suturing and bandaging. Now, since the injury is minor, a couple of days of rest will suffice for your recovery, and you can tend to yourself, which puts my mind at ease." After staunching the blood for Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue said with a look of relief. Witnessing her serene demeanor, Chu Xuancheng suddenly felt a pang of regret. He should have feigned a bit more vulnerability to evoke her sympathy and garner her concern for him. "Alas, I feel a bit of soreness in my foot. I wish to rest for a moment." While the carriage was in motion, Yun Ruoyue expressed discomfort in her foot to Chu Xuancheng. Upon hearing this, he instantly grew anxious. "Where exactly does it ache? Is it swelling?" Previously informed by Dr. Lin about the concerns during pregnancy, he recalled that women often experience swollen feet, which intensified his worry upon Yun Ruoyue's remark. "It's not swelling. That typically occurs in the later stages of pregnancy. I merely walked too much earlier, and my foot is a bit sore," Yun Ruoyue replied. Chu Xuancheng then sighed in relief. "I had intended to carry you, yet you insisted on walking on your own. And now your foot aches. Allow me to massage it for you." "That would be inappropriate in the palace. I cannot always require you to carry me. Besides, I possess my own feet and can walk independently. I am not incapacitated. Moreover, resting without my shoes will suffice. Your assistance is unnecessary. Besides, how can a man of your stature massage my feet? It would be quite embarrassing if others were to discover this," Yun Ruoyue concluded, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Chapter 1078. I adore you. Little did she expect the formidable and domineering Chu Xuancheng would offer to massage her feet. Surely, no one in the world would envision such a scenario. What is there to be embarrassed about? It is only natural for a husband to attend to his wife's needs. Who dares to mock me? Come now, allow me to assist you," Chu Xuancheng declared as he assertively took hold of her foot, removing her sock and gently kneading her foot. As he massaged, he continued, "I previously inquired with Dr. Lin on how to alleviate swelling during pregnancy, and he advised gentle massage to promote circulation and relieve discomfort. However, rest assured, I will be exceedingly gentle, for Dr. Lin cautioned against vigorous rubbing, as it may irritate certain acupoints and provoke uterine contractions, risking premature labor. I have already inquired about the acupoints, and as long as I avoid them, there should be no issue." Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by how thoroughly Chu Xuancheng had prepared himself. She observed his strong hands, skillfully massaging her petite foot with tenderness. His movements were gentle, and his gaze earnest, bringing her comfort and gradually alleviating her soreness. An overwhelming sense of gratitude washed over her, and her cheeks flushed like the twilight sky. Chu Xuancheng had even taken the time to learn massage techniques from Dr. Lin, demonstrating a meticulous approach. Yun Ruoyue's feet, fair and delicate, resembled exquisite jade, smooth and lustrous, with 10 dainty toes that resembled little grapes, undeniably charming, causing his heart to race and palms to perspire. As he rubbed his throat, a wave of dryness returned. His complexion flushed, and his eyes, brimming with desire, gazed intently at Yun Ruoyue. Noticing his unusual demeanor, she detected a flicker of fervor in his eyes and hastily turned her face away, fearing the awakening of his primal instincts. As he continued, Chu Xuancheng became acutely aware of the thick, ambiguous atmosphere enveloping them, leaving him disoriented and at a loss, his mind clouded. He quickly withdrew his hand, his voice deep and sultry. "So, does your foot still ache?" "No, it feels quite comfortable now, thank you." Yun Ruoyue promptly retracted her foot, preparing to don her shoes, only to be intercepted by Chu Xuancheng. "Allow this prince to assist you." As he spoke, he began to put on her socks and shoes. "That's unnecessary. I can do it myself," Yun Ruoyue stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Not at all, I enjoy it." She wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Had she truly witnessed this? The formidable god of war, a man of unyielding dominance, was not only massaging her feet, but also helping her wear her shoes. It was beyond her imagination. Before long, The carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the royal residence. Xuancheng descended first and then lifted Yun Ruoyue from the carriage, carrying her into the Ruoyue pavilion in full view of the attendants. Throughout the journey, many servants observed the scene, and Yun Ruoyue, feeling shy, buried her face in his chest, overwhelmed with embarrassment. The attendants exchanged envious glances, marveling at how the prince doted on his wife, something they had never noticed before. After safely delivering Yun Ruoyue back to the Ruoyue pavilion, Xuancheng returned to the Xuancheng pavilion to attend to official documents. Recently, he had accumulated a substantial amount of paperwork due to caring for his little princess, and today he had to work overtime to clear it all. Finally, by evening, he completed his tasks. However, as he stood up, his left hand accidentally brushed against the edge of the table, reopening a wound that began to bleed. He quickly grabbed a handkerchief to staunch the flow. Once the bleeding subsided, he exited the study and made his way toward the sleeping quarters. Chapter 1079. The prince pretends to be ill. Someone, bring me cold water. I wish to bathe, Xuancheng commanded as he entered the chamber. Your Highness, you usually bathe with hot water. Why choose cold water today? It's still a bit chilly. Be careful not to catch a chill, replied the attendant, Dongqing, who had taken Xinfeng's place. With my constitution, do you think I could catch a chill? Xuancheng retorted. Indeed. Then please wait a moment. I shall have water fetched immediately, Dongqing responded, somewhat perplexed. The prince typically preferred hot baths. It was unusual for him to request cold water. Yet, as a servant, he dared not question further and simply obeyed. Your Highness, are you asleep? Li arrived, informing her that the prince had caught a cold and was gravely ill, urging her to check on him immediately. That night, as Yun Ruoyue was preparing to sleep fully clothed, she heard Fenger's anxious voice. What did you say? Xuancheng has caught a cold. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. He had seemed perfectly fine when he returned her to the residence that afternoon. It is said that the prince bathed in cold water this afternoon and caught a chill. Dr. Lin has already come, but the prince wishes to see you, which is why Li has come to find me, Fenger said, her concern palpable. Very well. Let us go and take a look, Yun Ruoyue said, donning her outer garment once more and instructing Fenger to carry the medicine box as they hurried towards the starry pavilion. In her recollection, Xuancheng had always maintained robust health, never once succumbing to the chill of the wind. Thus, she was taken aback by his current affliction. Her heart raced with genuine concern for him. Inside the starry pavilion, chaos reigned. Upon hearing of the prince's illness, everyone anxiously gathered at the main hall's entrance, each person filled with trepidation. After all, the prince was the cornerstone of the royal residence, a leader of the army, and a guardian deity of the Chu kingdom. His well-being was paramount. Xuancheng lay on the bed, his complexion pale and his body frail, his gaze fixated on the door, a mixture of longing and anxiety swirling within him. He felt both anticipation and apprehension, nervous yet exhilarated. Would Yun Ruoyue, with her exceptional medical skills, discern the nature of his ailment? The princess has arrived. Amidst his anxious thoughts, Xuancheng spotted Yun Ruoyue entering with Fenger, her face etched with worry. The sight of her hurried steps and anxious expression stirred a wave of emotion within him. He attempted to sit up, exclaiming, You've come. You're unwell. Do not rise. Allow me to see what ails you, Yun Ruoyue urged, gently pressing him back onto the bed. She quickly examined his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, noting his pallor, bloodless lips, and vacant gaze, truly a picture of someone afflicted by the chill of the wind. Fearing that she might suspect him, Xuancheng hastily covered his mouth and began to cough, feigning discomfort. You are coughing? Let me examine your throat, Yun Ruoyue said urgently. Xuancheng quickly straightened up, obediently opening his mouth to allow her to inspect his throat. He had intentionally coughed forcefully for quite some time, already reddening his throat. Observing the redness and his wan demeanor, Yun Ruoyue remarked, You appear to be genuinely afflicted by the chill. Why, in good health, would you indulge in a cold water bath? Do you think your robust constitution grants you immunity? Even the strongest among us can fall ill if they are exposed to the cold, especially when summer has yet to arrive. Indeed, the prince bathing in cold water is quite detrimental to his vitality, Dr. Lin interjected, his expression fraught with concern. Lie down, and I shall prepare some medicine for you. Take it and rest. We shall see if your condition improves, Yun Ruoyue instructed. In ancient times, antibiotics were unknown, yet the remedies of the past should yield favorable outcomes. However, I do not wish to sleep. I desire your company, Xuancheng lamented. It is truly disheartening. Who would have thought that a martial practitioner such as myself would succumb to something as trivial as a chill? As he spoke, he leaned his head against Yun Ruoyue's shoulder, playfully seeking her affection. Poor soul that he was, in his quest for his wife's forgiveness. He found himself resorting to the ruse of illness. Witnessing his actions, Yun Ruoyue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Was this truly the formidable and imposing prince she had known? Dr. Lin, observing the scene, quickly interjected, "Your Highness, since the princess is here, I believe my presence is no longer necessary. I have matters to attend to at home and shall take my leave." The princess possesses such remarkable medical skills that a mere chill cannot possibly trouble her. Upon witnessing this, Mo Li and Feng Er found excuses to withdraw, each understanding the delicate nature of the moment, wishing not to intrude upon the affection shared between the prince and the princess. Once the others departed, only Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue remained within the grand hall. Xuancheng, without a hint of restraint, embraced Yun Ruoyue tightly, resting his head against her bosom. I feel quite dizzy and unwell. Might I lean on you for a moment?" Yun Ruoyue regarded him with a hint of skepticism. He had been perfectly fine at noon. Yet after a cold bath, he appeared so feeble. Could he be feigning illness? However, observing his pale complexion, reddened throat, and lackluster spirit, he indeed resembled one who was unwell. Noticing her scrutiny, Xuancheng feared she might uncover his ruse and suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, clutching her tightly. "You I feel so cold. You are so warm. Please let me hold you. Just a moment. I will fetch some medicine for you." "You must take it first," she urged. "No, I do not wish to let go." "What if you do not permit me to hold you, if I release my grip?" Xuancheng replied. Yun Ruoyue sighed helplessly at him. The needs of the sick took precedence, and she decided to indulge him. "I promise, once you have taken your medicine, I will let you hold me, all right?" She spoke softly, coaxing him like a child. "That sounds much better. You are indeed a good wife." Xuancheng smiled brightly, settling obediently as he awaited her to administer the medicine. Seeing his rosy lips and white teeth, Yun Ruoyue's heart raced. Why was this man so captivating even in illness? He was simply too handsome, exuding a fragile beauty reminiscent of the Wei Jin era. Once she procured the medicine, she poured a bowl of warm water, retrieved the medication, and offered it to Xuancheng. "I have prepared some medicine for you. Take it with this warm water, and you will feel better after sweating it out." "Darling, could you feed me?" Xuancheng widened his eyes, gazing at Yun Ruoyue innocently, resembling a pitiful little creature. Seeing him in such a vulnerable state, Yun Ruoyue's heart softened, and she replied tenderly, "All right, I shall feed you. Now, open your mouth." As he complied, Xuancheng held the medicine in his palm, pretending to consume it. In truth, he was not ill at all and had no intention of taking any medicine, so he secretly hid the medicine beneath his pillow while Yun Ruoyue was distracted pouring water. Once she saw Xuancheng had taken the medicine, she hurriedly presented the warm water to him, encouraging him to drink. "Now that you have taken the medicine, cover yourself with the blanket and rest. With your constitution, a good sleep will surely restore you," Yun Ruoyue instructed. "Do not, for this quilt is too cold. My dear wife, might you accompany me to sleep? Your warmth is quite comforting," said Xuancheng as he embraced Yun Ruoyue, bringing her to lie down on the bed, sharing a blanket with her. It was already April. How could it be cold? Yet, those ailing do indeed feel the chill more acutely than others. "Very well. I shall hold you close," Yun Ruoyue thought, her heart aching for Xuancheng as she wrapped her arms around his waist, pulling him tighter to her. Concurrently, a wave of concern surged within her. She feared for this formidable man, worried about what would become of them if he were to falter. "You are truly wonderful," Xuancheng remarked, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead and burying his face in her neck. "I know you possess a beautiful singing voice, though you reserve it for Mo Li and Feng Er. Now that I am unwell, would you grace me with a solo performance?" Yun Ruoyue cast a surprised glance at him, pondering the audacity of his request while ill. However, upon observing his pitiful demeanor, she relented. "What would you like to hear?" "Anything you sing will be delightful to me," Xuancheng replied, winking at her with his strikingly handsome eyes. "But I do not believe my singing is particularly pleasant," Yun Ruoyue confessed, as her expertise lay in medicine rather than melody, limited to contemporary pop songs. "Who claims such a thing? I find your voice to be as ethereal as a celestial melody, tender and enchanting." "Whatever you sing will be lovely," he assured her. "Very well. Then I shall sing Myth of the Star and Moon," she declared, and began to hum softly. "The most beautiful scene of my life is encountering you." gazing quietly amidst the sea of humanity, both strange and familiar. As Xuancheng listened to the song, he was profoundly moved. He had never encountered such a tune before. Finding it both novel and touching, Yu continually surprised him, her mysterious nature igniting his desire to delve into her inner world and discover her daily musings. Once the song concluded, seeing that Xuancheng remained absorbed in her melody, she gently urged, "The night has grown deep. You should rest. Perhaps upon waking, you will feel better." Her gaze held a hint of sorrow and concern. Illness is the most fearsome affliction. It can render even the strongest of men frail. A truly dreadful and distressing reality. The song you just sang was beautiful, albeit a touch melancholic. Next time, perhaps you could sing something more uplifting, he suggested, feeling an inexplicable unease as the lyrics echoed in his mind. The words spoke of breathing the same air, yet being unable to embrace one another. Pondering where they might be a millennia hence, surrounded by what landscapes, and reflecting on whether a bolder union would yield a different outcome. Such lyrics, steeped in separation, were not to his liking, for he wished not to part with Yu. It is merely a song, not a reality. Those lyrics were penned by another. I simply sang them, Yun Ruoyue reassured him, sensing the weight of his thoughts. Yu, will you leave me in the future? Xuancheng queried, wrapping his long arms around her. Why do you ask such a thing? Yun Ruoyue inquired, perplexed by his question. You have long been unwilling to forgive me. And I am deeply concerned that you may once again choose to leave home, murmured Xuancheng. Her free-spirited nature and love for liberty rendered her heart elusive, instilling in him a profound sense of insecurity. He feared she might depart at any moment, prompting his inquiry. Rest assured, as long as you do not mistreat me, she began, only to be interrupted by her hand inadvertently sliding beneath the pillow. To her surprise, she encountered several hard objects, which piqued her curiosity. Upon retrieving them, she discerned they were the very pills she had prepared for Xuancheng. A glance at him revealed his demeanor was unremarkable, yet his body radiated heat. Anger flared within her as she glared at him. How could the medicine I just administered be beneath your pillow? Are you feigning illness to deceive me? You are not truly afflicted with a cold, are you? Yu, he stammered, caught off guard by her discovery of the pills he had concealed. You despicable scoundrel, pretending to be ill. Do you comprehend how worried I was for you? Do you know the fear I felt? In a fit of rage, she hurled the pills at his face and stormed off the bed. She marched furiously towards the door. Yu, hear me out. I did not intend for this to happen. I merely sought your forgiveness. Xuancheng pleaded, hastily pursuing her, only to find that she had already stormed back to the Feyue pavilion, dismissing his attempts at explanation. My lord, you feigned illness to deceive the princess? What were you thinking? Outside, Emily overheard the truth and couldn't help but display a sympathetic expression towards Xuancheng. Enough of your schadenfreude. I see you have too much time on your hands. Have the glazed tiles on the roof been replaced? Xuancheng shot a glare at Emily, incensed at being mocked. The farce of his feigned illness had become public, leaving him with a tarnished reputation. Emily, momentarily taken aback, replied, My lord, I was not reveling in your misfortune. However, the red glazed tiles have just arrived, and the craftsman will replace them tomorrow. Why do you inquire? Not yet replaced? Then it is fortuitous. You shall handle that task tomorrow. Clearly, you have nothing better to do, so the responsibility of changing the tiles will fall to you. Xuancheng declared coldly before turning back towards his chamber. Emily wore an expression of despair. The prince's ruse had been exposed by the princess, resulting in public humiliation, and now he was taking his frustrations out on him. How lamentable. Yet, the princess' actions were indeed childish. To seek the princess's forgiveness through deceit to garner sympathy was a misguided strategy that had backfired spectacularly. Were all men prone to such juvenile blunders in matters of the heart? In any case, the prince had offended the princess, and the consequences would be dire. Feng'er, do you believe all women possess such intelligence? I thought the prince's act was quite convincing. He deceived us all. How could the princess see through it? Emily inquired curiously of Feng'er. Feng'er shot him a cold glare. Do not speak to me. I know nothing. In any case, no man is worth anything. Chapter 1083. A consultation for the virtuous King Feng'er. I do not recall having offended you, yet you regard me as if I have consumed gunpowder. What ails you? Emily inquired, perplexed. Feng'er disdainfully snorted. I simply have no desire to associate with a voyeur. You may seek out your chi-chi. Do not trouble me. Feng'er, are you still angered by that incident? I swear, I truly did not spy on chi-chi while she bathed. It was a mere misunderstanding. Stop. Do not utter another word. The more you speak, the more repugnant it becomes. I do not wish to listen. Feng hastily covered her ears, refusing to hear Mo Li's explanation. She had no faith in him, only knowing that he had been quite infatuated with Chi. If he adored her so, then let him do so. She merely wished to distance herself from him. As she beheld Feng's retreating silhouette, a twinge of melancholy surged within Mo Li. In the distance, a mournful tune from an eru seemed to echo, reminiscent of Xuancheng Yu. As the wind rustled the fallen leaves, 2 broad tears streamed down his face. He truly was pitiable, scorned by both the prince and Feng. The following morning, Yun Ruoyue accompanied Feng, carrying a medicine chest, as they made their way to the residence of the virtuous king. The king had been recuperating for a month, and this visit was intended for a follow-up examination. Should everything check out positively, he would indeed be free of ailment. Before departing, she glanced towards the Star Pavilion, but saw no sign of Xuancheng and the others. Typically, he would be off to court or the military by dawn. How peculiar that he was not seen this morning. Today was certainly not a rest day. It was truly strange. Did he not have to attend court today? As Yun Ruoyue and Feng arrived at the gates of the virtuous king's residence, Mo Yu was already there to greet them. The princess consort was a savior to their king, and they were well aware of her visit for the follow-up. They dared not treat her with anything less than utmost respect. Your Highness, please come inside. The king and the quiet consort have been awaiting your arrival in the flower hall, Mo Yu announced, stepping forward to assist Yun Ruoyue down from the carriage. Very well. Yun Ruoyue nodded, leading Feng and Mo Yu into the king's residence. As they entered the courtyard, they beheld the virtuous king, clad in flowing white robes, gracefully approaching alongside the quiet consort. Upon spotting Yun Ruoyue, the quiet consort hurriedly waved. Ruoyue, you have finally arrived. You cannot imagine how much I have missed you in your absence. With that, she warmly approached and grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand. Only Yun Ruoyue could evoke such anticipation in them, making them eager to personally welcome her. Thus, upon learning of her arrival, they could hardly contain themselves and rushed out to greet her. Your Highness, the quiet consort. Yun Ruoyue greeted them with a smile. Upon finishing her salutation, she turned her gaze to the virtuous king, observing him standing tall and straight. He wore an exquisite white robe embroidered with auspicious clouds, a jade belt cinching his waist. There he stood, with long brows akin to willows, a figure as elegant as a jade tree, lips resembling peach petals, and a visage reminiscent of the autumn full moon and spring blossoms. He was a stark contrast to the frail man he once was. Now, he exuded vigor and poise, embodying the essence of a noble ruler, no longer the weak and self-doubting individual he once appeared to be. This newfound confidence and grace rendered him extraordinarily captivating. At first glance, he was undoubtedly the most distinguished man in the vicinity. Your Highness, it has been quite some time since we last met. You have lost so much weight. The wise king gazed at Yun Ruoyue, his eyes filled with profound concern. She appeared as fragile as a mere leaf, seemingly capable of being swept away by the slightest breeze, causing him great anxiety. Chapter 1084. A reunion with the wise king. Seeing the wise king so attentive to Yun Ruoyue, Jing Fei felt a pang in her heart. She quickly interjected, Your Highness, the princess is currently with child. It is common for women in the early stages of pregnancy to experience nausea and a lack of appetite, resulting in a slender figure. As the pregnancy progresses, her appetite will return, and she will regain her strength. My own mother experienced the same when she was carrying you. For the first 3 months, she could hardly eat anything and suffered from daily vomiting, losing 18 pounds. However, once the nausea subsided, her appetite surged, and she gained 20 pounds. Thus, Your Highness, there is no need for you to worry about the princess. Now I understand. This alleviates my concerns, replied the wise king. Upon learning of her pregnancy and the deepening bond with Li Wang, his heart shattered. She had saved him thrice, always offering her aid during his darkest moments. He had hoped she would separate from Xuancheng, allowing him the opportunity to pursue her openly. Yet, she had already fallen in love with Xuancheng and was now carrying his child. How has your health been of late? Is there any discomfort? Yun Ruoyue inquired. I am well. Ever since I took the medicine left by the princess, my health has been steadily improving. Initially, I could only walk in the courtyard, but now I can stroll in the streets, and I have even resumed my training. If it were not for your surgical intervention to remove the tumor from my abdomen, I would likely no longer be among the living. I shall never forget your life-saving grace, the wise king said earnestly, gazing at Yun Ruoyue. Indeed, It is you who has given me a new lease on life. The emperor is planning a celebratory banquet at the wise king's residence. I hope to invite you and Li Wang to attend. I wonder if the princess would honor us with her presence? Jing Fei said warmly. Certainly. I will accompany the king, replied Yun Ruoyue. Now, let me conduct a follow-up examination to assess your recovery. Before long, the wise king reclined on the bed as Yun Ruoyue retrieved a stethoscope and other medical instruments from her system to perform the examination. She listened to his heartbeat and conducted routine blood tests. However, due to the lack of electricity, she could not utilize certain equipment, relying instead on her experience and the blood test results for assessment. Throughout the examination, the wise king watched her intently, his heart racing. Her swift movements and serious demeanor made her appear truly beautiful. He dared not meet her gaze directly, burying his feelings deep within. Finally, after completing the examination, Yun Ruoyue set aside her instruments and produced the blood test results from her space. After reviewing them, she smiled and said, "Wonderful news, Your Highness. The cancer cells have been completely eradicated, and there is currently no sign of recurrence. As long as you maintain proper care and I conduct regular follow-ups, after 5 years, you will be fully healed." Fortunately, the wise king had been afflicted with a benign tumor. Had it been malignant, even after removal, it could have reappeared. Is that true? Thank you. The virtuous king, overwhelmed with joy, felt tears welling in his eyes. After enduring years of hardship, he could finally live as a normal man. He sat up and turned to Yun Ruoyue, the princess of Li. "May I call you Xiaoyu?" he inquired. Yes, of course, we are friends," she replied, smiling and nodding, momentarily taken aback. She discerned the affection in the king's gaze and hastily opted for a friendly address, lest he misunderstand her intentions, especially as she was already a married woman, expecting a child. It was inappropriate to entertain notions of romantic entanglements. Chapter 1085. The king's concern. Moreover, her heart had become deeply entwined with Xuancheng, leaving no room for anyone else. "Very well, Xiaoyu. Did you not mention before that you treated my ailment to secure an opportunity for divorce from the emperor? You claimed that you and the prince of Li harbored mutual disdain and lacked affection. Why then cancel the divorce? Have you perhaps fallen in love with him?" Despite already suspecting the answer, the king yearned for clarity. Yun Ruoyue paused, then replied, "We had some misunderstandings initially. I intended to seek a divorce. But during our audience with the emperor, we encountered assassins. He sustained grave injuries while rescuing me. Given my prior misconceptions and witnessing his sacrifice for my safety, I chose to forego the divorce. Now, with his child on the way, it is inconceivable to part ways." She hesitated to admit her feelings for Xuancheng, recalling that he had once sent someone to whip her. Their tumultuous past made her reluctance to acknowledge her affection all the more poignant. How embarrassing it would be if others were to learn of it. The king was momentarily taken aback. So, she had chosen not to divorce because of Xuancheng's life-saving act and their impending child? Did this mean she did not love him and was merely staying together for the sake of the child? Ah, I see. Xiaoyu, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. I hope you safely deliver your child. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to send word. I shall be at your service, he said earnestly, though his heart felt as though it were shattering into countless fragments. After the king's examination was complete, Yun Ruoyue prepared to take Feng'er and leave, but the king interjected. "Princess of Li, I am at a loss as to how to repay the life debt I owe you. I have arranged a family banquet and would be honored if you would join us for lunch before departing. Indeed, it is lunchtime now. After a morning of exertion, you must be famished. It would be best to eat something before you leave," the concubine Jing added warmly. "Thank you both for your kind invitation, but I can return to the palace for a meal." Yun Ruoyue declined, apprehensive that dining with the king and concubine Jing would be uncomfortable, given their unfamiliarity. "That simply cannot be. You came to the prince's residence to attend to Lu Yun's health, and it would be remiss of us not to offer you a meal after such a morning. The dishes have already been prepared, and as you are with child, it would be unwise to leave on an empty stomach. The journey back to the Prince of Li's residence is long, and you may faint from hunger before you reach home. Please, stay and dine with us. It will ease our minds," concubine Jing insisted, grasping Yun Ruoyue's hand earnestly. "Yes, Princess of Li, I have instructed the chef to prepare your favorite hot pot. Shall we indulge in hot pot today?" the king inquired with a smile. How do you know that my favorite dish is hot pot? Who told you?" Yun Ruoyue asked in confusion. "Your Highness, it was Mou who inquired about your preferences just now, and I relayed the information to him." I never expected the prince to send someone to prepare hot pot. He is indeed thoughtful, Feng quickly replied. Now I understand. It must have been the wise king who instructed Mou to ask, Yun Ruoyue mused. Surprised by the prince's consideration. Given the warm hospitality of his highness and consort Jing, I can only humbly accept. Please, my lady. The wise king gestured for Yun Ruoyue to proceed. As she stepped forward, she suddenly encountered a staircase. Her long gown obscured her view, leading her to misstep and tumble straight down. Chapter 1086. Timely rescue Xiaoya. Be careful. In that critical moment, the wise king darted forward like lightning, catching Yun Ruoyue and preventing her from hitting the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock. As they steadied themselves, they beheld the wise king half embracing Yun Ruoyue, supporting her upright. She found herself leaning against his arm, and Feng Er's heart raced at the sight. Your Highness, are you all right? Feng rushed to inquire. I am fine, and I thank the prince for his timely rescue, Yun Ruoyue replied, suddenly aware of the intimate position she shared with the wise king. She quickly stood upright, stepping back a couple of paces, and nodded her gratitude. The wise king, still holding her, swiftly withdrew, leaving behind a lingering fragrance reminiscent of peach blossoms, likely from her hair that had been washed with peach blossom essence. Oh dear, you nearly gave this palace a fright. Thankfully, Lady Li is unharmed. You servants must be more vigilant in your duties. Take care next time, Consort Jing admonished her attendants. Yun Ruoyue hastily interjected, it is not their fault. My gown was simply too long, and I failed to notice the stairs. Then next time, wear a shorter one. Come, allow me to assist you to the flower hall. Consort Jing offered, moving to support Yun Ruoyue. Simultaneously, she cast a glance at the wise king, sighing inwardly. His swift action and the affectionate call of Xiaoya revealed his deep concern for Lady Li. No wonder he had seemed preoccupied lately, often lost in thought, and reluctant to consider other candidates for a princess. He had evidently taken a liking to Lady Li. She had never witnessed him so fond of a woman before. Yet it was unfortunate that Lady Li was already wed. Their union was impossible. Upon arriving at the flower hall, the delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. As Yun Ruoyue entered, she beheld a grand dining table adorned with a beautifully crafted golden hot pot and an array of exquisite dishes. From sweet and sour ribs to kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, and Buddha jumps over the wall, the table was lavishly set with a feast. Lady Li, please take a seat of honor, Consort Jing urged as she assisted Lady Li into the main position. Your Highness, you are too kind. I am content to sit here, Yun Ruoyue replied, choosing a secondary seat to avoid overshadowing Consort Jing. Consort Jing, not one to decline, took her place alongside the wise king. During the meal, the serene consort instructed Feng and Mou to dine separately, while she personally attended to Yun Ruoyue, serving her dishes that she favored, filling a bowl beside her with care. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback that the esteemed prince, a royal of the realm, would personally serve her. She felt both honored and overwhelmed, quickly expressing her gratitude. Your Highness, you need not trouble yourself. I can serve myself. Indeed, Lu Yun, you should also partake in your meal to regain your strength. I shall summon a maid to attend to the princess, the serene consort added. With a resigned glance at her son, she recognized that his affections for Yun Ruoyue were evident to all, prompting her to dismiss the servants to spare them the spectacle. Very well, but I am not particularly hungry. Xiao Yu is my savior. I must ensure her well-being, the prince declared, his cheeks flushed. Your Highness, I have come to refill the soup, a young maid announced, entering with a basin of hot broth. As she approached the silver hot pot, intending to pour the soup into it, she suddenly slipped, sending the scalding liquid cascading towards Yun Ruoyue. Xiao Yu, Lady Li. Both the prince and the serene consort shouted in unison. In that instant, the prince lunged forward, shielding Yun Ruoyue with his back, while the hot soup splashed onto him. The prince winced in discomfort. Your Highness. The serene consort cried out in alarm, glaring at the maid. How could you be so careless? Please forgive me, Your Highness. It was not intentional. I slipped on a bit of oil on the floor. I am truly sorry, the maid pleaded, bowing her head in apology. What has happened to you, Your Highness? Mou and Feng, who were dining in an adjacent room, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. They arrived to find their prince shielding Yun Ruoyue, his back drenched in hot soup. Panic surged through Mou as he quickly rushed to support the prince. Madam, are you all right? Did you sustain any burns? Feng hurriedly approached Yun Ruoyue, concern etched on her face. I am fine. Quickly, Remove the prince's clothing so I can examine his injuries, Yun Ruoyue commanded with steadiness, regaining her composure. She had not anticipated that the prince would so selflessly shield her from harm. Mou promptly assisted the prince aside and swiftly removed his garments, revealing his back. The sight of the deep crimson mark was alarming. However, fortunately, the skin remained intact, thanks to the protective layer of his clothing and the soup not being excessively hot. She exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the soup was not too scalding, and his skin remains unbroken. What a stroke of fortune. Is Lu Yin unharmed? The serene consort inquired anxiously. I am unscathed. Based on my experience, his burns are not severe, merely reddened skin. I shall apply some burn ointment, and in a few days, he will be well. It is fortunate that the soup was not hotter. I would feel immense guilt knowing the prince suffered for my sake, Yun Ruoyue admitted, her heart still racing from the incident. Upon hearing her words, both the concubine Jing and Prince Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Prince Xian remarked, fortunately, the Princess of Li was not scalded. If anything were to happen to her within my residence, I would be met with a fate worse than death and would find it impossible to explain myself to Prince Li. This reckless girl is to blame. Bring her forth and administer 30 lashes to serve as a warning. Concubine Jing exclaimed in anger. Your Highness, please spare me. I truly did not intend for this to happen. It is likely that while my companions and I were bustling about the kitchen today, I accidentally tracked some oil from the floor into the flower hall, which is why the ground is somewhat slick. I apologize, Your Highness. I assure you I will be more cautious in the future and will not repeat such an error. The young maid had already bruised her forehead, blood trickling down as she trembled in fear, tears streaming down her cheeks. That is irrelevant. Even if it was unintentional, you have committed a grave dereliction of duty. As a maid, it is your responsibility to fulfill your role diligently, to think ahead and ensure the floor is spotless. This is your fault, and I must impose a punishment. Concubine Jing retorted fiercely. Mother, please let it be. She is usually quite careful and diligent. Today was simply overwhelming. And thus the mishap occurred. Since I am unharmed, there is no need for her punishment. Prince Xian stood, his demeanor gentle. Very well, my son, you are compassionate. In that case, I shall grant her clemency this once, Concubine Jing responded, then turned her gaze to the young maid. Since the prince has interceded on your behalf, I shall not punish you this time. However, let all present take heed. Do not assume that the prince's kindness permits you to become negligent. Should such an incident occur again, I will not be so lenient.